Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Tepuis were visible in the barren lands. The creature's paw left a mark on the ground. The monster, which was of the soft-bodied class, opened its mouth and roared at the 8th level. A figure appeared to the side of it, which he noticed. The guy jumped at it and swung. His fist was gaining magical energy. He did not take his eyes off him and prepared to strike. The fighter hit the black-eyed man in the face and created an explosion with the skill of a tearing blow. The brown-eyed man frowned and worriedly thought that their skin was too soft, and the momentum from his blow was completely dissipated. Suddenly, the monster looked at him menacingly and scared him. The squid-faced man was about to strike him. The slicked one covered himself with his hands crossed and clenched his teeth, thinking that all he could do was defend himself. He closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, many vertical cuts occurred. The beauty, leaving behind huge cuts, flew past the fighter. She moved the blade aside, filling it with energy, and ordered him to retreat. The dark-haired man smiled anxiously and thanked him. The monster looked at the severed limb. Suddenly, his wound instantly healed. The guys landed and the melee guy asked if all their attacks were useless. The spear touched the ground and drew a chain there. Suddenly, Xiang appeared nearby and said that since physical attacks were useless, they could try this. Then the monkey-like one looked at him and said that the time had come. The green-eyed one looked over her shoulder and ordered him to shut up. A pattern of chains appeared under the hero. He held the spear in front of him and used divine enhancement. The guy immediately frowned and used a 9-link chain. Stakes began to fly out of the links drawn on the floor. Many projectiles headed towards the pot-bellied monster. His limbs were immediately surrounded by fetters. They began to squeeze his entire body tightly. At the very end, the monster's hand was almost completely enveloped. Suddenly, all the bonds tightened sharply, creating a numb effect. Then the protagonist raised his magic weapon up. He struck the ground with the tip and sent mana along the chains that flew out. Energy began to stretch along the entire length of the magic bonds. An electric discharge shook the monster and made it feel wild pain. The others watched the enemy's torment from the side. Suddenly, the pupils almost disappeared in his black eyes. He began to try to stretch the bonds. The sea demon tore the shackles and screamed in pain, all wounded. But the next moment, he fell dead to the ground. The fighter standing next to his friend stood up and shouted that he was finished, and it seemed that he had eaten everyone in these places. And you couldn't tell that his level was only B. Then the hero intervened in the conversation and, gritting his teeth in anticipation, said that in a little while they would have to retreat. A cut began to appear on the monster's belly. When a smooth thin red line appeared, he continued saying that it looked like this scoundrel was about to give birth. Sharp fingers appeared from the gap. The eye that was sticking out of the chest began to rise. A demonic embryo of withering with a danger level of S appeared. He slowly turned his head in their direction. The swordswoman came out from behind her comrades and said that he had set his sights on them. The parasite began to collect a sphere above his head and make strange sounds. Suddenly, many souls of firefighters flew out of him. A whole sphere of negative energy gathered in the sky. Instead, a huge molten hole remained. The fighter looked at this with horror and said that at this rate there would be no trace of them left. But suddenly he noticed something strange. The newborn was also very surprised by the shadow that covered him. A huge winged creature appeared in the sky against the background of the moon. The hero immediately called out to his comrades, asking them to stand behind him. He smiled anxiously and said that this would be something more terrible. The parasite looked at him with incomprehension and gurgled. He tried to shoot at the arriving monster. It opened its mouth in response to this. A huge black star appeared. A monstrous beam from the darkness was able to push the attack back. The demonic embryo grabbed its head while the attack was flying at it. The next moment, it was incinerated by the enemy attack. It was an incinerating beam. Smoke began to spread from the place of arrival. A huge hole formed on the plateau, which exuded energy. The protagonist managed to create it. The slicked one was incredibly scared and asked what was going on. He looked at the silhouette in front of him and thought that he had not even been warned before such an attack. The guest began to come closer, and he continued to think that this skill was clearly used to suppress demonic attacks. Suddenly their shield shattered into small pieces, and the long-eared one thought that this had used up the energy of the magic stone. The hero exhaled with relief and thought that it was wonderful that another enemy had not come. Then a chic heel appeared from the smoke. Isabella took her hand away, creating a sphere, and looking at them with her gentle and affectionate gaze said that when killing this monster, she did not spend even a fraction of her efforts, but they simply needed the queen. The guy looked at her playfully and thought about how he felt unwell upon arriving in this world, and she asked him if the one who decided to save this world was really that weak. She leaned towards him, putting a claw to his chin, and said that there were still a lot of things she had to teach him, and only then could he be sure that he would become the king of these lands. The hero looked away, smiling anxiously, and thought that in any case, he had become the ruler of the kingdom in an amazing way. The horned one took the sphere in her hands, and he, looking at the beauty, thought that this was his wife, and her level of danger was immeasurable. He imagined many creatures near a patch of land and thought that many different tribes lived on the plains. After Xiang imagined the kings of the two strongest races standing opposite each other. In his mind, both tribes got involved in a war for resources several centuries ago. Mick imagined people at the negotiating table and thought that after some time the ranks of each of them thinned out, and people were the first to offer a truce. The pen and the sheep began to levitate and flew towards the demon tribe. The treaty was signed. Isabella did this and agreed to peace. At this time, it was deep night in the city on the ground. In some apartments, even at such a late hour, the lights were on, and apparently someone had a lot of money for utilities. While there were beach bags and bottles of water on the table, the scream of an ardent League of Legends player was heard. The screen showed a victory message and everyone was happy about the win. The hero stretched in his chair and yawned while a scream was heard in his headphones about how it was no wonder that the first player in the region also made a pentakill, and this guy does not even take the game seriously, but plays excellently. Then the protagonist slowly pulled off his headphones. He took the juice in his hands and said with an arrogant look that if he hadn't failed at middle then, it would have been an excellent game, and thought about his name. There was a picture hanging behind him. The guy paid attention to himself with his parents and thought about how his parents were constantly working abroad and he had almost no friends and he had withdrawn from the outside world for the whole summer. The dark-haired man went to the bed and thought about how he either drew or played days and nights on end. He lay down on the bed with his hands behind his head and thought about how at first he thought that his summer would pass like this, but he never thought that this could happen. His ring suddenly lit up and the hero thought that he didn't expect to become the savior of another world. His eyes slowly closed and he thought that he was wildly tired and that tomorrow he could play again. Suddenly, a completely different feeling appeared in front of him. Isabella suddenly appeared and he wondered since when his ceiling looked like this and meaningfully remained silent. When the picture became clear, the beauty was right in front of him. He immediately became alarmed and began to crawl back asking who she was and what she was doing in his house. The beautiful girl frowned and insulted him by saying that this was not his house. The pink-eyed man looked at her with alarm and stopped understanding anything. Seeing 5 more people in front of him, the hero asked with horror where they were and assumed that these were hallucinations from the games. He hit himself on the cheeks with all his might and thought that this could not be, and if these were hallucinations, then why did everything feel so real? Suddenly, looking at the sorcerer and 3 warriors, the guy thought that he knew these people in their clothes. And then the dark-haired man smiled with alarm and thought that he was in another universe. The horned one turned and menacingly asked the high priest if this was really the person mentioned in the prophecy. He said with a slight smile that the legend says that the chosen one is the one who owns the same ring as the queen. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what ring he was talking about. He picked up the jewelry on his neck and asked if it was him. The jewelry started to glow in his hands. Then the blonde said with a displeased look that it was really him. She raised her hand and said that it was the same as hers. The girl grabbed the hero by the collar and menacingly said that if he was the chosen one, then why didn't she feel a drop of magic in him? Isabella became very worried and said that he was a representative of the human race. Zhang narrowed one eye with great anxiety and said that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He remembered how he bought it from an old man in a street stall and told her about it. She looked at him with wild anxiety and asked how he could buy it. She spread her claws and turned to the high priest and asked if there was something wrong with the summoning spell. The beauty pointed her finger at the shaggy man and asked how she could summon a useless person. Then the old man said with little concern that the summoning spell was done correctly and that he was the only one who could save the demon race from extinction. The pink-eyed man looked at him and frowned and asked if they would tell him what was going on here and who they were. The red-eyed woman turned halfway around and ordered him to listen to her, calling him trash. The queen moved her hand to the side and introduced her title as the 7th heir to the demon race. She remembered the peace treaty many years ago and said that today was the day she signed the peace treaty between demons and humans. Then she imagined the scumbag with a sly smile and said that no one thought that the supreme commander of Lillian and the dirty humans would come to a secret agreement. The mustache man's green eyes flashed in the darkness. A huge energy beam flew out of the tower and it was an attack on the unarmed demon queen. The horned one remembered how she was struck in the back and said that no one knew what that scoundrel used, but she extracted a large amount of royal magic. The blonde immediately remembered the battle that day and said that she was lucky that she had 4 guards with her that day, who protected her at the cost of their lives. Isabella gritted her teeth and said with anxiety that the only reason she managed to survive was their sacrifice. She bowed her head in sadness while he thought, and said that now only a few of those present could protect her. Then Xiang looked straight ahead with alarm and thought that he now realized that this was one of those stories where he had to travel to a fantasy world and save a fallen heroine. He immediately imagined himself in stylish armor and thought that if this was such a story, then he must be destined to be the main character in it. The protagonist became embarrassed, imagining himself hitting on the queen, and thought that it would be pretty good if he could finish with such a beauty. He immediately moved his hand to the side and said that he thought she could hide in the mountains or somewhere else. But suddenly the long-eared one looked at him menacingly and asked if he thought those dirty people would let her go so easily. The warrior with the mohawk immediately joined the conversation and menacingly stated that they had been chasing them before, and that was why they were surrounded here. The dark-haired girl scared the teenager by clenching her fists and saying that, being in such a desperate situation, the queen decided to trust the chosen one, but they could not even imagine that he would turn out to be a useless product of life. Suddenly, the horned one grabbed her chest in pain, and her subordinates immediately asked her if everything was okay. She immediately became embittered and said that she felt her aura gradually weakening. Her eyes immediately filled with pain. She threw her head back and emitted huge waves of energy while screaming loudly. Her hands were instantly covered with a purple film, but the next moment, the layer began to fall off. Her clothes began to slowly dissipate. The girl's legs were exposed at the same time. The elder and others were completely confused. The hero was in complete shock and asked what happened. But suddenly he became wildly embarrassed and thought that she had become smaller, but still big. The blonde herself began to feel embarrassed and mentioned what happened to her body. She examined her hands, becoming human, and asked why it had changed so much. The elder looked at her and said that it was most likely because her aura was depleted. He smiled and said that it was probably for this reason that her body had taken on such an appearance. The red-eyed one was wildly surprised and asked how she should introduce herself to her people. The warriors looked at this with tears in their eyes and began to cry, mentioning that their queen had released her aura for them. Suddenly, a finger was pointed at the protagonist, thereby scaring him, and they shouted that it was all because of this useless trash and offered to finish him off. The guy walked away in horror and said that he was actually a victim here and said that he did not even want to be summoned to this world. Suddenly, soldiers burst into the palace and said that the human race had almost broken through their defenses. The wounded were holding on to their feet with their last strength and asked their queen to leave. Isabella put on the hero's clothes, leaving him without pants, and said that it happened faster, to which the green-haired girl confidently said that they would protect her with everything they had. Then the white-haired girl looked at her with a hopeful look and said that she was happy that she had fighters like her who cared about her so much. The old man approached her and said that her appearance was no different from an ordinary human, which would make her escape easier, but she did not need to let people know her true identity. He said with a slight smile that he would stay here to fight back with the guards so they could all buy her some time. But then Isabella said with a displeased look that she refused, and no matter what happened, she could not leave her people here. He immediately pointed his staff at her. A magic circle began to appear under her feet. The girls watched in surprise. The warriors and the hero without pants were within range, and the queen immediately asked what it was. The Valkyries grabbed her by the arms and asked her not to go. Suddenly, the protagonist tried to run away and thought that when the human race came here, he would simply ask them to send him back. But suddenly his escape was noticed and they ordered to take him with them and not let him escape. Pink-eyed looked back in horror and asked to just let him go. Suddenly, the elder turned attention to himself and said that he was here to help 5 generations of leaders and this would be the last time. He smiled and asked to let him serve one more time. Isabella, with tears in her eyes, stretched out her hand as she was being sucked into the portal and screamed that she refused. A huge beam pulled them along with it. The old courtier remained in place. The doors behind him instantly flew out and shattered into pieces. The figures of many people were visible through the smoke. The old man began to turn around slowly with a smile. In front of him was a huge red-bearded man. He asked with a soft smile about where the queen was now. The servant of the great family began to turn slowly. Somewhere in the dark forest, fireflies were flickering. A cloud of energy began to appear. The guys were instantly transferred to a new location. They were completely confused. From afar, a castle was visible that was on fire and they wondered if they were still surrounded by the human race and decided to look at the castle in which they were a moment ago. Everyone started to fuss, and the green-haired one, moving her hand away, said that he was not far from the place and it was better to leave here quickly, while another maid asked the queen to control herself. The red-eyed one looked back and asked not to worry, because at such a time one cannot grieve. She frowned and pursed her lips, said that she would avenge the warriors who sacrificed their lives. At that moment, human warriors were watching them from the cliff. The army began to smile maliciously and mentioned that they had found the rest of the army belonging to the demon race. The fugitives walked along the road, holding Xiang so that he did not run away. An arrow began to whistle loudly behind them. The monarch immediately turned around and was frightened. One of her warriors was shot, piercing the clavicular branch of the artery. The hero immediately looked at her with fear and shouted that she was bleeding, to which he was told that it was a human arrow. The Valkyries stood in battle formation, calling for weapons and shouting that Her Highness needed to leave first, and that they would hold them back. The human warriors rushed at them, shouting that the king had said that they would receive 20 pieces of gold for each demon's head that they brought back. Suddenly, the wounded woman turned and insulted the attackers. She straightened up and asked him to promise her that she would protect the queen, and said that this was her last wish. The guy looked at her with concern, but still agreed. He immediately grabbed the blonde by the hand. She turned to him menacingly and said that she wanted to fight with her squad. Shaggy began to pull her in the other direction and said that if she went to fight, she would ultimately die, and asked her to go with him. Red-Eyed looked at him menacingly and said that she would rather die than abandon her squad on the battlefield. But then the protagonist turned to her menacingly and ordered her to stop deceiving herself. She immediately calmed down, and he continued, shouting that if she returned, their sacrifice would be in vain, and asked what this would give. Isabella started to cry, and Xiang calmly told her that if she survived, she would be able to avenge her fallen warriors, and if she died here, then all their legacy would remain to rot here along with their bodies. Still, she went with him and turned around with tears in her eyes. Her loyal and close comrades were being chopped into pieces by merciless people. She watched as they mocked them and told them why they couldn't be allowed to have some fun before they beheaded them. Red-eyed, with tears in her eyes, clenched her teeth and tried to hold back. Shaggy led her by the hand. Suddenly, a warrior from the human army appeared behind them. They noticed him with horror and cursed. The next moment, they were already surrounded. Those around calmly noted that these two were people, and their clothes seemed strange, indicating their slave origin. Another one thought with a smile whether he should kill them. Suddenly, Isabella abruptly pulled her hand out of the grip. She ran to the side without a shadow of a doubt. The girl raised her fist and with tears in her eyes, screamed that they were animals. One of the warriors looked at the approaching attack in surprise. Xiang hugged the evil girl when the man looked at them and said that she was really delighted that she was able to see her people. The hero frowned and said that he heard that demons brainwash slaves and make them see them, humans, as a threat. Then he gritted his teeth and added, "Then this means that these two are slaves of the demon race. He will be surprised if they get a reward for bringing their heads too." After which he swung his sword at the main characters and shouted that if they are somehow related to this race, it would be better for them to die. The brunette got angry and thought, these guys are really ready to kill a person from their own race. Suddenly, he grabbed the heroine by the shoulder. The lady opened her eyes in fear. The guy laughed, holding the girl's head, and told the mister that they got it all wrong, they weren't brainwashing them. The man looked ahead in surprise as he continued to say that she had been persecuted by the demon race since she was a child. It had gotten to the point where she had suffered emotional trauma. And then he asked what. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist added that they had been oppressed by the demon race for a long time and asked him to just let them go. The blonde gritted her teeth, frowned, and asked, is he forcing the royal family to kneel? He's a bastard, make sure she kills him. The hero opened his mouth and whispered to her to stop talking about respect when she couldn't even beat him in her position. He then turned around and told her to just suppress him this time so they could leave alive. The girl looked at him as he said that she could only avenge her people if she stayed alive. Suddenly he laughed again, looked up and said that she was so traumatized that she thought she was a queen. The man frowned and said that he didn't care what happened to them. All he wanted to know was if their heads were worth the reward. The brunette opened his mouth wide. The warriors looked at him when one of them asked, there were only two of them, how are they going to split the reward between them? To which the other replied, whoever kills them first reaps the benefits. The heroes were surrounded when the young man asked the mister to let them go. The man then swung his weapon. Suddenly a horse appeared on the mountain when someone shouted to stop. The people looked to one side in surprise when a soldier said, this. A horse was walking towards them when he added, this is one of the knights. He then became scared and said if they found out that they were not on the front lines, they would be punished. His gaze fell on the flag when he said, no, they are not part of their army, they are part of the White Dragon's army. The horse was approaching the heroes. The boy and girl were dumbfounded, looking at her. The knight held out his sword and said that they were part of the Red Dragon army, and asked if they were all here to provide support. The blonde looked at him seriously and said that he heard everything he said earlier, and told him to get out of here and go find his leader. The yellow-eyed man frowned and added, he will not pretend that he did not see anything. The warrior opened his eyes wide and said, but he remembers that the White Dragon army does not have so many rights since they are a copy of the Red Dragon. The blade glittered. Suddenly, the man pulled the sword and said, but he must know that since he is the leader of this army, he is the one who has less power over him. Then he got angry and added, it does not matter that he is an army since he has permission to execute all of them. Looking at the tip of the sword, the knight replied that he understood and they will leave immediately. The heroes in armor began to run away. The boy and girl looked ahead warily as the brunette whispered, damn, the soldiers left but a stronger one arrived. The knight dismounted from his horse. He stood in front of the pair and said that he was Sophocles, the leader of the White Dragon Knights. The blonde frowned and asked when the two of them were captured by demons and became slaves. The young man narrowed his eyes and told Mr. Leader what a relief it was to see him. If he had come a second later, he could have said goodbye to his life. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of his face. He then opened his mouth wide as the blonde held a sword in front of him and told him to answer his question. Their eyes met as the man added, otherwise he would lose his life here. Then the girl ran up and started screaming if he wanted to kill them, just let him do it, don't beat around the bush, to which the young man reacted aggressively and asked why she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Zhang smiled, closed his eyes and thought, shit, he might die if he says something wrong, and said that he was captured not long ago. He doesn't remember the exact time, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The knight stood in front of the guy and asked what their roles were in the demon race. The purple-eyed man was confused and thought what kind of role was he supposed to have. All he knows is how to play games all day. He doesn't even have any qualifications, and then replied that he was just an assistant cook. Then he pointed his hands at the girl and added, here is his wife, she was also captured by demons and became a slave. The blonde looked at them seriously and said, is that so? The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought, did he really buy it? And said, yes, that's right. The man hid his sword and said, and that's why he walks around naked. The brunette's eyes widened as he thought, he gave the clothes to the queen, the bastard. That's why he's naked, walking around. He can say that, and he mumbled something out loud. The heroes grabbed the thing. The young man looked at it in surprise. The white fabric was fluttering. The knight threw the clothes over the guy's shoulders, after which the yellow-eyed one looked at him seriously and asked, they probably took his clothes since they often tried to escape, right? The young man blushed and thought why this guy had such a gentle aura around him. The man looked at the couple and said that they had been humiliated for a long time. Let them join him, and he will take them home. The red-eyed one gritted her teeth and asked where he wanted to take her, the ruler of the demons, and her husband whispered, she can keep her mouth closed. After which he covered her mouth with his hand when someone called the sir. The armored knight looked ahead and said that the red and black dragon armies had both withdrawn their forces. Let him report. While the pair were fighting, the man turned around and said, it seems he was late to the party. The blonde furrowed her brows and yelled that if he did anything to belittle her, she would make his life a nightmare. The brunette closed his eyes and asked her to just keep her mouth shut and be quiet. They could only listen to them now, and the last thing he wanted was for her identity to be unknown. The heroine bared her teeth and replied that if she returned to the human race with these people, she could forget about returning back to the demon plane. The guy got angry and yelled that she was an idiot. If she was killed on the spot, she could forget about returning anywhere. He then furrowed his brows and told her to listen to him, don't dare expose herself. The man looked ahead and said, if there was no need for his intervention here, then they would return home. After which he turned around and called the heroes to follow him. The protagonist joyfully raised his hand and shouted, victory for the Knights of the White Dragon. The army was heading towards the fortress. The boy and the girl were riding a horse when the brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted, this is where the human race lives, the walls are so high. The red-eyed girl frowned angrily, turned her head and said that there was no need to hold on so tightly, to which he replied, this is the first time he has ridden a horse, he feels a little uncomfortable. The capital is located in the southern part of the continent. The location is convenient for living during all 4 seasons and is rich in resources. The Eyre's wall is built with powerful cannons to bring out a powerful physical defense. The wall is always defended by high-level sorcerers. The army was moving along a wide street. The young man looked around. Looking at the people, he said that they dress completely differently from the monster race here. The guy continued to say that they bow the moment they see knights. It seems to be a respectful settlement. Suddenly, a man looked ahead and called out to Xiang Yi and Yibei, to which the brunette replied, here. The young man closed his eyes, smiled and thought, he must not let them know the truth about Isabella's real identity. The blonde looked sideways and said, their names are too strange, and asked if the demons changed them. The guy smiled widely and thought that his old man had chosen his name for him, and answered out loud, oh, yes. Walking down the street, Sophists asked if they remembered their old names, to which the protagonist replied that he did not remember the events that happened before the capture. The knight was surprised when the hero asked if they remembered their last name. Then the warrior looked at the captain with fear and said, this. The yellow-eyed man looked forward seriously and replied that he saw. In front of them stood the royal family of Talsbury. The red-haired man smiled widely. Looking at him, the captain gave the order to dismount and return to the royal palace, to which the knight replied, we understand. The guy looked ahead in surprise and asked who this guy was. He blocked the knight's path, and the girl frowned and replied that from the clothes he was wearing, one could tell that he belonged to the royal power. The purple-eyed man chuckled and asked, the royal power? He looks like a dick. The warrior turned to them warily and told them to be quiet. He was the regent's first child. The brunette opened his mouth wide, turned around and asked, the first child, which means his position is higher than that of the group's leader. The knight frowned and replied, not only that, let them never compare the royal family with their group. He is a fan of the regent. He then narrated that their current king is still young, right before the previous ruler passed away. He He asked that the current regent be the one to support the king for the time being. The regent has all the strongest cavalry. It can be said that he is above all humans. The heroine lowered her head and asked what was so special about him. If her magic power had not disappeared, he would not have been able to stand against her, the queen of demons. The armored heroes looked at them and told the guy to tell her to stop talking nonsense, otherwise they will lose their heads, to which he replied sheepishly, well, if she says something wrong, he will kiss her. The blonde bowed in front of the red-haired man and greeted him. Tal smiled and said he thought his father had returned as soon as the gate opened. He did not think that it was just a useless team of white dragons. After which he pointed his hand at the girls and added that he even held a large welcoming party. He then turned his head when the leader of the whites said there is something he does not understand. Yellow Eyes lowered his head and said His Highness sent them, the White Dragon team, to sign a treaty with the demon race. He looked ahead and asked why he was one step ahead of them to the place where the treaty was to be signed. Talls opened his mouth and said that it was because the king had various ideas on how to easily kill the demon queen and what. He frowned and asked if she was questioning the king's decision. Sophisis opened his mouth and said that he was just. A man appeared from the side and interrupted him, saying that he was just relatively curious, regardless of whether these were the king's actual decisions or the regent's intentions. The boy opened his mouth and said father. The man stood still. It was the imperial leader, Guro. The red-haired man approached him and said that he was also here and asked if they needed to accompany his royal majesty during his studies today. The man chuckled and said that he heard the triumphant information regarding the regent and decided to greet him personally. The hero chuckled and guessed that he was probably here to interrogate the regent. The blonde man closed his eyes laughing and said that he did not dare to do so. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if the party leader's father played an important role in this empire. The armored man chuckled and said that Master Guro was the only imperial leader in the empire. He was also one of His Majesty's close people. He then raised a finger and pointed out that the regent and the master had different political views, but the two strongly believed in their common corresponding views. The girl closed her eyes and said, useless people, all they do is bicker and fight all day long. The man took a deep breath. A loud trumpet sound was heard. The red-haired man smiled and said that the city gates were opening and it looked like it was the regent. The protagonist looked towards the gate and asked why they didn't hear the same sound when they arrived, to which the warrior replied that it was because they were the White Dragons group. The gate swung open. Everyone's attention was directed at them. Isabella opened her mouth in amazement. The rider carried his head on a spear. The girl staggered from what she saw. A hand fell on her shoulder. The violet-eyed man frowned and told her not to go there. The girl was shaking. She pressed her lips together and clenched her fist. The guy looked in surprise. A rider was riding past him. The man looked at the floor. The blonde frowned and said that he would make him pay in blood. The man looked down. Taurus opened his mouth and asked if Master Guro had come just to greet him. The blonde man closed his eyes and said that His Majesty had succeeded. Then he opened his eyes and said that unfortunately, His Majesty could not rest now. Guro closed his eyes and said that he would like to meet His Royal Majesty. Taurus opened his mouth and said that it was good, because he wanted to report the results to His Royal Majesty today and they could go together. Talls ran up to the horse and said that he was actually his son. His face was distorted with fear when his father said his name. The man's eyes lit up red and he said that if he did not finish playing games, then he would end him. He frowned and told him to leave. The guy looked down at the floor and said that he understood. The girl watched the rider. The young man opened his mouth and asked Isabella, the man she wanted to kill. He was like the commander-in-chief. The girl asked what he was talking about. The guy said that in their world they used to call him Cow Cow. He pushed people to their desires. Eventually his son became king. The young man turned his head and said that first they need to figure out how to get her out of here. The blonde gritted her teeth and said that he probably bet that she would leave here, but she would not let him go. Both turned around when the warrior called them. He opened his mouth and said that their group leader wanted to escort Master Guro to the palace. He entrusted him with the responsibility of escorting the couple to his residence. The young man smiled and said of course. Clouds were floating above the residence of the White Dragon group leader. Zhang's jaw dropped at what he saw and he said that this place was damn huge, and asked what privileges the group leader had. The blonde shook her head and said that he had not seen anything yet. Approaching the statue, the protagonist thought that this place was so big that it belonged to a museum. A man appeared behind them and assumed that they were the master's comrades. The girl bowed and said that she was Alina's housekeeper. The master ordered them to take care of the guests. The young man blushed, thinking that this guy had some good points. Obviously he had female butlers, and said out loud, "Hello, beautiful." The girl chuckled and guessed that they were hungry and tired. The guy jumped up and down in joy, saying that he was hungry. The blonde frowned and asked if he found it strange that he treated slaves so well. The protagonist turned and said that if they wanted to hurt them, they would have already done so. From now on they would just go with the flow half a dozen. The girl tucked her ruby and said that made sense. They started walking down the hallway. The housekeeper watched them go. The two moved along the carpet. His Majesty chuckled and said that they had done well. No wonder they were the most respected warriors in these city walls. Since the negotiations with the Demon Queen were over, what would they want as a reward? Torst bowed and thanked His Highness and said that the tweet was able to carry out his orders and share his duties. Satisfied him, he did not need any reward. He glanced to the side as his companion said that what the regent said was punishable with great insult. The blond man bowed his head slightly and said that His Majesty had requested that the contract that was signed with the demon race lead to reconciliation. The White Dragon group was also sent to represent them. Looking to the side, he added that the regent had rushed forward to the place to break the deal and kill the demon queen. The blond man raised his hand, saying that because of this, His Majesty's name was tarnished, and it would lead to even more serious consequences in the near future. Giro glanced to the side and shouted that if the missing queen returned to the demon race, a full-scale war would break out against them. The clash of the two nations would lead to their deaths. Sophists listened to this silently. His Majesty smiled and said that he thought Giro was too concerned about this. There must be other motives. The red-haired man frowned and asked for a full report of what had happened. And he began to tell that after the nations decided to sign a truce treaty, he received a letter from the right-hand woman of the demon queen Lillian. In it, she stated that she had already received considerable support from her people. She said that if they helped her overthrow Queen Isabella, she would lead the demon nation and create a stronger relationship between the two opposing nations. Torst opened his mouth and said that the demon nation had already accepted her as their new ruler, since the previous Queen Isabella was declared missing after the battle, which would lead to the termination of the treaty. The master listened to this with his mouth open. The man handed over an envelope, saying that the matter that he and Lillian had already agreed on was clearly stated in this contract and asked His Majesty to consider it. The subject handed the envelope to His Majesty. He carefully studied its contents. His eyes widened sharply. Then he opened his mouth and said that he had done well for the kingdom this time. The blond man clenched his fists and said that the Osa clan had ruled the demon people for centuries. He frowned and wondered how such a traitor could easily overthrow the clan and become the Owl Queen. Something was definitely wrong. Looking at him, the king said that there was no point in continuing. He smiled and said that he would allow the regent to do whatever he wanted. The blond man looked at him in surprise and said that he understood everything. Sato and Torst smiled slyly, while Sophists and Guro looked at him with anger. Steam rose. Isabella was sitting in the bathtub. Looking at her hand, she thought that even if she returned to her people now, they would not recognize her as a queen. Looking at the water, she wondered if she would really live out the rest of her days as one of the ordinary people. The protagonist was sitting in the bathtub, leaning against the edge. He exhaled and said that he could finally relax for a while. But then he became sad and thought that now was not the time and he needed to think about how to return home. Holding the ring between his fingers, he thought that if this ring had brought him here, then it could probably bring him back too. Looking at the ring, he thought that he did not want to spend the rest of his days in this world. He thought that although at first all this seemed quite interesting to him, but that was until he saw how just living people became dead right before his eyes, it did not give him peace. He wondered if he would return to his world if he did not die now. The protagonist began to turn his head thinking that he would not check it. Putting the ring on his finger, he thought that since this ring was so important, he could wear it on his finger. A man appeared behind him. The young man tried to put the ring on, thinking that he could not put it on, it was only put on the ring finger. Sophists stood behind him and called him by name. Xiang turned around and noticed that the captain had already returned. His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. The captain stood naked and stared. Sophists looked down at the guy and said that they could wash together since he was also in this place. Suddenly, the young man noticed his genitals and associated them with a giant elephant. He doubled over with tension and surprise, after which he reluctantly agreed. They plunged into the water and there was a lucky silence between them. The heroes remembered the girl's words about why he treated them, slaves, so well, after which he thought that she was right because this guy really was cunning. Suddenly, an idea came to him that these scars could be from the battlefield. The guy carefully examined the marks on the man's body. Without taking his eyes off him, he wondered if he was really such an optimist. The guy necked and asked the hero if he had already gotten used to this forest. This question stunned the hero and he wondered what kind of expression it was and whether the interlocutor planned to make him bend over, after which he replied that everything was fine. The young man tried to move away from the interlocutor while he was saying that tomorrow he would send people to search for his family as well. Suddenly, the hero turned his gaze to him and asked if the boy wanted to help them find their family. The captain grabbed his shoulder and sternly replied that it was true, but the information that the two of them provided would be lacking. The young man thought that he had made it all up, so he would be surprised if they found at least someone. Opening his eyes, the captain also asked if he remembered anything else about his relatives. The hero touched his chin and replied that he had a concussion after being captured. He frowned tensely and wondered if the captain was trying to expose him by finding holes in his excuses, after which he said that all his past memories were rather vague. Sophices looked down and said that he had a younger brother about the same age, and that he had been captured by the Demon Nation 12 years ago, so he had not seen him since. Turning his gaze to his interlocutor, the captain said the brother's name and asked if the hero knew him. Frowning, the hero thought that he did not know what would happen if he confirmed or denied this. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that there were many such slaves, so it was impossible for him to know each of them. With a calm expression, the captain asked what usually happened to people who were captured. The hero sweated from the strain and said that they became slaves, and beatings and bullying became regular. Scratching the back of his head again, he said that he grew up in the kitchen since childhood. Suddenly, he noticed the mood of his interlocutor. The captain sadly lowered his eyes. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that he really did treat them well, so they should at least say something about his little brother. The captain rose from the water and said that he just hoped that his brother was still alive. Raising his head, he also mentioned that maybe they could reunite that way. Xiang smiled widely and made a gesture of strength and said that being a slave was really bad, but the food was still delicious. So who knows, maybe his brother was a big and strong man now, and then thought that he hoped that these words would make him feel better. The captain raised his head and said that he hoped that after signing the peace treaty, they could ask for the release of all the human prisoners. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said loudly that they had just attacked the demon race, and then asked if it was possible that they would execute all the slaves. The interlocutor held his head and answered heavily that the regent said that the demon race already had a new ruler. Lowering his hand, he also added that the two nations had already come to a peace agreement. The youth was shocked to hear the captain's words and thought that the traitor had become the new ruler, so he should tell Isabella about it. The captain began to emerge from the water, saying that the regent was now the only person who could negotiate with the demon nation, and the heroes replied that he understood him. Slightly frowning, he also added that the captain's father and the regent did not agree on many things, so it should be difficult for him to receive help from the regent. With a serious expression, the captain confirmed this. Introducing his father and the agent, he said that his father was His Majesty's teacher as well as his most trusted person, and his father kept his mouth shut only because he was His Majesty's subordinate, because if he were not, then the regent would not have the intention of killing him. With a slight frown, he also noted that the regent had no reason to help someone like him who was trying to befriend his enemies. The hero touched his chin and noted that the situation was very difficult. The captain looked him in the eye and told him that he could not let all this stop him. Raising his hand, the boy agreed with a smile and said that he was indeed a great person, so he was sure that positive karma would work in his favor. The captain looked at him silently as he said that he would definitely reunite with his brother. After a moment, he placed his hand on the hero's shoulder. The youth looked down in surprise. The captain thanked him with a slight smile for the kind words. Looking into the hero's eyes, he also noted that in the future, there was no need to call him the squad leader or captain, because he could just call him by his first name. Xiang smiled tensely and agreed with him. Night hung over the palace. The young man, wrapped in a towel, walked along the corridor with a maid. He frowned in irritation and thought that Isabella was right, the guy had something to hide in it. The maid pointed to the door and said that this was his room. Bowing to her, the hero thanked her for the service, to which she said that she hoped he would have a good rest. The girl headed back around the corner. Taking hold of the handle, the young man blushed and thought that the girl was damn beautiful, because it would be a dream if she became his girlfriend. A moment later, he opened the door to the room. Isabella was putting on her sweater when suddenly he entered. The young man's gaze fell on her legs. His nose started bleeding. He blushed in embarrassment and asked why she was in his room. The woman irritably clenched her teeth again and frowned. With a quick movement of her hand, she slammed the door. The guy grabbed his nose, stopping the bleeding, and she called him an idiot. Xiang looked at her face in surprise. The girl told him to stop calling her by her real name because they were being watched. He frowned in irritation and said that it was impossible because a moment ago he was having a wonderful conversation with the captain. Pointing to the door, the girl said that she meant the maids. Introducing the maid who saw the guy out, the woman said that she had been watching them from the moment they stepped foot in this mansion. She remembered how the maid had been watching her from around the corner and said that in their eyes, they were still slaves of the demon, so they did not have the courage to trust completely. The hero looked at her awkwardly and remarked that she shouldn't have put them in the same room. Showing the ring on her finger, Isabella replied that it was all his fault, since he kept telling the squad leader that he was married to her. These words shocked the guy and he asked if she thought that the maid put them in the same room to test them and see if they were really married. Standing next to the guy, the woman replied that if the servants found out that they had been lying all this time, they would definitely think that they were dealing with the demon people. Suddenly, she noticed something outside. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that there was someone behind the door. Alina approached their room. The maid paused in front of the door for a second. Suddenly, she put her head down to eavesdrop on their conversation. From behind the door, gentle voices were heard to the couple and the girl blushed embarrassedly. A slight smile appeared on her face. A few seconds later, the maid headed back down the corridor. While the boy continued to pretend to be in love, the woman said that she thought the maid had already left. Suddenly she turned around, frowned menacingly and said that it was time for him to stop, because if he did something like that again, she would destroy him. The boy opened the towel and, looking embarrassed, said that if she was not pleased, they could forget about the agreement and do it for real. Isabella took his joke sternly. A moment later, she hit him in the face. Holding his cheek, the boy collapsed on the floor, and she went to the bed and said that he would sleep on the floor and she would take the bed. Suddenly her face became creepy and she added that she warned him that if he did anything to her while he was sleeping, she would erase him from this planet. The young man smiled again and said that at the moment she was just a tigress without fangs. The girl noted that he could try if he had balls. Closing his eyes, the guy said irritably that she probably thought he was a pervert, but he was pure as snow. The girl lay down on the bed. The young man pulled out the sheet and started a conversation. He looked down and asked if she could send him back since she was able to summon him to this place. The girl with a calm expression replied that she did not know how to read these spells, and even the high priest did not know how to bring him back. The hero also sat down on his bed and exhaled with difficulty. Suddenly, an idea came to him related to the ring. He frowned and, looking at the girl, asked to give him the ring for a while. Isabella handed him the jewel. Putting the rings on the floor, the young man said that if the ring brought him to this place, it should also return him back. He frowned tensely and decided that he had to try. He clasped his hands and asked for the ring to be sent back. The tension inside him was building as he repeated his requests over and over. After 10 minutes, nothing happened, although the boy continued to try. He grabbed his head and was indignant that it was not working. The girl lay down on her seat and closed her eyes while he asked if the priest had cursed him when he summoned him, to which she replied that the high priest had recited some old spell and only the elders of the people could recite them. Skeptical of her words, the boy replied that this meant that he would only be able to return home when he returned to the land of demons. He looked down sadly at the rings in his hands. Looking back at the girl, he called out to her and told her about the ring. Suddenly, he noticed that she had already fallen asleep. The girl dozed peacefully, tilting her head to the side. Smiling softly, the young man thought that she was really aggressive and domineering, but now he had a chance to look at her and she was really cute. At this time, the captain was standing by the window. With a calm expression on his face, he looked into the distance at the city. The maid came up to him from behind and turned to the master. The girl hunched her shoulders and looked at him. The guy asked if he or she was spying on the guests. Embarrassed, she looked away. The man turned to her. The girl answered in the affirmative and said that she did it because they had recently come from the demon nation. Sophists pulled her by the waist. Looking straight into her eyes, he embarrassed her and said that next time she should not disturb them without his permission. The girl smiled embarrassedly and said that she did not understand, because this was the first time the master brought guests home. The young man remembered meeting the boy and said that when he saw him, he felt this unnatural connection, almost familial. Sophists introduced his younger brother and thought that the guest looked a lot like him. But an awkward smile appeared on his face and he said that this boy could be his younger brother. Suddenly, the girl interrupted his thoughts by touching his cheek. She looked into his eyes and said that she had not seen her master smile for a long time. The captain touched her hand and asked if she was happy in his name. Alina looked away and blushed embarrassedly. Suddenly, the captain drove her hand to the bed. His shadow hung over her while she looked at him embarrassedly. Smiling calmly, the boy asked her not to leave tonight. The girl watched him lovingly. A second later, the boy leaned over and kissed her. They spent the night together. The sky above the castle was illuminated by the morning sun. Xiang was sleeping soundly at this time. Waking up, he opened one eye. Getting up from his place, he scratched his head. Suddenly, the young man noticed something. Looking at the bed, he saw that the girl was gone. Hearing a voice from behind him, the young man looked around. He saw a maid next to him and wished her good morning. The maid handed him some clothes and wished him good morning in return. The young man got dressed and the girl noticed that the master had chosen these clothes especially for him. She smiled broadly and noted that they suited him very well. The young man looked at himself and thought that now he understood what people wore in this world. He looked into the maid's eyes and asked if she knew where his wife had gone. The maid, with a calm expression on her face, said that she had gone with her master to train in the garden so he could go to them. After a short time, she led the young man out into the garden. The young man looked around in surprise and thought that this garden was incredibly large. He raised his eyebrows and remarked that if the girl had not gone with him to show him the way, he would have already been lost. They were very far from the captain when they noticed him. The master pulled the bowstring. Frowning sternly, he took aim. The next second, his fingers opened. The arrow hit the center exactly along with the other two. The young man came closer to him and said in surprise that he was a very good shooter. Raising his hands, the boy also turned to the captain and said that he must have a good track record for such accuracy because it was quite scary. The master looked back at him and asked if he wanted to try, to which the boy replied that he was not as talented at shooting as the captain. Sophists looked away and said that the girl was quite talented. Isabella stood in a stance, pulling the bowstring. She concentrated, aiming at the target. Suddenly, her fingers opened in the same way. The girl hit the center of the target, splitting the previous arrow into 2 pieces. The young man was shocked by what he saw and thought her strength had disappeared, but her skills definitely remained. Suddenly, he remembered how he had said with a serious look that she would not be able to take anyone. This memory struck him and he thought that he said this and now he really looked stupid. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the maid turning to the master. She said that breakfast was ready. On the table were various sweets and coffee. The captain raised his cup and asked if they had already gotten used to the demon people since they had lived there for so long. The young man smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said that it was fine since he had gotten used to it. Looking at the captain, he also thought that he should figure out a way to leave this place, after which he added that the captain had helped them a lot, but they could not continue to bother them. The interlocutor wiped his lips and said that they did not need to worry since they could live in this place if they wanted to. Looking at them, he also added that he had already assigned Alina to the 2 of them. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, while the man spoke about how she would teach them how to live comfortably in the kingdom again. The hero smiled tensely, closed his eyes, and wondered if the captain wanted them to live in this place for the rest of their lives. Without opening his eyes, the boy continued to think about this, sitting opposite the captain. Suddenly, he looked back at Isabella, who said that they just wanted to be able to live on their own again. She opened her eyes slightly and said that they really didn't want to cause him any more trouble. The captain looked at them in surprise and said that it was no problem, because in fact, they wanted the boys to shoulder their burden for the kingdom. He frowned slightly and said that they could arrange work for the 2 of them. The boy smiled tensely, looking at the captain, while the latter said that if they wanted to stay and work in the kingdom, that would be wonderful. A small smile appeared on his face and he noted that he really wanted to try the boy's cooking. Smiling tensely, the boy imagined the trembling flour and thought that he really had been tricked. Suddenly, he jumped up in fear. Hearing Isabella scream, the girl asked the captain to stop. She jumped up from her seat and said that she would return to the demon territory rather than have to work in the kitchen for the rest of her life. The young man turned pale with fear, raised his hands and asked her not to provoke the captain. The captain looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. The woman frowned and replied that she had heard about how the kingdom treated humans when she was with the demon people. Imagining 2 humans surrounded by monsters, she thought that according to legends, humans were exterminated in the past because of their weak and fragile appearance. Then she imagined a group of people who worshipped the appearance of a dragon, and noted that due to constant aggression, the people went in search of a dragon to look after them. The giant image of the dragon loomed over the kingdom, helping them build settlements and cities and teaching people how to use magic. In her mind, she imagined an emblem with a dragon, which became a symbol of the people. Emblems of different colors represented the different troops of the king. Imagining a certain hierarchy between the emblems, she thought that the 2 strongest troops were the army of the black and red dragon, the purple, jade, amber and ash group protected the 4 walls of the city, and the white dragon group was the king's personal guard, called only when civil matters were being resolved or in places where festivals were taking place. Then she schematically imagined the path from a pauper to a knight, and thought that if a person wanted to get rid of poverty, the best solution was to join the army and work there to rise up. Isabella imagined a little boy training with a stick and noted that there were only 2 ways to join the army. The first way was to train hard and prove one's worth. Then she imagined a diploma and thought that the other way was to receive a diploma letter from an honorary school in the capital. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the city. The girl thought that since the school was established, a large number of outstanding graduates had come out of it and entered the service of the king. A dark silhouette of a man appeared in her imagination as she thought that according to legends, the school's director, Vasily, was over 500 years old, had learned most of the magic spells and had reached the divine level. Then she imagined a large crowd of people and noted that according to rumors, all the teachers of the school could destroy 1,000 armed troops if they united. Frowning sternly, the girl said that she wanted to become a student of the honorary school. Later, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly with tension as she said that it did not matter what she studied, swordsmanship or magic. Sophists listened to her silently when she said that she wanted to become stronger. The hero lowered his gaze tensely and thought that this was probably the only way to return to the demon race. The captain looked at the girl calmly and asked if she was sure of her decision. Zhang was horrified to hear her say that she must take revenge. The captain looked at her suspiciously and asked what that meant. The young man smiled awkwardly and thought that if she blabbed their secret, they would be in better trouble, and then replied that it was true because they wanted revenge. He also stood up from his seat and said that they had been oppressed by the demon race for quite a long time, and there was only one way to get rid of them: train and destroy them. He raised his hands and menacingly added that this was the only way they could save millions of their captives. The captain folded his hands in front of his face and replied that if that was the only reason, he would not allow him to join the school. The man stood up from his seat while the boy was asking why not. Sophists walked away, saying that fighting was not as easy as he thought, so he could just stay in this place and they would find his family. The hero frowned intensely and called out to the captain. He quickly caught up with him and awkwardly said that he actually had another reason. The man, without looking back at him, asked him what he meant. The boy frowned and said loudly that it was obvious that they were weak at the moment, but if they were admitted to an honorable school, they would become stronger and be able to help him. He closed his eyes, imagining the strength of this regent and his father, and then noted that both of them were currently fighting for the sake of the human race, so they also wanted to contribute to this country. Isabella looked at him in surprise and thought that he was acting like a weakling, but he could say a lot of nonsense. The young man also added that this was the only way they could thank the captain for all the good he had done for them. Smiling awkwardly, the hero thought that he had used up all the vocabulary he knew, so he hoped that he had managed to influence him at least a little. The captain looked at him silently. Suddenly, he put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Looking straight into the eyes of the interlocutor, he said that he didn't even think that he was so worried about it. A slight smile appeared on the captain's face. The boy sweated tensely and thought that the captain believed his nonsense, so he was sure that the captain had gone crazy. Suddenly, the girl interrupted his thoughts, turning to the leader of the group. She frowned slightly and said that they were not nobles, nor were they even ordinary citizens, so their only hope of entering the school was with his help. Sophists looked at her and said that he could accept her into the school since she had great potential, and as long as she studied hard, she would be a valuable contribution to the country. Zhang flinched when he said that he was still far from that. Isabella turned to the master and said that the leader had an eye for soldiers, so he would be able to see the boy's potential if he just looked closely. The captain placed his hand on the hero's shoulder again. Looking into his eyes, he said that he would hope that he had the same potential as his cooking. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes, and he thought that he didn't even know how to cook well. After a while, the boys approached the army at the giant gate. The captain looked at them and said that it had been 2 months since the start of the school year, so they could only send them to the students who were lagging behind. The hero smiled widely and asked if this meant that they would be studying swordsmanship and magic. Sophists presented 9 emblems and said that swordsmanship and magic were only 2 of the 9 faculties of the academy. He presented silhouettes of 5 people and said that magic, fencing, close combat, and archery were the main faculties in the school. He added that he should demonstrate his capabilities in front of teachers from all 9 faculties, and after that, the teacher would analyze his strengths and weaknesses and assign him to a suitable faculties. The hero spread his hands in confusion and thought that he could do nothing except play video games and draw, after which he replied that he did not know what to do. The captain came closer to him and told him that the teachers use a special testing method, so the branch itself is essentially testing him. He frowned slightly and added that as long as the hero has enough determination, he can do anything, even if he does not know how. Without turning around, the captain turned to the soldier and said that he will show them how to get to the teachers. The hero looked at the soldier with a smile and said that he was an assistant last time. A moment later, the captain jumped on his horse and the young man turned to him. The guys looked at Sophists and the boy asked if he would like to go with them. The man closed his eyes and replied that he had to pay a visit to His Highness today with his father. Looking into the hero's eyes, he added that if the 2 of them passed the screening test, they would be provided with accommodation at the academy. Zhang was horrified to hear the words that if he did not pass, he would be taken away and returned to the captain's home. He looked back at the girl and the soldier, who were laughing at him between themselves, with an irritated expression. Sure, the hero frowned and looked up at the academy. The boys headed inside, while he was thinking about how this was his first test in this world. A large group of students had gathered at one of the stages. They were sitting on the floor, watching the professor with interest. A golden bird was sleeping in a small cage. The professor said that today he would teach them how to use the fist of the mind. The teacher smiled broadly, looked at the students and said that before learning the fist of the mind, they needed to learn how to use the power of the shadow. Suddenly, one of the boys jumped up from his seat, hearing his name from the professor. He frowned confidently. The professor asked if he wanted to demonstrate to everyone how to do it, and the boy replied that he would. The man threw him a stone. The boy opened his palm and looked at the stone. The old man pointed at the statue behind him and told the boy to hit it with all his might. The boy took a few steps forward and agreed. Frowning sternly, he swung his right hand with incredible force. He delivered a powerful blow to the statue, creating a shockwave behind it. A small pit formed with the impact of his fist. A deep crack ran up the statue. Air calmly exhaled. The boys exclaimed in admiration when they saw his blow. The professor looked at the boy and asked him to open his right hand. The boy opened his palm and the stone crumbled like sand. The man looked at the crowd of students and said that the boy's blow was so strong that he destroyed the stone in his hand. Closing his eyes, the old man also added that if he wanted to master the power of the shadow, He needed to learn to hit without breaking whatever he was holding at the time. The boys began to awkwardly glance at each other, saying that they did not understand how this was even possible. Air approached the professor and asked if he understood correctly that such a thing was impossible. The man did not say a word and opened the cage. He clenched the chick in his fist, which was squeaking loudly. The old man also went to the statue. While the chick was squeaking, the man swung his hand and prepared to attack. He made a quick and powerful lunge. His blow created a powerful shock wave and new cracks appeared. Air covered himself with his hands from the wind. The shock wave began to blow the students from their seats. Dust spread across the stage and the statue crumbled into pieces. Suddenly, the professor's silhouette began to appear in the dust. The man stood with his eyes closed and his fist clenched. He opened his palm, in which sat a living chick. The bird looked back at the professor, not understanding what had happened at all. Suddenly, it flew away, squeaking loudly. The guys watched what was happening in horror. Air asked the old man how he had managed it at all. Suddenly, they looked back, hearing an admiring cry from afar. Xiang smiled widely as he watched the scene and said that the man had destroyed the statue with one blow. The boys went up to the stage and the old man asked why they had come. The soldier smiled awkwardly and greeted the teacher and said that they did not want to interrupt his lesson. He pointed at the boys and said that they were newly arrived students and that he had brought them to give them a test. The students watched the newly arrived boys, discussing that there was a girl there, but she was unlikely to enroll in their class since they did not want to enroll in this course. The students admired Isabella's beauty. The old man approached the hero and called him a newly arrived student, after which he began to quickly nod his head. Frowning sternly, the man rudely asked if the boy had come to learn close combat. Suddenly, he released his aura, not taking his eyes off him. A powerful pressure fell on the soldiers standing next to him. All the students sitting below also felt his pressure. Isabella suddenly looked around, feeling the old man's aura. Air froze, having been subjected to the old man's technique. Suddenly, silence fell in the area. The students were trembling in fear, saying that the teacher had released his terrifying power again, and that he had done so once at the beginning of the year, and they did not understand where he got so much power from. The teacher continued to silently watch the boy. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the girl. She crossed her arms and asked with displeasure if they would go to the magic and fencing teachers. The soldier smiled awkwardly, looking at her. The teacher, with a satisfied expression, remarked that she would be excellent in close combat. Isabella closed her eyes, apologized and said that she only wanted to learn magic or swordsmanship. He also lowered his head and said that he was sorry to hear that. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the hero. Coming closer to the guy, he said that he was probably okay too. The young man smiled nervously, thinking that he did not think that he would be able to continue to stand after such a terrible ability of this old man. The knight put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said with a satisfied look that he seemed to have withstood Mike's terrifying ability. But suddenly he began to fall foaming at the mouth, surprising those around him. The companion turned away from him, folding her arms across her chest and said what a weakling he was. It was bright outside. The hero was lying with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he woke up with a displeased look and inhaled. The guy stood up abruptly and turned to his companion, asking what had happened. The beauty came closer to him and said that everyone had already left and, as usual, insulted him after the question about where everyone was. The fighter folded his arms across his chest and said that he was paralyzed by the teacher's terrifying ability. Pink-eyed looked at him in surprise and, saying that he was very strong, asked how he did it. Then the slicked one clenched his fist with a smile and asked a rhetorical question and said that he used a combat ability that he himself had invented, and he failed the verification test, but he could still teach him. Then the hero scratched his head and said with a smile that he was not used to getting injured, and thought that it was for the best that he failed, and thought that he was an ordinary person, and if he joined them, he would die from grueling training. After that, he came closer and nodded, offering to become friends, to which he asked again in surprise. The reincarnated man extended his hand to him and said that from today on, he would also become a student at the academy. Xiang looked at him with a smile and introduced himself, saying that he was the first friend he had made since enrolling. He smiled slyly and thought that he looked very strong and was sure that he would eventually start making fun of him. They shook hands and Air also introduced himself and said that since he wanted to be friends, it would be better to call him by his first name. When he started to leave, he waved his hand and said that if he was looking for him, he would be at a martial arts lesson, to which the protagonist's companion immediately snorted and said that he had no talent at all, but he knew how to persuade people to become friends. He immediately showed her his fist indignantly and asked what it meant to persuade, because it was just an ordinary friendship. The escort looked at them with concern and said that if they did not want to learn close combat, then it would be better to take fencing and magic lessons. At this time, a spark flashed on the open-air training ground. The buildings began to shake from the roar. The crowd rejoiced and cheered. The lightning blade flashed during the strike. The swordsman and the magician met in a fierce fight. The lover of inflicting physical damage slowed down. The girl riding the sphere flew back. The black-haired one put the blade in front of her and asked her opponent to stop acting so aggressively. She put her staff in front of her and said that Dorona was quite funny. She raised her finger up, creating many fire spheres, and said that her fencing lessons always took up the entire training field, and asked how her students should practice here. The shells immediately flew towards the fencer. Gray-eyed began to dodge all the attacks while doing a somersault. While in flight, she calmly said that she should warn her in advance if she wanted to take the field, and asked why she attacked her. The students watched the parry and the teachers encouraged them. The red-haired son of a nobleman raised his fist up, saying that he already wanted to see something worthwhile. He stretched into a smile and said that it was necessary to show the anger of their class of swordsmen. Suddenly, the magicians pointed at them and reproached them for looking ridiculous when they occupied the entire practice field. One of them stood silently to the side and did not get involved in the conflict. A handsome man quietly read a book to the side. Then the cleaner, sweeping the stones, quietly asked to stop the fight. He said with a calm but dissatisfied face that he had just cleaned here, but it was dirty again. As a result, absolutely no one listened to him, and the battle actively continued. Suddenly, a projectile hit the swordswoman. Her shoulder emitted smoke. She immediately played with new strength and, smiling, said that since she wanted to play so much, she would do it. The girl immediately jumped up, dodging all the projectiles. The magician was about to fire another projectile from a short distance. Suddenly, she created a magic circle, but Dorona vanished into thin air. She immediately appeared behind the enemy. Her sword was surrounded by powerful lightning. The black-haired girl swung the blade and screamed that she had angered her first. The green-eyed girl turned around in alarm and asked again. A huge burst of energy was about to hit the magic shield. The forces collided and created a huge explosion. Suddenly, the remains began to fly apart. The projectile headed towards the cleaner. He continued sweeping with a sad look. The electricity almost reached his head. The hero immediately hurried to him as fast as he could. He pushed off with all his might to jump. At the last moment, he managed to drag the old man along with him. They fell to the ground and slid on their backs a little more. The handsome man with a fringe over his eye suddenly looked up from his reading and looked at them. The two teachers looked at this with alarm and stopped fighting. The protagonist and the gray-haired man sat on the floor and grumbled. Suddenly, the pink-eyed guy looked at him and asked if he was okay. Then the cleaner pointed at him and calmly said that he was fine, and then asked about him. Zhang slowly turned around and looked back, seeing smoke there. He immediately jumped up from his seat and screamed because his butt was burning. The guy with a wild expression on his face looked away and thought that he doubted that he would survive if he was really attacked. And then a blade appeared near his head. The black-haired girl scared him by mentioning that he was not a student at the academy. She frowned, asking if he was spying on them. Then the hero, with tears in his eyes, said that the teacher almost hit the old man cleaning the yard, and he had to, and he thought about how she found out that he did not study at school. Suddenly, the shaggy guy pointed his finger to the side and asked where the guy went. He continued pointing to the floor and said that an old man had been there a minute ago. Suddenly, Dorona was called from the side. A knight with a queen approached him and asked him with embarrassment not to be angry, because he was a friend of Sophus's. She immediately stopped being angry and became embarrassed. The girl immediately jumped up to the attendant with an embarrassed look and asked if he had come too. She began to jump around him with an amorous look, creating even more misunderstanding. But the attendant only said that the leader had gone on business, so he sent him away. Then the swordswoman immediately became upset and left him, asking what he was doing there, and said that he had also brought guests. She looked at those who had come, especially at the hero hiding behind the knight, when the fair-haired man told her that they were new students who had come because they had not yet decided on the faculty they wanted to study at. The swordswoman looked at them with distrust and asked if the leader had approved. Suddenly, the magician flew up and asked if the director had approved. The escort said with slight anxiety that the director had already approved the request. The swordswoman looked at him calmly. Isabella stood with her arms folded under her chest. Something from her beautiful body stood out strongly. The dark-haired girl lowered her eyes and became very embarrassed. Then she turned her gaze to the side again. There she noticed a flat plane on her colleague's body. She immediately became very embarrassed and, closing herself, asked what she wanted from her. The other students began to whisper while looking at them. Then the youngsters came closer and mentioned that the girl looked pretty cute. The red-eyed scary guy immediately said that he did not see anything special. And then the escort suddenly came forward again and said that the first one was called Zhang and the second one. But then the swordswoman interrupted him and, closing her eyes, said that since they were new, they needed to see their strength. The pink-eyed man looked at her with concern and asked again. Dorona threw the sword, sticking it into the ground. She folded her hands on her stomach and asked who would go first. Isabella continued to stand, not paying attention to anyone. Suddenly, the swordswoman turned her attention to her and asked what she was waiting for. Suddenly, Aishi turned away and snorted in displeasure. She immediately jumped off her sphere. Then the girl stretched out her hand in front of her. The transport began to slowly shrink and become smaller. Eventually, it fit into her hand. The green-eyed woman extended the sphere to the queen and offered to take it. Suddenly, the hero turned to the one he was hiding behind. He asked with a smile if this magic ball could evaluate a person's capabilities. But suddenly the knight looked at him in surprise and asked if he knew about the boundary force. The guy scratched his head and pretended that he had lived his whole life with demons and did not know. He kept smiling, thinking that apparently even a child knew this. The armored one proudly folded his arms on his chest and said that he had forgotten that he grew up with demons, and said that in this case, he needed to tell about this force. He imagined the core and channels in different animals and said that all living beings in the world have this force. Then he imagined the structure of a person and said that it is not so easy to use. The guy looked at the protagonist's companion and said that in order to use the boundary force, he needs to allow the body to reach a certain point, which is called the boundary. Then the soldier turned his attention to the ball and said that after a while he will begin to draw the boundary energy from the living. The pink-eyed man looked in that direction with concern and asked what the boundary energy was. Then the interlocutor imagined an analogy with a glass of water and said that the size of the vessel showed how much power could be stored in itself. He folded his arms across his chest and said with a more serious expression that this vessel of water was the boundary energy, and thus power was accumulated, and through training, power increased significantly. The soldier continued to fill Zhang's head and force him to use his brain, saying that magic students, like swordsmen, needed a huge amount of boundary power, and if the vessel was too small, they would not be able to enter either of these two classes and would have to look for another faculty. The fair-haired man turned and, without taking his eyes off, said that demons called it magical power, and they called boundary energy the source of magic. The shaggy man looked down with a little sadness and thought that it turned out that the boundary power was the same as magical power and was a source of energy. The queen picked up the ball and looked at it. The students immediately started pestering her, shouting calls to join the magicians. But the girls from their class did not appreciate it and called them animals. The escort looked in their direction and said that the magic ball was now emitting a weak light, and this meant that Isabella also had an average result and could join the magic class. Xiang asked with a little concern what would happen if the light did not appear. He closed his eyes and said that in that case she would have to give up fencing and magical power. The swordswoman closed her eyes and thought that everything was clear now, and Sophists sent her to study here only because of her large breasts. Then she folded her arms across her chest and said that it was too long and wanted to tell her about her low potential. Suddenly the green-eyed girl immediately looked in her direction and sternly ordered her to shut up. Aishi opened her eyes wide and said that she felt it. The light from the sphere began to become brighter with each passing second. Green rays were already slowly flying out of the device. Dorona was even more surprised and asked again. The knight was also in shock, as was his ward. The guy with the scary face was also quite surprised, as was the crowd behind him. The ancient lowly waved her hand. The sphere immediately rose from the queen's hand and flew away. The ball froze in the air for a second. When the little girl finally got her thing back, she frowned and asked if she had studied magic before, to which she calmly replied that she had studied magic a little, but for some unknown reason, her borderline power had disappeared. Blue-eyed looked at her attentively and thought that she felt great power in her, but she claimed that the boundary energy had disappeared, and then thought that she had not seen anything like this for over 1,000 years. She shook the future student's hand with a confident look and said that she was accepted and that they could start training right away. The mages immediately began to rejoice, greeting the beauty. The swordswoman looked at her colleague and asked if she would change her mind. But the magic teacher looked at her with confidence and said that this child was slightly weaker than Ren. The knight was again dumbfounded, like his protege, and said that Bei was really something, because of her, the sphere was bursting with light, but Xiang thought that in the end she was the queen of demons. He looked with an even more desperate look and thought that she had lost her power, but her potential was still incredible. The swordswoman turned to her colleague and said with a smile that she had received someone special. But then the white-haired one closed her eyes with her eternally dissatisfied expression. She turned around and went to the blade. Then the beauty took hold of the handle. The little mage looked at her in surprise and said that she had already passed her test and asked why she was doing this. Isabella twirled the blade in her hands and said that she had not yet chosen what to study, fencing or magic. Then Dorona took her hand to the side and arrogantly said that she could not study both subjects at once. The running one assessed the weapon and said that she had learned to use a sword from foreigners from the east, she just did not use it often. Suddenly, the guide approached her from behind and anxiously asked why she was doing this, because she had already been praised. but the red-eyed one with a mischievous look said that she wanted to try. The swordswoman crossed her arms over her chest and offered to test her. She looked at the students and asked if they wanted to test her. Suddenly, a creepy half-aristocrat volunteered and asked to let him. He put on a nasty smile and said not to worry, and warned that he would be gentle with her, loudly asking how she would handle his sword. They began to slowly converge and battle. At this point, the hero began to sneer and offered to see how cruel he would really be. Suddenly, the teacher intervened for a moment and reminded that this was just a test. She said with an adequate look that he should not use border force, to which the king's son immediately said that he would not harm a little girl. The protagonist approached his beauty and began to quietly call her. He bulged his nostrils and said to be careful, because this guy looks like a complete pervert. But unfortunately his concern was not appreciated, and the irritated queen decided to drive him away without showing it. Dorona calmly leaned over and offered to begin. The scoundrel immediately jumped up. He raised his blade for a stabbing attack. In turn, Isabella did not even move. The ugly guy looked at her with a nasty smile. He, like an ordinary fool, was interested in the storage of the girl's soul, but she easily parried his attack. Talls missed and slid some more distance. He turned sharply, moving the blade to the side. He managed to instantly perform a somersault. The scoundrel pulled out his blade to attack the shoulder. The red-eyed girl was able to dodge in time. One of the regent's sons landed on his knees. He smiled again with a nasty look and said that it seemed that the lady had several tricks up her sleeve. She looked at him with hostility and snorted, but suddenly something greatly embarrassed her. He managed to cut the strap on the beauty's shoulder. The spectators immediately began to riot and praise him. The guys with loving eyes stared ahead and praised his style. Zhang began to bite his clothes and called people names while he was furious. The red-haired man dropped his hands and left. He immediately rushed forward, sliding his blade along the floor. The bastard put his weapon in front of him to attack, but the blonde was able to dodge the lunge and raise the blade. She tried to deliver a slashing blow to the legs, but he managed to jump. He blocked the attack with his blade in flight. He had to jump back a long distance because of the recoil. The queen immediately rushed to attack. The long-haired man raised his blade and squinted. He tried to deliver a stabbing blow towards her. The sword was deflected with the butt. Isabella, looking serious, quickly slid by. She was able to quickly parry the attack and enter the blind spot. The king's son noticed the blade flying at his back with horror and gritted his teeth. He tried to parry it with his blade and put out his guard. The red-haired man flew back due to the recoil. Suddenly, something made him wildly angry. The beauty raised her blade and was about to strike. The first swing missed. She began to spin in place. Dorona looked at this in surprise and thought that she knew this technique. They began to spin around her axis at lightning speed and deliver multiple blows. He could hardly parry them and, gritting his teeth, spoke in his head and thought that he did not think he could hold out for long. His eyes immediately filled with rage. He grabbed the handle of the sword, filling his body with energy. The swordsman filled the weapon with aura and gained confidence at the same moment. The white-haired woman looked at this in surprise. He gritted his teeth in a wild smile, feeling superior. Isabella could barely parry the attack and defend herself. She looked at him with a displeased expression and tensed up. The hero shouted at her with great anxiety to hit. The villain grinned again. He released a charged attack from the blade at the enemy in the air. The girl was almost hit by the projectile, which moved at an incredible speed. Renz immediately decided to intervene and summoned an ice field. Mana began to accumulate in his hand and released energy. A magic circle appeared right before the released attack. The shield was able to withstand the damage while the guy picked up the beauty. The red-haired man looked at him with displeasure and was surprised by this act. The black-haired man was able to save the queen and tried to create a romantic atmosphere. The ice prince was able to land neatly on the ground. He touched the white-haired girl's hand and asked if she was okay. Suddenly, the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and turned to him. He pushed the suitor away with displeasure and thanked him for saving his wife. Blue Eyes looked at him in surprise and asked again. The crowd looked at them in wild surprise and asked again one after another. Pink Eyes approached his fake wife with concern and asked if she was okay, to which she said that it made no difference since he was acting like a child. The swordsman teacher turned to the escort and asked if the two were really married, to which he agreed. She immediately closed her eyes with a smile and said that it was worth mentioning this at the beginning. The warrior continued to watch her from behind and thought that because of her, sophists did not want to come today. Suddenly, the teacher looked menacingly at the villain and asked if she had told him not to use force. He turned away and without a shadow of shame said that he used it for self-defense. Suddenly, a lowly mage came up to him from behind and said that they were all people here, but his brother would always be stronger. Then she went to the hero and said that he was her student. The girl looked at them with a smile and said that he seemed to have found a suitable opponent for the future. The handsome man closed his eyes and said that he would try his best to become stronger. He immediately bowed and asked to show him the way, for which he was given a disapproving look. Dorona looked at Isabella and said that she seemed to have been taught by Machai. She proudly raised her head and said that this was true. She immediately imagined her teacher on the battlefield, who was popular on the plane, known as the God of Swords. Everyone immediately became scared and noticed this, saying that now it was no wonder that she was so strong. The dark-haired girl looked at them and said that she had once studied with him and asked if he had taught her this. The red-eyed girl made her laugh by saying that the techniques she had used before were much stronger than her teacher's, to which she said that it seemed that she had an eye for such things. She looked at her new student with confidence and announced this. The ugly prince turned away in displeasure while the others rejoiced. Suddenly, the mages were busy with their own affairs with a detached look and mentioned that she had not yet chosen the class she was going to enter. The protagonist moved closer to his fake wife with a sly smile and said that she said that he was sucking up to him. But apparently she also had this skill, to which she said that she was telling the truth, but she was not that good yet compared to her form. Suddenly the queen looked away and said that in her opinion she was very strong. Suddenly Aishi approached her colleague, mentioning that she was her student. Then the swordswoman proudly raised her head and said that the white-haired girl's fencing skills were clearly better than her magic skills and that if she were to enter another class, she could lose her potential. While two monsters were arguing in the background, Isabella folded her arms across her chest and said that everything depended on the choice. She turned away and said that she also had doubts. Then the two teachers met in a new competition and were about to fight again. The hero immediately decided to intervene and asked with a sparkle in his eyes about his test. The magician looked at him and asked again. The guy enthusiastically said that he also wanted to take the test. Aishi picked up the sphere and agreed. Shaggy began to carefully catch the bead. He was able to take it in his hands and thought with a smile that this was magic. Sweat from anxiety appeared on his face and Xiang thought that he had worked all his life just for this moment. He stroked the ball and thought that perhaps in this magic-obsessed world he could become a peacemaker and asked to blind everyone with his light. But the artifact only dimly shone from the sun. The crowd watched him closely, wondering if he was as strong as the girl. 3 minutes later, the students were looking tired and were complaining and asking if there was even a little light. The hero was anxiously waiting for a miracle while chatter was heard in the background. He began to worry even more and wondered why nothing was happening. Then Red-Eyed began to mock him angrily, saying that he was just another useless person. Then the blonde waved her finger, taking the sphere, and said that it was clear from the beginning that he was like a useless log. She looked away and said that she had tested him and that he could be content with failure. He looked at her anxiously, asking what a useless log was, to which the guide said that these were logs that were produced in the south from a special tree that was not suitable for building houses and making fire, which is why they called him that. The pink-haired man stared blankly in horror as he was insulted from the sidelines and realized that he could not learn either magic or fencing. Then the knight looked at him from behind with concern and was about to say something. The hatter looked at him and said indifferently that if he did not have the marginal power, he would not be able to create magic. Verona folded her arms and humiliated him even more by saying that he could learn fencing, but he would never be able to defeat a person using the marginal power. He was surrounded by condemnation and rejection. The queen finally looked at him when he asked if there was another way. Talls turned away arrogantly and asked about something he did not understand. He turned to him and made a strange face that looked like a smile and said that they had already told him that he was simply useless, and if he continued like this, he would also turn out to be a dumbass. Xiang was completely defeated when he was driven from all sides and insulted. He looked ahead calmly and said what he now understood. He remembered the words of Sophists who assumed that he had potential and fist mastery. He looked ahead with a dull look and anxiously imitating a smile said that the leader knew about his uselessness. Suddenly, his fake wife moved from her place and attracted someone else's attention. She frowned menacingly and said that she would try to show him who the real trash is here. The red-haired man looked at her in horror and asked if she wanted to fight again. The protagonist lowered his head down with a smile and remained silent. He slowly placed his hand on the queen's thigh. The guy pulled her close and asked her what if his skills were useless and said that his wife was the best and would always stand up for him. Pink-eyed looked at her with confidence and asked if it was true, but she, embarrassed, made him take his hands away, asking him to stop. He looked at the escort and suggested going to see his abilities and other faculties. Shaggy looked at Isabella and asked why she shouldn't stay here, because the main thing is that she studies hard and it doesn't matter if it's magic or fencing. He turned to her and said that she can achieve anything she wants. Then the professors looked at each other and again began to argue about who would get the student. Xiang left the scene of the battle between the two women. At this time, the white-haired one looked after him without disgust. Peace and quiet reigned over the academy. Magicians flew on brooms right above the heads of people. Shaggy turned to the side and addressed his knight. He looked at him in response when he heard the words that he could not use the border force. He immediately folded his arms across his chest and asked if this meant that he would not be able to enter this school. Then the armored one lowered his head with regret and said that it did not matter which faculty he chose, because it was only important how well you matched it. He came closer and said that he could choose not only combat electives. Pink-eyed frowned in thought and wondered if he would have to become a cook. The armored man stepped forward a little and warned of his arrival. Zhang looked ahead with confusion and asked what faculty it was. Entering the classroom, he noticed many people sitting with tablets and learned that it was blacksmithing. The whole crowd gathered around one blade. Shaggy looked at them in surprise and wondered if they were drawing something. In front of them was a blade with a green guard. Then he saw what was on their sheets and thought that their schemes were terrible. Mick came closer and looked at someone else's work in surprise. The guy with glasses had a disgusting crooked drawing. Pink-eyed grimaced and said that it looked ugly. Green-haired immediately turned around and asked again. Everyone looked at him with disdain and the hero said hello. Black-browed looked at him and asked what faculty he was from and why he was bothering them. Then Shaggy put his hands in front of himself and said that he was a new student, to which he was scolded again. He immediately bowed several times and apologized. After Zhang leaned over to his escort and asked why blacksmiths were learning to draw, and asked if they were going to forge metal and grind knives, to which they said they had no idea. Then someone called out to them from behind and said that apparently he had no knowledge at all. The protagonist turned around in surprise. A stately man with a mustache was standing there. Martin came in to see the guys and one of the young men greeted him. He passed by them and told them to continue drawing, and one of the students thought that he was huge. The bald man looked away and asked if he didn't know that their blacksmithing department could create anything. Zhang looked at him in confusion and couldn't say anything. The escort looked at the teacher and said that when he was little, he was captured by demons. So many human things were incomprehensible to him. The teacher closed his eyes and said what he understood. He looked at the guys and offered to show how blacksmiths work for people. The man turned around and walked in the opposite direction from the young men. He climbed up the hill. Martin took something out from behind his back. He was holding a small pen in his hands. He opened his palm and examined it. It had increased in size. Zhang looked at what was happening in surprise and asked if this was also magic. The teacher squeezed the pen in the handle like a sword. Its tip touched the floor and the bald man began to draw something. The silhouette of a sword began to appear on it. The teacher looked at the creation and shouted a spell. Magic began to spread from the tip of the pen. It ran along the entire silhouette. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. A sword began to appear on the floor. It lay and reflected the light from the blade. The cold weapon soared up in front of Martin. He took it by the handle. Holding a large pen and a drawn sword in his hands, the bald man said that this is how people create works of art. The protagonist was shocked and thought that it was a magic pen and wondered if it could draw anything. The man jumped forward and confirmed what he had said. He stood in front of Zhang and the attendant and said that as long as he had enough gold crystal alloy, the pen could draw anything. The teacher handed the sword to the protagonist and he asked him if he used magic, to which he replied that he did not and that blacksmithing was not a magic class. The protagonist took the sword in his hands and thought that if he could create a sword out of thin air, would he be able to create a gun? Mick opened his eyes wide and asked the interlocutor if the gold crystal alloy was magic. Martin smiled and said that the crystal contained magic and that even children used them. He looked at how his pen folded and said that there were different types of crystal alloys. The bald man did not take his eyes off her and told her that his first feather contained a special type of crystal. He noticed the crystal that was on his pen and that could create objects out of thin air. Zhang looked at the guys around him and told the teacher that in that case, the pen was omnipotent. The teacher looked at him in surprise when he asked if it was possible to summon the border force with it. He opened his mouth wide and laughed and said that he could only dream of it. Moto butted in and asked him with displeasure what he was talking about. Martin stood in front of the escort and the hero. The guys around him were whispering about the border force and how they wouldn't be able to forge weapons like them and asked what was so special about that force. A knight stood behind the protagonist and whispered to him that he shouldn't mention that force in places like that anymore. He leaned towards Mick and whispered that basically, because most of the people here are useless logs. Zhang looked at him and said with a flash of inspiration that it was wonderful. He fell to his knees. Hugging Martin's legs, he begged him to take him as his student. The confused teacher asked him what was wrong with him. He was surprised and asked if he wanted to learn to be a blacksmith. The guy looked at the teacher with eyes shining with joy and said that he was also a useless log. Everyone who was standing in the hall was stunned by what he heard. Zhang took a canvas in his hands and opened his eyes wide. He carefully drew a girl with a pencil. She reminded the students of the fencing teacher. Moto was surprised and said that he was good. The hero approached the teacher and said that he had graduated. Martin looked at him and said that he was really good and that his skills exceeded the minimum threshold for admission to the class. The protagonist was approached by an attendant who said that he did not expect him to be good at drawing and that he had even crossed the threshold for joining, to which he received the answer that it was nonsense. Mick frowned and said with a serious expression that he could do nothing but draw. The bald man put his hands behind his back and said that learning a craft was not considered important compared to other faculties, but people who succeeded in this business were in high demand. The guy happily looked ahead, thought that the ability to draw in this world was considered a blessing, and said that he thought that crafting also played an important role, like other faculties. Zhang stood in the crowd and said that creating items using ordinary drawing sounded really cool. Behind him stood Moto, who said that there were several rules and guidelines regarding blacksmithing. He raised his finger and said that he would have to learn all 3 rules while he was studying, and said that the first rule was that the business was meant to support living beings on the plane. The second rule was that you can't steal materials for your creation, and the third was that a blacksmith can only create inanimate objects. The hero looked back and thought that given these rules, he assumed that the teacher was pretty kind. He smiled widely and realized that he wouldn't regret his choice with him. The protagonist fell to his knees. Sitting behind Martin, he asked him to accept him. The bald man looked at the knight, who said that Mick was a friend of the leader of the White Dragon group, and that if he took him, their leader would be very grateful. Moto watched what was happening and said that he was good at art and that he had support from his loved ones. The teacher closed his eyes and said that there was no need for that. He took Zhang by the shoulders and said that he could not let such a talented boy go. The teacher took a feather from his belt and said that he would be his student from that day on. He showed him the introductory feather that all students used. The bald man handed the feather of the spiritual crystal to the boy, asking him to take care of it. The hero looked at the feather with admiration and thought that it looked magical. The sun was shining on the royal palace. A boy was sitting on the throne, and a man in a cloak stood in front of him. The monarch looked at the guest tensely. The man raised his head and addressed his majesty. Torst knitted his brows, insisting that there was no need to wait any longer and that they should inform him of their next steps. At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing 2 silhouettes, and the king was called out. Guro and Sophices appeared on the threshold. The boy smiled slightly, happy for the help that had arrived. The long-haired man came closer and said that he heard that the regent wanted to execute the Minister of Agriculture and the leader of the Grey Dragon group. The blonde man turned to Torst and asked why he had suggested such a ridiculous idea. The man closed his eyes and replied that he had sent a group of scouts to gather information regarding rumors that the people of the walls were conducting illegal transactions. He frowned and imagined the image of the man in his mind, adding that it seemed that the Minister of Agriculture had become friends with the creatures from the east. The regent visualized the knights and the lizard in the desert, saying that the leader of the Grey Dragon group was also sending them food for their army. The noble stood in front of the king, and the red-haired man said that the fact was that the unauthorized transfer of military food to the enemy deserved 100 years of imprisonment. Guro frowned and retorted that the east had recently suffered greatly due to drought, and they were going to help them in order to create peace between the 2 nations. The man made a gesture with his hand and added that if they gave them food, they would not only be helping them in their time of need, but would also be forming goodwill between the 2 nations in the process. The boy frowned and looked thoughtfully at his subordinate. Torst narrowed his eyes and asked discontentedly why the east, overrun with stupid creatures, would want peace between them. He looked at the king and exclaimed that the worst thing was that no one had warned his majesty in advance. Guro looked at his colleague and said that they had no time to tell him anything, because lives were at stake, and if they had waited an extra day, countless people could have died. The red-haired man closed his eyes and replied that, in any case, these creatures had always been beneath them, which outraged the interlocutor. The king looked sympathetically at the old man, who tried to tell him something. Torst closed his eyes and declared that it was too late. He looked forward with determination and ordered the prisoners to be brought here. A chain clanged across the floor. Several people entered the hall. Sato was in the center, and 2 beastmen walked on either side in chains. The brunette crossed his arms and grinned as he informed the king that they had captured the prisoners while they were receiving goods from their own army. Guro's eyes widened in shock as he recognized them. The scarred lizard was none other than the sword master Makia, and next to him was the commanding General Baru. They both bowed and greeted the regent. The blonde frowned and asked why they were suddenly doing such a thing. Torst chuckled and ordered them to open the boxes. The prisoners opened the boxes they were holding. In one box lay a bloody man's head. However, the second box also contained the same thing. The young king and Guro's eyes widened in shock and shuddered. Sophices frowned as he looked at this. His majesty leaned forward and asked why the regent did such a thing. The red-haired man looked at the young man and replied that he understood perfectly well that he was a kind-hearted man. The man smiled and asked for permission for people like himself to do his majesty's dirty work. Sato grinned, standing behind the regent, who was saying that the Grey Dragon's crew would be transferred to the Brunett's command. And in a week, under his command, the Black Dragon's crew would attack the eastern tribes along with the Grey Dragon's crew and destroy them. Makia and Baru jerked forward, outraged by such a statement. The lizardman looked at the red-haired man and reminded him that he had said that he only needed him and the commanding general. Sato turned and glared as the prisoner exclaimed that a man could help his people. The Brunette clutched the chain in his hand. He crouched to the ground and pulled it, causing the beastman to gasp. Torst grinned and, without turning to look at the suffering prisoner, replied that he had said nothing of the sort, so he could ask for mercy from His Majesty. Baru crossed his arms and, closing his eyes, advised Makia to forget about it. The commander frowned and said that he had already said that humans were the most treacherous creatures of all on the plane, and their evil hearts were mired in darkness. Giro turned to Baru, clenching his fist. He frowned and thought that he had not even expected things to be this bad. He turned to the king and advised him to stop right now and not to create unnecessary tension between the other races. The boy looked at him in confusion and hesitated. Sato bared his teeth and laughed. The brunette released the chain from his hand. Makia's eyes widened and he flinched. He lowered his hands and realized that he could move again. His yellow eyes flashed, and the master thought that his borderline power was returning. Sato shook his head and exclaimed that the prisoners had been released from their chains and needed to be captured immediately. Makia turned around and gritted his teeth in displeasure. The lizardman frowned and exclaimed that they had the gall to declare war on his people. He pushed himself off the floor and shouted that their king must pay for this. The warrior was rapidly approaching the throne. Makia towered over the monarch and raised his hand, concentrating energy in it. His blow was met by a sword. Sophists stood in front of His Majesty, parrying the attack. The boy frowned and asked not to show disrespect towards the king. The lizardman jumped back, shouting the knight's name. The warrior braced his feet on the floor. The next moment, he pierced the sword master with his blade. The blonde looked down and declared that the opponent was not worthy of the title of sword master if he died from his. Sophists narrowed his eyes and asked to be allowed to take him to eternal sleep. The lizard lowered its head onto his shoulder, and blood flowed from its mouth. Sato ran up to the monarch and asked if he was okay. The brunette bared his teeth and cut off Makia's head with a sharp movement. The boy trembled on the throne, and tears stood in his eyes. Giro stood at the foot of the stairs, holding back his trembling. He clenched his teeth and guessed that this was all part of their plan. The red-haired man only closed his eyes and grinned. He stretched his lips in a sly grin. Clouds floated over the city. The protagonist walked down the street, accompanied by a knight. Suddenly, the guy stopped and looked to the side in surprise. In front of him was a glowing passage in which people disappeared, and he realized that he had seen similar portals in video games. A woman came out of space with a smile. Xiang looked at her and turned to his companion. The guy looked at the passage and asked where it led. The knight crossed his arms and said that these portals move students from the academy to their dorms, because due to the constant increase in the number of students, they have dorms located far from the school, and this portal can take them to the northern dorm. The two of them stood in front of the passage, and the guy added that the eastern dorm was a little better in terms of equipment, so its rent was more expensive. But recently, due to recent events, the security in the northern dorm became insufficient, and the prices for accommodation began to fall. The hero frowned and concluded that this was a rich area, and there was a poor one. The interlocutor looked at him and said that he would have to live on campus if he wanted to continue studying at this school. Xiang sweated, remembering Sophists, and decided that he was, of course, a good guy, but sometimes he looked at him strangely, so he had no desire to return to him. The brown-haired man turned to the guide and asked him to thank the blonde from him, and then go back himself. The knight put his hand in his pocket and noted that the leader of the group had already arranged everything for him. He handed the guy a key with a sign. The hero took it and asked what it was for. The interlocutor smiled and explained that the leader of the group asked to take Xiang back if he did not want to live here, but if he decided to stay, then arrange for accommodation. The warrior smiled and said that the key to the room in the eastern dormitory. The protagonist grinned and thought that Sophists was a good guy, so if he got to the territory of demons, he would try his best to find his younger brother. The sun was shining brightly above the palace. Giro and Sophists were walking along the corridor. The guy looked at his father and asked if he thought His Majesty would listen to them. The man frowned and said that the Minister of Agriculture and the leader of the Grey Dragon team were his best men. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that if the monarch wanted to eliminate his best men, he would dig up the entire plain, but he would prove him wrong, and he would not let him leave so easily. Knights stood in front of the entrance to the room. One of them looked at the nobles and greeted the leader. Sophists stepped forward and asked to tell His Majesty that Giro wanted to discuss something with him. The guard bowed and replied that the monarch knew he would come, so he asked him to wait for him inside. The old man frowned and concluded that he and His Majesty were thinking about the same thing. His son turned his gaze to the knight, who shuddered. He looked carefully at the blonde and said that the king had ordered that only he and Mr. Giro be in the room. Sophists looked closely at his interlocutor and asked if this was really what His Majesty wanted. He bowed and hurried to answer in the affirmative. The father went inside and asked Sophists to wait for him here. The boy frowned but said nothing, so Giro entered the room alone. He stopped inside and called out to His Majesty. The man winced as he looked closer. The old man frowned and noted that he was not there. Giro's eyes widened as he heard Torst's voice behind him, saying that he had arranged for the monarch to take riding and archery lessons, so he would be staying late. The blonde turned to the regent. The red-haired man grinned and hoped that what had happened today had not frightened him too much. Guro frowned and sweated, but said nothing. The sky above the palace was painted in the colors of the sunset. A lantern burned on the wall. The light of the candle reflected on the helmets of the guards. Sophocles was still standing in the corridor, waiting for his father. The boy crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he shuddered, feeling someone's presence behind him. The blonde turned around abruptly and frowned. Sato looked at the warrior, adjusting his cloak. Sophocles looked at him and asked why he was there. The brunette grinned and noted that the other man always led his white dragon team into battle on his own. He glared and added that he doubted that the other man understood that the White Dragon team must strictly obey his majesty. Sophocles frowned and asked what was so strange about who was leading it, since this squad was called upon to protect the king no matter what happened. Sato smiled and noted that his majesty was still very young, so the leader of the White Dragons, naturally, should obey the regent. The other man frowned, but said nothing. The blonde's eyes immediately widened. He turned his gaze towards the meeting room. The guards were still standing at the entrance. They did not move from their place. Sophocles narrowed his eyes and cursed mentally. The guy clenched his fist. The knight flinched when the other man spoke up. The brunette grinned and said that the boy was risking his life if he wanted to go in there. Sophocles turned to him and asked if they were really going to kill his father. Sato covered his face with his hand, his eye flashing, and laughed. His body shook with laughter. The brunette raised an eyebrow and asked what of it. He threw his head back and exclaimed that the regent was controlling their every move. The blonde grabbed the hilt of his sword. Sato grinned when he put the blade to his throat and asked why they needed to kill him today. Sophocles narrowed his eyes and asked what they were going to do with Guro. The other man smirked and reminded him that at the moment the old man was just his father, and the boy had no power over anyone. The brunette stood with a sword to his throat and said that Sophocles really had the potential to become a hero, but even being such a friendly commander, it was unclear where all that contempt came from. The blonde man's eyes flashed and he exclaimed that Sato had the courage to attack his father, so he did not deserve forgiveness and would have to part with his life. The interlocutor only turned away and calmed his opponent down, explaining that the regent only wanted to show Guro his real position in the capital. The guy frowned and asked again. The brunette closed his eyes and snorted. He turned around and advised the knight to just leave it and rest, because his father would be fine. The man suddenly stopped. Sato grinned ominously and said that he would be happy to watch the guy's efforts if he really wanted to kill him. Sophocles frowned and said nothing. In the desert there was a castle. It was a western dormitory, in the windows of which lights were burning. The protagonist approached one of the doors, thinking that the campus looked simply wonderful. The young man smiled tiredly, remembering the decrepit dormitory at his previous school. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The guy entered the room where someone was already. Suddenly, his cheeks turned red when he turned around. A girl in a short dress was standing with her back to him. Xiang covered his eyes with his hands and asked her what she forgot in his room. The blonde calmly closed her eyes, not giving an answer. The young man removed his hands from his face and asked why Isabella had not hit him yet. The interlocutor did not turn around, only answering that he had already seen too much. The brown-haired man smiled, remembering the knight escorting him, and guessed that the guy had planned to place them together from the very beginning. The blonde sat on the bed, crossing her arms, and said that she did not understand the intentions of these people, but they took good care of them. She looked at the bag of gold on the table and noted that everything they needed was already prepared. The hero picked up a coin and muttered that he didn't know how much they could buy for one gold piece, and the girl guessed that it was enough to buy some food. Xiang looked at her and asked why they didn't just run away since they were already outside the central square. The other girl furrowed her brows and countered that the academy was keeping a close eye on its students, and their disappearance would definitely be noticed. She imagined a sphere around the castle and remembered that the magic teacher had told them that the eastern and northern campuses were surrounded by a forceful magic field. The girl visualized a person hitting an invisible wall and explained that the force field was like impenetrable glass, and even the magic teacher would not be able to get through the protection. Images of people appeared in her head, and she explained that the protective field was set up to protect the students, but it also meant that they would not be able to leave here. The guy looked at her and asked what their plan was, to which he received the answer that Isabella's powers had completely disappeared, and she would stay here until she became stronger. The blonde looked down gloomily and said that the demon clan chooses a leader who is stronger than themselves, so if she can't restore at least some of her strength, she won't return. The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that no one would accept such a weakling as their leader. The protagonist looked closely at his interlocutor and noted that this sounded quite cruel. The guy closed his eyes and added that she shouldn't worry because she has him. Xiang smiled decisively and said that he would return her home, destroy the traitor, and she would become the leader again. The blonde looked at him in bewilderment. The young man raised a magic feather above his head and exclaimed that he had found the perfect faculty for himself, blacksmithing. The brown-haired man turned around and said that he would become omnipotent if he diligently practiced blacksmithing. Isabella looked up and asked again. The guy lowered his hand and asked the girl what she had chosen, magic or fencing. The blonde looked at her interlocutor and replied that she would have to build up her powers again, so she would be studying both for some time. The girl frowned and added that both teachers had accepted her decision. The hero plopped down on the bed, folding his hands under his head, and concluded that his companion was now a swordsman magician. Isabella turned around and asked how he had come up with such nonsense. The young man grinned and objected that everything was correct because this was someone who used magic and a sword at the same time. The interlocutor looked at him carefully and agreed that it sounded quite curious. She frowned and hummed thoughtfully. The girls frowned and indignantly asked what he had forgotten on her bed. The guy smiled sweetly and replied that he was here because they were married after all. The demoness's cheeks turned red. She glanced at the protagonist and said that it was all because he called her his wife in front of everyone. His eyes widened in surprise, mentally noting that she was aggressive and cold most of the time, but she was really cute when she was shy. Zhang turned away from her and replied that he was only saying that so that none of those guys would bother her, because she attracted a lot of attention. He smiled while Isabella sat down on the bed and thanked her for that, and he asked her not to worry because they were, after all, married. Suddenly seeing a blade in front of him, the guy indignantly asked if she really wanted to kill her husband. The girl looked at him with an angry look, demanding that he go away. Gritting his teeth, the brown-haired man stood up and muttered that he would die even if he tried to hide from her. He took a shit on the floor. The protagonist looked at his pen, mentally noting that this thing would make everything he drew come true. He smirked, wondering what limitations there were to creating objects. The sun began to break through into the room. The stairs opened their eyes. She dimly saw the girl's silhouette. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Isabella grabbed her weapon. Pointing it at the woman, she asked who she was. Looking at her with a dim gaze, the girl indignantly asked why she was in her bedroom. Suddenly, she saw a stone in front of her. The demoness began to look around, puzzled. In front of her was her own chamber statue. The white-haired one frowned, wondering where it came from. She looked to the side. There were many stone sculptures. Isabella stood among them. Looking at the various objects, she realized that this must be the work of that idiot. She continued to look around. The girl opened her mouth in confusion and wondered why they were so strangely shaped. She covered her face with her hand, thinking that she must have overworked herself yesterday, and he must have made a lot of noise without her even waking up. The demoness touched the door handle. When she reached the stairs, she heard surprised voices. On the ground floor, there was a sculpture of a car. Isabella looked at it with surprise in her eyes, while everyone else asked what it was and why it was so strange. Suddenly, she saw a huge stone robot to the side. The girl froze. Looking at it with shocked eyes, she mentally noted that she would deal with it when he returned home. The sun was shining on the castle and the city. Many people had gathered in the square. The man raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked why Zhang had not come yet, since so much time had passed. Moto smiled awkwardly and suggested repeating and calling him. The teacher opened his book and said that this was not necessary, and then suggested that they begin the lesson. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard in one of the alleys, apologizing for being late. There was a bell by the handle. Wooden wheels were rolling along the ground. The brown-haired man was riding a bicycle. He rode past the crowd. Everyone looked at him with surprised faces. When he stopped, the student asked him what it was. Moto opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if it was some new, expensive children's toy. The protagonist smiled nervously, wondering how he was supposed to explain it to them. Keeping his hands on the handlebars, he replied that it was his new invention, which was called a bicycle, and it could also be called a pedal bike. The man arched one eyebrow and began to say that before he had only ridden a horse-drawn carriage and a dwarf steam engine. He touched the bicycle. Holding the handle and saddle, the teacher noted that, however, for the first time he saw transport powered by human power. The guy turned his gaze to the others, hearing voices. The students looked at him with excited eyes, asking him to let them try riding. The protagonist gave them a thumbs up, giving his consent. Martin climbed on the bike. He smiled sweetly and said that he could not hold on. Moto smiled back, saying that everything was fine and they could wait. The man sat on the bike, asking his student how he controlled it. Zhang touched his hand and offered to hold it so that he could keep his balance. The teacher began to sway from side to side when the guy told him to put his feet on the pedals and move forward. Holding him, he asked him to slowly press the left pedal first and then the right one. Martin began to fall to the side. Sweating, he was shaking, saying that his student was simply amazing because this thing was very difficult to control. The protagonist looked at him from the mats and said that it was difficult only at first, but when he got the hang of it, he looked like he could ride a sword with ease. Martin spun one carrion while he said to use a little more force and gradually accelerate, and find balance. Then he spun the second pedal, and Xiang said it was easy. When he let go of the man asked him what he was doing, to which he replied that he did not need to worry, but found it was better to learn from experience. The other guys looked at him with admiring glances and encouraged him. The teacher himself rode along the road. After riding a decent distance, he said that he thought he had already learned to control it, and now he was moving continuously. The guy smiled through tears, saying that he was very proud of it. Moto came up to him and said that the bicycle was a great thing, and this invention would probably help many future generations. The main character smiled smugly, mentally noting that they just need to wait until he invents an internal combustion engine and becomes the most famous person in this world. A dark smile appeared on his face when suddenly Martin asked him how to stop this thing. Xiang's dark face broke out in sweat when he realized that he forgot to draw the brakes, and then he screamed, telling them to just stop pedaling. While the birds were sitting cutely on the branch, the man asked him to repeat it. The loud sound made the birds jump. The teacher wiped his lol with a cloth, apologizing and saying that he played too much and this is the result. The students became gloomy, saying that it was all because of him. They sat in front of the broken bike, muttering that such a beautiful invention of the yard was destroyed. The guy smiled widely and asked them not to worry, because he could draw another one, and it would be even better than the first one. Everyone looked at him with an enthusiastic look and asked if it was true, and Martin began asking him to draw it right now. The protagonist smiled nervously, answering that he couldn't draw it right now. He took out his pen, saying that he had already used up all the gold alloy stone. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise, indignantly asking if he had really used up all the stone in one evening. Moto smiled nervously, muttering that this stone was enough to build a whole house. Xiang pointed his finger and let out a nervous laugh, saying that he had been experimenting with the pen last night. As he recalled how he had moved the pen, he thought that of course he couldn't tell them what exactly he had been drawing. Last night, the guy had smiled contentedly, thinking about how the pen worked with the power of thought, and the material could be transformed into anything. All he had to do was imagine it in his mind. With a wide smile on his face, he mentally noted that he only had to draw a sketch of what he wanted. As he imagined the various inventions, the protagonist wondered what this world would look like if he transferred the inventions from his world here. A drop of sweat trickled down his smiling face. Sweat? He mentally noted that, however, the teacher said that to create items without any material, a higher level, golden alloy stone, is needed. Looking at the blue light under the pen, Xiang thought that with the initial level of stone, to create items, the same amount of material from the world is needed. The outline of a phone began to emerge, and this was what he first drew. When the object began to rise, he realized that, however, the phone he created was impossible to use. The object was chained to a piece of stone. Looking at all this, the tall guy noted that this was all because he did not know the mechanisms of the phone well. He grimaced in displeasure, thinking that he would never be able to create a working phone. Looking at the many inventions in front of him, the protagonist mentally noted that the same thing happened with the TV, refrigerator, car, and none of them were usable. He ran his hand through his hair, thinking that he also didn't have the right material to create these objects. Now he smiled awkwardly as the man noted that he had drawn a lot of experimental works. Moto ran up to him and asked excitedly what kind of things had he drawn. Forcing a smile on his face, Xiang asked not to ask, because they had all failed. They moved to the blacksmithing room. A group of people gathered together. In the arena, a video portrait of a blonde man. The man walked up to it and reached out. He opened the case. From there, he took out a small stone. The teacher inserted it into the pen. He turned to his students and said that they were almost out of stone. Martin handed the pen to the guy and asked him to use it sparingly. The brown-haired man looked at the object with a smile, thinking that now he could continue his experiments. Turning to the others, the man said that he asked them to practice drawing more because in this way they would improve their craft. He looked at the students, saying that today he would tell them the difference between the various gold alloys of the stone and how they were used. Two guys started grabbing the protagonist, asking him to sit down, because the teacher began his lecture. Martin grabbed the handle of the case. He put it on the table. Then he pressed the button. The lid of the case opened. Then the second tier opened. Then the third one appeared. Thus, the box opened. The man held onto the case, asking if they knew why they began to put the stone and feathers when using them in blacksmithing. Moto raised his hand and answered that because the power of the stone is so great that it is difficult for a subject to control in its usual form. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that it was harmful to the user. The teacher smiled and said that this was the correct answer. He closed his eyes, noted that 2 decades ago he had come to see the settlement of gnomes who had improved his creations. He imagined dark silhouettes. Remembering the golden hammer, Martin began to say that back then, they had already embedded the stone into the hammer and used it as a forging tool, and the objects forged with it were beautiful and durable. But using the hammer was difficult. Looking at the students, he said that later he began to think about how to place stones into small tools. Closing his eyes, the man noted that after a long search, he he found an excellent way to control the powers of the stone. The guy, along with the others, listened attentively to his words about the creation of objects by drawing them. Surprised, his eyes widened. The protagonist wondered if this was the origin of blacksmithing and why it seemed to him that something was missing. He raised his hand and asked where the golden rumor of the stone came from. The teacher looked at him and replied that here, the stone is mined on the eastern border of the capital, and all the stone they use is from here. Moto waved his hand and told him that he heard that the stone is mined in the place where the golden dragon lives. The protagonist clenched his fist as he heard that this particular dragon was a more dangerous creature than the others. His eyes widened, wondering if it meant that if they killed the dragon, they could get a lot of stone. Looking at the students, Martin said that this is why His Majesty ordered the Purple Dragon team to gather materials. He looked down, noting that they were in charge of collecting the stone and refining it, then selling it for military funding. The man opened a glass lens. He took out a sparkling stone and said that this stone was worth about 10 gold coins. Moto opened his mouth in surprise and said that it was very expensive, and the other guy noted that it meant that they carried 10 gold coins with them every day. The protagonist put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and asked what could be gotten from 1 gold coin. He smiled nervously when the guy told him that 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and Sang noted that he was not talking about that at all. The brown-haired man smiled and asked how much food he could buy with a gold coin, and how many people could eat it. Moto looked at him and said that 1 gold coin was enough for 50 bags of food. 1 bag would last an adult for a whole month. The protagonist drew his eyebrows together, noting that 1 gold coin was equal to 50 bags of provisions, and that was enough to feed 50 people for an entire month. His face frowned. He turned into a statue when Moto told him that this meant that he spent the monthly cost of rations for 500 people in one night. The man held a stone between his fingers and said that these crystal stones had descended from the level of gold alloy stone. Showing 2 other crystals on the stand, he noted that the crystal stones are the lowest level of all. A mid-level stone costs 50 gold coins apiece. Looking at the many stones, the teacher said that these stones are made up of 3 lower-level stones connected together, and magic connects them, and the power of the stone increases threefold. He smiled sweetly, adding that the only benefit is that they act much more effectively than the lower-level stones, and their additional property is that they are valued at a higher rate. Martin turned his head and said that, however, this additional property is useless to them. He looked at the stones under the glass and said that here is a gold alloy of the highest level stone. The students looked at them with surprised eyes, saying that they must be very expensive. The man pointed to the crystals, noting that, from time to time, they try to find the highest level stones. A sea green stone called the Aqua Magic Stone, its cost is 100 gold coins. The students' faces turned white. While showing various stones, the teacher said that the Aqua Magic Stone has the properties of water and wood. You can take any piece of wood and turn it into premium wood, and it is usually used to repair wooden objects. The purple stone is called the Purple Thunder Stone. It contains particles of electricity, and thanks to the impulses, this stone can compress objects. It is also used to calibrate unsynchronized objects. The cost of this stone is 300 gold coins, and the red stone is called the Fire Crystal Stone. Its elements are fire and metal. It turns material into metal and strengthens existing metals. The cost of this stone is 500 gold coins. The teacher smiled nervously when his students said that they had never seen so much money in one place in their lives and asked if he was really that rich. With a smile on his face, he said that such expensive stones are very rarely used. Looking at the boys, Martin said that rich magicians put these 3 stones on the end of their staff and use them as a replacement for their magic when it is depleted. Fire Crystal Stone causes fireballs, Purple Thunder causes thunderstorms, Aqua Magic Stone can cause storms. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, mentally noting that even if someone doesn't have the borderline power, they can still use magic with these stones. The man took out a pen and said that he would now tell everyone about the pale moonstone that was in his pen. He smiled sweetly and noted that it was considered the rarest stone in all of humanity, and he was the only one who had one. The students, their mouths wide open in shock, said that it was probably worth at least 100,000 gold coins. The protagonist frowned, mentally noting that this stone didn't need any material to create. It was enough to just draw it. Looking at it with a confident gaze, he thought that if he got the same stone. Zhang imagined falling petals. Imagining himself on the throne, with Isabella feeding him grapes, he thought that he would most likely be able to gain power in the entire world. Introducing the long-haired silhouette, the man began to tell that when he was young, he learned a craft from the dwarves. The blonde walked among the people, noting that the tribe was very closed. The clones lined up in front of the stranger because they were not inclined to communicate with other peoples. After a while, the leader put his hand on his head because they saw in him a desire for knowledge and accepted him as one of their students. There, the man was able to make friends with the dwarves. After a while, the 2 of them invented a new forging item. The dwarves had only 5 pale moonstones. The leader gave one of them to Martin as a reward for his achievements. Remembering the city walls, he said that he created them using the stone. Moto opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed that this stone was an unrealistically expensive gift. The guy frowned, thinking that if the stone was so powerful, and then wondered if it turns out that the dwarves are much stronger than demons. Looking at his students, the teacher said that the power of the pale moonstone is endless, it does not require any material, and one can create anything one wants. He closed his eyes, adding that, as payment for using this power, he draws out the creation of the blacksmith. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion. The girl raised her hand and asked if this effect does not affect him, or has he built so many? Moto turned to her, noting that their teacher suffered greatly for their kingdom. He pointed to the portrait of the blonde man, asking them to look at the wall. Looking at the man with shocked eyes, the students asked what did he do to their teacher. The guy looked at them all, saying that they did not seem to understand. Everyone's mouths dropped in shock when he told them that the teacher looked like this 10 years ago. The protagonist with shock on his face noted that the man only looked like their teacher in his eyebrows. Martin closed his eyes and confirmed that it was him. Silence reigned in the classroom. The sun was shining on the castle. Sophocles was standing in the courtyard. Something caught his attention. He saw a carriage. It stopped. A man got out. His body was shaking. The boy went to his father. The old man started to fall. Sophocles caught him and asked what was wrong with him. Guro looked at him with a gloomy face. His son opened his mouth in surprise and asked the panels if they were his. The man pushed him away and ordered them to leave him. He started to stagger in different directions, shouting that it was all over and that everything had come to an end. The gloomy old man was shaking, muttering that it was the end. He raised his tired face. Guro started to fall. The boy frowned, loudly asking what had they done to him. The man abruptly raised his hands and shouted that no one would change this, and then he laughed. Loud sounds were heard inside the building. Isabella, blindfolded, held a gun. 3 shells flew towards her. She began to turn around sharply. The girl parried the blow. Then 3 arrows flew at her. She turned around. Then the demoness parried the arrows. Dorona was standing not far from her. She came closer and praised her. Isabella began to remove the bandage. She frowned, thinking that she was better before, now she gets tired much faster. The brunette's face became serious. He grabbed the girl's hand near the scratch. Dorona looked at the wound, asking her not to forget to practice a little more before leaving. Looking at the other warriors, she said that she was learning fencing twice as fast compared to these guys. Isabella looked at her and replied that she would work even harder. The sunset began to cover the castle. The demoness entered the room. Her eyes widened. In the room, she saw Dorona and Aishi in swimsuits. Coming closer to them, she asked what they were doing in her room. The girl stopped near the blonde, who did not move. She touched her hand. Covering her mouth in surprise, she noted that it was a stone statue. A guy appeared near her and asked if they were good. Looking at him, the white-haired girl asked how he made these statues colored, to which he replied that if you add dye to the original material, then the statues will take on some color. The main character was sitting on the floor, saying that in the future he will create a lot of things that she had never seen before. The demoness touched a sheet of paper. She looked at the drawing and asked what it was. Zhang looked at her with a smile and said that this was given to him by teacher Martin. He grinned, noting that he brought these drawings with him when he returned from the dwarf tribe. A purple flame flared up on Isabella's palm. Introducing the train, the guy began to say that it seemed that the knowledge of the dwarves was already much superior to the demons, and they had already invented a steam engine and used it in trains. He smiled widely, noting that the teacher saw that he was interested in experimenting with new ideas and so gave him these drawings. Suddenly, the girl kicked him in the ass. She frowned and asked if he was afraid that by creating all this, he might expose himself. The protagonist trembled in pain, asking why he should be afraid and noting that no one in this world knew that he was not a blacksmith at all. The white-haired girl grabbed his ear. She pulled him towards her and angrily asked what kind of statue was next to the bed yesterday and what did he want to hint at like that. Zhang smiled nervously, answering that he just wanted to test if he could bring the drawing to life. The demoness pointed to the statues and asked why he did it then if he had already tried once. The guy with a gloomy face muttered that he just wanted to experiment with colors. He looked away. Isabella swung her fist and shouted that he was a human brat. The sound of blows rang out. The sun was shining in the sky. The protagonist's face was covered with bruises and abrasions. He was riding a bicycle, mentally noting that he had already figured out the steam engine. Zhang looked down with displeasure, thinking that if he could change the design, then perhaps he could also create his own machine. Imagining the face of a robot, he thought that even if he continued to develop, then perhaps. With burning eyes, the brown-haired man began to grin evilly. Remembering how the girl had hit him earlier, the protagonist mentally noted that one day she would know his full strength and potential. He saw a group of people. The students were standing in a crowd. Moto turned around and called him. Zhang stopped next to him and asked what was going on here. The guy with a frustrated look told him that their teacher had gone to the gold alloy mine. Remembering the candle flame, he began to tell that last night he and the teacher went to the Purple Dragon team's base to buy some stone. The feet in bulky boots fell on the table. The man folded his arms contentedly. The teacher looked at him with a puzzled look, asking what he said again. Standing with the others, he asked if the prices of all the stones had increased threefold. The man grinned, answering that it was, but if Martin bought these stones. Looking at him, he said that he would sell them at a lower price, just a gift more than the original price. The teacher perked up, saying that the gold alloy stone was a very important resource for the kingdom, and asked how the blacksmithing business was supposed to survive if the prices were like this. The guy behind him frowned, saying that they all supported the teacher's opinion, and the prices should be affordable for all people. Martin stood in front of the man, saying that the prices of the stones were set by the leader of the Purple Dragon team. He said that they would not change, to which he told him that the man was now the former leader since he was caught in treason. He frowned and asked if they really wanted to die like him. His men pointed spears at the guests. The new leader smirked, telling the teacher the ratio was just a long-lived heart of the kingdom, and everything that happens outside of it does not bother him. The students perked up, hearing that at the moment His Majesty's troops were fighting with the Eastern people, and at a time like this they need more funding. The man grinned wickedly, adding that if they could increase the price of the stone, then it could pay off the prices for its services. The guy looked at him with a sad look, singing along that this is all they can do. Martin frowned. Moto spread his arms out and said that the teacher then decided to go down into the mines alone. The protagonist looked at him with surprised eyes, saying that he had heard him talk about dangerous creatures in the mine earlier, and asked if the teacher could take care of himself. Everyone began to look at each other, saying that they had never seen the teacher in battle before. A drop of cold sweat ran down Moto's face when he said that he was only a blacksmithing teacher, and there was no way he could handle a dragon. Everyone looked at Xiang and said that the teacher already thought that the prices of stone were high, and they did not know that they would increase them even more, and now he had to suffer again for the sake of the kingdom's residents. The guy looked down sullenly, noting that they had to stop him at all costs. He gritted his teeth, saying that he asked the fencing teacher and the magic teacher for help. Moto looked at him and said that there were no teachers here today, and he asked why. Introducing the people to the king, the teaching said that the kingdom held an annual spring hunt. Before the hunt, the teachers pay a visit to His Majesty to receive the rules for this year. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, asking why all this was happening today. He turned around and noted that in that case he would go and find sophists. He trembled in irritation when his comrade told him that this could not be done, because most of the hunt was organized by the White Dragon team. Xiang threw up his hands and shouted loudly that he could not do both this and that, and then indignantly asked what he could do then. He frowned, mentally noting that they should not allow such an innocent soul like him to suffer. When everyone trembled, the guy asked if this was really an earthquake. He turned around. Air was walking to the side and carrying a large stone. He was smiling happily. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in surprise, noting that it was him. The stone fell to the ground. The man was dusting his hands. He walked up to the protagonist and said that this was all the material for this month. Looking at him, Moto began to tell him that Master Martin had gone away for a while and asked if he could make it so that he could pay him when he returned. Air hit his chest and asked him not to worry because he trusted him. He waved his hand and said goodbye. Suddenly, Xiang grabbed his hand. Holding him, he asked if he wanted to earn more money. He took out a bag of coins and asked Moto to take him to the Purple Dragon group because he wanted to buy a top-level alloy. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked what he needed it for. There was a high fortress wall on the outskirts. Knights were sitting at a table in the passage. One waved his hand and asked if it meant that this Martin had passed right here, and his words were confirmed. The man smiled, telling him that he said that he wanted to collect the stone himself. The other man smiled as well, saying that this idiot had sent himself to be fed to the dragon. As he drank from his flask, the third man pointed out that he was an academy teacher after all, and must have a few tricks up his sleeve. The man grinned wickedly, saying that even if he defeated the dragon, he would have to get through them first. The sound of wheels was heard. The knight perked up, puzzled. He pointed to the side and asked to look at it. A vehicle was approaching at the gate. The headlights of the vehicle were shining. The knights opened their mouths in shock, exclaiming what kind of monster was this. It was coming straight at them. The vehicle knocked down the wooden fence. The shocked warrior opened his mouth in surprise, shouting that this monster had appeared within the royal walls, and that the commander needed to be notified immediately. The heroes were sitting inside the vehicle. Xiang chuckled contentedly as he heard Air asking him to go slower, and Moto asking if he came up with this from the blueprints of the steam engine. With a satisfied smile, the hero replied that it was a machine and he improved it a little. Lightning flew off the wheels. The guy continued that he made it electronic. The guy with glasses opened his mouth, asking again what he meant by that he bought a purple thunderstone to give power to this thing. Looking at him, Xiang confirmed and said that he was smart. Looking at his comrade seriously, he said that he was counting on them to save Master Martin. Air pointed his finger in shock and shouted at him to watch where he was going. Isabella clenched her fist and told him to watch the road and not to spin around. With a confident smile, the hero said to hold on tight because he was accelerating. There were gravestones ahead. Guards were standing at the entrance to the cave at the gold alloy stone mine. The foot took a step. The bald man looked at the cave. The guards noticed him. When the man approached, they asked him who he was and what he was doing there, to which he replied that he was a blacksmith teacher from the Royal Academy. With a determined look, Martin explained that he wanted to collect gold alloy for the academy so he could teach his students. He went deeper. While the knights said that their commander set the rules, no one except the Purple Dragon's team has the right to collect stone in this mine. The guard turned around displeasedly, asking, did he dare to defy them? His comrade slapped him on the shoulder, telling him to leave him alone anyway, he would not achieve anything there alone. The bald man did not turn around with him. A light appeared in the cave. Martin held the fireball, looking around. Looking ahead, the man wondered how long he had been walking in this mine. He needed to find at least some stone. Blue sparks glittered at the top. Looking up, the mustachioed man said that it looked like there was a lot of ore in this mine. He walked through the mine, thinking that those guys said that it was very difficult to mine, they just needed to justify the high price of these stones. Sand fell from the vault. The man looked to the side, noticing something. A brown monster appeared in front of him. The monster with many legs stood in front of him. Martin looked at it tensely, realizing that it was an underground dragon. The monster opened its mouth and rushed to attack the man. The teacher looked forward resolutely. The car was driving along the mountain road. Opening his mouth, Moto exclaimed that there was an entrance to the cave ahead. They drove up to the entrance of the mine. The car door opened. The heroes got out of the car. Xiang said that they did not meet the teacher on the way, which means he had already entered it. Isabella winced and touched her head. Looking with a red eye, she thought that her trust in this thing had definitely weakened. The hero looked to the side. There sat Air, crimson with nausea. Xiang asked if he was okay. They should be ready to fight at any moment. Looking ahead, he heard that everything was fine. He would be fine after a short rest. Standing next to the girl, he asked if she thought she could handle the underground dragons. Isabella, who was standing in front, said that the locals from the demon people ate them fried. Xiang smiled and suggested finding their teacher. There was a light in the cave. Clouds of dust burst out from there. Xiang covered his eyes with his hand. He opened one eye in surprise. A figure appeared in the dust. A rusty cart was visible. Martin was rolling a cart full of blue crystals. He had a cannon on his hand. He made a surprised sound. Looking at the students, he asked why they were all here. Moto opened his mouth, asking if he was injured. Martin smiled and replied that everything was fine. Imagining the bodies of the defeated monsters, he said that he easily dealt with this trifle. Xiang opened his mouth and called the teacher. With shining eyes, he exclaimed, "Is this a gunfire?" The man smiled, asking again. Introducing the weapon, he said that it was a steam ejector invented by the dwarves. Moto had tears running down his cheeks. He said that it was beautiful. Looking at the crystals with admiration, he said that they would now be able to collect the stone themselves and would never need to buy it from the army again. The teacher standing next to them said that they could not use the stones yet, they first needed to process them. Looking at him, Air said that the school had a stone processing class. He was sure they could ask them to help. Xiang closed his eyes, saying that since he said so, the teacher had already thought of it. Looking forward, Xiang said that if he understood correctly, the stone processing teacher, along with the purple dragon. Martin, looking at him, confirmed. Isabella frowned and said that they had guests. Guards appeared from behind the trees, and words were heard that they were the purple dragon's soldiers. Moto pointed his hand in fear and said that there were many of them. Many soldiers surrounded the heroes. Xiang looked ahead, saying that it didn't look like they were going to share. The man with the curl on his bangs chuckled. Standing in front of the army, he told Martin that he was brave. The heroes looked at the man who was speaking. Didn't he know that this territory was under the control of the purple dragon? The hero asked who it was, and the teacher replied that Yalu, he taught processing at the academy and also worked for the purple dragon. Closing his eyes, he told the man that he thought that collecting resources was a dangerous occupation. The bald man waved his hand and said that these underground ones were not dangerous at all. He had obtained all of this himself. Resolutely knitting his brows, Martin exclaimed that his people had lied to them about raising prices. Standing in front of the hero, he continued that the people of the kingdom worked hard. They saved up for 20 to 30 years to live with a roof over their heads, and he sold low-grade stones for the price of an average person's salary for 30 years. Why would he do that? Xiang imagined skyscrapers, thinking that just like in his real world, he did not know that buying a house was so difficult. Martin looked forward determinedly and said that he would inform His Majesty of this. They no longer needed their services to supply gold alloy stones. Yalu chuckled slightly, saying that even if His Majesty allowed him to mine the stone himself, how would he process it then? There were marks on Martin's body. He said that it was his fault that he stayed with the dwarves long enough to master the art of processing. He hurried away. Crossing his arms, Xiang asked, "So what if they did not know how to process it?" With a determined look, he continued that after they left here, they would immediately head to the dwarves for the master. Yalu frowned in displeasure when he heard the question, "Is the military budget the real reason for the rise in stone prices?" Looking at him, the brown-haired man said that they were all greedy bad people, responsible for the rise in prices in the capital. Yalu waved his hand, saying that they were commoners and did not interest him. Why should he care about what he said? Standing in front of him, he asked, "Does he even know the people who sponsor what they are doing here?" A warrior appeared next to him, while the man said that he wanted to let them leave peacefully, but now he will bury them here. The soldiers surrounded the heroes. Frowning, Martin said that it was all his fault that he put them all in danger. Looking at him with displeasure, Xiang said that the teacher is in danger, so the students should save him. Moto winced, saying that it was all true, but it was all his fault. He was too reckless when he called everyone here for help. Martin glanced sideways at the boys and thanked them. Yalu frowned and motioned to attack. The soldiers raised their swords. Looking to the side, the hero called out to Air and Isabella. Standing next to them, he asked if they remembered the plan. The blue-haired one replied that they remembered. They had to clear the way for them. The soldiers ran towards the girl. Isabella took the sword in her hand. The swift attack threw the soldiers back. The bandaged fingers touched. Surrounded by the glow, Air used concentration. Frowning, he said decisively that this is what he meant. The shockwave knocked the soldiers off their feet. Steam burst out of the tubes on the cannon. Martin pointed his gun at the soldiers. A bright flash of a shot occurred. The bodies of the soldiers lay on the ground. Looking at them with fear, the soldier said that they were so strong. The second asked, "Are they really students?" The guy with glasses told the teacher that he didn't know he was so strong. Looking at Xiang, he asked if he still had time to draw. The hero replied that he was experimenting. Winking, the hero said that if he was not mistaken, then blacksmithing could become the strongest faculty in the academy. Blue vortices of wind swirled around the fist. Yellow lightning was around the second. Air raised his hands up, surrounded by vortices of magic. A tornado with lightning swirled the soldiers from the use of thunder strike. There were many sparks on the ground. Isabella cut the opponents with her sword. She stood calmly while the soldiers screamed, clutching their wounded legs. The girl turned around. Air clenched his fist with a smile. Suddenly, he looked forward carefully. His foot stood on something green. Liquid swirled around his ankle. She was gripping him tighter. Yalu stood there, holding the green substance. There was a smug grin on his lips. Green drops flew towards the guy. He fought them off with quick punches. Suddenly his eyes widened. His fist hit the green goo. It swirled around his hand. Covered in sticky spots, the guy said that this thing was moving on its own. He winced, trying to peel himself off. Martin turned around, calling out to him. The hero's fist glowed from using the skill. The bandages darkened, but the goo did not go anywhere. Gritting his teeth, Air said that this thing was resistant to fire. Smiling, Yalu said that this was his pet slime. Fire was no problem for it. There were purple drops on his fingers. He said to try something else. The purple goo rushed towards the hero, but it collided with a cannon. Martin covered his student with his hand. Looking at the smoking weapon, he said that this liquid corrodes metal. Looking at the enemy, the bald man asked why he was willing to go so far. With a sly look, Yalu replied that he had already said that they exist, they will die. Suddenly, he stared ahead tensely. Isabella struck his leg with her sword. She stood in a confident pose, while the guy exclaimed that it was beautiful. A giggle was heard behind the blonde. A shadow moved towards her. Isabella turned, dodging the green slime. It poured onto the ground next to the girl. The green liquid covered Yalu's body. In the end, he was not completely covered in green slime. Looking at the green substance, Martin asked what was happening to the slime. The man in purple clothes laughed. In front of them stood many Yalu. A scream was heard. How many of them? The standing clones offered to guess which of them was real. Isabella frowned, thinking that if she used her magic, it wouldn't even hurt him. Purple drops rose around the many clones. The enemy said that this was their end. Green goo rose into the air. Air with a slime on his cheek winced. Martin frowned. Isabella looked tense. Moto had tears running down his cheeks. Xiang smiled widely and said that it was done. The guy with glasses said to his mother that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to take care of her in her old age. Suddenly, his image began to blur. He looked at the crack in the ground in fear, saying that the earth was splitting. The heroes felt a tremor. The man asked, "An earthquake?" The Yalu clone also didn't understand and asked what was happening. Moto fell to the ground when it rose. He raised his hand, shouting at his friend to be careful. A huge boulder flew over his head. He fell nearby. Turning around, Martin asked what was going on. Many stones gathered into a kind of cage. A cry was heard that Xiang was trapped. The man with gray hair looked at the stones. Frowning, he ordered to kill them. Many purple drops flew forward. The heroes saw how they quickly approached them. One to the rising Moto. Lowering his head, Xiang said about the steam cannon. An explosion was heard near the stones. A palm with a bright glow of a reactor appeared. A huge stream of flame burst out from there. It flew past the head of the surprised Moto. A huge stream of fire burst out of the stone. It flew over the heroes, right to the crowd of opponents. Yalu looked at it tensely. A green barrier in the form of a slime shield appeared in front of him. Purple drops hit the shield. The man turned his gaze to the side in displeasure. The warriors screamed as their armor melted. The clones turned to look at the wounded soldiers. The man looked away with displeasure and asked, "What is this thing?" Everyone was looking at the hand sticking out of the rocks. Looking in that direction, Martin asked, "What is this?" The guy with glasses opened his mouth, making a surprised sound. He looked at the palm. Then he covered his face with his hands. Black fingers touched the edges of the hole. Bright green eyes appeared from there. Running away, Moto shouted that it was an underground dragon. Looking in the same direction, Martin objected that it was not him. The rocks fell down. A leg in red armor appeared. Looking ahead tensely, Isabella thought, "What the hell did Xiang do?" The teacher looked ahead tensely. Moto winced in fear. Yalu opened his mouth with a frown, asking, "What is this?" One of the demon race's imps. His fingers touched the rocks. A hero in a huge red armor came out. Xiang was sitting inside with a smile. Touching the lever with the red ball, he told the people of this world to tremble before him. With a satisfied smile, Xiang told him to feel what would happen if magic was combined with modern technology. In the memory, a boy was playing with a robot. The warriors looked ahead in shock, saying that it was gigantic. The second asked, "How should they fight it?" Yalu looked ahead with an anxious expression, saying not to worry, it was here. He turned his tense gaze to the side when he heard his name being called. The red giant said that he had been too impudent recently. Looking at him, the teacher said that this was Xiang's voice. Moto replied with a smile that he was right. Imagining robots and cars, Isabella thought, "Is this one of those machines from another world?" The guy in glasses asked him how he made it, his mouth open in admiration. Looking at it, Martin said that the gnomes had created moving giants before he left, but he had never seen anything like it, and he couldn't believe that Xiang was controlling it. The hero inside replied that he just wanted to try to realize his fantasies. He sat at the control panel and said that he didn't even think it would work. The hero smiled and told him to call it lucky. 2 minutes earlier, the hero had looked down and said that it was ready. A huge robot was drawn in the sand. Imagining the parts separately, the guy thought that now he needed to remember how it worked. A light appeared on the tips of his folded fingers. Xiang's eyes opened resolutely. The shining parts began to move. They moved each other. Having lit up, the parts united. Looking at the glowing outlines, the boy exclaimed that Lucky was coming to life. The ground was covered with cracks. Rocks rose up behind the hero's head. Xiang looked ahead confidently, saying that he could create incredible things if he combined different types of rocks correctly during the forging process. Green goo stretched from the opponent's face. He raised his hands, gathering it into a lump, and exclaimed that he was a complete non-entity. Yalu threw a green slime forward. It landed on the red giant's hand. Throwing it off with his metal hand, Xiang said how disgusting it was. The opponent gritted his teeth in displeasure, cursing that this thing was too big. He swung the purple slime and suggested trying another way. The purple liquid flew forward. It was approaching Lucky's body. Opening his mouth in alarm, Martin shouted to be careful, it destroys steel. The goo collided with the giant's body, and then flowed down, leaving no damage. Xiang smiled resolutely, saying that Lucky was made of fiery red crystal. The man opened his mouth and shouted that he was made of fiery red crystal. He moved his hand on the joystick. The warriors recoiled in fear. A huge hand was approaching them. It swept away the people. Yalu gritted his teeth and said that he would find people who could destroy it. The girl pointed her sword at him. Staggering back, the man said that first she mined materials in the mine without permission, and now she also wanted to harm the teacher of the Royal Academy. This is punishable by death. Iron Fingers grabbed his hood. Raising it into the air, the Iron Man said that in this case, he was as guilty as they were. The protagonist frowned and said that they also wanted to blame Teacher Martin. Looking through the lens, he asked why they did not visit His Majesty. After hearing this, Yalu's face twisted. The Iron Man asked how much the purple dragon paid him. They could pay him the same. The protagonist stared at him and asked if they should team up. The man opened his mouth and said that he had the guts to suggest such a thing. Frowning, he added that he couldn't understand how big the real size of the organization he was going against was. The guy was holding a glass in his hands. He smiled and said that they should thank the regent for his high position in the kingdom. The man smiled and agreed with him. She leaned back in his chair and smiled. Luno was also sitting there, looking pleased. The gray-haired man extended his hand and said that the Purple Dragon team members were in their debt. He turned around and shouted for them to hurry up and bring the payment. The warrior put the chest on the table. Opening it, the man asked to look at it. The red-haired man was surprised and asked why there was so little in it. The man felt awkward and said that they had counted everything and that they had in no way appropriated it for themselves. The two brothers looked at each other. She winked and suggested raising the prices a little. The man bowed and said that the prices were already high enough. But the red-haired man did not let him finish and said that this was a long-term cooperation. If they set the prices too low, they would lose possible profits. His brother grinned and said that he was right. The guy smiled and said that they would increase the price fivefold. He spread his hands and said that the pathetic townspeople would support them anyway. The man frowned and thought that they were even worse than him. A knight entered the room, saying that he had news. The gray-haired man turned around and asked what was going on. The warrior spread his hands and said that Martin, from the blacksmithing department, and his students had taken a large amount of gold alloy out of the mine. The man opened his mouth and asked if they had sent Yalu to deal with them. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that they had already dealt with him. Everyone present was shocked. Birds were flying over the western gate. The wagon was approaching the gate. The boy opened his mouth and asked why there were so many soldiers, to which the protagonist replied that they must have already attracted unwanted attention. The knights pointed their spears at the car. A man came out of the cabin and said that they were looking for the commander of the group and asked to let them pass. He frowned when he heard that there was no need. The four were leaving the gate. One of them said that Commander Sato was currently in a meeting. The man smiled and said that they were brave if they dared to go against them. A man appeared from the cabin, tearfully asking for help. The black-haired man closed his eyes and said that Martin was simply unable to understand the real state of affairs. It seemed that he was mentally retarded. The knights looked at the door of the truck in surprise. The girl jumped to the ground. She straightened up and said, "One more step and she will not stand on ceremony." Talls looked at her and was surprised that she was also here. The protagonist came out of the cabin and said that it seemed that the prince took a direct part in the increase in the price of stone, to which the red-haired man simply looked away. He turned to the girl saying that he had not been to class for the past few days. He was starting to miss the guys. The girl replied that people like him were not worthy of talking to her. The young man frowned and thought that this bastard was ignoring him. Standing surrounded by people, Tal said that communicating with these fools would not lead her to anything good. He grinned and said that if she took his side, he would make her rich. The guy turned around and angrily asked who he called fools. Moto asked Lee not to get angry, because one wrong move and they would end up in prison. Martin listened that for violating military law, he would have to answer in court. The red-haired man winked and ordered them to be taken away. Knights approached the guys and told them to follow him. The guy opened his mouth and said, "Back." The young man smiled happily and said that this was Sophus's. The boy was riding a horse. Aishi closed her eyes. Renz watched carefully. Everyone turned to look at those entering the gate. The blonde turned back and told Dorona that they were there. The girl, pressing her bee to him, said that she wanted to ride the horse again. The boy frowned and asked if they could ride after they finished here. The girl was happy and said that she wanted to ride again later. The three varnished ones looked at them. Talls frowned and called the blonde. Looking at him, he asked if he had forgotten that this was the territory of the purple dragon, to which Sophus replied that his majesty had been informed that Martin had broken military law. The bald man listened to this silently. Looking at him, the blonde said that he had been sent to detain him. The red-haired man opened his mouth and shouted that he must be kidding. Raising his hand, he said that he was detained by the Purple Dragon's team, and Sophus was only here because he was trying to let him go. The dark-haired man came up behind him and said that it was better to let them go. The red-haired man turned to him. Renz, standing near the gate, said that this was an order from his majesty. Talls, looking upset, asked why he was on his side. The guy bowed and said that he had forgotten something important. The red-haired man listened with irritation that the kingdom belonged entirely to his majesty, and asked if he still needed an explanation. Approaching, he asked why they, people of royal descent, should follow the orders of other people. Renz, looking into his eyes, replied that if he was pointing out the fact of his belonging to the royal family, he should remember that he was his uncle. His eye began to emit purple light. It illuminated everything around. Talls, under the influence of this power, fell to his knees. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Then he grabbed his chest and said that his heart ached. Isabella supported him by the shoulder, saying that he had no borderline strength and he should try to withstand the sudden surge of power. The young man closed his eyes and thought that Renz was unrealistically strong. 3 red-haired men came up and asked to forgive them. The dark-haired man looked at them with disdain and said that if Angus was on their side, it did not mean that they had become invulnerable. Like his brother, he would repay him in kind. Bowing his head, he said that in his eyes he was nothing more than a scumbag from the royal family. Talls, shaking and crying from fear, asked his uncle to forgive him. The guy waved his hand, reversing the power. The protagonist tried to catch his breath. Talls was still shaking and he promised to take revenge for this. He was grabbed by the ear. The girl holding his ear said, "Here he is. He hasn't been to class for a long time," where he was, to which he apologized and said that it would not happen again. After he got punched in the face, one of the brothers offered to come and help him, but the second said that Mr. Ono was scary. The blonde was standing surrounded by other people. The bald man closed his eyes and asked Sophices to arrest him. Aishi opened her mouth and asked why he was slow, because His Majesty never wanted to arrest him. The man stood in confusion and asked who Sophices had said then. He chuckled and said that he was just glad he was safe. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that he had put them in a difficult situation again. A hand was placed on his head. Isabella looked at them strangely. The blonde was ruffling the brunette's head, telling him to just not get into dangerous situations anymore. Looking into his eyes, he added that he would not like to see him dead. The lesson protagonist said that he understood. The girl turned when she was called. Aishi, folding her arms across her chest, said that His Majesty was preparing a big celebration. The best students from each class were invited to it. She chose her and Ren's. The girl asked what she thought about it. The blonde was surprised and asked what kind of celebration it was. Dorona appeared from behind and said that she had already chosen Ren's. Looking into each other's eyes, they argued whether she should represent the swordsman class or the magic class. A guy approached the blonde and asked what she had decided. Looking into her eyes, he asked if she would represent the magic class with him. Ibe closed her eyes and said that she did not quite understand why this was. The protagonist approached them from the side. Sophices approached him and offered to take a walk. Looking into his eyes, he said that they should explain the situation to His Majesty. Yalu lay tied up and wondered when he would be released. The four walked up to the foot of the throne. They looked at His Majesty. He opened his mouth and said, "I understand." He lowered his head and said that Sato, indeed now the leader of the Purple Dragon, they should not make hasty decisions and he should first ask the regent for advice. The young man looked at him. He wondered why the hell the king was a child. The blonde opened his mouth and said that the Purple Dragon raised the prices of resources in the entire city. He raised his head up and said that because of this, the city's residents' expenses also increased and this was not normal. His Majesty, looking down, said that the regent conveyed that the military budget was currently greatly reduced and for now they should just put up with it. The young man opened his mouth and told His Majesty that it was possible and profitable if all the money went to the army, but if it was squandered by corrupt officials. A man entered the room saying that he despised people who appropriated someone else's. Everyone turned to the door. It was Torst. The young man turned around, gritting his teeth, thinking that he shouldn't have said that. The king looked down and asked why he was here. The red-haired man walked forward. Approaching the stairs, he said that he heard that there were some problems on the western border and came to find out what happened there. He raised his head and said that he only found out that the second leader of the Purple Dragon increased the price of gold alloy and squandered the military budget, but he had already dealt with the culprit. The man's eyes rolled back. His body was chained to the wall. Torst frowned and said that he deeply despised thieves. Everyone listened to him silently. The blonde was about to say something, but stopped mid-sentence, and then he chuckled. The bald man looked at the man and began to say that in the future, the prices for gold alloy will be. But he was interrupted and judging by the said that he was one of their most valuable personnel. He closed his eyes and said that his students were also very important. The protagonist shuddered when they looked at him. He turned away and thought that he was probably the type of guy who would knock him out first. Torst turned to His Majesty and said that he had a suggestion. Looking down, the king said, "Please speak." The red-haired man turned around and asked why they didn't hand over the responsibilities of collecting the gold alloy to the White Dragon group and the blacksmith class. Everyone present was surprised at what they heard. Martin was surprised and asked if he was serious. The man turned around and said that he knew that the stone still needed to be purified in the future. He had already discussed it with Lord Yalu. Looking intently, His Majesty asked about the military budget. The man frowned and said that the White Dragon group would be responsible for it from now on. Looking at him, the young man thought, what's good about that? Looking at the blonde man, he thought that he was trying to be nice to Sophices. The king suggested following the regent's advice. Looking at the bald man, he said that he wanted him to do one more thing. The man listened to him attentively. The brunette opened his mouth and said that he decided he wanted to go to the west, so he wanted to postpone the annual spring hunting festival and move it to summer. He wanted the arena built in 10 days. The bald man opened his mouth and said that he understood. Xiang opened his mouth and thought that he didn't know that there was something like the Olympic Games in this world. A group of people walked up the stairs. They went lower and lower. The blonde called the regent. Sophices frowned and said that his honor helped him today, but he didn't understand why at all. The red-haired man frowned and said that he was one of his most important generals. He became a hero of the front at the age of 15. He turned the tide of many battles in their favor. The guy listened to him silently. The man went on to add that he was later adopted by Guro and was now merely an attendant to His Majesty and the organizer of official events. Looking at his sword, he asked if he thought the sword liked fighting better. The blonde frowned and said that he served His Majesty and did whatever he ordered. He became the commander of the White Dragon because his father wanted to keep His Majesty safe. Everyone listened silently to what he was saying. The blonde looked ahead and said, but he didn't know that there were people in the White Dragon's crew. If the power of the country was in the hands of His Majesty, he would not have the need to protect him. He stood behind Torst as he replied that the power of the country should be in the hands of someone who knows how to rule. Then the red-eyed man frowned and said that His Majesty was still too young. He would like to return power to him, but he is doing what is best for the country. The hero looked at him and replied that he agreed. His Majesty is young, but he thinks, yes, instead of ruling the country, he abuses his power. Without turning around, the man asked, oh. Then he turned around angrily. The people were scared. The man turned his head and asked, didn't Guro explain anything to him when he came back? The guy grabbed his sword and said that he wanted to ask him one more thing. Then he frowned and added that he did to his father. The powers of the heroes spread around. The purple-eyed man opened his eyes and mouth wide and shouted, wow, they are going to fight. The teacher covered the people and told them to stand behind him. They can hurt them if they start a battle. Sophices was angry when someone called the commander. There was a knight on the stairs who said that something bad happened. The blonde looked at him seriously and asked what happened. The heroes were scared and said that Mr. Guro hanged himself in the library. The captain opened his eyes wide and asked what. The three stood with their mouths open. The bearded man looked away and said that Guro had been disappointing him a lot lately. It was getting dark outside. The hero was rubbing something. Isabella was sitting on the bed and rubbing her sword. The brunette was lying with his eyes closed. The blonde turned around, looked at him and asked what was wrong. The guy opened his mouth and replied that she wouldn't understand even if he told her. Everyone was busy with their own business when the girl said so that he wouldn't get her wrong. Renz and she were just classmates, nothing more. Silence hung in the room. The brunette clenched his teeth, looked sideways and thought, damn, he was worried about Sophices. And he didn't even imagine that she would start worrying about his feelings. Then he sat up and asked if she had decided which class she would represent, to which she replied that she had decided to represent the fencing class. Looking at the lady, he asked. Renz didn't ask to go with him. Then he stood up, closed his eyes and said, no need to worry about his feelings, he's not crazy or anything. The heroine closed her eyes and replied, she just thinks Renz is strong enough, she wants to fight him to see what shape she's in. The protagonist began to rush around the room and shout, Renz is good looking, he can also take care of himself, and he's off in the royal family. After which he stopped, winked and added, he's really quite attractive. The girl's face transformed as the guy said in fear, oops. With glowing eyes, Ibe turned her head and asked if he forgot her true identity. She stood up in front of the brunette and added that he was just human trash, she could beat him up every day. The young man fell to the floor and said, no, no, please. Screams were heard from the castle. The cemetery was located on a plain. One of the monuments was covered with flowers. People were standing in front of the monument. Yellow-eyed looked at him. The teacher stood next to the brunette and said that General Guro was the teacher of His Majesty. He turned himself inside out for the well-being of the kingdom. Then he closed his eyes and added that his death was a great loss if it happened to any other general, even His Majesty. The captain looked forward and said that the other generals are under the leadership of the regent. In the current situation, they have no right to denigrate anyone. The guy frowned and said to Sophices, if he needs the regent, he will try his best to help, and the girl was indignant, again the same thing. The brunette took the heroes by the head and asked if they both should forget about it. After which she opened her eyes and added that the regent is the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Dorona narrated that in his youth, the regent had faced the demon king Jorgosa. He was the only man strong enough to hurt the king. The young man approached the hero and asked if she was talking about his father. Looking forward, he replied that his father had told him about him earlier. He was the only man who had managed to escape from her father. The boy lowered his head and said that he was not his biological father. Narrowing his eyes, he added, but he was the father who gave him a second life. He began to narrate that 20 years ago, when the Ayers Wall had not yet been built, his family lived in a small village in the south. Their family was not rich, but his father worked hard to ensure that there was always food on the table for him and his younger brother. One evening, the village was attacked by bandits. His father, along with other villagers, defended the village, but he was killed by a bandit. The child viciously attacked the man. He bit his ear. Then someone grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back as he tore off his ear. His eyes were filled with tears. The bandit stabbed him with a sword. The boy fell to the floor. Amid the flames, an order was given to kill anyone who resisted and capture the rest. Yellow Eyes lay almost unconscious. He reached out to the man, saying, Dad. He said that the village was destroyed. He found the bodies of his parents, but there was no sign of his brother anywhere. The young man said that after walking around the area, he found out that his brother was sold to demons as a slave. Then he decided to learn fencing to find his brother. At the age of 15, he joined the army. A knight looked at him and asked how old he was. Yellow Eyes frowned and replied that he would become a commander. He had gained good practice during numerous battles against demons. He was on the verge of death many times. They were wounded in the ward. One day, his father came to check on their squad. The man looked at the men in silence. The captain noted that he had already been promoted to a frontline warrior at that time. The brunette entered the room when one of the wounded asked, "Please." Lying in blood, he added that they should finish him off. His eyes were bandaged when he repeated that they should finish him off. The hero frowned and asked the knight why they didn't move him to a safe place where the doctor was, to which he replied that the doctor was in another squad when they were destroyed by demons on the way here. The man was horrified by what he heard. The young man struck the wounded man with his sword when his partner asked if he had gone crazy. The yellow-eyed man calmly looked ahead and said that he didn't want to wait any longer for the next doctor to arrive. The heroes were shocked when he added that his agony would have killed him anyway. He just wanted to put him out of his misery, to which the brunette replied that he was the child hero who killed the enemy commander. The blonde stood up and said that he was not a hero, he thought it would be better to call him. After a short pause, he added, "The executioner of the empire." The knight shouted how dare he when the old man interrupted him. The man looked forward and said if he hated fighting so much, then why did he join the army? The boy closed his eyes and replied that his brother was sold to the demons as a slave. He joined the army to reunite with his brother. Standing in the room, he continued to say that after numerous battles, he realized that no matter how much damage was done to the enemy, his allies still suffered great losses. The warrior became angry and asked how they could kill their own so easily. If his family was in the hands of the enemy, did not this mean that he should fight better? Confused, the young man answered that this soldier was called Dwarf. Remembering the moment, he said that he was his subordinate. He always did all the dirty work because he admired him. He was only 17 years old. The heroes listened attentively as the young man continued to say that there were many children like him here, very many. The yellow-eyed man looked ahead and said that if the authorities wanted him to walk on the bodies of dead people, then let them bring his brother back to the kingdom. Then he slammed his sword on the floor and added that he would leave then. Then he turned around and said that he was tired and would go and rest. The knight frowned and asked if he wanted to break military law and become a fugitive. The man looked at him indifferently and added that if he knew of another way to bring his brother back. The boy stopped when the hero asked he would go with him. Suddenly the yellow-eyed man turned around. He continued to tell the story, and then his father took him from the front. He joined the White Dragon and continued his mission. Looking at the monument, he added that his father's ideal world was a world where all nations lived in peace and harmony. His hair fluttered as he said that he, too, had come to adhere to such thoughts. The girl frowned and said that creating peace was much more difficult than declaring war between races. Standing behind the captain, she added that the demons knew this too. A truce between the races should give them all time to think about how to move forward. The brunette looked into the distance and asked what the plans were now. Without turning around, the blonde replied that they could only hope for the best. The sunset was burning in the windows. Someone was sitting on a throne in the middle of the corridor. The tiger bared its teeth and opened its mouth wide. The red-haired man looked thoughtful. He was lounging and putting his foot on the animal's head. The hero in the cloak told him that's how it all went. There was a sound behind him. Someone's silhouette appeared in the corridor. Taurus looked at the man and said that he could go. He turned around and replied that he understood. Suddenly he disappeared when someone approached the hero. The heroine walked forward and said, "Royal father." The bearded man opened his mouth and asked, did she bring what he asked for? The girl threw the bags. Heads fell out. The man looked at them and said, "Oh, Giro." Then he frowned and added, since he had become useful to him, it was reasonable to break his wings. Sitting on the throne, he told the lady that he had already arranged for her to enter the academy, the archer class. Tomorrow she would meet her new teacher. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him and said that she did not understand. The hero put his fingers out and threw something. The girl caught some paper. She looked at it when the king said that he wanted her to enter the class and take part in the kingdom's sports championship. On the paper was a photo of Xiang when he added, and then she learned all his motives. The old royal arena stood in the middle of the city. There were people near it. The protagonist stood in the crowd, looked at Teacher Martin and said that he had a pale moonstone. With it, building a new arena would not be difficult. Then he looked to the side and asked, but how do they get rid of the old one? The bald man looked at the guy and asked why Mr. Yaso and Miss Aishi were also here. The man frowned and said that he had not seen him for a long time. The purple-eyed man put his hand on his chest, walked up to the hero and greeted him when he said that he praised his skills. The blue-eyed girl looked to the side and said that Mike can begin. The man made a dash and answered, "Okay." He was standing inside the old arena. Suddenly he closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Then he crouched down. There was an explosion when he jumped up. His silhouette was visible high in the sky. The hero swung. Then he grimaced. He used ancient limitless destruction. The hurricane began to destroy the arena. It smashed the walls into small pieces. As the destruction was happening, someone shouted that they needed to find shelter. The girl watched with her mouth open. She used the shield of eternal light. A flash lit up near her and flew to the sides. The shield surrounded the arena. It rose from all sides. Behind it, the collapse was happening. A protective layer spread over the arena. People stood behind it and watched what was happening. The protective dome was filling with explosions. The teacher and students watched the destruction. The brunette frowned and said, "It seems they are the most efficient demolition team in this world." The man somersaulted and jumped out of the dome. He landed right in front of Aishi. The lady put her hands out and used compression. The protective dome began to shrink. It became smaller and smaller. There were stones inside it. Yaso stepped forward and said that his back hurt. Martin met him and the sorceress and thanked him. The girl clenched her fists, saying that he should try harder. The boys waved goodbye. The protagonist glanced at Air and asked if he was preparing for the championship, which was only 10 days away. He waved his hand and noted with a smile that the teacher said that working here would be the best preparation for the championship. Zhang raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if it was really that bad, noting that they heard that he had been carrying material for their class for ages. A man approached him and said that Air was a nice guy. Recalling the guy's work, he said that he had a lot of brothers and sisters at home, so he had to earn money while studying. Then he recalled how the guy sold groceries, saying that he would then divert the money to his family, the table to help cover all the income. The teacher also remembered the boy carrying the smelly jars. The brown-haired man gave a thumbs up, saying that back then he was not only an excellent student, but also a great brother. Air closed his eyes, noting that by winning the championship, he would be able to greatly improve his family's standard of living. He raised his fist and said that this is why he must win this time. The protagonist touched his chin with his fingers, saying that he had an intention of whether the prize fund was large. He turned around when Moto confirmed this. He raised a thumbs up and said that the winner would receive 1,000 gold coins in pure gold cups. Zhang grimaced in disappointment, thinking that this money could buy several high-level goldstone alloys. The guy smiled, saying that the winner would also be awarded an honorary military title, and after graduation, he could join the army and earn a fortune. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if people with a military title would be able to go outside the kingdom later. The comrade looked at him and replied that it was possible, but it was very risky to do it alone. Zhang grinned, thinking that then he could return to the demon nation with Isabella. Looking at the stone mountain nearby, he mentally noted that he had been gone for so long, and if he did not return by the end, then he was finished, but if he returned. While the bright sun was shining in the sky, someone was being pointed in the direction. The teacher pointed to the side. Dorona was standing nearby on dry land, thinking that her fencing skills had already reached an incredible level. She smirked, mentally noting that she still needed to project her boundary power. The white-haired girl sat with her eyes closed. She found herself in another space. Why did she suddenly open her eyes? The girl was standing on a small hill, wondering what it was. Under the hill, she saw bodies. Isabella stepped back. Her eyes wide in shock, she realized that these were all her generals. She threw her hands up to the sides and screamed loudly, asking who did this. A dark hand touched her face. The demoness hugged her. Looking with her red eyes, she asked her not to be afraid, because she was the queen and one was one whole. The white-haired girl looked at her other version with frightened eyes. The demoness smirked. She pointed her finger and said that she herself was the culprit of this entire massacre. The girl looked forward and asked again. The dark version smirked and confirmed her words, noting that they suffered and gave up their lives because she was weak and naive. Isabella furrowed her eyebrows and muttered that it was all because of her. The demoness stroked her hair, saying that she trusted people because of her weakness and trusted Lillian because of her naivety. She approached the frightened girl and noted that this was all the result of her actions. The white-haired one pushed her away, screaming that it was all a lie. She looked away with a darkened gaze, noting that it was not her fault. She gritted her teeth and began to say that she simply did not want to see anyone die anymore, but she did not know that it would lead to senseless casualties among her people. The other version looked at her with red eyes, saying that the royal father's ways of seizing lands were beautiful. She approached the girl, saying that however, she had ruined everything. The demoness smiled wickedly, saying that even after all this, she continued to sacrifice the lives of those who protected her without a second thought. Isabella looked at her with frightened eyes. Her eyes widened when she heard that she had completely forgotten who she really was. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the leg. Dead generals were reaching for her. Many hands were pointed in her direction. Veins began to bulge in Isabella's eye sockets. She splashed out a stream of energy, screaming that she did not need to be reminded of this. Dorona leaned her back against the mountain. Her eyes widened. Suddenly, a stream of water splashed to the sides. The girl grinned and cursed. Isabella was sitting under the stream of water. Her eyes were glowing red. A red ball formed around her. Dorona opened her mouth in surprise, mentally noting this powerful boundary force. The ball continued to envelop the demoness. Black energy began to ooze out of it. The girl jumped. She hit the white-haired girl on the back of the head. The energy began to dissolve. Dorona held Isabella, thinking that it was close and not practically absorbed by the boundary force, and her aura is very powerful. She looked with fear on her face, mentally noting that she had seen this power before, but its presence made her blood run cold. There were water tanks in the room. Various objects were floating in them. Blue liquid was oozing out of a cauldron nearby. A few drops rose into the air. The man extended his hand towards them, but he was called out. The guy threw his hands behind his head and asked if there was a reason why he called him here. Yalu turned to him and cursed him in his mind for not addressing him as a teacher, and later told him that he had invented a new substance. The boy grimaced when he was told that thanks to it he would be able to defeat Rens. He ran to the teacher and asked if it was true, to which he replied positively. The man frowned, adding that, however, there was one condition. A voice rang out from the city streets, saying that he had not seen Xiang before, and he was surprised how he had achieved such success. The boy was walking down the street with sophists. The white-haired man looked ahead, saying that Martin did not accept him. He looked at his comrade, saying that he said that one day the protagonist would surpass him, to which he agreed, noting that he was originally good at drawing. He had seen his work. Sophists took a basket of fruits in his hand and said that eBay was also working hard, so he wanted to cheer up their mouth as a doom. The guy looked at him with a grin, asking if the lady had prepared all of this and noted that she had been working hard lately, too, and he had ordered him to notice. He looked to the side and asked what was there. There was a man sitting on a lounge chair. Coming closer to him, Sophists asked him what this was he was selling. The man pointed to the device and said that it was called a fan and that it was very effective. The man took hold of the fan's string and said that all they needed to know was that they needed to pull it and then cold air would start blowing. After that, the fan blew cold air. The guy stood under the airflow, asking the commander to look at this funny thing. Sophists watched incredulously. Looking at the busy street, he said that there were a lot of strange things here. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and asked what all this was, to which the commander replied that he himself had never seen anything like it before. They approached a crowd of people standing outside a shop. A man was pointing at bicycles, saying that each one was sold for 2 gold coins. A nobleman picked up a bag of coins and said that he was buying 10, one for each member of his family. A boy standing next to Sophists noted that the place was very busy. He noticed a girl breaking a broom, asking why she was learning magic at all. She rushed forward, saying that a bicycle was much better than a broom and asked for one. The commander turned around, hearing someone announce the wholesale sale of Dorona and Aishi, and asked who had the courage to sell the teachers of the academy. Seeing a crowd at another shop, the boy said that there seemed to be a lot more people there than here. Presenting statues of 2 girls to the people, the seller said that he would sell one for 2 gold coins or 3 coins for both at once. The man pointed to small figurines, saying that the more they were going to buy, the cheaper it would be. The brunette smiled nervously, noting that these were figurines of teachers. The large man pointed his hand and asked how much the seller wanted for the one behind him. The old man pointed to the life-size figurines, saying that his boss said that they were one of a kind, their scale was 1:1, the starting price was 2,000 gold coins. The crowd stood with upset faces, saying that it was too expensive, but they really wanted it. Sophists approached the seller and asked if his boss was Xiang. The man's eyes widened in surprise and welcomed him to his store, after which he confirmed his guess. Looking at him, the commander exclaimed that he was still just a boy. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise, hearing from the side that the entire block was filled with new inventions of Mr. Xiang. A truck was parked on the side of the road. Parquet opened his mouth in shock and asked what it was, to which Sophists told him that it was a steam-powered car. Inside it, Moto sat with Hang, saying that there were a lot of people on the streets. Among the crowd, he saw the commander. He opened the car door and waved to him. Sophists smiled. Not far from the city wall, he realized there was a large arena. Inside it, people were carrying objects. Martin approached the commander and said that the arena of recollection was ready. The two of them looked to the side, and the white-haired man said that the work was done by truly talented craftsmen, after which the teacher thanked him for the compliment. He smiled and said that now, unfortunately, Xiang went south with air to the forest of useless trees. Looking at him, the guy asked why they went there. The man looked away after he answered that they had not eaten. Moto pointed his hand at the people with the chest, saying that, however, before leaving, the protagonist asked to give the commander this box overflowing with gold coins. The brunette saw a lot of gold coins and loudly asked if Xiang really earned all of this. Martin approached him and confirmed, noting that it was his donation to the military fund. Sophists drew his eyebrows together, saying that this was the money of the townspeople, which they earned with great difficulty. Looking at him, the teacher said that he was wrong. The ground hit hard. The robot scooped up ore. Imagining how he was sitting in a cave, the man said that now they can mine ore themselves, replacing human labor with modern machines, and also reproducibly with the help of a martial arts class. Yaso realized in the cave, while his wards wore crystals, and said that every second box counts as practice. Looking at the commander, the man noted that the cost of resources has never been so low. Moto showed a small stone, saying that this gold alloy of stone is valued at 10 gold coins. He showed 2 fingers and said that Mr. Yalu processes them for 5 gold. The price changed to all coins, and the guy expressed dissatisfaction. The student pulled him by the sleeve and said that he heard that it was decided to demand a price increase. Looking at him, Sophists said that in that case, the cost of living should also decrease due to the reduction of the burden on the townspeople. The teacher turned to him and began to say that everything was correct, the cost of living would decrease, and all the money here was earned thanks to Xiang's inventions. The commander smiled. A thick fog hung around the trees. The guy took a step. He smiled and told the protagonist that they had arrived, after which he asked him if these were really useless trees. Looking at the huge black trees without leaves, Air answered positively. The couple headed into the thicket. Xiang touched the right trunk. His mouth opened in surprise, mentally noting that the texture was not like that of other trees. He began to take off his backpack. The guy took out a tube and said he wanted to check this tree and see if it was really like the guys were imagining it to be. He opened the tube. The brown-haired guy started going through the scrolls. He took out a scroll called Chainsaw. The protagonist unrolled it. A yellow seal lit up on the scroll as he announced the start of the transition. A stone appeared in the center of the scroll. It began to rise into the air. A drawing of a chainsaw appeared on the side of the stone. Xiang took out his pen. The outline of the drawing began to glow. The stone began to tremble. The shape of a chainsaw began to appear. The guy grinned. The item appeared in his hand. When he picked up the weapon, he said that he had found some electric alloy. Air approached him and noted that using the transition sweater to summon stones ready for forging and create tools right on the spot helps to significantly reduce the time. To which he replied that his high school students taught him this, which turned out to be very useful. The protagonist started the chainsaw. Air picked it up and swung it. The guide bar touched the trunk. The guy gritted his teeth. Sparks flew from under the saw. Xiang came up to him and heard that these useless trees were very hard. Suddenly, the guide bar broke. The brown-haired man dodged the flying piece. With a dissatisfied face, he looked at his comrade and exclaimed that even a chainsaw could not cut this tree. While he was examining the trunk, Air said that there was not even a dent left. The main character opened his mouth, saying that this was just great. The guy waved his hand and said that he still did not understand why he needed this useless thing. Xiang looked at him with a smirk, saying that they, guys, considered it useless only because they could not build houses from it and make fire. He touched the tree trunk, noting that they were trying to use it in completely the wrong areas. With a grin on his face, the boy said that, however, if they used the useless tree correctly, it would turn into a valuable resource. The sun was shining brightly above the arena. The trumpets were blowing loudly. The spectators raised their hands and cheered. Below, on the podium, stood a throne. Knights stood nearby. At their head was Sophists. He looked at the approaching people. The king was entering the arena with his guards. The boy began to bow to him. The spectators put their hands on their chests. They bowed their heads. The boy sat down on the throne. He waved his hand. The white-haired man frowned and exclaimed that the royal championship was declared open. He looked towards the passage and said to meet the representatives of the academy in the arena. The spectators began to look at each other, saying that it was very interesting which class would win this year, and someone said that most likely it would be the fencers or the magicians. Looking at the people appearing, the observer noted that this was not a fact yet, because last time the martial arts class almost won. Aishi appeared with her wards. Girls were flying into the arena on meters. A guy was walking nearby riding a cat. I noticed Ren's among them. People began to say that he was most likely the strongest among all the participants. The girls with red faces in the stands shouted loudly about how cool he was. Then the representatives of the fencer class came out. Talsberry grinned when it was noted that there was even a royal heir among them. Seeing Isabella, the spectators asked who she was, noting that it was unexpected to see such a cute person here. Dorona and Aishi looked at each other angrily. Sophists approached the demoness. He smiled slightly, asking her not to hold back this time. The girl nodded at him. The martial arts class came out next. The archers followed them. Yalu came out last, leading the processing class. The red-haired teacher was followed by the shepherd class. The adult woman was followed by the druids. A trembling boy walked towards the exit. He took his hand to his chest. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to worry. He smiled widely, saying that they just had to show what they could do best. Xiang clenched his fist, pushing the others. Something caught his attention. Seeing two people coming out, he asked why there was only one representative from that class. The people in white jackets began to raise their hands up, shouting that he was the best and that the cook class would definitely win. The others began to point their fingers, saying that this class did not have a teacher but an old log. The mustachioed old man grinned. Under a loud hum, the couple came out to the others. The man looked away, hearing the question of what he was going to fight with. When he bared his teeth, the teacher asked him to relax, because he should always hold back his fire while cooking. Dani froze in understanding, and the others began to laugh at his name. The man began to darken. A group of guys walked forward. Representatives of the blacksmith class appeared. A hum was heard in the arena. Brown-haired looked up, asking what was going on. The others immediately wilted. Moto, dripping with sweat, looked at his comrade and said that they always took part in the championship, but their class always came out last. The protagonist slyly smiled, noting that this meant that they should show what they were capable of at this championship. A gloomy Martin agreed with him when the student asked him to confirm. The participants of the championship gathered together began to be greeted. The teachers stood with their students, listening to the words that the most outstanding student would be able to join the army without a suitability test. Dorona and Aishi glared at each other as they announced that the winner's class would receive the Royal Cup, presented personally by His Majesty. The spectators began to cheer when it was said that each student must show their best skills and abilities. Looking at the participants, Sophists said that the Royal Championship would last 5 days. It was divided into 2 main stages. Facing the people, he said that the first stage was a race through the kingdoms, which would last all day. A green seal shone on the floor. Multicolored sorrows shone along the perimeter of the planet. Looking at the blue mark, the guy began to say that it would take place within the kingdom. It would be necessary to go through 5 locations. The starting point was at the Lake of Sounds. Looking at the green mark, the commander said that then it would be necessary to go through the first forest. Pointing to another seal, he called the Valley of the Winds the next point. Then Sophists pointed to the red mark, saying that after that they would be heading to the fiery Red Sand River territory. The last mark was the Royal Mountain Range. 3 blacksmiths were sitting in the stands, saying that they had chosen very difficult locations this time. Looking at the others, Sophists said that each portal led to a specific location. He began to rummage in his pocket, saying that after passing through the portal, they would be awarded points according to their positions. However, there were 10 royal tokens hidden in each location. The guy showed a token, saying that each token was worth 10 points. He drew his eyebrows together, saying that only the 16 participants who earned the maximum number of points would be able to advance to the next stage. A bright seal appeared in front of Moto while the commander was saying that while passing the location, danger would lie in wait for them at every step, and before leaving, they would need to confirm that they agreed to all the conditions. The same seals appeared in front of each participant. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy asked what he should do with it. Renz put his hand on the symbol. Isabella did the same. The other students did the same. Moto began to darken, muttering that the most dangerous locations of the kingdom were collected here, so it was possible to refuse while it was not too late. The protagonist himself put his hand on the seal. His palm began to absorb the symbol. Xiang smiled widely when his comrade perked up. He abruptly pulled his hand out. The guy smiled widely, saying that it was too late. Something began to appear from under the ground. The outline of a gate appeared. A portal appeared in front of the participants. The girl smiled, saying that they could move out. Renz rushed forward when she said that she was counting on him. The students began to disappear into the portal. Air went ahead, telling the others that it was a drone to remember what the old man said, that everything depended on training. Isabella turned her gaze when Dorona called her. When she turned around, Dorona told her that she should learn to control her boundary power. The demoness closed her eyes and said that she understood. She looked to the side. There, the protagonist was dragging Moto, who was loudly shouting that he was not calling him to go there. He took the teacher's hand away, saying that if he died, he wanted him to take care of his mother. The guy held on to him, while Xiang dragged him by the legs, asking why he was so afraid if he was going with him. The man watched the students leave. He glanced to the side when he was called. Yalu looked at him, saying that he thought he should prepare a little. As he passed by, Martin asked again. The teacher turned around and smirked, telling him to prepare a set of coffins. The guy looked out of the portal. He came out of it completely. His eyes widened. He saw a large lake ahead. In the distance, islands were visible. The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking if this was really a lake and not a sea. He glanced at his comrade when he asked him if he knew why this place was called the Lake of Sounds. A girl appeared in front of them and began to say that if you shout loudly at him while standing on the shore of the lake, the echo will be heard much longer than usual. Air opened his mouth, hearing from her that this is why this lake has such an unusual name. He smiled and said that he wanted to try it. Standing by the water, he shouted. The phrase began to sway the water. An echo began to be heard. With his mouth open, the brunette breathed heavily. He smiled blissfully, saying that it felt like many people were shouting his name, which was very pleasant. A student on a cat walked up to the guy and asked how he planned to get across the lake. When Renz turned around, he asked him not to be so cold. He approached Isabella. The girl closed her eyes after he asked if she wanted to go with him later. The demoness turned away and answered negatively. She hugged the guy's hand. Standing next to the protagonist, she said that she would go with her husband. Renz looked at her silently. The protagonist's eyes widened. His girlfriend asked if he had any ideas. Looking at everyone else, he answered that of course he did, and then noted that some people are very annoying, especially when they try to take a girl away, knowing that she is married. The brunette frowned. He approached the lake. Zhang grinned, saying that he was glad to see that she still relied on him when it came to driving away annoying guys. The girl walked away from him in a dangerous manner. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure, wondering why she was being so weird lately. A light began to appear under Renz's feet. A piece of land lifted off the ground. The mage quickly flew over the water. Air began to flex his fists with a grin. He grinned widely, telling his comrades that he would go first. He jumped. The boy dove into the water. He began to swim quickly. Tal's Buno grinned, calling the others a bunch of idiots. Nanai passed by him. The man crossed his arms and looked at the splash. Two brothers appeared behind him, saying that his class was full of idiots. Tal's grinned and asked his brother to show them what he could do. The boy closed his eyes, saying that he would do it with pleasure. He raised his hands and began to cast a spell. Water appeared between his hands. He abruptly squatted down. The water one covered the others. Tal's grinned contentedly. Under the dome, they began to cross the sea. When one group stood in front of the other, the guy asked the girl if she remembered what they had agreed on earlier. He took out a small bottle with a grin. He began to pour it out. Blue drops fell into the sea. Ice appeared under the blonde's feet. He stepped onto it with the others. The girl glanced back when she was greeted. On land, a brunette stood with a guy and a small crew, asking if they could also sleep with them. The blonde grinned, answering that there was no more room. At that moment, the girl's eyes widened and sweetly asked if they could take them with them, saying that they had so much free space and they would help them row. The boys' faces turned red. They all perked up when the archer exclaimed that they had already given up the first place, and instead of seducing the boys, she could think of how to cross the lake herself. The guy smiled awkwardly and told the group that they would be on their own, and at the same time he thought that his mind was clouded for a moment, and he almost agreed. When the guys sailed away on the ice floe, the girl noted that this tomboy from the archer class had ruined everything for them. She pouted and looked at the guy, saying that now all hope was only on him. He smiled contentedly and said that there would be no problems. He waved his hand. A staff appeared in his palm. The blue stone on it began to check. The guy frowned at him and said that an ancient beast was summoned. Magic circles began to appear in the sky. Seeing them, the main character said that it looked like magic. Isabella appeared behind him, explaining that this was not magic, but the art of summoning. A head began to appear from the portal. A huge owl flew out from there. The girl smiled widely when the guy told her that it seemed that the gods had blessed him, and she replied that this was what they needed. They started to cross the sea on the bird. Twins were flying nearby on brooms, and one suggested that the other speed up, and she replied that it was unknown how many traps there were, so let them clear the way. The guy with multicolored hair frowned. He looked at the cat and said that it was time to move on. The animal darkened and replied that he would not go in the water. The guy looked down, asking how they would reach the finish line if he was not going to go in the water. The cat stood near the water, saying that he was the boss and therefore it was his problem, and he was not going to go in the water. The pink-haired girl went to the guys, while the student asked if he would really be eliminated right away in the first round. She went to the main character's team. Standing next to him, she asked how they would cross the lake. Xiang unrolled a scroll on the ground, answering that they do not possess magic, and they do not have any mythical creatures, so they can only rely on their tools. Everyone stepped back a little after his request. The guy smiled confidently. A huge boulder appeared in front of him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, noting that he used an expensive transition scroll for the main role. Looking at the drawing of a boat on the stone, the brown-haired man asked which ship he should make. While he was thoughtfully holding his chin, Moto called him. Looking at him, he asked why he drew diagram 3. The main character grinned, answering that he would show him. He touched the stone with his pen. It began to glow with a bright light. The girl looked with mosquito eyes. Suddenly, the structure began to fall. A boat appeared in front of the guys. Xiang smiled when the pink-haired girl said that this boat was very unusual. She looked away with a smile on her face, noting that there was something she didn't understand. The guy turned to her when she asked why he hadn't simply moved the finished boat instead of the material, to which he replied that there was one principle in this tricky business. Presenting a drawing of the boat, he said that in the forging process, you don't need to draw very precisely, rough sketches of what you want to get are enough. And whatever the blacksmith creates, everything depends on his thoughts and knowledge of the created object. Then the main character presented the details. Looking at the finished boat, he said that if there is already a basic sketch on the moved stone, he can create any boat he wants. The girl looked at him, answering that now she understood everything. She looked into Xiang's face, Serginko types of boats there. The guy laughed nervously in response. Remembering how he sat with the others at the drawings, he said that on the eve of the championship they experimented a lot. Moto pulled him by the clothes. He approached his comrade, asking why he was telling her about their technology if she was their rival. The brown-haired man waved his hand and replied that it did not matter. The student pointed his finger to the side, saying that even if he did not catch up with his rival, he should at least think about Isabella's feelings. The protagonist looked away. He saw the girl's displeased face. She demonstratively turned away from him. Xiang creaked his face, wondering if she really cared about it. The pink-haired girl came closer to him and said that he had a very unusual name. She extended her hand and said that her name was Aisha and asked him to take care of her. The guy shook her hand, replying that he was very glad to meet her. Aisha, with a smile on her face, noted the fact that their boat was so big, so she would like to ask him to take her and her classmates with him. The guy approached them and said that he did not mind at all. Smiling sweetly, he said that the blacksmith class was the best class in the academy. Suddenly, Moto shouted loudly, declaring that they did not help the competitors. The protagonist looked at him wryly, thinking that at this rate he would never get a girlfriend. He looked at the pink-haired, asking if they had flying brooms. The guy looked away with a gloomy look, saying that in fact, she wanted to help him because he could neither fly nor hit. Zhang touched the whiskers of his beast. He jumped up in fear when the cat spoke to him and asked what he was doing. The brown-haired man smiled awkwardly and apologized. Aisha looked at the others and began to say that if they agreed to take them with them. She tucked her hair behind her ear and sweetly said that she would return the favor. The other guys immediately blushed. Isabella approached them, saying that she was not at all against doing it together. The protagonist looked at her with a forged look and asked again. The demoness looked away, embarrassed, noting that she was trying to say that she was not against crossing the lake with her opponent. Zhang headed towards the boat, saying that in that case, it was time for them to go. A bird flew overhead. It was an eagle. Its eyes were glowing. A hologram of the guys being thrown down in the arena. This was how the participants were shown to the audience. Kuznetsy looked at the image, asking why they hadn't left yet. The king was watching this closely. Martin crossed his arms, wondering what Yalu meant. He looked at him with displeasure, thinking that it was bothering him. Meanwhile, an ice floe was moving across the ice. There were people standing on it. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that he thought they weren't swimming fast enough. The archer smiled and asked them not to worry, because she was sure they would definitely make it in time. Everyone started turning around when one of them asked what was going on there. A boat was sailing towards them. It sped past the ice floe. Inside it sat the team. The brown-haired man looked back with a smile, saying that they were going well. The boys who fell on the ice floe exclaimed that the blacksmiths had overtaken them. The girl adjusted her cape when everyone started talking among themselves. She threw the cape off her head. The girl looked at her rivals with displeasure. The stand showed a boat with participants. The spectators opened their mouths in shock, asking what they had done and noting that they had never seen such boats before. The king was also watching. He smiled widely, exclaiming that this year's blacksmiths were very good. Sophists came up to him when he called him. With a smile on his face, the boy asked him how well he knew student Zhang. The guy closed his eyes and answered that he considered him a good friend. Shaitan continued to watch the competition, saying that he was a smart guy and in the future, ballet would be much more useful to the kingdom. Sophists smiled. Meanwhile, Renz was flying on a stone. He glanced back. Someone was catching up with him. Air was swimming behind him with his team. They were all rowing confidently. Suddenly, one student liked to go underwater. The guy turned around when his friend told him about it. Renz frowned. A moment later, he perked up. Tentacles began to appear from under the water. The brunette stepped onto the surface of the water. The tentacles began to go back. At that moment, Air was looking for his friend under the water. He saw that a monster was holding him. Its tentacles wrapped around the student. The guy grabbed them. With one movement, he was able to tear them apart. At that moment, burning eyes looked at him. He began to swim away with his friend. They jumped out of the water. Air looked angrily at the water, wondering what kind of creature it was. Suddenly, something began to appear from under the water. It was a huge fish with many tentacles. Behind him, under the dome, the team was moving. The brothers chuckled, saying that it had finally begun. Talls frowned and noted with a grin that it was the patron of the Sound Lake, the king of the abyss. A tentacle flashed through the air. Air struck it with his hand. Then they headed towards Renz. A protective barrier appeared in front of him. Continuing to fight off the tentacles, Air asked the others to take care of their comrade. He turned to the monster. It twisted its tentacles into a drill. The guy swung his fist. With one blow, he broke the tentacles. Zames, he swung again. The student directed the fist of the wind. The monster opened its mouth. It sent a sound wave behind the participants. They all began to cover their ears. Air also covered his ears, saying that in the water, he cannot fully use his abilities. Suddenly, the two girls began to cast a spell. The twins frowned, activating heavenly lightning. They directed their energy at the monster. An electric shock pierced him. The same thing happened to everyone who had jumped into the water. The girl smiled awkwardly, saying that it seemed that several people had accidentally climbed in. Renz created a magic seal. He drew his eyebrows together and began to cast a spell. A whirlpool began to form around the monster. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The monster was captured by the whirlpool. The brunette's eyes flashed, ordering him not to interfere with the king's path. The whirlwind lifted the monster. The swimmers saved their eyes, shouting that it was time for them to retreat. A huge owl was flying in the sky. The girl pointed down and asked what was going on there. Under the 100th they saw the monster in the whirlpool. It began to rise even higher. Renz looked at his creation. He frowned angrily. Small whirlpools appeared under his feet. They carried the guy across the sea. The surprised twins looked after him. Watching the action on the screen, the audience exclaimed that he got rid of the monster with just one spell. Looking at the image of Renz, they said that he was cool and strong. The king called Sophices with a puzzled look. When he looked at him, he asked if he thought Renz would be as strong as the regent in the future. The guy looked away, answering that since he was asking, he would answer honestly. With a gloomy look, he began to say that for a human, the brunette was strong enough, but the regent was a war veteran, and the battlefield was no match for the competition. Dorona, meanwhile, sat on the chair, saying that she could not believe that he could actually get rid of such a monster with one spell. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, asking where her beloved students were now. The teacher frowned, noting that she would hope for the best for her students. The twins flew behind Renz. A group of guys were swimming behind. One of them looked at the leader with upset eyes and noted that he was holding them all back, and the other asked what they should do, noting that he was already at his limit. Air looked at them, asking them to just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the main character on the boat waved his hand. After a while, the swimmers climbed on board. Wiping his face, the guy noted that Zhang had come up with something new again. The brown-haired man smiled widely, telling that it was a speedboat. Something caught his attention. When water began to drip on them, he asked if it was rain. Air frowned, shouting that it was coming back. A monster was falling from the sky. It fell not far from the boat. Large waves began to blaze it. The monster sank into the water. Then it emerged with burning eyes. The monster began to wave its tentacles. Aisha knitted her eyebrows, saying that this was his second form, and legends say that if an abyssal beast turns red, it instantly rises to the S-rank category. The boy clenched his fist, exclaiming that it was all Ren's fault, who angered him and left, and the girl asked him to leave him with her. She glanced towards the protagonist when he said that there was no need for that. He knitted his eyebrows, asking again about the enemy's rank. Zhang raised his hand and told all the blacksmiths to listen to him, to which they readily agreed. He clenched his fist, giving the command to start the mechanisms. All the boys took their positions. They began to press the necessary buttons. Part of the boat was submerged under the water. Its bottom began to move apart. Iron began to move out from there. It rose to the surface. Metal plates appeared on the side. The cat jumped up in fear. The plate moved like a large dome. The boat was modified into a submarine. A hole began to appear above the viewing glass. A cannon appeared from there. Meanwhile, the protagonist was looking at the screen. Everyone was sitting in their seats. Air asked why there was a shield on the boat. Looking to the side, he asked Zhang if he was trying to protect them. A monster appeared from the water. He directed his tentacles towards the boat. Looking through the sight, the guy replied that he wanted to go on the offensive. A cannon appeared on the hull of the boat. It opened fire. Bright flashes appeared near the tentacles. The cannon continued to shoot. The bullets hit the monster. The hull of the ship was shaking. The cat opened his mouth wide, thinking that the boat was falling apart. Air looked out the window in surprise, talking about high power. Moto turned to him, saying that this was an improved version of a steam engine weapon. Raising his hand, he also noted that its speed was 3,000 revolutions per minute. He remembered its tests on the ground. Looking at her comrades, Isabella thought that it was no wonder that the hero had been staying up late the last few nights, since he had been fiddling with these things. The bullets exploded as they hit the monster. The monster opened its mouth wide, asking for it to stop hitting it. Zhang opened his mouth in surprise, noticing that it was talking like a human. The gun turned red from the shots. A tear flowed from the monster. The silhouette began to glow brightly, after which it shrank in size. Now in its place was a guy who raised his hand to his head. Looking out, Zhang asked if he was that fish. Smiling, he also noted that it had given up easily after just a few blows. The interlocutor looked at him displeased, saying that he had called his master here to brag and did not think that when he came here, they would start beating him. Aisha looked at him with a gentle smile, saying that she could not believe that in its reduced form, this beast was a small child. Making a gesture with his finger, Zhang told him that he should have their token and asked him to give it to him before he did anything bad to him. The interlocutor frowned. The guy watched as the boat sailed away. Gritting his teeth, he cursed at the hero, saying that he was first beaten, then blackmailed, and he would tell the owner everything. He noticed some movement behind him. Seeing Nanai approaching, he noted that someone else was approaching. The guy became a monster again. The man looked at him carefully. Opening his mouth wide, the monster said that he would have to take it out on him. Silhouettes of cutlery appeared. Forks and spoons appeared behind Nanai, and he said that he made excellent sashimi from him. Smiling, the big fish said that he had a voice like a little girl. The man frowned angrily. A scream was heard all around. Someone came out of the water. Ren stood in front of the gate. 2 coins were sent in his direction. They lay in his palm, after which he headed inside. Behind him, a large body of water was visible. The girls went ashore. A token appeared in front of one of them when she called for it. The second looked at her in surprise and said that she clearly saw how Renz had just received 2 tokens. Looking ahead, the sister replied that the guy came first and received 2 tokens, therefore second place gets 1 token. Enter the portal. She also said that all they needed was to hold on to second place. The boat moored to the shore. Having gone ashore, Zhang noted that they had passed the first round so easily. Having tossed the coins, he noted that they had also received a reward for defeating the monster. Turning around, the hero asked his comrades to hide the tokens. The team looked at him with a smile. Moto said that they doubted that they could pass the second round of the champion, because even passing the first one was already very good. The other guy agreed, saying that the hero should give the token to his wife. He handed them to Moto, saying that in his original plan, they should both have one. Afterwards, he looked at Isabella, offering her one. Holding out a token, he also said that she probably wanted to take the lead in the next round. The girl folded her arms and said that she did not want to. Walking towards the portal, she told them to go, she would get it herself. Zhang looked at Isabella in confusion, thinking that although she had lost her power, but as a queen, she had not lost her pride. Aisha looked at the green-haired guy when he wanted to say that they could take these tokens, but told him that their comrade had already helped them cross the lake and he should not even think about using them. The cat looked away, saying that the girl was right, and he also condemned him. Air put his hand on the hero's shoulders, saying that they would still get ahead of them. The whole team headed into the portal. Isabella came out on the other side. Something was reflected in her eyes. She saw a large fire coming out of the portal. The others also saw that the forest was on fire. A burning branch was falling from a tree. This branch fell on a wooden creature. Someone threw a torch aside. The same creatures were visible throughout the forest. Buno threw the burning branch aside, saying that they had collected 3 more tokens, and now they had 6 in total, asking if that was enough. Bush looked at his comrade with a smile, saying that he had promised Yalu to kill Xiang. Both were walking next to Barry, and he also added that this fire would not kill them, but that he wanted to lure out the guardian of the forest. Barry's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that they could leave here, because if they managed to lure out the guardian, he would kill them. The hero's team walked through the forest. Moto covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He was scared when he saw a snake in front of him. The snake left a mark on the ground when he shouted about it. The cat looked at the fleeing beasts, saying that they were all trying to escape. Frowning, Zhang was indignant that someone had the idea to set the forest on fire during the championship. Aisha also frowned, saying that the fire was created by man. Looking at the flames in front of him, the hero asked her if it was Renz. The girl answered that it was unlikely, because even though the guy was not a very pleasant person, he could not create something like that. Something dark rushed past Zhang. It hit the ground. Looking at this, Aisha said that this was the magic of the twins. Turning around, Moto noticed that someone was fighting there. They all peeked out from behind the bushes. The monsters were hiding from the girl's attack. Frowning, she demanded that her sister be handed over. The monster was holding another girl, saying that they had disrupted the balance of life in this forest. The sister seemed to be unconscious. The monster pointed his hand forward and demanded that the humans leave. A magic circle appeared in front of the girl. The branches and the magic attack touched, but the girl noticed a vine next to her. Flax clumps appeared in the air. Ice struck the monster. Aisha stood there smiling at the girl. Frowning, Xiang noted that there were a lot of enemies. One of them opened his mouth, saying that humans were unworthy of respect and they would never forget them. But someone's fist hit him. At that moment, Isabella moved forward. She pulled her sword to the side. The girl quickly struck different parts of the body. Then she jumped back. Isabella landed next to Air. The body of the defeated enemy fell to the ground. Then it began to recover. Seeing how the enemy rose again, Air told everyone that he was regenerating. The girl standing nearby said that it was useless. Frowning, she also noted that they had regeneration, so she and her sister were unable to defeat them. Frowning, Air suggested hitting them with a fire fist, but Isabella disagreed. Looking ahead, she also said that the area was very dry, and that would cause an even bigger fire. The scarred girl agreed, saying that they still had her sister. Then Xiang approached them and attracted their attention. Smiling, he said that they only needed to cross the forest and they would not cause any harm. Showing the captured girl, the tree said that they started the fire, and now they were talking about their innocence. At that moment, 3 more of these monsters appeared and, pointing their hands forward, they said that no one would leave here today. Frowning, Air noted that the negotiations did not work, and they would have to fight. Scorched earth was visible around. One of the monsters was tied up by a vine. Looking at him, Renz asked why such a huge forest was burning. The monster tied up in front of him answered that people started it. The guy thought that it was only if someone got ahead of him. Seeing the fire around him, he also thought that the spirits of the forest must have awakened because of the fire. Then he looked away, deciding that at the moment he could not use his abilities, and it would be better if he left. Turning away from the monsters, he told them that this time he would let them go. Black smoke rose to the sky. A dead mouse lay on the ground. Someone's hands reached out to it. A silhouette was visible among the trees. The eyes of the unknown were shining brightly with curses addressed to people. The ancients were nailed to the ground. A stone fell on another. Clapping his hands, Air said that everything should work now. He folded his arms over his chest and noted that this way it was much easier to hold them back. Zhang awkwardly put his hand behind his head, apologizing and explaining that they just wanted to get out of here. The girl held her sister in her arms, asking her to wake up. Looking into the forest, Isabella demanded that someone stop hiding. Two people came out of the forest. Seeing the blonde and the dark-haired girl, the guys called them shepherds. Smiling, the girl said that they just came and did not know what happened here. Looking at them, the green-haired asked if they were the ones who called the bird back then. The shepherds stood in front of the others when they were asked why there were only two of them now. Looking at him, the blonde said that if it weren't for wrens, they would be in a better state. The girl next to him said that they could not find anyone else. Air opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the blonde was a guy. He adjusted his hair, asking if he had never seen such handsome guys before. Everyone smiled as they heard someone say that they had never seen such a feminine guy before. But Air moved his hand to the side, saying that a powerful wave of boundary power was approaching them. A sound was heard in the distance. The vine rushed forward. Its branches rose above everyone. Putting her hands forward, Aisha used a magic shield. The branches hit it. The shield was destroyed, and Air asked the girl if she was okay. The hero raised his hand, asking what was happening and who attacked them. Covering one eye, the girl said that it was a powerful attack, and it seems they will have to fight again. In front of them, branches of a thorny vine were visible. The branches began to gather into a bundle. Combining, they formed something. Lips appeared on one of the branches, cursing at people. So the girl with the body of a snake appeared in front, outraged that they had the courage to harm her domain. Her eyes glowed brightly. She was the Queen of Thorns. Frowning, Isabella said that whoever started the fire, he set the queen on them. The cat standing in front said that they only wanted to pass through the forest and did not intend to cause harm, asking to let him go. Looking at him, the queen noted that she would never have thought that such a ferocious beast would have to submit to a man. The guy sitting on the cat said that, to be honest, he was more likely his servant. The queen's hand began to glow brightly. She said that it was time to end this. The cat dodged the attack. Someone quickly ran along the branch of the vine. Isabella was above the enemy, raising her sword above her head. But thorns appeared on the queen's hand, so she repelled the attack of the blonde. At that moment, Aisha created ice spears. The girl sent them forward. They shattered when they hit the queen. Someone's bright eye was visible behind her. The guy riding the cat was about to attack the enemy, but a tree immediately appeared in front of them. Falling to the ground, he asked his queen to be careful. Turning around, her eyes began to glow brightly. A vine wrapped around the cat's paw. He and the guy on it looked at her in shock. At that moment, Air pounced on the Queen of Thorns. There was a satisfied smile on his face. The cat flew towards him, so they hit each other in the air. The queen frowned. A magic circle appeared above her. Raising her hands above her head, Aisha used Ice Rain. The ice spears were directed downwards. Then the Queen of Thorns directed her hand upwards. A protective barrier appeared above her. At that moment, the blade was engulfed in fire. Isabella rushed forward. She saw the enemy taking cover from the ice. The Queen of Thorns extended her hand towards her. Thorns appeared behind Isabella. Zhang watched this. Opening his mouth, he wanted to warn her that they were behind her. The thorns pierced the girl. The enemy watched this. She frowned, seeing Isabella's silhouette disappear. Then she looked in the other direction. Several copies of Isabella were heading towards her. The swings left bright traces. The Queen of Thorns was struck from several sides at once. Aisha opened her mouth in surprise, saying that the girl combined magic and fencing. Isabella ran near a branch. On this branch was the face of the Queen of Thorns. The next moment, she went to attack the blonde. But something hit her in the face. The Queen of Thorns flew away, breaking trees. Isabella turned around, saying what appeared. The whole team looked to the side, asking what was that. Nanai was holding something on his shoulder, saying that he found a fish in the lake, and who knew that he would also get a snake in his hand. Someone said that it was a student from the cooking class. The man came closer, surprised that there were so many of them and they could not deal with the enemy. Xiang and the others began to laugh at the fact that this guy had a voice like a girl. Nanai angrily looked at the hero, who still apologized to him. Smiling, Xiang thanked him for his help. But the bald guy, not understanding, raised an eyebrow, hearing that his voice helped diffuse the situation. Aisha looked at Isabella, who said that it was a fatal blow, and asked what to do if the enemy appeared from the trees again. Frowning, she noted that the guardian of the forest is a humanoid snake. Seeing the Queen of Thorns' chopped wooden body, someone also said that it was the spirit of the forest and depended on the energy of the surviving trees in the area. Introducing their roots, she also said that her tail was underground and connected to the roots of the surrounding trees, absorbing their life force. The queen opened her mouth wide, shouting that she would bury everyone here. Seeing the bright frying pan in Nanai's hand, the hero was surprised that he hit her with it. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. Xiang looked at the shepherds, asking why they were not fighting. The blonde looked at his interlocutor, noting that it made no difference whether they were participating in the battle or not. Then the hero raised his hand to his face, asking that they, at the very least, should know a healing spell. Both looked at Xiang in surprise, hearing a request to help when needed, and in return, he would also help them in the future. Through the cloud of smoke, the silhouette of the queen was visible. Her eyes were glowing brightly, and she told the team that they were like a bunch of pests. So a glow appeared in her hands, and she told them that this place would become their grave. Air looked behind him in surprise. Some sounds were coming from there. Thorns burst out of the ground. They all headed towards the team. The thorns cut off their legs. Then they fettered their hands. The guy gritted his teeth in pain. Now the vine headed towards the others. The swing left a bright mark. Isabella cut them with her blade. The girl noticed the thorns behind. She managed to cut them too, but they appeared again behind her back. Air jumped, dodging them. Running away, he left bright marks. Air noticed how the vine ended up behind his back, so he was completely tied up. Isabella was also grabbed by the thorns, like the rest of the team. Frowning, the queen said that they were no match for her. Several bullets hit her tail. Smoke was coming out of the barrels nearby. Moto, with his mouth slightly open, said to do it again. The other team members took aim. Hiding behind her tail, the Queen of Thorns did not understand what it was. Those standing behind the shepherd noted that it was very powerful, and when the girl asked what kind of weapon they were using, the blonde suggested that it looked like hand cannons invented by gnomes. Not far from him, he noticed some kind of glow. The barrel was shining brightly. The blonde asked what it was. The hand moved the lever. Xiang smiled, looking forward. He was sitting in his anti-tank gun. Looking forward, Xiang said that the others can stop. Waving his hand, Moto ordered to cease fire. The Queen of Thorns clenched her teeth. Sitting in his tank opposite, the hero turned to her. Frowning, Xiang agreed that they had invaded the land, but they had not started the fire and suggested that they settle the misunderstanding calmly. Looking at him, the girl demanded that he not lie. Her body immediately stiffened. One of the guys noticed that the stems had dried up. The queen's face appeared on the tree trunk. Finding herself behind the hero, she rushed at him. The guy turned around, noticing this. Earth was flying from under the wheels. Xiang dodged the attack in his tank. The queen was hit by several shots. One of the team members continued to shoot. Isabella approached him and lowered her weapon. A command was heard to stop firing. Seeing his wife walking towards the enemy, Xiang asked what she was doing because it was dangerous. The girl looked at her angrily. Letting go of her eyes, the girl said that she finally remembered. Dark thorns appeared. The queen looked ahead in surprise. A dark aura appeared around Isabella. The cat's eyes became smaller in surprise. The blonde's hair began to rise. The Queen of Thorns looked shocked. The blonde covered his sister. Someone said that this was a powerful boundary power. Frowning, the hero called Isabella, thinking that her boundary power was not inferior to Rence's. Aisha looked towards the girl. A powerful dark aura emanated from her. Even her eyes began to glow. Looking down, she asked if she understood who the queen was here. Opening her mouth, the Queen of Thorns recognized the aura. Isabella's face was reflected in her eyes. She remembered herself as a little girl. Then, young Isabella played with her. But looking tired, she lay in her pot. The blonde picked her up. Later, they found themselves on an empty land in the territory of the human race. The little Queen of Thorns looked at Isabella. The girl looked at her with a smile, saying that she was not suitable for the environment that was overflowing with magic. Looking at her with warmth, she also said that she would wait for her to grow up and make this place habitable, and then she would come back. Now a tear was running down her face. Crying, she looked at Isabella and wanted to say that she was her master, but the girl told her to keep quiet. Looking at her seriously, the blonde demanded that she not reveal her identity. Xiang looked at the cat, who said that her boundary power had an evil aura. Frowning, the cat said that this was the dark boundary power of demons. The others looked ahead in confusion. The blonde said that this was impossible, but Aisha noted that the boundary power that caused a feeling of conviction is characteristic of demons. With his eyes wide open, the hero was worried that she was exposed. Xiang was scared when he was asked what was going on. He turned to the girl in horror, trying to find an answer. Moto raised a finger, saying that he thought he knew. His glasses reflected the light. He said that Xiang and Isabella were enslaved by demons as children. The hero looked at him with wide eyes, hearing that it must be difficult to remember. Then he covered his face with his hands, asking not to make him remind him of the past. In his heart, he smiled at his comrade, thanking him, but said that his wife somehow learned their magic, and most likely this is the reason. Isabella returned to the others and said that they had talked for a while. Looking ahead, the girl said that the Queen of Thorns saw some people from the forest. Everyone gathered around her when she also said that it did not look like it was Ren's, most likely someone got ahead of him. Aisha looked at her with confusion, clarified if the conflict was resolved and if they could leave. Looking at her, Isabella noted that they could leave now. At that moment, Xiang looked at his wife, saying that even if they did not start the fires, it does not mean that they should leave everything as is. Moto looked at the hero, asking if there was an idea on how to put out the fire. The hero brought his hand to his face, saying that he needed to think. The twins approached them, saying that the fire could be left to them. Looking at the team, the sister said that their main specialization is electricity, but they also own the element of water. She looked at them in surprise. The guy asked if they just wanted to use the magic of Heavenly Kai, to which the interlocutor said that it was so. Fei, who was sitting on the cat, noted that Heavenly Kai required a lot of strength, asking how they would continue to participate in the championship if they used it now. The sisters looked at each other, saying that if the team had not appeared here, they would not have survived anyway. A bright glow appeared in their hands. Both frowned. A magic circle appeared on the ground. The first sister looked at it. The second closed her eyes. A glow appeared from the circle. Light burst into the sky. The bright glow was visible throughout the area. Everyone raised their heads to the sky. Thick clouds gathered. Then it began to rain. Catching the drops with his hand, Xiang said that this should put out the fire. Air and Nanai looked at the rain in surprise. The Queen of Thorns approached the hero, saying that she shouldn't have blamed them for setting the forest on fire, and apologized to each of them. The boy put his hand behind his head, saying that this was the first time they had invaded her forest, and as compensation, they would find those responsible for setting the fire to restore justice to her land. Something bright appeared among the trees. A bright ball also appeared near the others, as well as in the cave nearby. Another one appeared from the swamps. Thorns with tokens appeared from under the ground. They placed all the tokens in Isabella's hand. Aisha looked on in surprise, noting that the girl had received 5 tokens at once. Raindrops fell on the Queen of Thorns' face when she said that this was for settling the misunderstanding between them, and this was an apology to them. Abelie and Emery helped the twins recover. Isabella handed him a couple of tokens, saying that the fire was extinguished thanks to them. The girls looked at her with a smile, but said that they did not need him. Raising an eyebrow, the blonde asked if they were giving up. The sisters looked at each other, agreeing and noting that they had run out of border force, and the fire was caused by people, and they put it out for the sake of reconciliation. A blonde man and a girl were standing nearby. The guy said that they would have taken them. Then Isabella threw them tokens. The hero watched as Abelie offered Emery to take 1 token each, saying that this guy had a sister complex. Turning around, he heard that the twins also had a token. Smiling at him, she offered to take it. Then he took his sister's hands, saying that this time they would bypass everyone, while Xiang asked them to stop. Clenching his fists, Air offered to go to the next round. The twins and the Queen of Thorns remained behind. Isabella stood with her back to her when she turned. Looking at her, the queen asked if she could go with her this time. Turning around, Isabella replied that not yet, because she did not yet know how to escape. But, smiling confidently, she promised that when that happened, she would definitely take her with her. The Queen of Thorns' face was embarrassed. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. A token was visible near the portal. Looking at it, someone said that the token seemed to be here. Fei, who was sitting on the cat, noted that there were many of them, and asked who would get it. Then Xiang raised his eyebrows, suggesting a game of rock, paper, scissors. Everyone looked at him questioningly, not understanding how, but he was surprised that they did not know. Putting his hand behind his head, the hero said that he would teach. Later, several hands went up, saying rock and scissors. So everyone showed their element with a general cry of paper. Air clenched his fist victoriously, saying that he had won again. He reached out for the token and said that it looked like it was his. A whistle was heard. Someone's whip tore it out of his hands. The purple-haired girl took the token in her hand. Seeing Penny in the company of other people, someone noted that they were archers and druids. Frowning, the hero said that it was Air's token. Showing his fist, Xiang said that they simply stole it and demanded that it be returned. Calmly looking at him, Tana was surprised by these words, answering that this was not a family game. Then the hero's comrades pointed their guns at them, and he said that if they did not want to play fair, then they would not follow the rules either. The archers pulled back their bowstrings and the girl asked if they wanted to compare their strength. Xiang smiled, noting that if they were going to use bows during a shootout, they would rather die. But Air put his hand on his shoulder, telling them to leave. Smiling, he added that he did not need the token from the beginning, and they could just leave it. The hero looked at him in confusion, and the guy said that their class would get their own tokens. Tana agreed as they passed by, telling them to use only their own strength. Seeing the opponents enter the portal, Moto called them a class of rude people. Xiang frowned and told everyone to leave. A strong wind blew. It passed through the ravine of distant winds. Someone struck the ground. Barry was fighting a rock monster. The three brothers looked at the enemy, gritting his teeth. Barry wondered why they had to fight a monster in such conditions when it couldn't even stand on its feet. Nearby, his comrades were lying injured. One of them said that they couldn't continue like this. Bush looked at his brother, suggesting that they use their second form to get rid of them. Buno, who was standing behind him, said that if they didn't use up all their border strength now, then how would they deal with even stronger monsters later? The rock monster made a loud sound. Then he swung his hand. Someone swings left bright traces. All three of them frowned. A man appeared in the sky. Then his feet touched the ground. Renz landed in front of them. The brothers looked at him in surprise. With his back to them, Renz noted that they had beaten him to it. Buno smiled in confusion, saying that they had simply found a shortcut. But the other man glared at them, saying that this meant that they had started a forest fire. The three brothers gritted their teeth. The stone man's hand fell off. Suddenly, it was restored. The brunette frowned and looked up. A three-headed stone man rose above him. The enemy made a dash. The guy concentrated magic in his hand. Running away, he launched it back. Blue flashes rushed forward. They flew very fast. The monster's hands began to crumble. His body began to fall apart. With the help of his strength, the hero managed to defeat his opponent. 3 golden grains flew out of the stones. The blue-eyed man looked forward. Then he looked back sideways and told the heroes that if they pulled a similar trick even once more, he would finish them all off, to which they responded in fear, "I understand." The people followed Renz. Their feet moved on the ground. Moto gritted his teeth as he resisted the wind. The protagonist was also sheltering from the wind. One of the heroes turned around and told the guys to hurry up. They were walking between the rocks. The red-haired guy looked sideways and made an indignant sound. Looking ahead, the brunette said that the wind was unbearable. He didn't think he could hold out for long. The girl turned her head and said that at this time of year, mountain formations create strong winds. A magic circle appeared under the hero's foot. He stopped abruptly, looked down and asked what it was. The red-eyed girl looked at him in fear and answered, "Damn, he activated a trap." The brunette opened his eyes wide and asked again, "A trap?" Suddenly, a huge stone appeared from above and flew down. A yellow beam flashed. Then there was a huge explosion. The red-haired girl looked ahead and stuck out her finger. She launched magic crystals at the stone. The 3 heroes jumped up. Then they hit the stone and it broke. Another boulder was flying at the guy. He frowned and clenched his fist. Suddenly, his blow caused an explosion. Shards fell to the ground. The girl turned around when she heard the sound. She raised her head and looked at the spark that occurred between the stones. The two opened their mouths wide, looking at what was happening. The heroines looked up in surprise. Stone people rose up in front of them. The people stood and looked at them. The brunette opened his eyes wide and asked if they should still fight in such conditions. Suddenly, the man grabbed him by the shoulder and he got scared. Walking forward, the hero said that he helped them at the lake, this time let them rely on him. The monsters began to walk towards them. The guy's hand was wrapped in flames. The opponents put out their fists when the brunette made a dash towards them. Frowning, he moved forward. Then he struck with both hands. Then he angrily opened his mouth and grimaced. The stone monsters lowered down. They resisted the power of air. The pink-haired girl opened her eyes and mouth wide and shouted. He was moving 2 stone golems himself, and behind her, the brunette was shouting how strong he was. The yellow-eyed man stopped in surprise and said, "It seems he is stronger than him." The guy was fighting with his opponents. His hand was burning with fire. With the help of the Fist of Ascension, he raised his opponents, after which their bodies began to crumble. Stones fell to the ground. The blue-haired man exhaled in relief. Then he frowned, looking at the fragments. The heroes looked forward in surprise. The stones began to reunite. People raised their heads, saying that the golems were uniting. Now he was even bigger. Small fragments turned into a huge monster. The man frowned and offered to help air. The opponent was approaching the guy. Then he struck. The heroes ran to help. Suddenly a whirlwind arose and they closed their eyes, hiding. The girls were resisting the wind when someone screamed. People were looking at the explosions. The red-eyed girl gritted her teeth in fear. Then she used the bow. The lady pulled the arrow back. Zhang appeared in front of her, spread his arms and told her to stop. Tana looked at him and asked what he was doing. The purple-eyed man frowned and replied that this was Air's fight. He narrated that even when Air's token was stolen, he remained calm as a stone. The protagonist added that even now, he still refused to give up. In this situation, he wanted to see his true potential. Then the brunette looked into the distance and said that she also needed to save her strength for the next rounds. The red-eyed girl paused and thought she didn't quite understand what this idiot meant, but there were still 2 rounds left. Suddenly, a sound was heard and she opened her eyes wide. The young man was also scared. The heroines were wary when someone said how strong the aura was. The monster had red eyes. The forces of the opponents mixed in the air. The stone golem crouched as magic shone beneath it. Orange glare spread around it. The hero lifted the opponent up with the Fist of Ascension. He closed his eyes as his body was ablaze. Then he clenched his teeth in anger and frowned. Opening his mouth, he lifted the monster above his head. The stone one looked down in surprise. Suddenly, he landed on the ground. The young man pushed off. Spreading his burning fists to the sides, he jumped. The guy crouched and put out his hands. Then he dashed forward. The burning silhouette flew straight at the monster. The hero struck with both hands. The stone man covered his head from the blow. Suddenly, his body shattered into pieces. A bright explosion occurred. The pink-haired girl put out her hands and shouted, "Magic shield." The blonde opened his eyes wide as the recoil from the blow reached him. The protagonist turned around, looking at what was happening. The girl's hair was fluttering in front of his face. Dust covered everything around. The man stood in front of the portal. The brunette looked into it. Then he looked away and thought, a powerful aura of border force. Dust with stones flew across the territory. A fiery trace remained on the ground. Suddenly it turned blue. People opened their mouths and shouted that this guy from the martial arts class is super strong. The blonde rubbed her chin, looked ahead and said, "I see, he's doing a good job." The old woman continued to look straight ahead and said that this child has a youthful spirit. The green-eyed man smiled and replied that heir has great potential. The man narrowed his eyes and added that in the distant future, he will surpass him. The dust continued to spread. The brunette closed his eyes. Then he opened them. A blonde was standing in front of him. The red-eyed woman was holding a sword in her hand. Looking ahead, she told him to stand behind her. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought, damn, he's finally fallen for her. Air flew out of the dust clouds. He suddenly landed on the ground right in front of the protagonist. The purple-eyed man looked at him and asked if he had destroyed the stone golem, to which the blue-haired man smiled and replied that it was okay this time. The hero's arm looked terrible as Xiang looked at it in fear and asked what was wrong with his arm. The red-eyed man picked it up and said not to worry, it was just a bruise from using the Fist of Ascension. He then looked at the coins and said that he had also received some tokens. The heroine opened her eyes wide and asked if that surge of borderline power was from him, to which the boy replied, yeah. The green-haired man opened his mouth and said that it was an amazing strike, and Aisha replied that if she had to fight him in a second round, it would, in some way, cause serious problems. Moto opened his mouth and suggested that they surrender while they were still alive. Tana was surprised and said that this guy is very strong. The protagonist raised his fist up and shouted, did everyone see it? Who said that Renz is the strongest? He thinks that Air is more worthy of the title of champion. The guy smiled and suggested moving on. The company was moving along the gorge. Everyone was protecting themselves from the wind as best they could. The guy turned his head, and then he fell. The gray-haired man, holding onto the rock, sank to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he said that he could not do it anymore. Squinting one eye, the protagonist asked if he was wounded in the last fight. Air turned his head and asked to hold on a little longer because they were almost there. The man extended his hand and began to move it in a circle. A wok appeared there. The bald man raised his hand and turned the object over. It landed right in front of him. Turning back, Nanai told everyone to hide behind the wok, and he would lead everyone out of here. The young man clenched his fists and happily said that he was simply incredible. The man turned his head back and doubted his words. Looking into the depths of the gorge, they were surprised why they suddenly accelerated. Climbing the mountain, they saw a portal. The guy looked with his mouth open. After climbing the mountain, the three fell from exhaustion. Air turned back and asked the guys if they could hold out a little longer. One of them, trying to catch his breath, said that they were at their limit. The other, closing his eyes, apologized and added that now everything depended only on him. Air grinned and said that he understood, and then he hit the ground with his fist. Crouching down, he said that the martial arts class never gives up. Everyone sat down in the same pose, repeating his words. The young man opened his mouth and said that Air's hands looked really bad. Was he sure that he could last the next round? To which he, with shaking hands, replied that something like that was no problem for him. The girl pressed herself against the guy and told him to stop acting tough. Looking at him, she said that if he was not cured right away, there would be scars. The guy blushed when his hands were grabbed. His hands were shaking. A glowing ball appeared near his hands. Air blushed all over. Xiang opened his mouth and noticed that his face was redder than his hands. The bald man turned away abruptly, covering his face with his hands, and said that he almost died. Looking at this, absolutely everyone's jaw dropped in surprise and they stood there red. The green-haired man said that if they knew about this, he would have joined the fight too. A guy appeared in front of them and asked what they were staring at. Then he opened his cloak and said that then they could look at it. After seeing the naked torso, the guys screamed so loudly that their screams carried far across the mountains. His foot stepped onto the hot sand. Sweat ran down Renz's face. Walking through the desert, he reasoned that even stabilizing body temperature with the help of the border force does not help cope with the heat. His legs dragged along the sand with difficulty. The guys moved with great effort. Talls, closing one eye, said that if the third brother had something that would help them, then it was time to get it. Opening his mouth, the guy replied that he had nothing. Slimes are afraid of heat. The man heard the sounds and turned around. In the distance, he saw smoke. Then trucks appeared. Looking at the cars passing by, the guy said that they looked like those things that a guy named Zhang created. There were 2 guys behind the wheel. The rest were sitting in the back. The main character, throwing his head back, said that thanks to the ice crystals, the back had turned into a huge refrigerator. Turning his head, he saw the princes and was very surprised. Talls opened his mouth and shouted that he was ordering him to stop and deliver them to the end of the location. Pretending to be surprised, the guy asked if this tomato said anything. The green-haired man laughed and said that the princes thought this trick would work during the championship. The red-haired man opened his mouth and shouted furiously, asking what he said. The people laughed when they heard this. Dorona frowned and said that this guy would lose all his reputation like this. The guys started a heated discussion. One asked if blacksmiths use ready-made inventions, isn't it forbidden by the rules? To which he received the answer that the representatives of the processing class have slimes, and the fencers have swords, and this is not forbidden by the rules. Laughing in the car, someone said that they will go further. The guy began to concentrate the force near his fingers. He threw the object sharply. It stuck to the truck. It began to slowly spread along the edge of the car. Then it penetrated inside. The guy turned and asked the third brother what he had just thrown. He grinned and replied that it would cause them some trouble. The sun conferred on the entire desert. The wounded guys lay on the sand. Other people lay next to him. Blood dripped onto the sand. Tia Nuo gritted his teeth and asked why the new girl didn't use a bow and arrow, and in response, he heard the teacher say that she was only accepted because she wanted to participate in the championship. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth and turned around and said that with such enthusiasm, she deserved to become a student. The girl grabbed her cloak with her hand and threw it to the ground. Straightening up, she held a whip in her hands and carefully examined the area. There were monsters around her. A strong wind carried the snow. They ended up on the Royal Mountain Range, which was completely covered in snow. The guys walked through the snow. Faley held a token in his hands. Turning around, he said that even Aisha had a token. The guy laughed, but he was told that it was too rude. The guy's snot froze in his nose. The guys walked wrapped in warm clothes. Going forward, the main character said, obviously, that the border force helps not to freeze to death, and then he was asked to finally create a helicopter, because if he did not notice, then they could die from the cold. The parade of the guys appeared a block. Looking at it, the girl chuckled. The helicopter landed on the snow. Smoke from it flew at the company. Everyone looked at the helicopter. Looking at it, the guy noticed that Xiang did something magical again. The young man pressed the button. The stairs went down and he asked the passengers to go on board. Turning around, he saw a man who did not go in. The young man opened his mouth and asked if he would go with them. Moto leaned out of the helicopter and said that Nanai said something about wanting to prove himself. The blades began to move. The helicopter took off from the ground. Emery was surprised and asked what was happening. She was told that they were flying. Everyone sat down in their places. The girl turned her head to the side and thought how this thing flies. The protagonist grinned and asked everyone to stay in their seats. Something moved on the seat next to him. A slime started crawling out from under his cape. It flowed lower. The helicopter was flying past a huge ice block. The guy was smiling. Looking straight ahead, he saw a man climbing a cliff with his beak and assumed it was Ren's. He hung in the air, holding on with one hand. He turned his head and saw the helicopter. Aisha stood up and said that Ren's was very strong and why he climbed with his hands. The green-haired guy was surprised that he didn't use magic. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that something was wrong. The protagonist turned around and asked what happened. Everyone watched attentively, then the picture disappeared. The guy turned his hands around and asked why it wasn't showing anything. Another guy was surprised and asked what happened. The guys were discussing why the teacher's projections no longer broadcast the championship. They thought that the broadcast would go on even in bad weather. Kaiser said straight out that the weather on the mountain range was terrible, but there was also an absolute belt there. He turned his head and said that the absolute belt was a rare geographical phenomenon. It was located on the top of the Moon Mountain in the Royal Mountain Range direction. Being inside the absolute belt, all boundary power ceases to act. The guy opened his mouth and asked, they can't use magic, how can they then climb the mountain? The blonde replied that it all depends on their abilities. The sun was already starting to set. The guys yawned. Everyone sat up straight. His Majesty, leaning on his fist, asked Sophices who he thought would finish first. The guy argued nearby and replied that time would tell. A figure appeared in the portal. It began to emerge from the portal. His Majesty opened his mouth in surprise. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise and began to say that it was impossible. Nanai emerged from the portal. He raised his hand and his culinary class began to support him. The blacksmith opened his mouth and told the cook that he had raised a very outstanding student. The bald man moved his hand to the side. 3 tokens flew out of his pants. They turned yellow towards the magic circle. The number 30 appeared, and someone began to discuss how the cook had managed to pass the championship trials so well. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and said that 30 points was not bad. She chuckled and wondered why Renz had not come first with his potential. But then they began to say that the second participant was already here. Air came out of the portal with his head held high. Everyone shouted that this was a martial arts class. Tokens flew out from behind his back. The counter showed that there were 40 of them. Everyone watched with their mouths open. 2 began to discuss how he would become the champion. The girls began to shout that the guy was cute and that they would become his fans. The guy listened to the support from everyone present. He raised his fist up and said that he would definitely bring home first place. A leg appeared from the portal. Renz came out from there. Many girls blushed when he appeared. The girl noticed that he was still the most desirable. Among the glow, golden tokens were floating. The girl said in surprise how many of them there were. The spectators looked at them in shock. Above the long-haired guy was the number 100. Words were heard that he scored 100 points should the championship continue. Opening her mouth in surprise, Dorona said that it was impossible. He broke the record. Aisha looked away with a smile. The numbers 10 appeared above her and Faili. Emery with the number 10 stood next to Abelie with the number 20. Talls entered the room with a smirk. He and his brothers stood with their arms crossed, each with 30 points. The girl with purple hair held her palm. Talls winced, asking why she was here. The girl frowned at him. The number 20 appeared next to her. Nuo and Tana walked in holding their injured arms. The guy looked unhappy. There were numbers 20 above them. A guy with glasses appeared in the portal. The number 10 appeared above Moto's head. The hero was standing in a busy room. Martin looked at him carefully and asked why Moto was alone. Looking at the blue portal, the guy wondered if something happened to Xiang and the rest of the class. One of the guys on the podium asked where the others were. Air touched his friend's shoulder and asked what happened. Where was Xiang? Aisha also came up and asked if they were okay. The heroes turned to Talls, who said that they would not return. He held out his palm, saying that they most likely would not even find their bodies. Moto angrily shouted that if it were not for him, Xiang would never have fallen there. Looking ahead, Sophices asked His Majesty to allow him to step aside for a while. He jumped down and landed next to Moto. Looking ahead, the guy asked what happened. There were tears in the green-haired man's eyes. He could not say anything. The guy imagined smoke. There was a helicopter on the ice floe. The heroes were standing on the ramp. Words were heard that they could go to the finish line. They still had stone alloy extract left in the helicopter. Air looked at his friend and asked, he doesn't have a set yet, why is he collecting them? The heroes behind his shoulders said that he doesn't want to just throw it away, he will have to collect it. Xiang looked ahead, thinking that if people want to repeat this technology, there may be difficulties. Looking at his comrades, he said to go forward. A blue bird appeared above them. Looking at the ice figure of the bird, the girl asked, what is this? Smiling guys were standing on her body. The heroes looked at them sternly. Moto exclaimed that it was them. A drop appeared behind Xiang as he asked what else they were up to. The boys were surprised as the drop flew forward. Bushy held the item with a smile, saying, thanks for their tokens, they're taking them. Frowning angrily, Xiang shouted, asking how that thing ended up in his backpack. Moto raised his fist and demanded that they give them back their tokens. Talls chuckled and said how awkwardly they took them. He has an unpleasant feeling, doesn't he? Energy rushed towards the men standing on the bird. They looked to the side tensely. The fist of the attacker Air collided with the water shield. Bushy chuckled and said that his punches were too weak. The boy dodged the beam flying at him. Kneeling down on one knee, Air asked why he can't use this, his boundary power. Looking forward, Aisha replied that they were in the absolute belt, they can't use their boundary power here. Holding the water in his palm, the man chuckled and said that it seemed like they were all here in his hands. He was surprised when the water was cut by a beam. The barrel of the gun was smoking. The guys were holding machine guns and said that he could only dream of this. Holding the water shield, Bushy said that it was useless. The backpack fell to the ground. Opening his mouth, Xiang said that they seemed to have forgotten. He held the gun with both hands. Directing the projectile forward, Xiang said that blacksmiths do not need a border force. The projectile flew forward. The guy tried to hold the water shield. An explosion sounded in the air. Xiang looked at it with a grin. The man surrounded by water screamed. Gritting his teeth in anger, Talls cursed. Grabbing his sword, he shouted that they, commoners, had the courage to go against the royal family. He will prepare 6 graves for them right here and now. Clenching his fist, Air replied that they were not afraid of him. Without turning to him, Xiang ordered them to leave right now. Holding the weapon, he continued that if none of them could use the border force, then their class had the advantage, let them deal with them. Buno spread his arms and shouted that no one would leave here. A large stream of water poured out. A wall of water appeared in front of the heroes. A cry was heard that they were surrounded. Looking at his comrade, the hero shouted for him to help them. The guy agreed and ordered them to quickly return. Holding the weapon, Xiang agreed. The heroes fired their weapons. Standing behind the shield, Buno grinned and said that it was useless. He turned around when a shell flew towards him. With a scream, he jumped back from the explosion. Xiang resolutely clutched the cannon. Then he turned his frowning gaze to the side. Tal's flew at him. His blade collided with another. Blocking the attack, Isabella said that it was him. The sword attack sent the enemy flying. Tal somersaulted away. Looking ahead in confusion, he thought that she had no borderline power. Where did she get so strong from? Turning to the girl, the hero asked why she didn't leave. Isabella turned away and replied that it was because she wanted their tokens. The hero replied that she was not that cruel. Air punched the water. The participants quickly ran towards the blue portal. Drops of water flowed forward. Isabella turned around tensely. Water flowed from the man's hands. He laughed and shouted that they would all die. Bushi raised his hands with water up. Looking ahead in surprise, Xiang said that it was. The water formed into a huge hammer. With a predatory smile, the red-haired man said that this is what happens to those who mess with them. The hammer flew straight towards the heroes. Isabella jumped back along with the screaming hero. The screaming boy watched as the ice broke. Cracks appeared on the ground. A scream was heard that the ground was collapsing. The edge of the ice floe crumbled down. The heroes fell among the fragments. The hand with pouring water went down. Turning away, Tals called the others to leave. Falling down, Moto again screamed that he would not be able to take care of his mother in old age. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his hood. He turned around and saw Isabella, who was holding him. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl told him to climb, and threw the boy up. Then she turned the other way. She tried to get closer to Xiang. The girl decisively grabbed him by the waist. The heroes looked at each other. The boy said that he would throw her up, but the girl warned him about something behind him. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He saw a huge ice floe behind him. Closing his eyes, he turned the girl around. The blow landed on his back. The guy's eyes began to close. The shocked blonde screamed, begging him to wake up. She turned her displeased gaze to the side. The blonde angrily looked at the retreating figure. The ice floe fragments fell down. Moto, with tears on his cheeks, said that this is what happened. Gritting his teeth in anger, Air said that this is impossible. Tals indifferently crossed his arms, shouting curses. The bald man with a mustache asked, "What happened to Xiang?" The guy's fists glowed with fire as he furiously shouted that he would never forgive them. Air rushed at the opponents. However, Sophisis put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Looking at him, the blonde said that outside the competition, he cannot attack other participants. He will be disqualified. He does not want this to happen. The angry hero asked, how can he compare rivals with friends? Turning to the side, the girl said that someone was approaching. A leg appeared from the portal. Xiang's eyes were closed. Isabella was breathing heavily as she dragged him on her back. The ropes that tied them came undone. The guy was falling face down. A hand caught the girl. The comrades kept the heroes from falling. The guys ran towards them screaming. Looking at the blonde, Dorona asked if she had lifted him up the moon mountain herself. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that there had been some problems there. The blonde in the hat said that it was good that she had managed to finish. Isabella was lying next to him. The hero closed his eyes with a slight smile. He dreamed of walking through the desert. The guy's face was parched from the heat. Falling to his knees, he said that he was thirsty, and thought that since landing here he had not had a can of cola. The sweaty brown-haired man thought that he would not refuse a cold glass of cola now. Suddenly a glass of cola with ice appeared in front of him. Isabella in a purple swimsuit held it out. The hero immediately jumped up, recognizing her. Blushing, he looked at her chest and asked why she was dressed like that. The beautiful girl answered that it was obvious that it was for the beach. Did he expect to see her here in a fur coat? The embarrassed guy was surprised. Isabella took his hand and called him to follow her. They were also here. There were girls in swimsuits on the seashore. Isabella suggested having fun together. The embarrassed guy was so shocked that his nose was bleeding. He asked how this was possible. The blonde hugged him from behind and invited him to swim together. The hero held the gushing blood with his palm when the second one said that she wanted to too. The girls in swimsuits surrounded him. Aisha asked him to pay attention to her. The hero's gaze became cloudy. He asked what they were doing. Xiang fell to the ground, and the girls surrounded him, calling out endlessly. Xiang jumped up with a wild scream. His mouth was open. With his mouth open, the hero screamed. He ran on a pillow with a bandage on his forehead. He was surrounded by worried comrades. The guy sitting on the bed asked what was going on. The teacher exclaimed that he finally woke up, and Moto asked if he had a nightmare. Martin pointed to the footprint on his face and told the guy not to worry. He would erase it later. Touching his face in dismay, Xiang thought who knew that being surrounded by so many girls was so scary. He remembered his friend's blonde hair and closed his eyes a little. Moto waved his hand and said that Air and the others had visited him recently, but since the second round was tomorrow, the teachers told them to return to training. Xiang stared ahead in confusion, saying that they had recently escaped death and they would compete tomorrow. The guy with the short hair scratched his cheek, hearing the question, "They didn't fall, what happened there, what happened next?" and answered that for him everything was like a fog. The brunette added that he only remembers how his hands became very hot. What happened next, he does not remember. Xiang looked at his palm, hearing his comrade answer that he remembers how a magic sign appeared above his palm. Soon after that he lost consciousness. Looking forward, the hero said that it means that the contract they signed before the start of the championship was actually for protection. Looking at the comrades surrounding him, the brown-haired man asked how many of them advanced to the next round of the championship, and heard that of them, only he and Moto advanced. The guy with green hair awkwardly joined his fingers and said that Isabella threw him up when they fell off the cliff. Without knowing it, he advanced to the next stage. The hero's mouth dropped open when he heard that she had carried him on her back and asked how Isabella was. Martin smiled and said that she had recovered quickly and was practicing swordsmanship in the garden with Sophices. The sword flew, swirling in the air. It sank into the ground behind the girl. Isabella's face was wet with sweat. Sophices, standing opposite, said that Dorona had trained a strong student. The heroes turned to Xiang, who had called his friend. He came closer, asking why she was overexerting her body. She had only just recovered. He waved his hand and continued that she had a competition tomorrow. What if she got hurt? The guy looked away, saying that he heard she had carried him upstairs. The girl took a step away and told him not to flatter himself. She had only done it so that he would stay, and she would have one less opponent. Xiang laughed awkwardly, looking at the girl leaving. He said that she was right. Next time they would meet as opponents and he would not hold back against her. Isabella replied that she would like to see it. Grimacing in displeasure, the hero asked what was wrong with her. What did he do to make her angry? The blonde replied that she was very determined. Looking away, Sophices said that it seemed that she really wanted to win the title. Xiang pouted in displeasure, thinking that of course he knew that she wanted permission to go out into the wasteland, and out loud he said that this did not give her the right to treat him so badly. Alina smiled and said that Isabella was a strong girl. Perhaps she did not really like that he was trying to tell her what to do. Waving his hand, Xiang replied that he understood. He guessed that she was just very determined, to which the blonde replied that he always spoke so funny. Touching the hero's shoulder, he told him to hurry back and prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow he would fight first against the third Prince of Tals. Xiang was shocked to hear this and asked again. Looking at him calmly, Sophices said that the fights were chosen randomly. He and Isabella were in the hospital when it was announced, so he did not know. The hero furrowed his brows determinedly and said that this was great. They humiliated him last round. This time he would show them who was boss. The next day, the sun was shining on the arena. The people in the stands were cheering. The guy with blue hair looked to the side and said that he could not believe that two blacksmiths could advance to the next round. The second one added that Xiang had prepared new inventions for this round. There was a noise in the corridor of the arena. Walking forward, the guy said what he was doing. He turned and walked back, saying that he just wanted to get to the championship and pass the first stage. Moto clutched his head and exclaimed in horror. Who would have thought that he would pass to the next stage? The hero told him to relax. Holding the diagram, Xiang said that he looked at the list of battles. In front of him was a diagram with lines and names. The guy continued that he would be against the third prince. Moto turned around and asked worriedly, is he so sure that he can defeat Bushi? Xiang waved his hand and replied that he thought he could handle them. He found a way to do so. Touching the cloth lying nearby, he said that he made some new developments. The comrade lowered his head and chuckled. The hero smiled and told him to just watch how he defeated him. There were many people sitting in the stands. Xiang's comrades were on the balcony. Poking Moto in the shoulder, Air said that Xiang was definitely the smartest student he knew. He would easily win in the first round. Someone replied that he would hope so. Isabella looked down silently. On the other side were the opponents. A man appeared in the center of the round arena. Looking forward, Sophices said that they were moving on to the second stage. Looking at the stands, he continued that he was inviting the participants of the first fight. The man put his hands behind his back. This was Bushi from the fencing class. There was a weapon behind the guy's back. Xiang from the blacksmithing class stood in a confident pose. Opening his mouth in surprise, Air exclaimed that he had completely changed his image. With a surprised look, the girl asked, is there something new behind his back? The opponent's fans looked at him attentively. The guy raised his hand and shouted that he looked cool. The man with his hands behind his back said that he had managed to survive so far. Smiling, Bushi continued that he would not allow this to happen again. Taking an object from behind his back, the guy chuckled. In his hand was a huge writing pen. Xiang said that he would still see who would be the winner. The opponents stood opposite each other in the arena. A shout was heard. The fight began. Colored balls flew from the red-haired one. The hero waved the pen. An obstacle appeared in front of him. A purple drop crashed into the barrier. Xiang quickly unrolled the scroll. A second drop flew into the barrier. It shone, crashing into the barrier. An explosion was seen. Bushi looked at it in surprise. Suddenly, the hero drove out in a red car. Xiang was sitting with his arms outstretched. Fire flew out of the cannon. The opponent tried to block it with a water shield. An explosion was seen. A guy sitting in a device like a chair with cannons was shooting. He drove in a circle, continuing to send volleys of fire. Xiang quickly clicked his finger on the button. Laughter was heard from the blue substance. Bushi smiled widely, saying that they were no longer on the Moon Mountain. He could strengthen the power of his slime with the border force, becoming even stronger. He moved both hands back. Jets of water rushed towards the hero. His finger touched the round button. Gray spikes appeared around the device. They moved next to the metal part. As a result, the guy's car was a metal closed device. Xiang looked through the slot with determination. The wheel quickly spun. The car turned around, leaving a bright trace. A sharp drill dug into the water barrier. Bushi grinned and asked, "Does he want to break through his shield? It won't work." Looking at him confidently, the guy asked who said he wanted to break through his defense. Water poured down. The enemy looked puzzled. The metal device continued to attack. The red-haired man glanced sideways with a frown. Imagining the diagram, he realized with amazement that it was going to push him to the wall of the arena. The wheels came off the platform. His finger touched the green button. Jumping out of the back of the machine, Xiang said goodbye. His device was falling apart. Flying back, the hero confidently landed on one knee. The people in the stands were happy. The guy said that the fight was quite exciting, and the girl added that the blacksmiths finally had a strong representative. Xiang grinned. The people in the stands were shouting and rejoicing. The hero decisively raised his hand up. The man in the chef's hat turned to Martin and praised him for his good work. He thanked him. The young king looked ahead with a smile, saying that this guy was quite good. Air happily raised his hand and said that Xiang was very strong, as expected of his friend, and Moto shouted, praising the blacksmith class. Xiang smiled, looking forward. Suddenly, a blue noose grabbed his neck. The opponent, pinned to the wall by the slime, laughed. His smiling face appeared from the blue liquid. Bushi, sitting on the wall like a spider, said that he was very encouraging. Xiang closed his eyes from being strangled. He turned the part with stones on his pen, and, turning it back, he pricked the slime. Fire appeared on it. The noose fell to the ground. Xiang closed his eyes when the remaining fire burned his shoulder. He threw the burning piece to the ground. It remained lying as a black liquid. Bushi winced in displeasure. Without turning around, the hero said that his guess was right. He turned to the opponent, who asked, "What is the riddle?" With a determined look, Xiang said that in the first stage, he went through several rounds relying on his slime. Recalling the black and white pictures of the past, he continued that he definitely did not use it in the desert. Frowning, the guy exclaimed that it was because he wanted to save his strength for the fight. Looking at him calmly, the brown-haired man told him to stop making excuses. A second ago his slime burned, so this was his weak point. The opponent winced in displeasure, hearing that he was afraid of fire. Moto happily exclaimed that this was what it was. The guy touched one of the jars on his belt. Holding it out, he said that he had prepared a special weapon for him. The opponent with slime claws jumped up and asked, "Is he going to create?" Blue rays rose up, and then rushed towards the enemy. The claw broke the stone, throwing the hero away. Xiang slid along the ground, and then he drew a shining circle around himself. It began to close like a dome. Bushi looked at it with displeasure. Blue tentacles rushed to the barrier. They dug into the stone, breaking it. Grinning wildly, the opponent asked, "Does he want to buy time?" He dug his claws into the stone and said that while he was creating something, he would simply kill it. Martin called out to his student with alarm. The spectators watched the fight tensely and looked scared, saying that this was very bad. The guy, watching this, asked, "Is this the end?" Bushi spread his arms and laughed. Then his gaze became extremely surprised. There was no one in the broken dome. A question was heard, "Where is he?" A shining line appeared behind. Xiang, coughing, climbed out of the improvised hatch. He was on the opposite side and waved his hand, attracting attention. Talls turned around and asked, "How did he get there?" Xiang closed his eyes and explained that he only had to dig a tunnel from where he had attacked and he would be fine. Stomping his claws on the ground, the opponent exclaimed that he was running around like a monkey. He quickly ran towards the hero. Xiang said with a satisfied grin that everything was ready. His feather touched the ground. He continued that all that was left was to wait for his defeat. Like a spider, the opponent approached the line. Gray details began to rise from the strip. The opponent gritted his teeth in displeasure. A stone barrier rose around him. Bushi raised his head, watching the passage become overgrown. Finally, a gray dome appeared in the arena. Looking ahead in surprise, one of the spectators asked if he could hold off his opponent like this. Bushi winced, thinking, how did he do it? Remembering the guy who shot at him, he wondered when he did it. Impacts and shouts came from the dome that he had planned this from the beginning. Recalling the pinned feather, Xiang said that in order to defeat him, he had to prepare in advance. The claws hit the barrier with force, trying to get out. The guy asked, did he think this was enough to restrain him? Resolutely looking forward, Xiang replied that his attempts to break free were useless. The entire surface was covered in red steel. Standing next to the gray dome, Xiang said that of course, making a trap for him was not easy. Looking forward, he continued that the huge stone that he cut into pieces, he hid something special in it. The guy with the claws asked again in surprise, and then he saw the stone fragments nearby. Each of them contained many explosive devices which had 1 second left. Gritting his teeth, Bushy thought that this stone could not be used anymore. He remembered how he developed the stone hovering next to the hero and thought that he had deceived him from the beginning. The dial showed 0. Deafening explosions were heard in the dome. Martin looked ahead in surprise. The girls were also watching. The opponents and participants were watching attentively. Moto joyfully raised his hand and exclaimed that this was incredible. Sophists watched calmly. The spectators' mouths opened in shock. Someone asked, "Is it so easy for the prince to win? The blacksmith class really got stronger this year." The guy with the red scarf opened his mouth and said that he might get into trouble for trying to kill a member of the royal family. The arena around the dome cracked. What was happening was shown in a large ball. The figure watched this, saying that this guy is smarter than Martin. This is the true strength of a blacksmith. Smiling slightly, he continued that he will not lose easily. Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. The gray dome trembled. A crack appeared on it. Frowning, Xiang thought, this is impossible. Was he not killed by the explosion? The punch of the fist shattered the metal armor. The clawed fingers crushed the dome. Bushy looked like a horned and fanged beast, which is quite strong for a small rat. Coming out of the dome, he said that he forced him to transform into a dragon form. The sharp-toothed opponent continued that for a useless nothing who cannot use the border force, he is quite a nuisance. Looking at him in fear, Xiang thought, he can also transform. What kind of setup is this? The spectators looked at this in shock, saying that this is a dragon. Looking at the king, Sophists turned to him. He looked forward, recalling the monster, and said that he once saw the regent in the form of a dragon on the battlefield, so this power is not unique. Without turning around, the guy in the crown said that this ability is passed down in the family, a special royal power. Looking forward, the king said that since it was no longer such a big secret, he would explain it to him. Introducing a baby in a yellow swaddling cloth, he explained that when a boy is born into a royal family, the man handed the child to the creature. He continued that he is brought to the Dragon Lord. The royal family members asked to be connected with the dragon's blood. Horns appeared on the baby's face. Along with the dragon's blood, he receives its power, which allows him to turn into a hybrid of a dragon and a human. Looking to the side, the boy asked, "Does this mean that His Majesty also has this feature?" Closing his eyes, the king answered that it is true. He also has the blood of a dragon. He introduced the beast, saying that after turning, its body and power increase significantly. The body becomes not only stronger, but also unbreakable. He introduced a dragon surrounded by flames, saying that the strongest factor of this ability is that its marginal strength can increase 5-fold. Of course, it depends on the person. Staring ahead tensely, Sophists wondered if Xiang could defeat the third prince in this form. Bushy waved his hand and said that this black slime was the one Yalu found in the dragon cave. It was called the crystal dragon slime. Raising his hand, he continued that because he allowed it to feed on his blood, the black slime pierced his body. He continued that it became incredibly powerful. Yalu watched from the stands, thinking that many years ago he had paid to visit the dragon cave. He remembered standing outside the gray cave, thinking that legend said that the dragon's lair was there. He remembered the black substance, thinking that he had found the black slime in its weakened form there. The black liquid was fighting a rat. The man brought it back to the kingdom as an experiment, learning that this slime fed on the blood of its host. The black liquid covered the body. After eating the host, it becomes very active. Imagining the converted third prince, he thought that the dragon blood in Bushy's body stimulates the slime's power, allowing it to increase its attack and defense by 10 times. The spectators watched attentively. The man thought they claimed that the magic class was an upgraded version of the refining class, but looking at this, even Ren's was no match for Bushy. Xiang held the scroll sullenly, thinking that such an explosion was enough to kill him, something he had never encountered before. 2 cannons appeared in front of him. The hero clicked the levers. The weapons began to fire powerfully. Fiery projectiles flew towards the monster. Bushy raised his hand. He smirked as the projectiles bounced off his body. Xiang drew a line with a pen. The cannons continued to fire. The beast surrounded by bright rays told him not to even try. Normal physical attacks did not work on him. Black vines flew forward from his hands. Xiang looked at this tensely. The enemy smashed the cannons with slimes. They rushed towards the hero. A yellow barrier appeared in front of Xiang. The claws collided with the shell. Bushy stretched out his arms and said that it was red steel. The shell cracked and he said that the red steel was as useless as paper against him now. The shield shattered into pieces. Xiang fired several projectiles. The demon grimaced as he raised his hand. There was a yellow substance on his forearm. Looking at it, the dragon asked what it was. It was so sticky. The next yellow projectile hit his leg. Xiang continued firing tensely. Many yellow spots surrounded the enemy's body. He tried to peel off his head and asked, is he tired of it yet? Bushy glanced sideways at the projectile behind him. Devices were beeping around him. Then they exploded, breaking the floor. The man fell backwards. He ended up falling into a hole in the floor. Bushy immediately jumped to his feet and shouted that this attack was nothing to him. He would kill him. Swinging his pen, Zhang replied that he had a tiny brain. He stuck the shining pen into the ground and continued that he would never know what he had in store for him next. Bushy opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. Blocks began to rise, lining up between the opponents. Looking ahead, Air asked in surprise, was this the useless tree he had brought for him? Faley asked, what was he going to do with it? A black trunk was visible in the crack in the floor. Bushy approached, stretching out his clawed hand. Zhang was just finishing drawing. The opponent was surrounded by black tentacles. He clenched his teeth angrily. Moving forward, the dragon cursed that the guy was doing it again. Black branches covered the hero. The monster's hand hit the barrier. The veins on his forehead bulged with anger. Bushy thought that he had blocked his attack. What kind of material was this? The space above also closed. Zhang smiled, saying that he had succeeded. In the gap on the floor stood a black safe. A question was heard, what is this? The spectators opened their mouths in surprise. One of them asked if this thing really stopped the prince. The second added that it looked like an ordinary container. Bushy, who was trapped, shouted that this was starting to anger him. Purple slimes appeared next to him. He shouted that he would become lunch for the crystal dragon slime. The opponent threw them forward. Bright drops flew quickly. A black aura appeared around them. The purple slimes grew larger. With a sly smile, the prince thought that even wrens would not withstand this spell, let alone this box. The dragon opened his mouth in surprise, seeing that there was not a scratch on the barrier. Standing next to the trap, Zhang said that it was useless no matter what he did. He couldn't break his microwave made of useless wood. The opponent gritted his teeth, asking, did he use it as a material? Pointing his finger behind him, the hero replied that he had already told him that he had prepared some special traps for him. Moto's mouth dropped open in realization and exclaimed that he understood. He recalled the images of the battle, saying that in the tunnels Zhang dug earlier, he left behind a useless tree. Looking forward, Martin thought that he had used that tree. Air, pensive, thought out loud that it was no wonder he asked him to go with him to the useless forest. He remembered dragging the tree and said that a useless tree couldn't be cut down, so he asked him to dig it out of the manor and bring it to the blacksmith's classroom. Zhang closed his eyes and turned to the prince. Then he forcefully opened them and asked if he remembered what words he had insulted him with. Holding a pen in his hand, he said that in the fencing class, he insulted him by calling him a useless tree. Talz grimaced furiously and called him a country bumpkin. Standing next to the microwave, the hero continued that because useless trees cannot be used to build houses or make fires. Looking forward, he continued that because of this, they considered the material useless. Standing next to the trap, Zhang said that he did not have the border strength, which meant that he could not learn fencing and magic. Looking forward, the guy continued that he also said that as a man, he was useless. Sophists opened his mouth in surprise and heard that he was wrong, seeing the real strength of the useless tree. As they found out, it is the strongest material in the whole world. Penny was surprised to hear that today he will prove it to them all. Air and Martin smiled, hearing that forging could also be used to attack. The crystal on the handle of the pen flashed. Zhang swung it decisively, saying that it was a crushing force to be reckoned with. He slammed the shining tip into the trap. The microwave glowed purple. Then, the round lever turned. Purple lightning appeared around the trap. Bushy clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that it was impossible. The useless wood could not withstand his power in this form. The space around him became hot. The dragon thought, why is it suddenly so hot? Bright sparks appeared around him. The hero stood next to the microwave, from which came cries of how hot it was. Confidently looking forward, Zhang suggested to see if his black slime could withstand the power of the microwave. The spectators in the stands looked at each other in shock. One said it was some kind of magical machine, another said it was probably the slime's biggest weakness, and the third said he'd never seen it before. The man with the mustache opened his mouth slightly and thought, is this the power of the electric stone? Zhang remembered sitting at a scientific conference and thinking that he got his bachelor's degree at 14, then was offered a place at Harvard. Originally he wanted to fly to the States after summer vacation. Imagining the diagrams, he thought he could design a spaceship if he wanted. The dragon opened its fanged mouth. The slime on his body began to bubble. He thought that this substance could not withstand this heat. It was starting to eat away at his body. Surrounded by sparks, Bushy screamed. He raised his hands and asked for help. Black liquid dripped onto the ground. Turning back into a human, he held out his trembling hand and tried to say that he gave up. A magical seal appeared on his palm. As a result, the guy was lying in the center of it. Black smoke was coming out of the microwave. The spectators in the stands opened their mouths in shock, saying that the screams had stopped. He wasn't dead, was he? The princes angrily gritted their teeth, and the words were heard, it was time to go on the attack. He couldn't lose to this loser. Yalu gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that it was impossible. His slime hadn't had the chance to shine yet, how could he destroy it so easily? Smoke was coming out of the microwave, and a scream was heard demanding that the prince be released immediately. Xiang asked with an indifferent look, why should he do this? Yalu in the stands shouted that if something happened, how would he explain himself to the regent? Throwing the feather onto his back, the hero replied that they had signed an agreement before the championship. Closing his eyes, he heard that it was just a competition. Zhang glared at his interlocutor, exclaiming, if this was just a competition, then why was there a fire in the forest, and how come they almost lost their lives on the moon mountain? The sweaty man tried to object. The girl in the hat frowned, saying that it turned out that the fire in the forest was his doing. Moto said that karma always comes back to a person. Sitting on the edge of the rift, Zhang said that this guy was just pretending to be dead. He did not want to die again unless he admitted defeat. The hero tensed up at the question, maybe he just couldn't say those words. The heroes looked ahead tensely. Someone exclaimed that it was him. The spectators were surprised. Isabella frowned. Xiang looked at the purple haze and asked, who is there? A head with red hair appeared from the colored haze, and then someone's leg and Bushy's burnt body. A man in a feather robe walked forward. Xiang looked at him in surprise as he said words of greeting to the king. Bowing, the blonde said that Vasily was asking for permission to intervene. The young king looked at him and greeted the director. He was sitting on the throne above and said that he didn't think he would come to watch the championship. The heroes looked forward carefully and thought that it was him, the director of the Royal Academy. The spectators' mouths dropped open in surprise. The man said that he was rumored to be 200 years old, then why did he look so young? Vasily smiled and said that he didn't want to show himself initially, but only planned to secretly protect all the students. He looked at the hero and said that this round was so exciting. The atmosphere was tense. Somewhere ahead, Xiang, thinking that this man was definitely a werewolf, he did not know whether he was working with the regent or not. A hand grabbed the guy's wrist. Raising his hand, the blonde said that he solemnly declared Xiang from the blacksmith class the winner of this round. The stands rejoiced when he heard this. The guy confidently looked forward. In the stands, the other participants frowned. Renz and Penny looked attentive. Air and Moto happily raised their hands, shouting that their class won. Isabella looked forward. Sophices smiled. Tears appeared in Martin's eyes. The brothers approached the burnt Bushy and asked him to stand up. Zhang glanced sideways at the brothers burning with anger, who shouted that he would pay for this. The hero looked away with a smile. Isabella saw his gaze, and abruptly turned away. The boy looked at the stands. He looked worried, thinking that she was not happy about his victory. A hand touched his shoulder. Vasily looked at the hero and asked what he was waiting for. Let him find her. Smiling awkwardly, the boy agreed. Yalu, who was standing in the stands, scolded him. He winced in displeasure when the man behind him called out. Martin closed his eyes and asked if he remembered how he had spoken out recently. He, being a teacher, dared to say such words. The man, burning with anger, clenched his fists and said that their class never started quarrels, but if someone tried to harm his students, he would not let them go easily. He froze, hearing the words of the director behind him that teachers were forbidden to fight during the championship. The man looked at Vasily. Many students surrounded the director, recognizing him. He said that he had not seen them all for a long time. Looking ahead, Yalu thought that this old man only appeared when it was convenient for him. The blonde asked with a smile if he thought he was old. Someone else answered excitedly that of course not. Continuing to smile sweetly, the director said that the crystal dragon slime was a very dangerous ancient organism. They suck all the blood until death. Why did he give something like that to the student? He didn't think he would drain him. The teacher, who had turned gray with excitement, answered that he had already perfected this organism. Such problems should not have arisen. A palm touched the trembling body. Continuing to smile, Vasily said that he wanted him to take it. The frightened man answered that he understood. Aishi came closer. Closing her eyes, she asked if he wanted to pay attention to the old woman. Why did he suddenly decide to show up here? Stroking the girl's hat, Vasily said that of course, because he missed her, that's why. Turning to the bald man, the director asked to restore the arena. Continuing to smile, he said that he wanted to see what Nadai is capable of. The man asked to look at his work. The hero walked down the corridor. Isabella was standing around the corner. Noticing her, Xiang called out to the girl. The blonde took a step up the stairs. Xiang looked ahead in surprise. He had a scroll in his hand. Isabella turned around when she heard him call her. Holding out the sword, the guy said that he made a sword for her from a useless tree. He thought it would suit her. The girl took the black blade out of its sheath. She swung it a few times, leaving marks, and then she walked away, thanking the hero. Looking at her, the guy told her to be careful with talls. He could turn into a dragon. Without turning around, Isabella agreed. Frowning slightly, the hero called her again. He walked closer to the girl. He stopped silently, and then, opening his mouth, he asked what happened when they were on the Moon Mountain. The white-haired girl did not turn around when she heard the question that she could come by herself. Why did she bring him along? She turned her back and asked, hadn't she already explained to him? However, the hero interrupted, asking what about when people said he was useless. With a determined look, the boy asked why she stood up for him. He remembered how Isabella got angry and said that she started arguing to prove otherwise. Then he remembered how she held the sword indifferently and said that she was cold to him this time. Looking down, Xiang said that he did not understand what she was feeling. Standing behind, he resolutely shouted that he wanted to know what was inside her heart. With her back to him, Isabella said that the high priest once said that the owner of the other ring was the ray of salvation for the demon race. Without turning around, she continued that he told her that it was not him. The boy raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, how could she be so sure of that? Hadn't she seen what he had just done? Without turning around, she said that he had just gotten rid of a pawn and thought he had become stronger. The hero looked at her in confusion. Still with his back turned, she said that he wanted to know what happened on the Moon Mountain. Turning around, the blonde promised that she would tell him. Isabella remembered the stone hitting the boy's back and said that when it hit, she wanted to save the others, but there was not enough time. A magic seal appeared on her palm. She looked at the glow, saying that she suddenly saw light coming from their hands. The girl looked surprised. Holding Xiang, she said that they were then transported to a dark room. Holding her comrade, she carefully looked ahead. There were people in black cloaks. Isabella, who was holding her friend, heard them tell her not to be afraid. Their boundary power couldn't withstand the movement and they all passed out. The dark figures were approaching. Looking forward determinedly, Isabella asked who he was. The shorter man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl frowned. In front of her, a red-haired guy was smirking and she thought it was that stupid fish. The blonde man said that he was the director of the Royal Academy, Vasily. Looking forward, he said that it was nice to meet the Demon Queen. The girl looked shocked. She quickly drew her sword. Holding the blade, she jumped to her feet. Frowning, the heroine said that he knew who she was. Vasily smiled and replied that the walls of the kingdom were built by Martin, but he was the one who installed magical protection on them. Shining sparks appeared in front of him. He continued that he knew everyone who entered and left the kingdom. The glow grew brighter. A magic ball appeared in front of him. The director said that she had some connections in the demon race. Sitting in a chair by the magic ball, he explained that in the past he regularly visited their house. Isabella looked at the ball tensely. Her gaze became shocked. In the ball, she saw an image of men and heard that time, father and he were best friends. Seeing a demon with horns, she recognized her father. Vasily smiled and said that when one problem arose, they disagreed and since then they have not seen each other. Standing opposite, the girl asked if he was the strongest among people, why he became friends with her father. The blonde replied that these disputes between peoples were provoked by people, but in his eyes. Closing his eyes, he continued that all living things on the plane are born the same. He does not see any differences between different peoples. Without opening his eyes, he continued that she will feel the same after she learns the whole truth. With a small smile, the director said that everything here belonged to a much greater entity. Isabella frowned and said that she did not understand what he meant. The blonde man said that she would hardly understand now, but that she would one day. The frowning girl asked what he was going to do now. Just let her continue to learn swordsmanship and magic from his people. The director, sitting in the chair, answered that she needed to train hard. The boy blew bubbles from his nose as the man said that he wanted to see if she could surpass her past self in her current form. Looking ahead, the girl mused that he knew her true identity but did not care, so he must have another personality. She imagined his eyes glowing green and thought that at first she was going to attack, but after talking to him, she felt like an anthill. Xiang asked again, widening his eyes in shock, so he knew her true identity. The girl confirmed and said that no one would deceive him. Frowning at the guy, she asked if he knew how stupid he looked when he cared so much. Xiang remained silent. Turning away, Isabella said that this was her only chance to leave here. She had to do her best. Without turning around, she began to say that she walked away, finished that she could do whatever she wanted. Her fingers clenched into a fist. Xiang looked forward resolutely. The round arena was empty. Looking forward, Sophists said that this was the second round of the championship. The guy walked forward on a large gray cat. It was Fei from the magic class. On the other side was a muscular bald guy from the cooking class. Looking ahead, Dorona said that Xiang from the blacksmith class has exceeded all expectations. I wonder how the cooking class will do. Aishi said that Fei will definitely win. Pointing her finger at the man, the brunette advised him not to be so self-confident, otherwise he will most likely want the same as Yalu. The girls looked at each other, emitting flames. The blonde asked what she was trying to say. Fei will not lose. The brunette said that she thought she was just scared. The fight hasn't even started yet. Aisha looked ahead, thinking that Fei was really clumsy lately, but he was also one of the strongest specialists in the class. The opponents stood opposite each other. She thought that she didn't think he would lose to the cooking class. A scream was heard. The fight began. A shining object appeared in Nanai's hand. Faili, sitting on his pet, asked seriously. The cat suggested to just do it and end it completely. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy agreed. His body glowed. Faili rose into the air, surrounded by a glow. The gray cat quickly ran forward. The bald boy threw an object at him. It flew right next to the cat's body. Turning, he deflected it with his tail. Nanai caught the shining frying pan. An ominous shadow of a pet with claws appeared behind. It stretched out its paw, leaving bright traces. The glow approached the opponent's shoulder. The claws dug into the body. Concentrating, looking down, the cat thought it was difficult. A bright beam appeared. With a blow of his hand, Nanai knocked the pet back. There was a cut on his cheek. He thought there was something in it. Turning to the guy hovering behind, he asked if he was finished yet. Faili folded his hands together. His eyes glowed yellow when he answered that he was. 2 magic seals hovered nearby. He said that it was midday. The sun was very active. He had already absorbed a lot. The eyes of the guy and the pet glowed yellow. He offered to show their true strength. The bald one looked forward attentively. The fur rose. The paw became muscular. There were yellow marks on the muzzle. The guy asked discouragedly what was going on. Moto saw him and said that he was here. The guy with glasses explained that it seemed that Faili was transforming. The hero asked in surprise, "Is it a cat?" Nanai looked ahead carefully. The cat in the form of a huge gray humanoid beast said that he did not know how he trained, but he had little chance to stand against him. The audience was surprised, discussing that this cat was some kind of monster so big. Aisha looked ahead in surprise and thought that this was the first time she saw a general like this. Opening her mouth, Air made an admiring sound. He looked at the cat's muscles and said that he was very strong. How did he train? The cutlery glowed. The fork quickly flew forward. Nanai quickly moved his hands, throwing the weapon. The cutlery approached the cat. The cutlery glowed brightly when it touched his body, but then it crumbled into pieces. The beast calmly lowered his gaze. The fog and the image began to blur. Suddenly, the cat quickly began to move forward. The guy with red eyes turned around abruptly and managed to block the attack from behind. Pressing his paws on Nanai's hands, the cat said that the cook could not have so much strength. The man's hands were shaking from the effort. The cat continued to press on him. Then he hit him with his knee, leaving a bright mark. The symbols on his face glowed yellow. With a kick, the humanoid beast threw his opponent back, and then he rushed after him. A blow with a paw threw the guy even further. Covering himself with his hands, Nanai slid along the ground. He was approaching the fence, but he managed to stop, breaking the tiles on the floor. Nanai looked at the glow ahead. The light reflected from his bald head. The spectators covered their eyes with their hands, saying that it was too blinding. The king sitting on the throne covered his eyes with his hand. Martin, who was watching, also covered his eyes. In the blinding glow, the figure of Faili appeared. He folded his palms in a prayer gesture. There was a shimmer in his palms. It flew forward like a small ball. Nanai watched it tensely. Several shining frying pans appeared around him. The man clapped his hands. A shining cross appeared in front of Faili. A bright beam rushed towards the shields that were put out. It hit them, directing a lot of energy. Faili gritted his teeth in effort. Nanai also looked tense. Looking at the shining beams of attack, the spectators made sounds of admiration. Suddenly, flashes flew to the side. The spectators screamed, covering themselves from the attacks. However, the beam hit a purple protective barrier. It was directed by Vasily, who said that this ability was dangerous. The cat's fur moved from the energy. A blinding flash appeared. The walls of the arena broke and fell in pieces. Faili staggered and began to fall. The cat caught him, saying how careless. There were large dents on the floor. He said that he almost blew it up too. Opening one eye, the boy replied that he had not yet fully mastered this ability. The arena was in pieces and cracks, and it was said that half of the arena had been destroyed. Moto, his mouth open in shock, exclaimed, "What a strong ability." Turning to his comrades, he asked what kind of magic Faili used. It did not look ordinary. Aisha turned around and replied that he was using light magic. She introduced the light elements and said that there were 5 basic elements: water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. These elements could be combined to create more advanced ones. Her ice magic was the result of combining wind and water. She introduced the light and dark ball and said that in addition to elemental magic, there was also light and dark magic. Zhang looked ahead carefully, hearing the teacher say that Faili was a student with rare light magic. He remembered the girl standing with her back to him and thought that Isabella was not mistaken. Looking down, he recalled the battle scene and thought that he had never thought of it before when he had fought stronger enemies. He recalled the glow in the arena and thought that if the students could use such power, he imagined the king and his retinue and wondered what kind of power they had. With a determined frown, the boy thought that he needed to find a way to increase his own potential. The flash caused rocks to fly. There was a protective barrier around Nanai. The boy looked ahead, saying that it was very powerful. His 10-layer walk was destroyed with one blow. Feli was struck like lightning from shock, saying that he used that stupid walk to block his best attack. The cat replied that he was too hasty. Throwing the boy back, he told him to just wait, the sunlight would destroy him. Spreading his paws, the cat said that they would see what he could do. A flash occurred from the rapid start. The beast ran forward very quickly. Nanai shielded himself from him with a sparkling frying pan. The enemy's body seemed to become transparent. General attacked the enemy's hand with his paw. A green ball appeared in the man's palm. Green smoke began to spread from it. Looking forward, the cat said that he was using a house curtain to limit his field of vision. There was more and more fog around the bald guy. He looked to the side, noticing movement. A dark silhouette appeared on the other side. There were bleeding scratches on Nanai's body. He heard that his 5 senses were superior to humans in any situation. The scratches were on his leg. The cat said that even if he were blind, he would still find it by the smell of garlic that emanated. Nanai covered his face with his hands while they continued to scratch him. Looking at the fog, Feli said that General was showing off a lot. Nanai covered one eye. Then he resolutely looked forward, saying that this should work at any moment. Waves of energy spread from the guy. Blood dripped from the wounds on his body. The paw reached for the stone. Feli looked at the fog in surprise. The beast fell face down. The guy sitting in the lotus position said, how come he was thrown back during the fight? Suddenly, a lot of green fog appeared. The normal-looking cat looked embarrassed. The guy exclaimed that it had taken on its true form. The cat jumped forward with a loving look, rolled on the ground, meowing cutely. The spectators looked at this in surprise. The guy spectator said that this cat was behaving abnormally. The second one asked, was he dancing? Looking at the bent cat, Feli asked, what was he doing? The guy slapped the general on the head with his palm and heard that he had inhaled the fumes of his cat grass and lost his composure. Nanai, who came out of the fog, heard a question about how they had also breathed in this gas. Why was General the only one acting like this? And the answer was that this gas was only effective against cats. Looking ahead, Xiang thought, wasn't this catnip? Glancing at his comrade, Martin asked where they got this herb and heard that he had found it during an expedition in the mountains. The cook introduced a white cat and said that this herb gave off a light but sweet aroma, so he took it with him to see if it could be used as a spice. The cat rubbed its cheek against the wall. The bald man said that he had unexpectedly discovered that they were attracted to the smell of this herb, and when consuming it, the cat would experience a state of euphoria. Clenching his fists, Nanai told him not to worry, his cat would be fine, he would return to normal in a while. There was blood on the guy's face. He asked if he wanted to continue or give up. The boy whose hand was bitten by the lovesick cat shouted that he surrendered and asked the general to let him go. The people in the stands heard that Feli from the magic class admitted defeat, the winner Nanai from the cooking class. Tals, clenching his fist, walked forward. Words were heard that he, from the fencing class, was next. The girl took a step. With a determined look she entered the arena. Words were heard that his opponent Isabella was from the same class. The girl looked forward. Vasily was smiling. An order was heard to begin the duel. The guy standing opposite said that he did not think that his first fight would be with her. With a grin, closing his eyes, Tals offered her to stay. One of their participants had just wounded his brother. He looked forward, saying that he would not lose like him. Isabella attacked him with a sword. Gritting his teeth from zeal, the guy thought that she was fast. He could barely react. The girl's eye was burning red. Sharply jumping up, she attacked again. The prince managed to block the blow with a sword. The blonde pressed him into the ground so that the floor broke. Drops of blood appeared from the guy's mouth. The hand clutching the sword was shaking. Sharply parrying the blow, Tals cursed. His eyes looked wild when he said that if she did not want to save face, he would not either. Isabella landed behind. But then she suddenly rushed forward. Sparks were spreading from the opponent's sword. Frowning ahead, Tals thought, did she become so strong in such a short period of time? The girl with red eyes swung her sword, while the boy thought that maybe the reason was because her marginal strength exceeded his. The rapid attacks left traces in the air. A bright spark threw the prince aside. Blood gushed out from his mouth. Dorona looked ahead in surprise, saying how strong this was. Renz watched carefully. Aishi, saying that she would be stronger if she decided to represent them. The brunette said that swords suited her better. She remembered the blonde girl with glowing eyes and thought that she was worried that something like this would happen again. Opening her mouth, Moto said that she was really good with a sword. Aisha added that he didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Watching the fight, Zhang thought that although she had lost her magic, she still retained her power as a demon queen. A bright flash appeared. Tals slid backwards on the ground. The guy was breathing heavily. His eyebrows were drawn together. The blades crossed, leaving a flash. Isabella looked forward resolutely. Black swirls appeared around the blade. A black figure appeared in front of the heroine. The guy with sharp fangs said that she was annoying. Tals took his dragon form and said that he could confidently say that she was quite strong. The comrades watched this in surprise. Air said that he had also turned into a dragon. The guy with glasses asked why they looked so ugly when they transformed. Holding the sword, the monster asked why she didn't become his girlfriend. They could practice swords together. He turned the yellow eyes gaze to the side and said that it was more fun than being with this useless log. The guy on the balcony raised his hands, shouting at his wife to kill him. A foot moved along the tiles. Isabella jumped, flying from above. A bright flash parted from her attack. The dragon with the black and yellow eye thought that he could still feel the enormous power emanating from her. He parried the blow, saying that it was boring. There was a glowing eye on his sword. Tal said that she could not defeat him. Isabella looked forward resolutely. A huge black sword flew towards her. However, the girl managed to jump away from the attack. A bright red beam broke the tiles. It was so strong that it hit the stands. Isabella flew to the side, landing. Opening his mouth in shock, Moto cursed. Crouching down, Isabella noticed movement. Tals threw his hands behind his head, swinging his sword. Grabbing the railing, Zhang shouted at the girl to be careful. She watched as the blade approached her. Isabella's eyes glowed red. A blinding flash appeared. Smiling widely, the dragon left. Then he looked down in surprise. Surrounded by black swirls, Isabella blocked his sword with one hand. Her red eyes had vertical pupils. Zhang frowned and wondered what kind of queen power this was. Dorona and Aisha opened their mouths in surprise. The boy thought that it couldn't be, and the girl asked what was wrong with this borderline power. The blonde closed his eyes with a smile. Renz also looked surprised. The purple-haired girl looked down silently. The spectators opened their mouths. Barry gritted his teeth and said that it was impossible. They crossed their blades. Isabella blocked the enemy's sword. The dragon looked at her in confusion. Taking the sword in both hands, he thought that it was impossible. Then he raised it above his head, shouting again that it was impossible. Barry opened his mouth wide, indignant. How could someone like Isabella take a blow from his dragon form? A dark aura emanated from his sword. Isabella was surrounded by a red glow. A bright trace was left from the swing. The trace passed Barry. Isabella was behind him. A crack appeared on the dragon's sword. Barry looked at his wound. His severed arm flew to the side. Blood splashed behind the blonde. The defeated enemy fell to the ground. Isabella put her sword back in its sheath. The spectators in the stands cheered. Moto raised his hands above his head, admiring Isabella. He placed his hand on Zhang's shoulder, saying that they both advanced to the next round. The guy replied that he had to try hard to win his fight. He looked at his wife, noting that she won her fights with ease. Looking at the arena, Dorona thought that both of them were her students, but Barry relied too much on his abilities, and this was kind of disappointing. Meanwhile, Isabella was leaving the arena. Someone appeared in front of her, telling her to stop. Bruno glared at the girl, asking if she really wanted to leave after injuring a member of his family. The man wanted to stab the girl. She calmly watched the fist approaching, but something tied his hand. Looking at him, Penny told him to stop. The girl removed the whip from her hand, and Bruno asked what she wanted. Frowning, Penny told him to just leave. Isabella looked at them, hearing him ask what the interlocutor just said. Bruno pointed at Penny, indignant at this attitude. But he looked at the host when he told them to stop. Sophists looked at him carefully, telling them to avoid conflicts with other participants outside the competition area if they do not want to be disqualified, and asked if he really wanted to become a laughingstock for the people. Bruno looked around the stands with displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Penny again, telling her to just wait. The girl looked at Sophists, asking if this was the last match for today. Looking at her, the blonde answered that it was. She passed by, hearing about the need for Master Martin to restore the arena, but replied that it was not necessary. Frowning, she added that she would finish quickly. Penny and Newell looked at each other when they were introduced. The bright sun illuminated the rocks near the settlement of the Eastern tribe. Fire burned around. Someone was hit in the chest. The unknown man hit his back against the wall. The bars in front of him slammed shut. Another guy was pushed in the back. He fell to the ground. Sato and Torst looked at him menacingly. The red-haired man turned away, ordering to kill, to which the other agreed. Then Sato moved his hand to the side, drawing the attention of the punishers. Soldiers with swords in their hands stood above the villagers, hearing the order to kill everyone. Shadows of severed heads were visible on the ground. The troops raised their weapons above their heads. Two watched from behind the trees. One of them said that he could not believe that people destroyed the Eastern tribe. He turned to his comrade, hearing the question where they were going to take the remaining refugees. He replied that he himself did not know. Frowning, the guy said that it was all the fault of the minister, who did not send troops here, but made them watch as their brothers were killed right before their eyes. His comrade looked ahead attentively, hearing that after the settlement was destroyed, people would move their border line right to the border of the Orc tribe. Frowning, he replied that it was all because of this man. Looking at Torst, he said that as long as he existed, there would be no peace on the plains. The bright sun illuminated the arena. The spectators looked worried, not understanding what had just happened. Nut wrapped himself around Nuo's neck. The girl hung him above the ground. Penny calmly looked ahead, convulsively holding his hands near Nuo's neck. He still said that he surrendered. The woman clenched her teeth, not understanding how a simple student could have such skills. She looked at the man sitting next to her, asking why Penny was using a whip and wasn't she his student, to which he replied that there were no rules limiting the choice of weapon depending on the class. He looked at his interlocutor, adding that the girl's talent was a whip, asking if she had seen at least one strong class wielding a whip here. Closing his eyes, he noted that the goal of the tournament was the individual abilities of the students, so this did not contradict the rules. Meanwhile, Penny was leaving the arena. Frowning, Zhang thought that she was another strong participant and seemed to be a worthy opponent for Isabella. Then he looked away. His wife approached Dorona. A video of two girls talking was interesting to him as to what they were talking about. Sophices raised his head to the stand, saying that the first day of the battle was officially over. Then he looked ahead, saying that the remaining 8 participants would participate in tomorrow's battles. The stars shone brightly above the castle. Covering his face with his hand, Zhang entered the room, asking if Isabella was changing clothes. But he looked through his fingers in surprise. The room was empty. Isabella was walking along the corridor. The girl looked to the side after hearing her name. Zhang appeared behind her and said that he found her. Frowning, the hero said that her things were no longer in the room and asked where she was going. He came closer after hearing that Dorona told her that she could help her learn to control her boundary power, so she decided to live with her, to which the hero asked when she would come back. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that he could not worry about it. Frowning, Zhang asked what if she found out about her true identity. Turning slightly, she again said that he could not worry about her anymore. After these words, Isabella moved on. The entrance to the room was brightly lit. Zhang was still lying on the floor next to the bed, but he still got up. Then he took out a book from his bag. A bright glow appeared from the window of his room. Later, a man stood in the middle of the arena. Frowning, Sophices announced that the next round would soon begin and wanted to introduce the first participant. Renz entered the arena when the guy announced him. The girls in the stands looked at him with delight. The girl with an eye patch raised her hand. After she took it aside, it was announced that she was Tana from the archer class. 4 were standing on the balcony. Air noted that the archer looked strong, to which Moto said that everyone was sure that Renz would still take the cup again. The light reflected off his glasses when he asked what Xiang thought about this, but turning to him, he noticed that he was focused today. The opponents stood opposite each other and the start of the duel was announced. The tattoo on his hand began to glow brightly, bringing it to the weapon around concentrated energy. Tana pulled the bowstring with a magic arrow. The arrow rushed forward. Renz calmly watched it approach. The guy just closed his eyes. The arrow hit the barrier. Then the archer fired a triple volley. All 3 arrows were also stopped by the barrier. Frowning, the girl realized that attacks of this type were useless against him. She created a huge arrow, deciding to act differently. The volley rushed upward. Having reached a height, the arrow headed downwards. At some point, it broke into many more. They all fell on Ren's barrier. Explosions sounded when they hit, after which one powerful explosion sounded. The tattoo on Tana's arm glowed brightly. The guy did not even move from his place. Still, he opened his eyes. A crack appeared on the barrier. The crack grew. Seeing how the barrier collapsed, the girl noted that it worked. But air currents began to surround Ren's. Opening her eye, the red-haired girl was surprised. A hurricane appeared in front of her. Gritting her teeth, Tana decided that she had to attack with full force if she wanted to win. A glow appeared near the bow. All her weapons acquired a bright aura. A powerful volley headed forward. The girl frowned. The shot shot out like a beam. It destroyed the earth on its way. It almost reached the hurricane. A powerful explosion was heard. Standing in a cloud of dust, Tana said that the enemy should be seriously injured, if not killed. Because of the smoke, nothing was visible. There was only a scratch on the opponent's face. Ren stood in this cloud, asked if she really used her strongest skill from the very beginning. A large funnel was visible behind him. Tana opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that he blocked her strongest skill. Lowering his head, the guy regretted that she met him in her first round and said that Tana should have given up the moment she found out that she would be fighting him. Pulling the bowstring again, the girl decided to try again. Electric discharges immediately appeared around her. The hair of the spectators in the stands began to stand up. One of them asked why his whole body was tingling. Dorona stood next to her, asking if she taught him this skill. Dark clouds gathered above the arena. Someone in the audience was scared. Seeing lightning, Tana wondered if Renz did it. She froze, thinking that her whole body was numb and she could not move. The archer clenched her teeth. Renz rose from the ground, saying that she had touched him, but that was all she could do. The ground behind her began to shake. Tana fired again, telling her opponent that he was too confident. The guy caught the arrow with his hand. Closing his eyes, he told her to stop wasting her marginal power. Lightning emanated from his fingers. Frowning, he again told her to give up now. The sky became incredibly bright. A stone hand grabbed Tana. She looked at Renz angrily and said that he could do worse, but she would not give up. The boy's eyes began to glow brightly and he said that it was her choice. Lightning appeared in the sky again. Xiang and Aisha looked at it. The boy asked if he could really summon a dragon, to which the girl replied that it was not a real dragon. It reflected the power of Ren's magic. She introduced various beasts and also said that there was a wolf, a tiger, and a dragon. The last one was the strongest beast and it corresponded to the highest level of magic. Looking at the sky, Dorona noted that this borderline power was too strong. Aisha held her hat, replying that if this child was trying now, she would deal with him later. Looking up, the archer noticed that a thunderstorm was heading towards her. The lightning formed a certain silhouette. A dragon appeared in the sky. Renz pointed his hand down. The dragon rushed towards Tana. The girl looked at it in fear. A powerful explosion was heard. The spectators covered their faces with their hands. Aisha watched attentively. The hero and his comrades frowned. The king and sophists closed their eyes. The boy looked at the bright light. The light filled everything around. A cloud of dust covered the entire arena. The man held the wounded Tana in his arms. Aisha approached Ren, saying that he had gone too far. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he replied that there were people here to help her. The man looked at the boy, who told him not to worry because she had just lost consciousness for a while. Closing his eyes, the blonde said that Tana had potential, but unfortunately she had met someone stronger. The man nodded, hearing that he should take the girl to the druid teacher for treatment, and replied that he understood. The spectators watched the events. Someone said that his first ability was the strongest. Moto gritted his teeth, calling it creepy. Then he raised his hands above his head, shouting that this was really scary and he should not have participated in this stage of the competition. Xiang frowned. Aisha turned to the others, offering to just give up if they met him, to which the guy agreed, saying that it would not be easy with him. Air smiled widely, said that it would be cool if he met him in the first round. Xiang looked at his comrade, said that he was quite strong and that he would most likely have a duel with Renz. However, let them remember that he would also fight against him, to which he replied that he would not give in when that happened. Vasily stood facing the stands, welcoming everyone to the next round of the competition. Air confidently smiled when his name was called. The girl looked at him with a smile. She was introduced as Emery from the Shepherd class. Meanwhile, Moto noticed Xiang leaving. Turning around, he asked him if he really wouldn't watch Air's fight, to which the hero replied that his comrade would definitely win. Isabella glanced to the side. The fist dealt a powerful blow. The guy's blows left deep holes in the ground. Frowning, he asked Emery why he couldn't strike. She looked at him with a smile, saying that he couldn't be cruel to a girl like her. The king and the others watched this. Vasily raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the address to himself. Martin bowed to him, and the blonde asked if something had happened. Smiling, the bald man said that his student had asked him to find him. The hero stood behind the stadium walls. He turned around when he heard the question about him wanting to talk to him. Xiang awkwardly put his hand behind his head, greeting the leader and noting that he didn't want to bother him, but he had something. A small glow appeared in front of the blonde when he replied that he already knew. A portal appeared in front of them and Vasily noted that it was not very convenient here, suggesting to go to another place. Going into it, he called the hero with him and he agreed. So they found themselves in a room that looked like a library. Sitting down at the table, Vasily invited Xiang to sit opposite. The hero looked at the interlocutor, wanting to know about the interlocutor's teleportation and the magic in the scrolls. The transitions that he uses, are they the same thing? The blonde smiled, answering that it would be inconvenient if he made each such scroll separately. The man drew a star. A magic circle appeared in front of Vasily and he explained that he simply showed how to make a transition seal and now everyone can make scrolls on their own. Xiang opened his mouth in surprise. The magic circle disappeared and the blonde said that if he can draw a seal, he can also use teleportation magic. Looking at him with big eyes, Xiang thought that this guy gives away magic for free and he is not so bad. Taking a sip from the cup, Vasily thanked him for this and the hero was surprised that he seems to be able to read minds. Using magic, he poured more tea, answering that this was not happening on purpose. Also stirring the drink, he added that when the hero has the same level as him, then most likely he will be able to read other people's thoughts. Thus, Vasily brought the cup to himself, adding that it seems that this is precisely why they avoid relationships with him. Taking his hand to the side, the hero asked if this is annoying, to which the interlocutor replied that he is the first person who tells him something like this, because others usually want to get this ability and envy him. Smiling, the blonde also noted that this ability is becoming quite annoying and the regent did not like him mainly because of this. When the blonde put the cup on the table, the hero said that he is not loved because of his own bad thoughts that they are trying to hide from the public, to which Vasily noted that the guy is very smart. He still smiled sweetly and said that Xiang is here because he wants to know what happened that day. Smiling confusedly, the hero replied that it is so. Then he lowered his eyes, trying to say something. Looking at him, Vasily told Zhang that the guy was not from this world and wanted to go back since he came here. Opening his mouth, the hero asked him if he could send him back. Both were sitting at the table. The blonde replied that with his borderline strength he couldn't do it alone, which surprised the hero, calling him incredibly strong. Smiling, looking at the guy, Vasily still said that the thing he had could do it. Zhang put his hand under his jacket, wondering if it was possible. A ring appeared in his hand, and he asked if it was this. The gold ring was separated from the red stone. The interlocutor said that it was called the primordial pearl of the world, and it was one of the first items created when the planes were just forming. And also, judging by the calculations, there were 2 pearls left, one of them with him, and the other with the Queen of Demons. The tea was cooling in front of them. Vasily noted that these pearls contain a large amount of boundary power, but the Demon Queen's pearl was used to summon him. Looking at his interlocutor, the blonde added that if he wanted, the man could use the pearl's boundary power to send him back to his world. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he could return. The sun's rays reflected in the teapot, and the interlocutor replied that it was so. After Vasily took a sip, frowning, Zhang replied that he still wanted to stay. Putting the cup on the table, the blonde was surprised. Looking at him, Zhang explained that in his world, the words Demon Queen are associated with some kind of grotesque, but she is not like that. He remembered Isabella's many emotions, saying that while he was with her, she made him experience different feelings, but she is not much different from other human girls, and he feels how Isabella trusts him. Putting his hands on the table, Zhang said that he promised to return her to the demon tribe, and no matter what, and until she regains her title of queen, he cannot leave this world. Smiling, Vasily clarified about the return of the title. The guy stood opposite, hearing from the interlocutor that he understands the demon tribe a little, and replied that he knows that Isabella does not think highly of him and generally considers him only a burden. Zhang lowered his head, adding that he wants to prove to her that he can handle everything. Frowning, he added that he will make every effort, even if it costs him his life. Laughter was heard under the ceiling. Vasily, smiling, said that it is good to be young, so thoughts are simple and pure, and this is wonderful. Sitting opposite, the blonde noted that one does not want to restrain the other, while the second does not want to interfere with the first, and this is charming. Opening his mouth wide, Zhang asked what he means. Without opening his eyes, Vasily asked again if the other man wanted to know what happened that day. His hair was shining brightly when he decided that he would tell about it after all. Then Isabella stood in front of Vasily, saying that if he already knew everything, he could send them back, and the man clarified if this meant that she wanted to take him away so that everything would end. Frowning, she looked at Zhang, said that he wanted to finish the first part of the championship with him because he promised it. Looking down, Vasily asked, "What's the point?" Looking at him, Isabella replied that he could consider this the return of all the pure love and care he had given her, and that she would keep her distance from him after the first stage of the championship. The blade pierced the rock. Isabella pulled the hook. Then she pierced the sword even higher. The girl continued to climb. Isabella held on with her hand. Looking at Zhang, she asked him to wait for him a little longer. Then she pulled the chain again. The blonde moved even higher. The sword pierced the rock again. The girl with it. The sword flew into the abyss. Now she was holding on entirely with her hands. Isabella continued to climb. Blood was flowing from her hand. Still, she continued to climb up. Bloody traces remained behind her. Pointing at the screen, Vasily said that this is what happened after he lost consciousness. Zhang's hands were shaking. Tears were streaming down his face. Wiping them away, he said that it meant that those words of hers were only to keep him out of trouble. The hero dropped his hands on the table when the interlocutor asked why the two couldn't just tell each other what they were thinking since they couldn't read minds. Spreading his hands, Zhang said that he now understood how she felt and thanked the leader, and now he would talk to Isabella right now, saying that he had the power to put her on the throne again since that was what he wanted the most. Looking closely at the interlocutor, Vasily asked him why he couldn't understand what the girl wanted. Zhang looked confused when he heard that she tried so hard to keep him out of her own troubles, and even after all that, she would be embarrassed if she was exposed, to which she agreed. He blushed, saying that she was very cute. Lowering his head, Zhang asked what he should do, and the interlocutor replied that he was an expert in reading emotions. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, Vasily was about to say something. Zhang looked at him in surprise, hearing that he should choose a good moment, such as a victory after the match. The blonde imagined the girl in the arms of the interlocutor, saying that he could approach her while she was in high spirits and say something. Vasily imagined Zhang looking at Isabella, saying that from now on he would protect her future. The guy blushed, hearing the question of what he thought, and answered that it sounded good. Suddenly Vasily noticed something. Putting his palm on the hero's shoulder, the man said that they were going back. They were immediately surrounded by teleport, so they quickly appeared in another place. At that moment, an explosion sounded in the arena. Moto was badly injured. It seemed whose sinister smile was here. Verona pounced on him, but he looked confused, hearing that he should stop. Vasily picked up Moto, saying that it was not good. Looking at the man, the blonde noted that his opponent had no strength to resist. Then he looked at the wounded man, asking if he could hear him. Xiang frowned. The wounded Moto was carried away on a stretcher today. He tried to turn his head when he heard them address him. The guy smiled, looking at the heroes, saying that he did not give up. Xiang looked at his comrade with a smile and replied that he was doing well. Blood spurted from Moto's mouth. The doctor stopped everyone, said that he needed to undergo surgery, and no one could go further. The door slammed shut. Xiang looked angry. Isabella stood nearby. She lowered her head. Frowning, the hero noted that he had just left, and Moto's turn had come so quickly. Air stood behind, replying that the 2 matches before him had ended rather quickly. He introduced himself with his fists on fire, saying that he broke Emery's spell and won the round. Then he remembered, saying that Aisha completely froze Abeli. Martin was also standing nearby, adding that Moto did well, he just met someone stronger than himself. At that moment, the guy clenched his teeth, saying that he was not afraid of his opponent, pointing a gun at him and urging him to action. Several shots rang out. Then Dorona smiled, saying that he could use the guy to relieve stress, but he flew away, having received a blow. Frowning, Xiang noted that Dorona knew no mercy, to which the guy behind noted that if they had not appeared in time, Moto would have been killed. Looking at the door, the hero told his comrade that he must survive. Several windows were lit in the house. Xiang was lying on the floor. Frowning, he thought that even with the technology from his world, he was still weaker than these people. The hero looked to the side, hearing a knock on the door. Jumping up, the guy decided that Isabella had finally come to her senses. Smiling, he touched the door handle. Opening it wide, he expected to see a girl. He opened his mouth in surprise. Opposite him stood Renz. Looking at him, Xiang asked why he was here at such a time. Lowering his eyes, the guy asked again if they could talk. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The two were standing in one of the towers, and they silently looked at each other. Frowning, the hero asked if the other person could explain what was going on. Closing his eyes, Ren said that he knew that he was a slave of demons. He was brought back after one of the battles. Folding his arms, he also said that it was surprising that Xiang showed potential, and he was able to achieve such success in such a short period of time. The hero smiled, answering that it was nothing and he just had a little more talent than others. Looking at him, he said that yesterday during his match, the hero was not bad, and everyone, including the king, supported him, but not him. Through the window, the moon was visible. Ren said that he talked to the king, and if Xiang continues to move at the same pace after graduation, he will be assigned to the army as a sergeant. The hero sitting opposite clarified what rank is higher than sergeant or major, and heard in response that, of course, major. Thinking that the interlocutor was talking as if he had already won first place and received this rank, he replied that this would not do, specifying that he should have recommended him for the rank of major too. Closing his eyes, Renz noted that the hero was quite greedy. Frowning, he still noted that the rank of sergeant was also not bad, to which Xiang replied that after the championship he would become a major, and that he should not worry. Standing up, Ren said that the rank of major only gives one advantage, namely free entry and exit from the walls of the capital, but there is also a disadvantage. A major must always be ready to instantly engage in battle. Looking at Xiang, he also said that blacksmiths are not capable of fighting, and that is why he proposed to create a new unit for him to command, and this is a mutually beneficial deal. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted his name. Frowning, he asked about who said that blacksmiths cannot fight, and did he doubt his abilities. Renz opened his mouth in surprise, hearing about why he was making a decision for him, who asked him to do this. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that he did it with the best of intentions, but since he still did not have confidence in him, he could remain useless. Looking into his eyes, he added that this was the best thing he could ask for. Then Xiang stood up, saying that the other guy was a liar and that he wanted to go to bed early since there was a match tomorrow. Seeing him leave, Renz asked him if he really thought he could beat him. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that he didn't understand why he was saying that. Then he looked at him ominously and said that if he was trying to anger him, then he succeeded. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped him and said that this was his last warning. Standing behind the hero, he said that if they met in battle, he would not hold back. Xiang grinned. Then he smiled widely and then, calling him a freak, laughed out loud. Frowning, Renz asked what he was laughing at. With his back to him, Xiang replied that he knew why he came to talk to him today. Turning around with a crazy look, he noted that it was because he was afraid. Then the interlocutor smiled, asking why he was afraid. He frowned again, hearing the hero's demands not to interrupt. Raising his hand, Xiang said that he was born into a royal family and received the best education and lived a luxurious life up until now. He smiled, noting that this was why the interlocutor had never been defeated in his life. Standing in front of him, he also noted that Renz found him today because he doubted his own abilities, telling himself that he could not lose. Frowning, he also added that the hero may be the only one who can defeat him, and that is why he is afraid. Ren slightly opened his mouth, saying that this is enough. His eyes began to glow brightly, and he also noted that he was now angry. The hero had to cover his face with his hand. Xiang smiled, offering to kill him while he was unarmed, since it would not be difficult for the opponent to defeat him while he was vulnerable. Ren's frowned. Someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Vasily stood behind him. Looking at him, the man reminded him that fights between students on school grounds were prohibited. Renz looked away. The energy flow died down. The brunette walked past the hero. Still, Xiang opened his mouth wide and called him by name. Frowning, he said that he would be the one to defeat him. But Ren stood silently with his back to him. Martin stood between them. Then he helped Xiang sit up, asking how he was, and the guy replied that he was fine and his opponent couldn't scare him. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked Vasily why did he come. Looking at him, the blonde replied that it was about useless logs. Later, the three of them sat down at the table, and Xiang asked if even a blacksmith teacher could not work with useless logs, to which Martin replied that it was so. Looking at them, Vasily noted that useless logs could not be used as a material, they could not be cut or burned. Closing his eyes, the man imagined a silhouette on a tree, saying that in his youth, he tried to use such logs as a material for forging, but failed. Lowering his eyes, Xiang thought that he was the only one who thought of useless logs as a material, and seemed to underestimate the intelligence of the people of this world. Putting his hands on the table, Martin said that he was really curious about what technique allowed the hero to forge using these logs, to which the guy replied that there was no special technique, he simply used wood as a material. Frowning, the man clarified did he really forge by drawing directly on the material. Looking at him confused, Xiang clarified could there really be two ways to do the same thing. Vasily raised his hand, saying that there were many legends about the plains, including the useless logs. He imagined a man pointing at people, saying that the creator of the plains spent a lot of energy to create all living things. Imagining something dark in the middle of the earth, he also said that the creator spent a lot of energy and left the plains to rest elsewhere. Then he imagined wood in the sand, saying that the only trace left behind were pieces of wood from the ship in which the creator left the plains. Later, the trees began to sprout, turning into what they call useless logs. The blonde looked at the interlocutors, saying that the legend says that only the creator knows what to do with this tree. Martin stared at Xiang. He looked at him from all sides, wondering if the guy really has the same power as the creator. When the interlocutor pulled his cheeks, the hero replied that he did not think so, if he only learned about the properties of this wood and wanted to try forging from it. Closing his eyes, Xiang thought about what it meant. Did this mean that he could not use the logs, and could it only be that the creator of this world is also the creator of the earth? The guy remembered a conversation with Vasily, who told him that no one should know that he was from another world. The man looked at him when he asked about the fact that when he learned blacksmithing from the dwarves, did he hear that the demon tribe can also forge? Looking at him, Martin replied that he only knew that the demon tribe could build better than them, and also had a greater boundary power, calling it magic. The blonde looked at him, hearing that demons do not forge, saying that Xiang must have been in contact with one of the demons. Raising his hand to his face, Martin replied that he was able to use useless logs, and perhaps he could actually defeat Rents. Frowning, the guy said that he was not satisfied with just an opportunity and he had to win. Looking at his interlocutor, Vasily was glad of his determination, but he had to say something. Xiang frowned, hearing that if the man had not appeared, his opponent could have killed him, and replied that the next time they met in the arena, he would defeat Rents. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the arena. The participants stood behind Vasily, who said that they had reached the second stage of the championship. Penny stood next to Aisha, saying that the quarterfinals were about to begin. Air and Dorona smiled confidently. Xiang and Nanai frowned when they heard that they would be fighting each other in the first round. Looking ahead, Vasily announced that the students could get ready and the match would begin in 10 minutes. The hero took out the necessary item from his bag. He then placed it on his belt. The hero turned to Air when he addressed him. The boy clenched his fist, saying that Nanai had a rage form and a super strong physique, so they were equal in strength. The hero chuckled and looked at his comrade with a smile, saying that he didn't have to worry and that he had a plan. Air looked confused at these words. The boy put his hand behind his head when Xiang told him that, given what he had said, he didn't even know how he had won his previous fight. Aisha closed her eyes and said that Air was really strong yesterday, but he still needed to be reprimanded to stop daydreaming. The boy looked angry, asking why he couldn't hit her, and not believing it, suggested that he should use some illusion magic. Emery then looked at him in confusion, thinking that the opponent had single-handedly dispelled her illusion with his aura. A bright light appeared in her hands as she used the final ability of the Shackle of the Stars. A bright light surrounded Air. The girl closed her eyes. Her dress flew off her shoulders as she used the Seduction ability. Air stood in the rays of light. His face was clearly embarrassed. The audience opened their mouths. The boys looked on in love. The teachers were embarrassed. Sophists covered the king's eyes. Still, Air was able to break the shackles. His fists burned, and he said that these emotions could not stop him. The girl spread her hands, asking how this was possible. With her eyes wide open, she asked her opponent why it didn't work on him. The next moment, Air punched her in the face. As she fell, Emery thought that her opponent was very manly. The boy extended his hand when the girl said that it hurt and noted that he won. The spectators looked at him with displeasure. The teachers were shocked. One of them noted that Air did not hold back when fighting a woman. Now the boy held his fist above his head in confusion, hearing the indignation that he punched her in the face. Zhang smiled in confusion, thinking that his comrade was too straightforward. Aisha turned away in displeasure, telling Air that he overdid it, and he clarified, "Doesn't that mean that she went too far?" At that moment, a bright glow surrounded her. The arena was covered in ice, and the interlocutor noted that the opponent was trying to summon his beast when she froze him in place. Both looked at each other with displeasure when Zhang said that the girl was also quite strong. The hero looked to the side. He saw Isabella standing nearby. Then he smiled. Meanwhile, Vasily, who was standing in the arena, announced that 10 minutes had passed, asking the students to leave. The hero entered the arena when someone said that this round promised to be interesting, because it was a battle between the first participant from the culinary class and the last from the Kuznetsov class. Confidently looking forward, someone asked what unusual weapon will he demonstrate this time. The spectators watched what was happening with interest. The man said that he thought the hero had a weapon in his bag, to which the guy next to him said that both opponents were quite strong. Nanai also entered the arena. The spectator was interested in what ability he was using. The interlocutor noted that his voice, like a girl's, was really funny. The opponents looked at each other, and the command to begin the battle sounded. Nanai moved his hand to the side, saying that he didn't think he would have to fight Zhang this round. There was a seal on his weapon. The bald guy lowered his eyebrows and said that after all, a competition is a competition. Frowning, Zhang replied that he understood and suggested they begin. Nanai threw the frying pan forward. Zhang raised his hand above his head. At that moment, the opponent went around him from the side. The frying pan flew past the guy. Nanai ended up behind him, but the hero pressed the blue crystal. Protection appeared behind. Looking at this, the opponent was surprised by the magical barrier. The barrier was surrounded by streams of water. Zhang smiled. After that, the water rushed forward. Thus, it washed away Nanai. Zhang himself fell face down on the ground. The water continued to carry away the opponent. Standing wet, he was surprised by the magic of water. Zhang was lying face down. There was a scar on his face from the fall when he told him that he knew he would try to attack him from behind, thinking that he forgot that Newton's third law was so painful. Frowning, the hero added that he would defeat him with magic. The audience opened their mouths in surprise. Aishi frowned, asking if this was a water magic seal. Renz looked shocked, and Dorona, who was standing next to him, asked if the hero was a useless log and why was he using magic. Isabella frowned, trying to understand what he was doing. Nanai stood behind Zhang, asking what was that and if a magic circle had appeared behind him. Turning around, the hero replied that it was, saying that it was a magic seal for creating a water column. Aishi walked up to Martin, asking if Zhang was really a useless log. Looking at the men, the girl asked how he could use magic. Looking at the woman, the man asked her if she remembered lending him a spell book. The girl covered her face with her hat and said she remembered, saying that Martin was very handsome back then. Looking into her eyes, the man said that some time ago he had discovered that if you draw a seal using a stone with a high-level element, you can use magic yourself. He remembered standing at the table next to Zhang, saying that last night he and Sophists came to the hero to talk about useless trees and he asked about magic. There were various signs drawn on the sheets, and the boy asked the teacher that, besides using the boundary power, were there any other ways to activate the magic circle? Looking at them, Martin replied that it was so, if you take the elemental stones, you just need to draw a seal for it to work. He presented several bright stones, saying that the water stone will allow you to use water magic. With the electricity stone you can use the power of electricity, and the red one allows you to use fire. Then, smiling, the hero clarified, doesn't this mean that blacksmiths can fight like ordinary magicians? Looking at him, Vasily said that a magician only needs to learn the basics of creating seals to use magic. Putting his hands on the table, the interlocutor noted that blacksmiths are still weaker than magicians in this regard. Martin raised his hand to his face and said that it took an entire elemental stone to create magic like that. He also frowned and said that the seal only worked once. Looking at him, Aishi clarified that these stones actually just created magic. The man smiled when she asked him about the cost of the stones and said that even the rich couldn't afford them, and replied that Zhang was incredibly rich. He presented various products, saying that he had made a lot of money in a short time selling his inventions, and that their figurines were selling the best. Dorona opened her mouth slightly and said that it was him and that he was the reason men were looking at her lately. A dark aura appeared around Aishi when she said that it was disrespectful to the teachers and said that she would kill the hero. Xiang looked shocked. He smiled nervously, thinking about how his back had suddenly gone cold. Nainai looked at her opponent, asking if he was a blacksmith with borderline strength. Xiang smiled and replied that he was just a useless log. Then various cooking items appeared in the man's hands. Both looked at each other. A wall appeared in front of Nainai, but he smashed it with one blow. A scroll appeared in Xiang's hands. He jabbed his weapon at it. Lightning began to spread from the scroll. Nainai jumped back, dodging the attack. The man quickly moved around the hero. A magic circle appeared near Xiang's weapon. The next moment, a lightning dragon appeared and headed forward. Nainai walked around it from the side. The dragons were behind him. They quickly rushed towards the opponent. Nainai blocked the attack. His weapon began to disappear. Lightning struck the man. This blow threw him back. Smiling, Xiang noted that being able to use magic is good. But, looking at the scroll, he also noted that one use is very inconvenient. Seeing the hole in the ground, the hero noted that it seemed like it would take time to defeat the enemy. Nainai's clothes were badly damaged. Frowning, he said that it seemed like the hero could only use his spells once. Xiang agreed and added that he had prepared. The bald man looked at him. The hero spread out the scrolls in front of him. Forks and spoons appeared in Nainai's hands, and he thought that he could not allow the opponent to activate them. The magical cutlery headed towards the hero, but he protected himself with a barrier from behind which dragons appeared. Nainai grabbed his head when he saw one of them. A swing deprived the dragon of its head, but it suddenly appeared from under the ground. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed. Meanwhile, Xiang lowered his head. The magic circle was glowing brightly. The hero took the weapon in his hands, saying that he wanted to use high-level magic. A smile appeared on his face when he came to use a special pen. The teachers and spectators opened their mouths in surprise. Isabella was also surprised. The hand was tightly gripping the handle. Xiang pulled the pen behind his back. Nainai was getting up on his feet. The hero frowned and said that he was now using high-level magic. Covering one eye, the opponent said to attack. Then Xiang raised the pen above his head, so he stabbed it into the ground. Several streams of magic rushed upward. From them, the faces of various beasts were formed. They were all looking at Nainai. Frowning, someone said that the hero was using high-level stones to create magic, and it was truly an amazing sight. The one sitting next to him noted that Xiang was the only one who could cast magic like this. Renz frowned, and the one standing next to him just asked how was this even possible. The teacher with the long mustache smiled. Xiang's eyes began to glow, and he commanded forward. The summoned creatures rushed towards the enemy. They were almost approaching Nainai. Nainai put something in his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. The movement of his hand left a mark. The same happened with his other hand. Nainai raised one leg, using kitchen mastery. A bright light surrounded the magical beasts. The bald man lowered his hand. The sphere collapsed on the dragon. A ladle appeared in his hand. The man pointed it forward and began to spin it. All that was visible everywhere was fire. Nainai spread his hands, saying that kitchen mastery could be used to block fast attacks. Frowning, he also said that controlling fire was a chef-level skill. Xiang opened his mouth in shock, realizing that his opponent had dealt with his attack and that the chef was very strong. Seeing the glitter of the stones on his weapon, the hero thought that 3 different alloy stones were used to create 3 top-level spells, and he should use them more carefully. The spectators' mouths dropped open, and someone said that the students from the cooking class could fight too. The people in the chef's hats were delighted, shouting for Nainai to continue in the same spirit. Martin looked at the chef's teacher, asking what his student ate, and he replied that it was a power pill. After introducing various herbs, the man also said that the student made it himself. He took organisms that increase marginal power and created a pill from them. Nainai moved his hand to the side. The fire above him began to dissipate. After which, the bald man extended his hand forward. Directing the fire beast back, the guy said that he was returning it. Smiling, Xiang said that he was wrong. He took the pen in his hands, deciding that it did not matter, and it was time to use magic again. The hero turned the handle, now the stone on it turned blue. Sticking it into the ground, a magic circle appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the hero gave the command forward. Streams of water rose up. The fire beast opened its mouth. A water dragon appeared in front of it. The dragon pounced on the fire. The audience opened their mouths wide. Then the beast touched. Nainai covered his face with his hands. Xiang frowned. Steam was spreading throughout the arena. Someone said that they turned the duel into a spell battle, and this was unusual. The audience looked at each other, saying that they were fighting equally, and it was really interesting to watch. A large cloud of steam was visible. Nainai took the frying pan in his hand. Looking around, he thought that he needed to defeat his opponent before he activated a new spell. The frying pan fell to the ground. Xiang switched the handle. The stones turned purple. Frowning, the hero said that if he can't deal with the enemy with fire, then he will use electricity. Lightning appeared among the clouds. A large lightning struck the center of the arena. The audience opened their mouths. The girl said that this ability is the same as Ren's. Nanai looked back in surprise. A thunder dragon appeared in front of him. The bald man frowned. Dorona opened her mouth in surprise, saying that she didn't think this boy was so capable, and he really was unusual. Aishi said that the powers that fuel this magic come from outside and are not genuine, and the hero is still far from Ren's capabilities. Smiling slightly, the girl also said that they were still wrong when they initially determined his abilities with the water crystal ball. Ren's only frowned. The dragon towered over Xiang, who suggested that Nanai surrender. Looking at his opponent, the hero said that he did not want to cripple him. Looking at the hero, the opponent told him that he was incredibly strong, but a match is a match and he will not back down. Pointing a feather at him, Xiang replied that so be it, and also that he should not blame him for not holding back against him. The dragon rushed forward on command to attack. Nanai's hands began to glow. Several plates appeared in front of him. The dragon rushed at them. The beast broke these plates. Blood spurted out of Nanai's mouth. The dragon approached the man. He looked at him with big eyes. A powerful explosion was heard. Frowning, the hero thought that it was the first time he used high-level magic, and it was difficult to control. The cooks opened their mouths and hoped that everything would be fine with their comrade. In surprise, Mumu slightly opened his mouth. Nanai was lying in a deep hole. Looking to the side, Xiang asked Sophists to make an official decision. The man was going down the stairs, but he looked at Mumu, who asked him to wait. Watching carefully, the teacher noticed something. Seeing the arena, he said that the student has not yet admitted defeat. Nanai raised a trembling hand. His upper clothes completely evaporated. He managed to open his eye. Seeing this, the hero turned to him. He frowned and asked if the other guy still wanted to continue. The other guy frowned and said he could still fight. Martin opened his mouth and asked his colleague in surprise if the guy could still fight like that. At first, he looked at him silently. Looking ahead, he said that 15 years had passed by rather quickly. Martin looked at the teacher in confusion, hearing that Nanai worked harder than any other student, but his food still tasted disgusting. Mumu shook his head and said that he always wanted the approval of others and always wanted to prove himself as a worthy chef. He imagined the street and said that he still remembered that day. The other one turned around carrying bags, hearing some sounds. The chefs gathered around the table. On the table, a baby was lying, wrapped in a swaddling cloth, crying. One of the cooks approached the teacher, asking if the child was an orphan, to which he replied that it was most likely so, and did not understand why he was left in front of a restaurant and not at an orphanage. The others laughed when one of them said that they seemed to think that the child would get hungry if left in front of an orphanage. Mumu noticed that he kept saying Nanai, asking what that could mean. Looking at the crying child, someone said that was his name. A juicy piece of meat was lying on the plate 9 years later. The man picked up a fork and knife. There was a smile on the teacher's face. The man brought the fork to his mouth. Then he began to chew the food. Nanai stood with his hands behind his back, but Mumu spat out the food. The man looked confused, saying that it was a bit unexpected, but the food was not that bad. Looking at him, Nanai asked if it really tasted that bad. The other chefs looked at him encouragingly, telling him not to be upset, and if he persevered, he would become an amazing chef. Mumu smiled, suggesting that he practice some more and try again in a year. But the boy gritted his teeth, saying that he had no talent for cooking. He ran out of the restaurant, saying that even a dog would not eat his food. The moon lit up the sky. Mumu and the others were looking for Nanai in the forest. The teacher noticed someone's silhouette. Tears ran down the boy's cheeks, remembering how the other children laughed, saying that they would not play with him because he had the voice of a little girl and he was probably born with disabilities. Later, he heard a conversation between two girls. One of them said that the last time she was there, he miraculously broke a plate with his hands and spilled food on it. The second said that she heard that he was born with disabilities and suggested that they eat somewhere else. The teacher put his hand on his head. The man sat down next to him and Nanai apologized, saying that he shouldn't have spoken like that to him and his classmates, to which Mumu replied that he needed to understand something. The teacher lowered his head and said that if a person has low self-esteem, it's hard for him to achieve anything in life. The boy looked at him with tears in his eyes, asking if his dish was disgusting because of his low self-esteem. Looking down, the man replied that he didn't have any at all. Nanai stood up asking why. He was shaking, asking why his dish was so disgusting even though he grew up in the kitchen, and said that he wanted to help everyone including the teacher and the rest by becoming a chef. The boy hit the ground hard, screaming about being a useless loser. Pieces of glass fell everywhere. The teacher said that there was no need to be so upset. Sitting on the ground, Nanai heard something he should think about, because maybe his talent wasn't in cooking, but in something else. Smiling, the teacher suggested that he could become a boxer. Mumu remembered his meeting with Yaso, thinking that he had already met him, and he had confirmed his talents, and now the cook hoped that he would not dwell on the circumstances. Nanai's eyes widened, saying that he understood everything. A smile appeared on the boy's face when he said that he understood what the other man meant. The man was glad that he had come to terms with it. Looking at his hand, Nanai said that he would be able to become a good cook by cooking delicious food. Mumu's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard that the boy would then become a cook who would fight and perform at the Imperial Stadium, proving himself. As he left, the boy also said that he would make other people change their ideas about the chef's profession, and from today on, he would begin incredible physical training. Now Martin was standing next to Mumu, saying that it was nothing surprising, and it turned out that the boy had initially misinterpreted his recommendations, to which he replied that, if you look at it objectively, in terms of his qualifications, then since he trained under Master Yaso, it is quite possible that today he can be much stronger. Turning around, the chef also said that if Nanai had his own approach, then even if he couldn't make delicious dishes, he was still a qualified chef. The other students on the platform shouted that the comrade had proven his coolness and there was no need to continue fighting. Nanai's legs were shaking. Barely standing, he tried to say something. Xiang caught him, trying to apologize for overdoing it, and said that he was still a respected opponent. Gritting his teeth, the bald man said that he could still fight. Looking at him confidently, the hero said that Nanai was a chef by specialty, and it was already very cool that he had reached this point. Gritting his teeth, he asked the comrade how much did he understand. Xiang stepped back, hearing Nanai say that he was not worthy of being called a chef. Frowning, he asked, how can he now look into the eyes of his comrades and teachers who were present? Putting the scroll on the floor, the hero wanted to introduce him to one thing. Looking at his comrade again, he said that this thing was something that they were currently planning to produce in large quantities. Looking at him with one eye, Nanai asked again what it was about. A kettle and noodles appeared in front of the hero. When he poured water into the noodles, Nanai asked what kind of dish it was. Looking at the hero, he noted a strong aroma. Holding out the noodles, he offered to come over and try it. Looking at this, confused, the spectators asked what was going on. Angry, he approached Xiang, surprised that he was going to defeat him with that broth, but the hero asked him to stop talking nonsense and try it quickly. Nanai took the chopsticks in his hands. Then he brought the food to his mouth. His eyes opened wide. A pleasant warmth appeared inside. The bald man pursed his lips. Then he felt himself fall onto the soft grass. Standing above him, Hammer asked his comrade's opinion. He looked up at the sky, replying that it was incomparable and how could he make such a delicious dish without any preparation. He would not have thought that the hero was such a skilled cook. Smiling at his comrade, Xiang told him that he used to work as an assistant in the kitchen of a magic clan. Nanai, who was lying on the ground, noted that these were products from a magic clan, and he did not even think that he would lose to him even in cooking. Looking down, the hero asked who decided that a cook cannot fight, and a combat trainer cannot cook a delicious dinner. Extending his hand, Xiang said that a trainer can cook deliciously, just like a cook, but a cook can also fight in the arena, just like a trainer. The hero helped him up, adding that only by doing something with soul, a magician can be a cook, and in general, anyone can become a cook. Presenting a bright symbol, he said that you should not let the constantly existing norms define you. Nanai's eyes widened when he heard that it was determined by only one thing. Looking into his eyes, Xiang said that this was the kind of person he wanted to become. The man lowered his head. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Mumu approached them. They stood opposite each other. Looking at his teacher, Xiang asked if he was worthy of the title of chef. The man smiled at him and replied that he was a very good chef. Hearing this, Nanai was touched. After which, the boy hugged his teacher. Looking at them, the hero thought that he did not expect that instant noodles could convince him. Someone clapped their hands. Applause was heard from the stands. The three of them all looked back at the audience. Nanai raised his head in surprise. A slight smile appeared on his face. He turned to Xiang and thanked him. Frowning, he added that next time he would become even stronger as a fighter and a chef. The hero looked at him with a smile, saying that he would wait. The king sat on the throne and turned to Sophices. The man turned around, hearing that the noodles looked delicious. Smiling, the king said that he wanted to try it. Sophices smiled at him, saying that once the tournament was over, he would find Xiang and order the dish to be served. The hero's hand went up. Sophices held it, saying that the winner of this fight was Xiang from the blacksmith class. The spectators raised their hands in jubilation. The man frowned, saying that the next fight would be between the hand-to-hand class students Air and Buno. Air slammed his fists. Then he jumped down. The boy landed on one knee, but he looked ahead in surprise. Buno landed, destroying the ground beneath him. Buno smiled, saying that he would finally enjoy fighting him. The spectators wondered who was stronger. Dorona and Yaso looked at each other. The girl said that their classes were fighting with their classmates. The man closed his eyes, answered that it was not quite the same because his students had passed the first stage of the tournament. He looked at Vasily when he addressed him. The blonde, smiling, asked which of the two students was stronger. Without taking his eyes off, the man answered that they were both very strong. Looking to the side, Mumu noted that the strongest was Buno. Aisha looked at the hero with a smile. He put his hand behind his head when the girl congratulated him on his victory, and he thanked her. Xiang looked at Isabella. Then he headed towards her. Approaching, he coughed into his fist. Smiling, he looked at her, said that after winning, Air would be her opponent. If she went further, then she would probably have to fight him. Looking at him, Isabella asked if he was serious. Awkwardly placing his hand behind his head, Zhang asked if she thought he was unworthy of fighting against her. Noting that she was underestimating him, the interlocutor replied that the only one who did not evaluate others was himself. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him why he was so sure that Air would win this round. Smiling, the guy was surprised, noting that Air was still quite strong. Looking down, the interlocutor asked him about what he thought. Since Barry and Bush were weak, then Buno would be the same. Looking away, the hero replied that he thought so. Remembering Buno's face, she said that she did not blame the interlocutor since he did not have any marginal power at all and he did not feel it in others. She remembered how the man tried to attack her. Imagining his fist filled with energy, she said that the marginal power she felt was not weak at all. Xiang opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that he was very different from the other useless princes, and that he might be the strongest student in the martial arts class. Meanwhile, Buno put his hand on his shoulder and said that the last round was very boring. Throwing his shirt back, he added that finally someone could take a punch. Warming up his hand, Air replied that at least they were from the same class. But with a sinister smile, he added that even because of this, he would not hold back. Buno spread his arms wide and invited his opponent to attack, and he rushed at Air, saying that they would see who was the strongest fighter in their class. The two looked at each other. Air stopped his fist. The punch flew out like a clap all around. Holding his opponent's hand, Air said that he was strong enough, but he gritted his teeth in surprise. His legs began to slip. He was still having a hard time holding Buno's hand. He smiled and noted that he had become stronger than before. A glow appeared around Air's hand. The glow became brighter. Both of them jumped back from each other. Smiling, Buno said that it was not bad. With a confident smile, Air told him to come at him with everything he had. Then, a blue trail of energy appeared. The yellow one headed towards him. They punched each other in the fists. After moving them away, they prepared to attack again. Bright traces were left from their mutual attacks. Buno dodged the blow. Air also dodged. Then he jumped back. This time, Buno blocked the blow. The spectators opened their mouths in surprise, amazed at the high speed. Frowning, the king said that this year's students seemed to be much stronger than the previous year. Looking at him, Sophists replied that it was true, and it seemed that most of the participants who were here now were much stronger than the winner of the previous champion. Smiling, the king asked who was the winner of the previous year. Looking at him, the assistant replied that it was his vice officer. Someone opened their mouth wide, then sneezed. The guy wiped his nose, thinking that someone was talking about him. Meanwhile, Air slid back. Putting his fists together, he said that it was powerful. Then a bright glow appeared near his hands. Lightning hurricanes headed towards Buno. He looked at them with confidence, but a dark aura also appeared near his hands. He placed his hands on the ground. The hurricanes were getting closer. Opening his mouth wide, Buno used a high-voltage fist. The man was surrounded by a purple aura. In an instant, he was surrounded by a barrier. The barrier grew larger. With its explosion, the hurricanes were destroyed. Air covered his face with his hand and thought about how his opponent had dispelled his electric wind ability so easily. A bright light appeared in the air. The spectators covered their faces with their hands. Martin opened his mouth in surprise, saying that this was a great power, and the students had almost reached the level of Teacher Mikkel. Vasily smiled, asking him if he had seen Yaso's real power before. The interlocutor looked at him and said that after all, they were children, but it seemed that they only had 20% of Yaso's power. Frowning, the man replied that he wondered when they would be able to fight each other in the arena again, because he prepared for it every day. Smiling slightly, the blonde replied that everything was fine, he just didn't want to break another bone. Suddenly, Zhang gritted his teeth. The boy put his hand on his chest. Isabella extended her hand to him, asking if he was okay. Aisha turned to him, asking if the boy couldn't withstand the released boundary force. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that everything was fine. Buno stood in a cloud of dust. Smiling widely, he asked his opponent if he couldn't handle it anymore. He noticed a small explosion ahead. Air rushed towards him. His eyes were shining brightly. Buno smiled slightly. They headed towards each other again. Their hands were shining brightly. A powerful blow scattered the ground around. A huge hole appeared under them. The spectators looked in shock at the approaching shockwave. but the barrier covered them. It was Vasily who protected them, suggesting that next time they should organize a larger space for the fight. Buno rolled back, noting that his opponent was still holding on. Air also slid back, saying that fortunately he knew how to use a little shadow power. If the man had gone to the shadow class, he would not have been able to withstand this blow. Buno quickly approached him, asking if he could try to withstand his punch again, devoid of shadow power. A hand grabbed the opponent's fist. The two of them slid back. Air was barely holding back the onslaught. The guy clenched his teeth hard. The enemy's fist touched his face. He immediately flew high. The spectators were amazed at such strength, seeing Air flying. Xiang opened his mouth wide and turned to his comrade. Clenching his fist in victory, Buno demanded that the winner be declared quickly. The teacher sat next to his colleague, saying that it seemed like the fight was over. Closing his eyes, Yasuo replied that the fight was just beginning. Frowning, the hero only hoped that his comrade was okay. Isabella looked up and told him to take a closer look. The hero also looked up. A bright flash was visible in the sky. The people in the stands pointed up, asking what it was. The ground beneath Buno's feet began to shake. Then it even cracked. Looking down, he didn't understand what was happening. Buno looked up. Like a comet, something was approaching the arena. Fiery traces were visible in the sky. It was Air, surrounded by flames. His eyes and even his eyebrows were glowing brightly. He was rapidly approaching Buno. The boy saw his enemy in the negative. Gritting his teeth, he noted the enormous potential. He was pressed even harder to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the man was outraged that he was dared to kneel. Mumu, who was sitting next to Yasuo, asked what was wrong, and he replied that this was the interesting part of a one-on-one battle. Imagining the entire person on fire, he said that the strength of a fight is determined by how much boundary power can be put into a single strike. And if a person can strike using boundary power, then they have the necessary skill to wield shadow power. He then imagined a person approaching another, noting that Air had mastered the concept of shadow power and was directing all of his boundary power into the opponent's body, and the people around him were unaware of the boundary power put into the strike. Buno's eyes began to glow. An aura appeared around his body, and he said that everything was as it should be. Flames surrounded his fist. Smiling evilly, Air told him that he hoped the opponent was ready for this strike. The flames near his hand became brighter. Raising a finger, Vasily asked him to be careful with his power. A barrier surrounded the people in the stands. Air was approaching the ground in a whirlwind of fire. He was almost at his opponent's side. The flames completely hid his hand. Buno covered his face with his hands. A powerful explosion sounded. The spectators also covered their faces with their hands. Xiang opened his mouth in surprise. The ground was flying around. There were clouds of dust everywhere. A burn was visible on Air's hand. He stood with one eye closed. A large crater had formed around him. A glow appeared among the debris. Someone burst out of the ground. Air jumped back, hearing that it was not bad. Smiling widely, his opponent said that the guy was strong enough. Xiang and the others opened their mouths in surprise, realizing that Buno had not received any damage at all. Air was also surprised. Buno spread his wing, swearing at Air, saying that he had made a hole in it. The man took the form of a dragon, saying that his opponent was not that weak. Then he flapped his wing. The currents of wind were directed forward. They rushed towards Air. The guy covered himself with his hands. As he glided, he thought that Buno's dragon form was stronger than the other two princes. The dragon rose into the air. Looking at Air, he asked if he could only use his ability once. Gritting his teeth, Air replied that it was just a warm-up. His hands ignited again. He moved forward. The dragon also rushed to attack. They ended up on each other's sides. Air looked to the side. He blocked the enemy's strike. Buno grabbed his head. He tried to free himself, but Buno dragged his head along the ground. He laughed as he dragged him along the ground. Then he threw him to the side. Air looked behind him. The guy hit the ground with his fist. This was how he tried to stop. The guy stopped at the edge of the arena. The dragon immediately pounced on him. Jumping up, he managed to dodge the attack. So Air ended up behind him. There was blood on his face, and he noted that his opponent was very strong. Smiling ominously, Buno said that the enemy continued to dodge. His hand began to glow brightly. He said that his dragon form was stronger than his brother's. Then he pulled his hand back, adding that his defense and boundary power were also stronger in this form. The magic bolts moved forward. They were approaching Air. The boy crossed his arms. There were marks from the blows on them in his stomach. Veins appeared on his forehead. He was thrown back several times. He punched a hole in the wall with his body. Air tried to open his eyes. Buno had already aimed his foot. Then he delivered a powerful blow. "Keep attacking," he said, intending to vent all the anger that filled him when the brothers were defeated on him. The dragon continued to kick. One of the spectators gritted his teeth, thinking that he was merciless. Xiang watched with fury. Martin looked at Yasuo, noting that the student had gone too far. The teacher watched silently when he was asked if he was going to stop the fight. Buno continued to attack Air, saying that trash will always be trash. The girl who was watching this said that if this continued, the comrade would die, but there was still time to save him. The hero frowned and said that Air should be able to endure this. The girl looked at him. He said that otherwise the director should have intervened already. Meanwhile, the dragon continued to strike. Fury was visible on his face, but he was surprised by something. A fiery hand grabbed his leg. Surrounded by fire, Air said that he wanted to use it on Ren's. His hair became disheveled and a mark appeared on his chest. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He said that he had no choice and that his opponent was very strong. Buno tried to pull his leg away, demanding that he let go. Frowning, he did not understand why he could not break free. A dark aura appeared in his hand. He headed towards Air. Air pulled his hand back to strike. The dragon blocked the blow, crossing his arms, thinking that the opponent had a strong aura. But a fire appeared in his hand, so the dragon's hand began to burn. Buno was completely engulfed in flames. Standing in front of him, Air said that the source of this fire was his border power, and it could not be extinguished by normal means. Vasily, who was sitting on a chair, asked Yaso if he really decided to teach his student such a dangerous skill. Smiling, Vasily said that the man used it on him to disable him for 3 days. Looking down, Yaso replied that he did not teach the guy, and that he himself mastered this ability after he learned the first fire skill, and maybe he is a little stupid, but still a highly gifted fighter. Standing up, he said that this ability is very useful in battle. The man began to leave, talking about his current state, and that now he is no longer sure. Martin asked him if he will not watch anymore. Waving his hand, he replied that he already knows the result of this fight. The dragon was breathing heavily. Surrounded by flames, Air suggested that he surrender. He rushed to attack. The boy dodged the blow. Clenching his teeth, Buno was surprised that he leaned over. A dark aura appeared near his hands. Air knelt down. The fire fist approached the dragon's face. He flew up to dodge. Then he froze in midair. Then he launched a magical attack at the enemy, but Air dodged everything. Then he clasped his hands together. The ground cracked under his feet as he used magma rift. The updraft hit him completely. The spectators watched the scene. The wind began to blow them away. Zhang smiled widely, saying that his comrade was so strong that he could even become a human volcano. Gritting his teeth, the dragon thought about what kind of skill this was. Air stood in the middle of the fire. Lava flowed under his feet. Frowning, he again suggested that his opponent surrender, noting that he had no chance. The dragon, hanging in midair, replied that Air underestimated him. The spikes on his head became larger. Spikes also appeared on his wings. The dragon itself increased in size, and he asked how Air dared to humiliate the prince. Opening his mouth wide, he called the guy a nobody. Then he pointed his fist forward. A powerful stream of energy rushed towards Air. The guy calmly watched the approaching attack. Then he put his hand in front of him. The ground began to crack and magma was visible through the cracks. The creature jumped to the side. The guy looked at him with a serious look. The fighter's fist began to gain magic. A huge beam of magma tearing the skies rushed towards the dragon and collided with another magic beam. The monster opened his mouth wide while the fighter was surprised by what was happening. Fire was visible inside the Colosseum. Everyone who was watching what was happening admired and said that it looked like a volcanic eruption. They were blinded by the white light and this confused them. Fragments of crystals levitated above the arena. The guy ran his finger through the air and asked why watching the fights was so troublesome. The light of the fire fell on the wall. A firefighter was standing by the wall of the arena. The burnt warrior was kneeling and laughing heavily. The burnt and smoking body fell lifelessly onto the stone floor. The guy on fire walked towards the corpse. The flames began to leave the fighter and he began to fall to the side. The burnt body lay on its back and breathed heavily. He looked at the sky and thought that he could not take care of them for a while. Zhang stood in front of Ali and asked him if he was okay. The hero took him by the arm and said that he was really injured. He said that he was okay. His burnt hand went up. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he should take a winner's pose. The fighter frowned and said that he had won. His eyes got wet and he said that he could not continue fighting. Nick looked at the audience and said that everyone had heard about his communication and that he would be able to build a big house for his family. The doctors carried the wounded man's body out of the arena and the purple-haired man told him not to worry. He looked at the emaciated body and told him to let him fulfill this promise for him. Zhang opened his eyes wide and said that it would not be for free and that he would have to work for him in return. The boy, exhausted, thanked him. The hero saw the doctors off. Sophists stood in front of the audience and said that he thanked both students and that it was an excellent duel. He looked ahead and said that 2 more participants were coming out. Torst from the archer class appeared in the arena. They from the swordsman class entered the battlefield. They looked at each other with disdain. They were separated by a few meters. The protagonist watched the swordsman draw his sword. He did not look away and thought that it would be easy for her to win. The whip cut the air. The pink-haired girl swung the rod. She threw it towards her opponent. The blonde dodged and the rope passed next to her. She ran towards her opponent. The light illuminated the corners of the room. The guy exhaled smoke. The magician held Ali in midair. The fighter looked at the ceiling with difficulty. He turned his gaze to the doctor. Emery held him and said that he woke up. The guy looked at her and apologized for his actions, saying that he had acted unwisely. She put her hand to the bandage on her cheek and said that everything was fine. The girl touched her cheek with her finger and said that this was the first time she felt something like this. The warrior felt sick and groaned. The girl got scared and began to ask him to stay with her and said that she would clean his body of dirt as quickly as she could. The whip hit the sword. Trost flew back from the blow. She looked towards her opponent. There was an explosion. Bay was holding a sword in her hands, which was gaining magic. She ran towards the girl, putting the weapon behind her back. The blade, leaving a trail behind it, flew through the air. She raised it up and it began to shine. The archer looked at the fighter with a serious expression. An earthquake passed in front of the white-haired girl. The fighter with the rod jumped up and began to prepare for a blow. She swung. The girl began to strike. The whip flew at her opponent with great speed. Trost pressed for a stronger blow. They parried the blow. The reflected whip hit the ground near her and raised dust. The girl was interested in something. The reflected rod did not stop. The warrior in the cloak made another blow. The fencer flew back from the blow. The whip was approaching her. A blow of enormous force covered her and raised a column of dust. Zhang looked at what was happening with surprise and said that she was really strong. The stands admired her strength and frightening skill. The archer looked ahead. She again struck a few more times at the place where her opponent was. The swordswoman cut the whip. She confidently stood on her feet without wounds. The girl in the cloak sank to the ground in front of the white-haired girl. The hero looked at them and said that it was also difficult to fight with Bay. Trost looked at the opponent. She swung the rod again. It began to shine. The whip turned into a sword. The archer raised her weapon in front of her. Two girls watched what was happening and one of them asked what happened to the girl, to which the other girl said that maybe it was the swordsman's skill. Another teacher turned to the archer teacher and asked why his student suddenly started using a sword, to which he said nothing. They looked ahead. The opponents looked at each other. Trost got ready. She jumped on her opponent. The swordsman was behind her in an instant. The purple-haired girl looked back. She dodged the swordsman's powerful blow. She flew up and rushed towards the enemy. The blonde parried the attacks. She swung. The blow passed close to her opponent. The student's sword held the sword blows. The strong attack knocked the sword out of the girl's hands. She flew back. She braced herself with her toe and stopped. The archer was standing by the wall. A cut was visible on her face. Bay was looking at her. An electric current began to appear around the girl. She lowered her head down and remembered her father. She tasted the blood with her tongue and turned to her father. Her eyes turned red. An electric current appeared around her and he said that why doesn't he let her have some fun? A discharge was shooting above her head and the swordswoman looked at what was happening. Everyone was surprised. The girl smiled and closed her eyes. The white-haired girl looked forward. The opponents looked at each other. Trost was at her opponent in a second, with her sword pointed forward, and laughed. The girl managed to parry the attack. She looked at her opponent and was surprised by her strength. The archer looked at her and said that she was quite strong and asked if she wanted to have some fun. She started to approach. She laughed and Bay took a step back. The student rushed to attack again and said that she should stop hiding her strength. The blonde jumped back from the attacker. She held the sword in her hands and thought that she was acting like a completely different person. The fencer did not have time to keep up the pace of the battle and her opponent ended up behind her. Trost was about to strike. The girl did not have time to react and was hit by the sword. She landed on her feet. Her shoulder was bare. She stood with an open shoulder. The archer was about to hit her and laughed. The red-eyed girl raised her sword behind her back. The blow hit the weapon. The opponents looked at each other with excitement. The archery student looked at her opponent haughtily and asked if this was all she could do. They swung. She frowned. The blow caused a powerful cut. The violet-haired girl received a blow. She froze for a moment. In front of her stood a fencer and she was enveloped in dark magic. They stood in front of each other. The fencing student swung. Her blow was directed towards her opponent. Trost received a blow. She froze for a moment. The girl approached her opponent. She swung to finish off her opponent. The archer grabbed her hand, preventing her from striking. The blonde looked at her. The violet-haired girl smiled and said that she was interested. They stood in front of each other and the archery student said that the opponent's border strength was unusual. She held her hand and suggested that they start killing each other right now. They looked at her and made an incomprehensible sound. She struck and the opponent dodged. The girl rushed into battle again. With a strong attack, she knocked the sword out of her partner's hands. The fencer was not going to stop. Blood gushed. Her shoulder was wounded. She looked back. Trost fell to the ground and laughed. She looked at her over her wounded shoulder and said that it was funny. The girl rushed into the attack again. The opponent parried the blow with his sword. The girl with purple hair swung. The fencing student put her sword under the blow. Her lip was split. The archer struck again and again, and the opponent parried them. They exchanged glances. The girl without a sword continued to attack. A bunch of monsters crawled forward. They held the man's legs. The girl's red eye reflected the glare. Trost was in high spirits. There were no pupils visible in her eyes. A huge beam of dark energy hit the floor. The guy was going down the stairs in a chair and magic was reaching out to him. He looked to the side and said that this was not good. A stream of magic was formed. Everyone in the stands was stupefied with horror. Xiang looked at what was happening and called out to the fencer. He looked at the energy strip and wondered if it was possible that she had regained her powers. The green-eyed man looked ahead and said that everything was getting complicated. He made a magic circle in front of him. The entire audience was shocked and no one could understand what was happening. A wall appeared around the stands and people asked how they should watch the match. The hero looked at the barrier and hoped that his girlfriend's true identity would not be revealed. The professors looked ahead and said that Bei was somehow different and that she resembled something. Dorona stood next to Ju and said that the fencer had an abnormal release of boundary power. The blonde turned to her and said that this was the border force of the demon tribe. Sophisis was surprised and thought that one had the power of monsters and the other had the power of the demon tribe. The director of the academy appeared in front of the fans. He was told that the people wanted to watch the match. He did not react and said that due to the violation of the rules, the match was stopped until the next announcement. Zhang watched as the blonde said that in order to avoid further trouble, they needed time to take action and asked everyone to be patient. The hero looked ahead and thought that the leader was helping Bei. On the other side of the fence stood Trost. She looked ahead and frowned. The swordswoman walked out of the smoke. Her shoulder was exposed. Isabella held a sword in her hands. Her eyes sparkled and she thought that it seemed like her border power had recovered a little. She narrowed her eyes. The archer looked wary. The fencer struck. The opponent flinched. She rushed to the wall. The girl hit the wall with all her might. There were scratches on the fence. Bei immediately began to disappear. The girl was unhappy. Behind her was Bei's second personality. The girl continued to hit the wall and asked her to let her go. The girl with horns stretched her hand forward. Trost was pressed against the wall. She lifted the archer up. The girl with purple hair was shackled and asked to let her go. The fencer continued to hold her opponent and said that she would win if he killed her. The protagonist called out to her. Looking at her, he asked her if everything was okay. She turned around. The girl she was holding was stunned. She moved her hand. The hero approached his wife, asking if everything was okay and said that in order to protect them, the director fenced them off with a wall. The pink-eyed man anxiously moved forward, saying that they should stop fighting, otherwise they would reveal themselves. He spread his arms and calmly said that the match was already over and he would help with the rest of the things himself. Then the red-eyed woman looked at him and said that he should not dare to order her due to the status of the queen. Suddenly, she was hit on the side with claws. Penny, gritting his teeth, said that he understood. The protagonist immediately ran up when he jumped back and asked if everything was okay. He anxiously told his wife that it was better to leave this for him and leave. She again looked at him with a menacing look and repeated that you can't order the monarch. She immediately released a shockwave, throwing both of them back. The purple-haired man covered himself with his hands and barely held back the onslaught. Suddenly, a black fog in the form of a hand enveloped him. Isabella held the enemy while he showered her with threats and insults. The madman shook his head from side to side and demanded to let him go. The horned one watched this with a smile and asked her if she wanted to kill the queen, and said that it was a brave act for a small monster. Suddenly, Zhang hugged her from behind. He immediately pressed himself against her and asked her to go with him and not let the border force control her mind. The guy looked at her with anxiety and said that the match was already over and it was possible to attract unnecessary attention if he killed her. The girl almost heard him after the words about the promise to return the kingdom. The redness disappeared from her eyes after the hero's name. A veil covered her eyes during the attack and the voices forced her to kill. She smiled evilly and said that the only thing true is that the one who goes against her must disappear. The purple-haired girl was immediately squeezed by a shadow hand and dealt huge damage. Pink-eyed pressed closer again, trying to stop her and asked her not to let the border force control her. But the queen only laughed heartily, losing her mind. Then Xiang anxiously lowered his head and asked if she had forgotten the words that they told her at the pass. He looked at her anxiously and said that the director told him everything, and said that she did not want to stop him. The girl began to listen to his words again after the phrase that she left him after the first stage of the tournament. By doing this, she hoped that this would give her the opportunity to refuse the word he gave her. The beauty calmed down a little after the words that everything was completely different. The hero pressed himself even closer to her and said that he was called to this world for certain reasons, and before he was weak and incapable of anything, but now everything has changed. Pink-eyed immediately approached her ear and said that he had already found his way to become stronger and promised to definitely help her regain her power. He lowered her hand and asked her to trust him and let him figure this out together. Penny fell to the ground and hit her back. The protagonist looked at his wife with a smile and said that the director was helping them now too, and they should not ruin everything. And he also had a plan for the future and promised that as long as they were together, nothing in this world would stop them. Isabella was a little embarrassed and asked again if they would really be together. But suddenly the monster inside with a sly smile asked her not to forget that she should be a proud demon queen. In the smoke, she saw an indistinct reflection of herself, and it told her that as rulers, they should not depend on weak people like this. The monster approached and with a terrifying smile asked if she had forgotten how Lillian betrayed her. The image of the man from the past who tried to kill her immediately popped into the queen's head. The monster made her remember how her relatives died and said that she had not learned her lesson the first time, and then mentioned that no one in this world can be trusted, and until she returns to her former glory, none of these creatures should become a problem. The reflection had an empty look and ordered to obey and kill everyone who gets in the way. It immediately narrowed its eyes and said that the only one you can trust is him. The monarch immediately changed her frightened look to a devastated one and agreed. Isabella with a creepy smile said to kill everyone who gets in the way. The hero immediately pressed himself against her, asking the madwoman if it was her. He became alarmed and screamed in her ear for her to come to her senses. He was thrown back at that moment a huge distance. The guy slid on his back on the floor and screamed. Stopping by the wall, he clenched his teeth and thought that if this continued, her status as the demon queen would be revealed, and he needed to find a way to stop her before the situation got out of hand. Penny immediately became very scared. The horned one extended her hand to her and asked how she dared to go against the queen. She looked at her menacingly and said with a smile that now was the time to disappear. But suddenly her hand was grabbed. The protagonist protected the little one and ordered her to take her hands away. He became wildly embarrassed and flared his nostrils. The queen looked at him with a smile and asked if he thought he could stop her while the guy was reaching his hand to her cheek. But then the shaggy one suddenly reached for her. The next moment they kissed. Her eyes at that moment began to brighten. She became very embarrassed and decided to cuddle up to him in response. The monarch suddenly began to enjoy what was happening. The ring on her chest began to glow, and the second copy began to glow on the guy's body. The jewelry began to attract each other. The stones in them began to stretch as if they were attracted. The elder popped into the beauty's head, saying that she was not like the rest of their tribe. Standing in front of the throne, she pulled her hand away and said that she could not allow herself to contact other people because she would become a queen in the future. The next moment, the white-haired girl remembered a horse ride. The guy pressed himself against her from behind and asked if this was the capital of the kingdom. Then a memory popped into her head of how he pulled her towards him with a self-confident look and spoke of indifference to his uselessness and faith in his wife. In an instant, all the moments with her wayward ally flew before the red-haired girl. The demon's eyes widened at the same moment. She immediately began to take on a human form. The powerful queen instantly turned into an embarrassed girl without horns. Shaggy stopped kissing her and asked if she had come to her senses while their rings were touching. They looked away with great embarrassment and asked who allowed him to do this to her. Pink-eyed looked away and tried to justify himself, but suddenly he was surprised by her fall. Xiang was very scared when his beloved fainted and screamed asking if she was okay. Penny was watching them from the side. She got into a stance with her claws and was going to kill them. Then the hero pulled his hand behind his back and menacingly said that she managed to save her life and demanded not to come closer if she did not want consequences. But suddenly he was wildly dumbfounded when he realized that there was nothing behind his back and the feather was gone. Then he stretched out his hand and ordered not to come near him because the duel was already over. Then the purple-haired girl bared her teeth and growled. When suddenly her mind went cloudy, the director put his hand to her head and using magic said that he thinks that they let this situation go too far. He looked at the hero calmly and said that troubles like this give him a headache. Shaggy looked at him with concern, holding his beloved in his arms, and called out to him. Xiang looked at him with concern and asked what was happening outside and asked if people suspected anything. Vasily narrowed his eyes and said that he thought the couple would have to split up for a while. The hero looked at him with displeasure and became indignant, asking what he meant and if he wanted to take Bae. The director closed his eyes and said that it was necessary to ensure her safety and remove the doubts in everyone's head. His gaze fell lower. There was a resonance between the rings and he asked the protagonist to hide the ring. The stands watched as the stone wall disappeared and everyone was interested to know how the duel ended. The fence was lower and lower. Vasily stood in the arena and said that the situation was a little out of control, but that it was already taken care of and he apologized. He closed his eyes and asked to cheer up, calling the next participants. The figures walked into the shadows and someone asked to take it easy. Xiang followed the doctors and said that there was no need to bring her into a more shocked state. His escort walked next to him and said that everything was fine and threatened that if he did not calm down, then he would be examined too. The hero thought that even if the director protected them, They should not be completely dependent on other people. Isabella was unconscious. Ren stood with his eyes closed, and the organizer said that they reached the semifinals and introduced the guy from the magic class. While Vasily introduced Aisha, she raised her hand. She stood in front of her opponent and said that she had given up. The stands were in shock, not believing what was happening. She, embarrassed, said that she did not want the opponent to throw her out of the arena. The magician silently stood in front of the one who had given up. The director stood nearby and reasoned that since the girl had decided to surrender, Emily was unable to fight at the moment. He recalled the rule violations and said that since things had turned out this way, other participants would meet in the next match. The organizer introduced Ren and Xiang and said that the duel would be between them. The stands began to shout joyfully. A warm light was pouring from the tower. Birds were flying over the royal dungeon. A knight was standing in front of the figure. Another guard was standing behind Trost. She was in a room behind a table and the light was falling on her. It was an interrogation room. The walls of the dungeon were worn. Someone was sitting in another cell. The warden looked ahead and asked about her being captured by the demon tribe and turned into a slave, and then she began to learn to use demon magic. Bei looked at him and confirmed what he said. The guard behind said that demon magic is unique to everyone and asked to explain how she learned to do it, to which she remained silent. One of those present sat in front of her and said that she was lying. The knight smirked and suggested that she made a deal with the demons. Someone's hand fell on the overseer's shoulder. He turned to the figure with a question about when he entered. They looked at him with fear and he asked them about why they looked happy. They tensed up a lot. Bei froze in a stupor. The figure looked at those present and asked about who said that people can't use demon magic. Vasily stood in front of the knights and said that the border power of demons is the same as theirs, it's just that different races use it differently, to which one of the guards asked him about why he was here. The director closed his eyes and turned to the general, saying that in his opinion, he too had made an unbreakable contract. The commander put his hand to his head and said that no, and that he was their treasure and they could not bind him to demons. The organizer smiled and said that so be it. The green-eyed man looked away and said that he thought it would be a good idea to check if his students were being tortured. The guards stood in their places and said that they were simply asking her about her crimes. Bei looked at the fair-haired man and nodded gratefully. Trost sat in front of the knight, who said that if she refused to talk, they would have to use force and, saying that this was a royal dungeon, not a place for torture, asked her to remove her cloak. The girl did not react to what was said. She looked forward and told them to stop putting on a show. General Sada looked at the archer and said that she could see right through everyone. He stood in front of her and asked her to leave them. He bent down and apologized for being rude. The buildings were illuminated by sunlight. Xiang stood near the arena and said that this must be it. He entered the ward and saw a bandaged leg and heard the doctor talking. Emery stood over the patient and tried to feed him, saying that it shouldn't be so hot anymore. Bear was lying on the bed and saying that he could eat himself. The girl looked at him with wide eyes and said that he couldn't because he had a lot of wounds and that she should take care of him. Moto chimed in and said that it didn't matter how she saw it, he needed more care and asked the guys to stop arguing with each other, and the hero said that he didn't know the guys were in the same room. The guy with glasses called out to the protagonist. He turned to him and said that he had come just in time and asked to change the room. The girl was feeding the guy and said that she was just taking care of the patient. The fighter choked on his food. He turned to Mick and asked him about who was next in line for the fight. The blonde looked at him and asked if his wife had won her round. Xiang's face changed and said that they were both disqualified. Moto was surprised and asked again. He looked at the ceiling and thought about what she had done to get disqualified. The hero looked at his interlocutor and said that both had used monster and demon magic and were detained for questioning. Bear lay and asked about the fight between Ren and Aisha, to which Emery said that everything was clear and the mage had won. The guy closed his eyes and said that she had given up at the very beginning. Moto grinned and said that he would have done the same. He sighed and asked about the results. The guy jumped up and the protagonist asked him not to tense up. He held him back and said that they could talk about it. Through reasoning, the guy with glasses realized that Mick would fight the mage. The fighter stood up and said that he was worried for a reason. He looked ahead and said that it didn't matter who he was able to defeat, because both of their dragon forms perfectly reflected their potential. The warrior looked at Xiang and said that Ren was much stronger than both of them and in the worst case, he would transform into a dragon and asked him if he was ready and Moto said that he was right. The hero introduced his opponent and said that he would be the one to defeat him. The protagonist frowned and said that he hadn't thought everything through carefully, all he knew was that he had to win. The building was seeing off the sunset. People were walking along the stone road and casting a shadow. People recognized Mick as a finalist. Girls looked at him and whispered. Someone looked at him and said that he was already dead. In front of Xiang stood a figure who asked him if he was worried about Bei. Martin stood in front of the guy and he turned to him, and he said that no matter what happens, he should keep his head up and that the final round will be tomorrow. The building was illuminated by sunlight. The hero looked to the side and asked the teacher if he thought he could defeat Ren. They sat opposite each other and the bald man said that he may have been weak in the past and that the magician was talented and 1 in a million in his field. He closed his eyes and said that the one who exists now definitely can. The rays of the sun fell on the Colosseum. The stands were shouting. The guys were waiting for the fight. The teachers were sitting in the stands and waiting for the beginning. The king looked ahead and was silent. Ren stood and was silent. Xiang was tense and Sophists said that this was the final round of the Royal Academy Championship. The opponents stood near the referee, who said that the winner would receive 1,000 coins and the title of Major. He looked to the side and asked if all the participants were ready. The magician stood nearby and made an incomprehensible sound. The guy stood silently next to the professor. The dark-haired man stamped his foot and addressed the king. He stood in front of the throne and said that since he and his opponent had already made an agreement to compensate for the damage with our lives, he wanted to fight without any restrictions. Ren leaned forward and said that then they would both show their potential. Suddenly, his eyes widened and said to fight to the death. Then the king was shocked, to put it mildly, and tried to say something. Aishi looked at this in horror and wondered what her student was doing, and realized that he wanted to change the rules so that the director would not be able to save the hero's life in an emergency. But the blonde only smiled softly and said that since the prince was asking for such a thing. Then he turned to the monarch, alarming him and asked him to resolve the matter, to which he immediately agreed. Purple Eyes looked at the student and said that his request would be granted and no one would be allowed to interfere in their battle. The protagonist grabbed the staff and asked if he had managed to hurt the prince's feelings. They stood opposite each other. Then the royal looked at him with displeasure and said that there were 3 reasons for his death. Xiang pretended to be surprised and asked him to tell. Renz kicked the ground and began. He released an aura and said that he did not respect his authority as a prince and laughed at his status. Shaggy stepped back a little. The mage continued to take heavy steps and said that he copied his abilities with the intention of challenging him. MC's heart immediately sank hard. He felt the pressure and gritted his teeth. The prince continued walking towards him and said that there was a 3rd point. His eye lit up and he said that a scumbag like him was not suitable for such a stunning girl as Bei. The aura began to create wild pressure and clouded the space. The observers covered themselves with their hands and were amazed at the power. Verona, folding her hands on her knees, said that he seemed much stronger than before. The Hatter looked at this with a serious expression and said that he was like this extremely rarely. The hero smiled with difficulty and asked again. He began to insert the ball into the staff. The shaggy one twirled it behind his back. Renz, watching this, was very surprised. Mumu moved closer and seemed to recognize the object. He turned to the bald one and asked why he gave it to the student. Martin calmly watched the battle and remained silent. The protagonist hit the tip on the floor. He created a glow and said that he initially wanted to be softer with him, but now everything has changed since he encroached on the shine of his wife. He looked menacingly at the enemy and said that she belonged to him. The swordswoman looked at it in surprise and said that it was a pale moonstone. Aishi looked at her in surprise and thought of the blacksmith teacher. At that moment, the handsome mustachioed folded his arms across his chest and said that he believed that he had more rights to use this stone than he did. Shaggy took a stance and offered to attack, but suddenly he felt disorientation. The ground under his feet began to fall apart. The prince stretched out his hand, filling it with magic. Then he sharply squeezed his hand. Cobblestones began to surround the hero. He looked anxiously into the remaining gap. The next moment, he was chained in a ball of boulders. The sphere began to rise higher. An orange glow appeared in the magician's hand. His spell swirled and caught fire. The stone ball turned into a real brazier. The people in the stands were shocked by what they saw and praised his power. Ordinary citizens were surprised by such a strong attack. Suddenly, a powerful splash came from the stone. The remains of the prison flew apart. There appeared armor that was surrounded by flames. Renz covered his hand from the shock wave. Lucky 3 was right in front of him. The magician watched this calmly. The hero sat at the control panel and said that since he has the pale moonstone, everything he imagines will appear at his will. He calmly looked at the enemy and said that this is not the same stone monster from the Valley of the Winds. But the prince only looked at him with displeasure and snorted. He waved his hand, creating a shock splash of water. A shield appeared from the suit. Mecha could barely block the attack. The black-haired man watched this with displeasure. A blade of useless wood emerged from the robot's hand. Then the royal created a magic circle. He used high-level thunder arrow magic. Then the hero covered himself with a shield and immediately said that the useless wood was an insulator and insulted him. He immediately pushed off to dash. The robot began to approach the enemy at great speed. He was about to deliver a slashing blow with the mantis blade, but Renz created whirlwinds under his feet. He was able to dodge the destructive attack. Looking at this, the protagonist realized that he was fighting from a long distance. He released drones from his feet and thought that he would have to fight at both close and long range to defeat him. When the Minibots went on the attack, he immediately pulled out a machine gun from his hand. A barrage of shots immediately burst out of his hand. Renz quickly covered himself with protective magic, but the next moment, many devices were already under his feet. He noticed this and tried to quickly turn around. There was a powerful explosion. People were in complete shock while watching this. The observers were shocked again and were surprised by their power. The king watched this with a satisfied look and turned to Sophices, saying that the hero always makes everyone surprised. Mecha watched the smoke. Suddenly, the outline of the enemy appeared there. A wounded Renz crawled out from there. Everyone was surprised by this fact again. There was a powerful cut. The prince's body was cut into 2 parts. The other half began to fall to the ground. The hero sat on one knee after the blow. He looked at this with anxiety and thought that something was wrong here because everything could not end so simply. The black-haired man lay on the ground and did not move. Suddenly, when he dissolved, he realized that it was a clone. Water began to boil in the ground. Vertical streams appeared in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, a powerful fountain began to beat upward. There was a huge wave above him. The robot was able to jump back to dodge. Suddenly, he stepped right into a puddle. Xiang looked at it with alarm and cursed in his head. He was immediately enveloped by a stream. A water hand squeezed him tightly. On the shoulder of the water elemental giant stood the prince. He looked at his opponent with disgust and said that all his devices that he relied on were just petty, meaningless tricks in his eyes. At this time, 2 hands were already squeezing the mechanism. But at the same time, the protagonist looked in front of him and asked if he thought he could crush him. He looked at his opponent with a smile and said that he knew he would do something like that, and his bot was made of useless wood. The magician looked at him with disgust again, but suddenly, something really surprised him. He stood on the giant's shoulder and said that no matter how strong he was, he still needed to breathe. Pink-eyed looked at him with surprise and alarm and froze. Water began to flow along the suit. Streams began to enter inside. Xiang saw a pile of water trying to get into his cabin and cursed. He looked up in horror and thought about what was getting inside through the joints. The black-haired man moved his hand to the side and asked why he didn't just stay inside if he liked to hide. The prince, with a satisfied and angry look, said that he could come out and in that case he would finish him off in one breath. Lucky 3's chest began to open. A projectile quickly flew out from there. Ren saw the hero in front of him and asked what he was up to. He put his hand in front of him and said that he didn't have long to live. But suddenly the protagonist spun the pole. The water hand was already reaching for him. He put the weapon in front of him, point first. The huge hand suddenly began to freeze. Suddenly, the magic suddenly froze in place. The mage looked at it with displeasure and wondered if this was really ice summoning magic. When his giant began to fall apart, Xiang immediately asked again with a sneer. He activated the jet thrust and said that this was the result of the combination of magic and his imagination. He frowned and thought that the real power of the pale moonstone was that imagination took on a material form. Then the black-haired man stretched out his hand in front of him again and thought that this was a waste of energy. Another water hand reached for the mechanical armor. Suddenly, the jetpack began to work at full power. The guy immediately flew forward, dodging the attack. He touched the monster's body with the tip of the spear. Making many swings, the hero turned it into ice. The stands were excited again because they saw such a sight. Then Aishi looked at Martin and said that she didn't know that his artifact could create magic. The bald man folded his arms across his chest with a satisfied look and said that this thing had a large supply of magical energy, and the stone allowed him to create anything that a blacksmith could come up with, and in the same way, the stone could be used if the blacksmith remembered the magic circles, and the hero had an amazing number of new ideas and a wonderful imagination, and everything was going to the fact that he would use both blacksmithing and magic. But suddenly Mumu discouraged him by saying that he hadn't seen him use magic more often. At that time, Xiang flew away from the enemy and said that he would no longer be able to use his giant either. The black-haired man stood with his legs encased in ice. Suddenly, he broke the shackles with a strong blow. The guy spread his arms, releasing an aura, and asked if he wanted to defeat him with magic. He looked from behind his bangs and said that he had no idea what he was capable of. The ground began to fall apart again. The reincarnated one, moving the weapon aside, asked why he was using this attack again. He tried to fly away, avoiding imprisonment, and said that it was too slow. Suddenly, there was a gap in front of him that was too small. His shoulders opened and there were missiles in them. He fired several projectiles straight at the barrier. The explosion was able to smash the boulders into small pieces. The next moment, the protagonist flew towards his opponent at great speed. He put the tip in front of him and was about to stab. Xiang pressed his head to his shoulder and thought that magicians were fragile, and in order to defeat him, he needed to get closer and strike. Suddenly, the magician parried the weapon with his bare hand. He immediately raised his fist for a close attack. The fist, shrouded in magic, immediately crashed into the hero's stomach. The mechanical armor was immediately thrown far back. The pink-eyed man closed his eyes and thought that even in armor he could feel the force of his blow. Looking at his opponent, he thought that he had enough strength to climb the moon mountain when he could not use the border force, so his abilities in close combat cannot be ignored. The prince looked at him arrogantly again and asked if he really thought that he was afraid of a fist fight, and said that he should be allowed to say that no one had ever been smart enough to hit him with their own fists. Suddenly, the glove suddenly opened, releasing steam, and while another blow was flying at him, the black-haired man asked why he thought he could defeat him. The fist immediately rested against the magic shield. Renz covered himself with the shield on his hand and repeated, insulting him. Suddenly, there was an exhaust on the glove. At the same moment, the fist was able to break through the defense and hit him in the face. The prince's face was crushed by the force of the blow, and it was one blow that destroyed his pride. The protagonist made a blow with a sweep, taking his hand away. The pink-eyed man looked at him with a satisfied look and said that he would never fail in what he had been trying to achieve. The black-haired man clenched his teeth and became angry. Taking his hand away, Xiang said that it was over. Suddenly, he was able to dodge the lunge. The magician used the stream, pushing the enemy away, and cursed at him. The hero slowed down in the air and thought that he knew that it would not be easy to defeat him, and he still needed to take into account the transformation into a dragon. Renz began to summon a magic blade. The blade began to gather and take shape. A blade of water appeared in his hands, and he again insulted the reincarnated man, saying that he had courage. He raised his hands to strike and said that he dared to leave marks on a person of royal blood and was going to return it all to him 100-fold. The long-haired man made a powerful strike at a great distance. The hero was able to close himself off from the strike and asked if it was true that water was cutting under pressure and said that it was a powerful action. At that moment, he was thrown far back. Seeing another vertical strike, he thought that it was very fast. Zhang was able to dodge with difficulty and thought that even with protection from useless wood, he would not be able to withstand so many such strikes. Suddenly, huge stone hands appeared under his feet. At that moment, he was grabbed and squeezed. The guy again opened his shoulders to shoot and said that he would simply blow up everything around him. The missiles flew out to strike the stone hands. A powerful explosion occurred. The damage was not critical and left craters, but suddenly the magic began to recover. Then the hero looked at it in surprise and asked if it was true that he couldn't blow up those hands and said that the stone would restore itself over time. Renz created a magic circle again and asked aggressively if he really thought that he could defeat him with the little knowledge he had. A bunch of magic circles of the highest level, elemental explosion, appeared around Xiang. Each of them began to summon its own element. The black-haired man moved his hand to the side and waved it, saying to accept his defeat, and there was no choice but to die. Many volleys flew straight at the reincarnated one. The flame hit him first. After many attacks, they created a bright flash of different colors. The pink-eyed man looked anxiously at the sparks from his armor and asked if the guy really thought that he could kill him like that. Renz moved his hand back, creating a blade again, and said that he would see how long he could hold out. He used the water blade again and said that he would not finish him off until he broke this useless armor. A powerful stream hit the front of the defense. Suddenly, a grid of cuts appeared. The long-haired man swung his blade over and over. A huge number of attacks and cuts flew at the hero. The stands were shocked by what they saw and began to fear him. Pink-eyed gritted his teeth, bleeding, and thought that it was a heavy blow, and such a large amount of damage was lethal, and it seemed that this armor still needed to be improved in many places. He pulled his hand back, warming it up, and thought that in any case, he had already collected enough data and was not going to play anymore. A bright flash appeared in his palm. The hand made of stone began to heat up strongly in one spot. Blue-eyed noticed this and thought that the temperature was rising quickly, and this was a fire-type attack. He covered himself with a magic shield and said that the fight was useless and any elemental attack did not work on him. Then the shaggy one just smiled. A huge beam flew out of a piece of stone. The laser pierced the mage's shoulder, destroying the shield. Renz began to bleed and stepped back, and it was not a magic element, but a laser and technology versus magic. This is death by fire. The people on the observation deck were shocked and wondered where the lost knowledge of using such magic came from. The king immediately remembered the performance with a smile and said that Xiang's abilities reminded him of the light magic that the cat duo had previously demonstrated to them. Suddenly, he noticed the director's displeasure and asked what he thought, to which he was told that it looked like it, but the aura of a magical ability was not felt. The hole in the stone began to smoke. The hero looked at this and thought that the stone had not yet recovered, and it seemed he would have to pay more attention to his spells. He opened his shoulders again and thought about how he would use the momentum again and escape while he could. The missiles flew towards the shackles again. The explosion finally allowed him to fly out of captivity. He pulled the spear away and said that the blacksmith he looked up at had damaged him and asked how it felt. The guy bowed his head a little lower and said that he had warned him that he would be the only one who could defeat him. Renz looked at him with hatred and asked how he dared. He immediately gritted his teeth and released an aura. In rage, the prince released a huge amount of power and screamed that this was unacceptable. A powerful whirlwind of wind appeared. The pillar began to rise higher. The next moment, fiery breath began to flow into it. 3 elemental tornadoes began to circle around the arena. The black-haired man spread his arms and used world-class hurricane magic. Watching the horror unfold, the protagonist thought that it turned out that there was magic above the highest level. He tilted his head forward and thought that this was great, and the faster he unlocked his potential, the more information he had that could be used against him. He put his hand in front of him again, gathering a laser. A powerful energy volley flew out. The prince made a dissatisfied face, seeing the attack approaching. Immediately, a tornado covered him and he shouted that he should not think that this would work again. The guy immediately pulled his hand back, summoning a magic circle, and said that since he so badly wanted to know everything about his potential. The next moment, he folded both his hands, creating powerful magic. Using magic and his eye, Renz gritted his teeth and said that he would kill him right here and now. The hero immediately frowned and asked how this magic could counter his cannon. Suddenly, something from the side scared him. Many hands of the earth immediately surrounded him. He immediately began to fly away quickly and said that this ability was back and that there would be problems if he was caught. The reincarnated one was able to dodge the attack and thought that it was bad, because the stone hands had not only become bigger but also stronger. Suddenly he was surrounded and he thought that he was caught. The stone sculptures began to squeeze him together. Xiang looked around and assessed his situation. Suddenly the ceiling began to sag sharply. Many elemental streams rushed into the cage. Tornado drills nailed him to the ground, breaking through the shackles. They tried to drill through the armor alive. The hero immediately spat out a clot of blood and was surprised by this power. Renz covered himself with his hand and said that in the end, he was just a useless log and asked why he didn't get up and mock him some more, and then laughed. The magician began to go crazy because of the power of his eye and laughed loudly. Aishi looked at it with alarm and thought that such a wave of power showed that he really wanted to kill him. Renz got his right eye from his mother and it is called the Eye of Magic, and this organ has the power to absorb magic of any type, and as a child he could not control it, so he became an outsider in the royal family. The little mage did not understand that people with such eye magic are very few, and because of its enormous power, soon this power began to be perceived as a threat to the royal family. The regent ordered the destruction of the tribe whose people possessed this cute, but that evening he spared Renz out of pity. Afterwards, although the prince became a member of the generous royal family, his life was still miserable, filled with hatred. When the black-haired prince sat alone in the room and cried, something new happened. The director and Aishi were standing in the open door. The young mage looked up with tears. The hatter looked at him with a smile and asked if this was the child who was hidden away from the family. The blonde smiled softly and said that it was true and she should take care of him. Renz looked at the approaching ball with concern. He immediately started to run away and said not to come closer because his eye was cursed, and if they came closer, their magic would be absorbed. Then the mage pointed her hand at him, creating a circle, and said that there was no need to worry and he could absorb whatever he wanted, but her reserve would be enough to last at least a couple of days. The guy's eye was covered with markings and she continued telling him to relax because she had come to help. Suddenly, a spiral began to appear on the iris. When the organ stabilized, the teacher said that now he could not be afraid that he would harm other people. At that moment, she seemed irresistible and asked if he felt better and said that it was not a curse but a gift from heaven. Then she looked at him with a confident look and said that she would now be his mentor. In the present, Renz was going crazy with power and ordered his opponent to die, but he only extended his staff using a stone. Magic light began to gather on its tip. 2 elemental twin dragons burst out and enveloped him in a tornado. The hero lay on the ground and thought that even if he could not compare with him in strength, he should at least withstand part of it and escape. The dragons slowly rose up. Suddenly, they began to be drawn into the stream. The protagonist tried to resist and thought that he could not control his magic. 2 streams from the twins stretched upward. They immediately headed towards the magician. He opened his eye wide and began to suck them in. The magic was absorbed into him at an incredible speed. Suddenly, there was nothing left. He leaned back and said what he had already told him. The Eye of Magic lit up again and he said with slight anxiety that magic was useless against him. Dorona looked at it with wild surprise, and her friend immediately said that it was the Eye of the Destroyed Tribe. She frowned and said that this was the reason why Renz's magical abilities were much higher than any other person's, and even if he had not yet fully learned to control it, he could still activate his eye for about 15 minutes. After looking at the symphony of skills, she continued, saying that when the prince uses his unusual power, he is not only able to absorb any magic, but his own abilities are greatly increased. The hero clenched his teeth tightly, trying to endure it, and thought that it was like putting on a bulletproof vest and getting shot in the chest with a machine gun. He fired 2 beams straight into the stream and thought that if magic did not work, then he could try to hit him in the forehead. There was a maximum release of energy which created a splash in the middle of the stream. The hand suddenly began to spark. The protagonist became alarmed, thinking that he had overloaded his capacitors. The black-haired man began to laugh heartily and asked what would happen now since his small devices had not worked. The stream drilled Zhang, and he continued, saying that his magical emission was still increasing. The tornado became even larger and more destructive. The pink-eyed man spat blood and thought that his body was already at its limit. Suddenly, something attracted him and made him come to his senses. He immediately turned his head. His wife was standing in the passage and encouraging him. But as it turned out, the pink-haired woman was standing behind her and shouting that she believed in him. The queen was very embarrassed and asked what she was doing. Aisha winked at her and said that she still cared about him, and she was here to simply help her since she should use all her abilities. Bae was wildly embarrassed. Then she opened her eyes and asked him not to forget about the promise. The hero smiled softly. The black-haired man looked at it with envy and wondered what she was doing here. He gritted his teeth and thought about what that guy was worth. The prince looked away with a smile and thought about how he should show Bae that he was just a useless log. Suddenly, the protagonist's mecha started to rise. He struggled to resist the flow and screamed loudly. Renz pulled his hand away and laughed and said that he was still resisting pointlessly and trash like him should just lie quietly and rot. He abruptly lowered his hand and ordered him to accept his defeat for a quick demise. Zhang was crushed by even more mana. He struggled to endure it and used a quick reset. Mana began to accumulate on his fingertips. The royal continued casting with a wild smile and asked how long he could compare the abilities of a blacksmith and a mage. The hero, in wild pain and spitting out blood, managed to raise his hands above his head and screamed that he was just a child with second-year syndrome. The observers were again shocked by what was happening. He clenched his hands tightly together. Lucky 3 appeared behind the prince, who exactly repeated all the movements. The gifted one noticed this and turned around abruptly. At the same moment, a heavy blow hit him and he was sent flying far away. The long-haired one managed to cover himself with a protective cube. Gritting his teeth, he angrily wondered how this thing was still moving. Suddenly, a large shadow fell on him. In front of him, a huge robot was raising its fist to strike. The activated autopilot began to hammer many blows directly at Renz. The magician was trying hard to withstand all these assertive attacks. At this moment, Zhang was sitting in the crater after the attack and coming to his senses. Rising from the ground, he thought that he was finally able to distract his attention and stop the magical attacks. The helmet began to slowly open. Pink eyes immediately puffed out his cheeks. He grabbed his stomach and coughed up a large amount of blood. Squeezing one eye shut, the reincarnated man thought that he had never been in a battle like this before, and he never thought that he would have to fight spellcasters in this world. Suddenly, he noticed something strange on the floor. There was a huge dent on his stomach from the attack, and he thought that the magic of the world had somehow managed to damage his armor made of useless wood. He looked at the explosions and thought that he could just distract him for a while, but he didn't think that his lucky man would last long. A scroll fell from his forearm, and he thought that it was impossible to defeat him using ordinary objects. The boy straightened the drawing of the warheads. Pink-eyed frowned and thought that he could only use these untested items, but he was not sure that he could control the damage caused. Looking at the prince's distraught face, he thought that only then would this hell end, and then he loudly called out to his opponent, surprising him. The hero stood with a spear and said that he still did not admit that this was a difficult battle, and asked why he did not turn into his dragon form, because he could withstand if he was defeated in front of these people. Then Renz became wildly angry and clenched his teeth. Mecha raised his hand for a brutal blow, but he put his hand in front of him and ordered him to die. Many flashes flew away from him. Earth spears lifted the huge suit high into the air. Lucky 3 began to creak from the compression. The prince began to slowly walk towards him. He glowed aggressively with a golden color and said that he was funny and asked why he would turn into a dragon form for such trash. Pink-eyed lowered his head and asked not to blame him for what would happen. Long-haired continued to release aura and said that he was an arrogant fool, and if he had any tricks up his sleeve, then now was the time to use them. He began to come closer. Suddenly, the hero took out a staff from which a bright glow emanated. He raised it and thought that everything was decided. Having stuck it into the leaf, the guy screamed loudly. The mage with empty eyes was very surprised. Sparks began to emanate from the end of the pen. Several magic circles appeared. Shaggy was immediately surrounded by many formulas. He clenched his teeth and raised his hand. Transparent additions immediately began to appear on his armor. A mechanism began to appear on his left hand. Pink-eyed almost assembled a new device and frowned. Metal parts began to click. A muzzle appeared at the end. The result was a nuclear falcon eye weapon. The guy looked through the scope and thought that even if he reduced the power of the weapon for use by one person, the destructiveness of this weapon was still such that it had not been seen here before. The reticle was aimed at the smoke and Xiang was wondering what was stronger, the magic of this world or his weapon. Suddenly, the scope was aimed right at Ren's chest. The reincarnated one, looking through the scope, told him to try it and called him an uneducated alien. The guy pulled the trigger. A powerful shot flew out of his weapon at great speed. The missile began to slowly open. Inside it was a warhead. A small sphere appeared at its end. Then it began to expand. The projectile headed straight for the target surrounded by a field. The gifted frowned and used world-class magic. An angelic blessing appeared in the form of a statue with a circle. In just milliseconds, the missile came very close to the target. The end of the sphere touched the statue. The dome began to cover almost the entire field. After another millisecond, the black coating covered almost everything. Suddenly, right in front of the hero, it stopped. The warhead almost touched the protective magic. A very bright light began to emanate. A white flash covered the entire inside. Ren's was covered in bright light. Everything around immediately darkened. A bright blinding light began to emanate from the Dyson sphere. The armor made of useless wood immediately lit up. The director watched this with a calm look. The people in the stands closed their eyes and moved back. The light from the arena covered the entire area. A strong wind rushed through the windows of the medical center. The bespectacled man asked in horror what was happening and assumed that it was an earthquake. Air looked out the window and said that it was not it and that it was from the side of the arena. The craftsman covered himself with his hand and asked what happened and said that he only remembered a flash of light. He removed his hand from his face and thought with horror that this device was very scary. Suddenly, everyone looked up and was very surprised. World-class magic of the Seal of Saints was used, and everyone idolized the director. Kaiser grabbed his friend's shoulder in horror and asked him to look forward. Then Hans gritted his teeth and sighed with even greater horror. There was a nuclear explosion equivalent to 100 tons of TNT, which caused almost the entire arena to disappear. Martin and his comrades looked at this in horror. The other magicians and teachers were also shocked. Sophists turned to the king and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine as long as the director protected him. Yellow Eyes looked at this with a smile and thought that he could not believe that the hero was developing at such a speed, and if he could use something like this right away. Then if he increased the productivity, the firepower of the White Dragon group and the entire kingdom would greatly increase if they used this in battle. Then Vasily turned around and said that it was true, and it would be a deadly weapon on the battlefield. But then he nodded and said that this thought was dangerous and he could have his own plans. The silver-haired man looked at him calmly and thanked him for the advice. Suddenly, the outline of a barrier began to hatch from the stone. The hero climbed out of there and cleared his throat. He was bleeding while all his armor was cracking and sparking. He opened one eye and thought that the energy absorption of the Dyson sphere was still not at the required level of 100% at the initial explosion, and testing and disposal of the equipment still had dangerous consequences. Starting to take off, the guy thought that fortunately he still had a pale moonstone, which allows him to create a magical barrier around himself, otherwise the explosion would have affected him. Flying higher, he saw hellish hell and thought that it was good that the energy emission was preserved inside. Looking through the lens, the Shaggy Man thought that the consequences were the most important, and if there were any mistakes now, then everything could end fatally. The sphere had slight gaps of heat while he analyzed the sphere for imperfections. The insulation was 100%. He looked at it with a smile and said that there were no problems, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the flame began to slowly shrink. Then it completely disappeared. Everyone on the observation deck was in complete shock. They looked at the black sphere and were silent. The Shaggy Man looked at it with alarm and thought that the fireball was dissipating faster than expected, and it seemed that it would take a little time. While his suit was cracking, he snapped his fingers and used condensation. The sphere suddenly began to shrink greatly. Hot liquid was flowing on the remaining pedestal. When the barrier was shrinking, the outline of a statue was visible. The pink-eyed man looked at it with alarm. The top of the protective magic was broken off. A small demon appeared from the sphere. The sphere shrank even more. It became completely microscopic. Then the black thing disappeared. Only lava remained. The observers watched it with their mouths open and thought that not a single spot was left. Suddenly, everyone noticed the creature. The fire spirit patted his stomach and said that he had eaten too much. Aishi noticed him and noted his presence while his friend was surprised at the prince's abilities. The summoned one looked into the puddle and said with a smile that he would not be able to summon him again anytime soon because he needed to digest all of this. The hero watched as he disappeared. He tilted his head forward, frowning deeply. Suddenly, a hill began to appear on the pedestal. Everyone was wildly surprised that the lava was moving. The handful began to grow higher. A hot column rose. From there, the winged wrens flew out. He looked from under the protection, frowning deeply. He had 6 torn wings. Everyone was surprised that he was still alive and could move. Longhair had lost some of his skin and was looking menacingly. The townspeople looked at this in surprise and noticed that he had taken a heavy blow. Hatter looked at this with concern and thought that this dragon form was very different from the others, and perhaps it was because it evolved during a difficult time for him. The director looked at this with an uncertain look and thought that by looking at him, One could see that his strength had approached that of the regent. Shaggy looked at this in surprise and thought that even though he had used a 100-ton charge, he could still withstand the pressure and temperature in the Dyson sphere. Blue Eyes looked at him menacingly. Streams of lava began to rise upward. Several snakes appeared from them when he stretched his hand forward. Pink Eyes immediately began to raise his defense up. Streams immediately rushed straight at him. The armor closed and the guy standing on the line of attack thought that it was very close. With difficulty he managed to dodge the attack. Suddenly his jetpack started acting up and he thought that his equipment was failing at the moment when it was most needed. He froze in the air. Suddenly a shadow approached him sharply. The dragon raised his fist to attack him. The horned one dealt a powerful blow to his head and sent him flying. The protagonist hit the ground creating a splash. The protective barrier was able to cover him for a short period of time. His hand could not rise. Suddenly Ren stepped on it. He stood majestically over the fallen man and said that without the feather he was nobody and asked if he understood it. There was another leg on the hero's chest. He smiled and said that without this dragon form, he would have just died. Blue-Eyed looked at him arrogantly and said that he continued to be just as rude even on the verge of death and now all the spectators, including his wife, would see his victory. Zhang just laughed and said that he did not know that the arrogant prince could be so funny. He raised his head and said this. Black-haired winced and asked why he was laughing. Pink-Eyed began to take off his helmet and said with a smile that all he did was show off and act cool, but deep down he wanted attention and recognition and this was 9th grade syndrome. He also smiled evilly and said that all he does day after day is stare at his wife and asked if it bothers him because the outcome of the match is already decided and he will be the winner. The dragon raised his fist to attack and asked if he was done with chattering and offered to die. The protagonist immediately frowned. They began to take out the blade from the sheath. They immediately went on the attack. But suddenly something greatly confused her. Absolutely everyone watching was in complete shock. The laser was able to spray blood. The black-haired man spitting out blood clenched his teeth. There was a wave of the laser. Ren's cut off his arm and a couple of wings. The arm from which the volley was fired began to spark strongly. The energy stone in the chest of the armor began to dim. Then all the energy disappeared and the suit went out. Blood dripped onto the ground. While the winged one was furious, he continued and said that he had cut off his hand and asked what kind of situation this was. He immediately began to remember that his hand was sparking and thought that the weapon was already out of order. The prince, bleeding, insulted him and said that he was pretending to be weak in order to lower his guard and take advantage of the moment. Then the pink-eyed one looked at him with a smile and said that this weapon was made specifically for fighting him and it was not the same laser cannon that was before. At the same moment, he began to explain that the previous laser was made to hit from 2 kilometers, and with a distance, the lethality drops. But if you use a laser sword, which is needed for close combat, 3 meters long, then although the range drops, the lethality increases. He immediately smiled and said that, of course, due to his speed and agility, it turned out to use only a laser and only when vigilance was lost. Renz was furious and asked about what happened. He raised his remaining hand and screamed loudly. Suddenly, his skin began to blister. The wound began to tremble. Suddenly, the wound began to heal. The second hand was filled with mana and clenched into a fist. He created a magic circle, enveloping himself in mana and screamed that he was still at his feet. A huge mana began to burst out of the magic seal and this was world-class magic again. The dragon was about to strike and said that he was just a man who always loses. Then Xiang said that he did not need the laser from the very beginning to win. He gritted his teeth, expecting to get a punch in the face. Suddenly, the fist stopped in front of his face and he said that he expected to win due to another device and it finally worked. The magic in an instant immediately dissipated. Ren's pupils became cloudy. He began to tremble. His hand began to slowly descend. His legs began to give way. He immediately stepped back and screamed that his arm wouldn't obey him and asked what was happening. The protagonist's armor began to fall off and let out steam. He began to get up and said that it was close and only now it worked, and then mentioned that he was a real monster. The dragon's eyes began to corrode and he asked what was happening and said that he would not forgive him. Shaggy rose to his full height and said that even if he explained now, he would not understand anything, and the action had just begun and he would not only stop feeling the pain of losing a limb. He began to get lost in the eyes of the blinded enemy and said that his other senses would slowly begin to disappear until the last cell of his body died, to which he thought that he really was going to defeat him by hiding. Being in complete darkness, Renz heard voices that told him to defeat him and continued to humiliate him. The horned one began to look around quickly and did not understand what was happening. His eyes turned black and he thought that something was wrong here, and he could only hear voices, but his vision was gone. In his mind's eye, there was an angry crowd that did not care about his life, but only about the bets made in the spectacle. The townspeople looked at this with displeasure and wondered what was wrong, because huge amounts of money were bet. Then Renz became even more angry and called him a scoundrel. He waved his arms and legs and asked what he had done to him. The enraged representative of the royal family asked how such a bad man like him could defeat someone like him. He lowered his head and assumed that it was poison. Pink Eyes looked at him calmly and said that after he absorbed that explosion, he already knew that the fight was over and it was not about the poison, and what he was experiencing was beyond his comprehension, as well as any inhabitant of these planes, and what happened to him was the result of exposure to radiation. When an atom collides with another heavier atom at high speed, the nucleus of the heavy atom is divided into two parts. During this process, a large amount of energy is released in the form of heat, and the uranium isotope U-235 is the main material from which people create nuclear weapons. When another atom crashes into the uranium isotope, the uranium nucleus splits, releasing 2 or 4 neutrons. The neutrons formed after the fission of the nucleus begin to interact with the nuclei of other uranium atoms, causing a chain reaction. And while 1 kilogram of TNT is 4.2 times 10 to the 6th power of joules, 1 kg of uranium isotope is 8.2 times 10 to the 10th power of joules. Thus, the energy from the decay of 5.12 grams of uranium-235 isotope is equal to the energy formed during the complete combustion of 100 tons of TNT. And based on the law of conservation of energy in this world, Xiang created a nuclear warhead with 6.27 grams of uranium-235 and an incendiary device. Although the explosion was like 100 tons of TNT, the Dyson sphere was able to hold not only the energy from the explosion, but also the radiation. But in this world where magic exists, it is impossible to surprise the audience, and the hero prepared for the worst and assumed that the fireball would not be effective against him. He immediately remembered the devil and the angelic statue. But even if he manages to contain the explosion, in this world people know nothing about the effects of radiation, and the neutrons produced by the reaction are very damaging to DNA and there is no defense against it. The dragon's skin bubbled. He immediately spat out a clot of blood. He fell to one knee and coughed wildly. The teachers were in wild shock and fear. Aishi was scared and thought that if this continued, his life would be in danger and it must be stopped immediately. But then she was told not to act impulsively. She looked at the director and tried to explain. He looked at her with a smile and told her that too much love and care sometimes prevents him from dealing with difficulties. The blue-eyed girl turned away in displeasure and agreed. Renz continued to spit out blood and cough, continuing to collapse. He fell to the ground and screamed loudly. The long-haired man was in agony and only continued to scream in pain. Watching his torment, the shaggy one just calmly watched it. He, breathing heavily, ordered him to admit defeat and maybe he would have a chance to survive and maybe the director knew a way to cure him. But the prince only continued to scream loudly. Suddenly, all his skin suddenly dried up and tightened. The flickering stopped. The skin from the transformation began to crumble, leaving a dry skeleton. The legs still held the dragon's covering. But immediately after a moment, only a man remained there. Xiang gritted his teeth and looked at it hard. Seeing Ren suffering, the people in the arena fell silent. Who could have known that this man with a huge gift would be in the state in which they see him now? The long-haired one, dried up, screamed weakly. The observers opened their mouths and asked him to move. He only gritted his teeth and quietly said that he would not lose. The hero watched his torment and meaningfully remained silent. He tried to get up, leaning on his hand. With difficulty he managed to stand up and use his mana and said that he was a gifted member of the royal family and said that he could not lose. He raised his fist and said with rage that he could not lose to a log. The blow was without a drop of force. The aggressive protagonist frowned and said that he was disappointed in him. He looked at his opponent and asked if he thought the world revolved around him. The guy clenched his fist and asked if he was telling the truth. He hit the withered man in the face and said that he was an empty space in his eyes. Having sent his opponent flying, the hero froze. The prince fell and hit his head on the ground. The men stopped and froze. His fist was smoking. The pink-eyed man was breathing heavily and looking at him. Everyone around was amazed. The artisans were in the same shock. And among the medics there was silence and horror. Aishi pulled her hat on her head. Martin and his comrades froze. Sophists looked at this with regret. But then a smile appeared on his face. He abruptly jumped up. The silver-haired man landed on the rest of the arena. He came up and looked at the prince's body. Then the guy turned around. He put his hand on the shaggy man's shoulder. The officer raised the pink-eyed man's hand up. The yellow-eyed man remained in this position and shouted that he was declaring Xiang the champion. The crowd began to chant the winner's name, raising their fists. All the rows raged and rejoiced. The director and the student were transported down. The hatter looked at what was happening and asked to use time magic. But he, without changing his face, said that there was one problem, and she asked what kind of damage had been done to Renz. The blonde stretched out his hand and said that he was seeing something like this for the first time, and it looked like all the components that made up a living organism had been changed or destroyed. The sphere covered the prince. The director picked him up and said that he didn't need to worry and that he would find out what had happened to him and heal him. Sophists looked at the hero with a smile and said that he didn't think that he would become so strong so quickly and defeat such an opponent. Then the shaggy one began to stagger and said that he should have and that he was very lucky, and then his friend offered to take him back. Suddenly the protagonist began to fall, saying that everything was fine, and at that moment he was caught on something soft. His wife was holding him in her arms. She put him on her lap. The pink-eyed man looked at her and called her by name. He closed his eyes and said that he kept his promise. The queen was embarrassed looking at him. Then she closed her eyes and insulted him and said that she would need to talk to him. The girl was about to say something with embarrassment, but he was already asleep and did not hear. The red-eyed woman was embarrassed and thanked him. The stand shouted the hero's name. Two guys were sitting next to each other and one of them said that who would have thought that he would lose to a member of the blacksmith class earlier, and that he himself said that if he bet his property, he would go broke. The man was going down the stairs with a feather, Sophists, and watched as Martin drew a ladder to go down to the protagonist and asked him if he was okay. The teacher extended a feather in his direction and asked him if he was badly injured. Mick was lying on Bay's chest and she was saying that he was just tired and fell asleep. The teacher closed his eyes and said that it was wonderful and that he couldn't believe that they were able to get the cup in this championship after previously taking the last places. The guys were happy and admired the hero. The pen began to draw a green circle. A staircase with a platform appeared in front of the professor. A man in white was walking towards the platform. He was climbing the stairs. The guy was holding a cup in his hands. The young man with the cup in his hands was walking towards Yang and saying that this final was very interesting to watch and that he deserved the award. Bay lowered her head down and thanked the king. He went to Martin and asked him to take this cup on behalf of the hero and said that the blacksmith class should be proud of the victory, to which he heard gratitude. The violet-eyed man looked at him and said that the protagonist had given them new knowledge in the field of blacksmithing and in the future, they would help the kingdom grow. The boys raised the cup above their heads and shouted that they would congratulate the winner in the blacksmith class. The entire tribune rejoiced. Trost was watching what was happening. She looked around with her eyes. The girl turned around and left. The moonlight illuminated the dark rooms of the building. The moonlight fell on the withered corpse and the girl asked the teacher about the effect of time magic really had no effect. The corpse lay at the feet of the teacher and he said that Ren's time had already passed the period when he could be helped. Blood spurted from the body's mouth. The professor closed his eyes and said that his condition would only worsen. He opened his eyes. In his hands was a red particle. It was a red crystal that levitated above his palm. The girl looked at it and thought that it was a hidden crystal stone, and that even if it were a pale moonstone, the level of magic could not compare, and said that it was strong magic and asked if it was the object that the teacher was talking about. He stretched out his hand forward and said that this stone created the whole world and living beings and that it was called the Stone of Development. He threw it. The stone flew towards the dead man. It stopped above his head and shone. Rays of red light illuminated the corridor. A magic circle formed above the corpse. A red liquid, similar to blood, began to flow from the circle. It fell on the chest of the inanimate. Contacting the body, the liquid restored its tissues. Drops fell on the hand. The limb was restored. Some drops fell on the face. It became like new. The eye of the former dead man twitched. The green-eyed man watched what was happening and said that all created life has a price necessary to maintain balance, and, turning to Ace, he said that he can only revive him and return life, but he will have to face the rest of the shortcomings for the rest of his life. The development stone shone with facets. The stone was damaged. The teacher carefully watched what was happening. Several rings hung in the air in front of the teacher and the girl. He pulled the stone and the rings evaporated. The stone ended up in his hand and he said that it returned. The crystal dissolved in his hand and the student asked him about why this magical stone has so much power. The man turned to her and said that he would explain everything in detail later. The hand lay on the floor. The eye of the former dead man twitched. The eye suddenly opened. The guy in a rage assumed a sitting position and shouted the name of the hero. He started looking around and asking where he was and ordered him to come out, threatening to kill him. The long-haired man stood up and told him to come out and show himself to him. He ran to look for the offender. The girl's foot stomped. The guy looked in the direction of the sound and said that he was here. He ran towards the sound and shouted that he should get ready to die. The student slapped him. She looked at him and told him to pull himself together. He looked at her while she said that the match was over and he lost. The guy looked shocked and thought that this was impossible and that he had won. The girl put her hands behind her back and said that if it weren't for the director, he would have already been dead by Xiang's hand, which he asked again. He looked down at the floor and said that he had lost. Tears welled up in his eyes and he wondered about what he had lost. Ren, who was sitting on the floor, was approached by the teacher and told that he was unable to control everything. This, as it turned out, led to some consequences and that he would have to put up with them from now on. The teacher closed his eyes and said that this match should teach him a valuable lesson. The fighter lowered his head in front of the girl and the man. The teacher was silent with his eyes closed. He turned around. His hand wrinkled. The warrior held his face and looked depressed. He began to pull out his eye and say that he could not see and was blind forever. His hand was gone. He cried out in pain. A warm light was pouring out of the residence building. Xiang was lying in bed. He opened his eyes. The boys were standing in front of him. He was scared and asked what was happening here. His back clicked and he felt pain. The boys held him and asked him if everything was okay. He closed one eye and asked why he was in the residence. Martin looked at him and said that they brought him here and then slept all day and they were all very worried about him. He looked at the guys and asked why they were all here, even Sophists. He put his hands behind his head and said that everyone was looking after him while he was sleeping and it was a little awkward. All the guys started congratulating him on his victory. They said that he could ask for help at any time. Moto looked at him enviously and said that being a champion is very profitable. The hero looked at him and asked if he was okay. He looked up and shouted that he was not and that it was cruel. The guy lowered his head and said that he took care of the protagonist, fed him and served him drinks. The student with a bandaged head looked away and said that it was a little annoying and was asked to shut his mouth. He turned around and spoke to Xiang, saying that he had been in a more ridiculous situation. Tears were streaming down his cheeks and he was talking about how he had allowed teacher Yelena of the shepherd class to treat him. Everyone looked at Moto with disapproval and asked again. The hero looked at him and asked about the teacher from the shepherd class. He remembered how the teacher treated him with healing hugs. The guy with glasses was bursting into tears and thinking about why there was such a big difference in attention. Tears sprayed in all directions. The doctor was standing with a syringe in his hand and telling him not to move. The blonde guy was tied up and the doctor was going to give him an injection. He was sitting in the corner. The guys from the class were looking at him and he said that they can continue to communicate with him and asked them to just ignore him. The bandaged guy put his hand on Xiang's shoulder and said that he managed to defeat Ren and that he was really strong and offered to spar together when he was free. The guy smiled and said that they would do as soon as possible and asked him not to use the skills that he used on the third prince and thought that he had armor that would suit the opponent's fighting style. Martin looked at the students and said that he should not worry anymore because he looks good and that he is proud of him. To which he replied that it is all thanks to the teacher and if it were not for his moonstone, which he gave him, he would have lost. The bald man closed his eyes and said that no matter how sharp the sword is, only true professionals can use the full potential of the sword and also work with the moonstone. Sophists watched what was happening and said that there is no need to be modest and that the blacksmith's skills surprised them all. The protagonist was patted on the head. The blonde man did not remove his hand from his head and told him to continue training and, perhaps, in the future, he can become a squadron commander. Xiang became embarrassed and said that he would never have achieved this if he had not helped him. A figure coughed, attracting attention. They stood with a tray in her hand and said that the hero had just woken up and needed to rest. She looked at the guys and asked them to leave, letting her take care of the protagonist. The guy looked at her in surprise. Emery was standing in the room and saying that his favorite soup was ready and that he would try it now. The students left the room, saying goodbye to their friend. Moto went into hysterics and started shouting that he also wanted to eat Bai's soup. Martin dragged him by the scruff of the neck and said that he would make him soup when they arrived. Sophists put his hand on the guy's head and asked him to take care of himself and said that as soon as he recovered, he would immediately take him to meet the king. The door slammed shut. The room was silent. The girl put the soup next to the protagonist and he thought about something he had never even dreamed of. He felt embarrassed and thought that he hadn't dreamed of the demon queen making soup for him. She stood next to him and told him to wait because the soup was still hot. He watched her stir the food and thought that she wasn't going to feed him. He looked away and said that he could actually take care of himself and that she should rest because she would have to go to the dorm. Without turning to him, she said that this was her room and asked where else she should go. Xiang looked at her and asked again. He was full of joy and asked that she had come back to live here. She closed her eyes and asked him if he could just lie there silently. He turned his head away and said that he understood. He was in a stupor and thought that he was lying in clean clothes and whether it was possible that she had changed them for him. The hero looked under the blanket. His face showed confusion. He began to sniff the blanket and thought about how she let him sleep in her bed and how delicious it smelled. He looked at her. She looked at him with disdain and asked him what he was doing. A crash and screams from the fall were heard in the room. The girl handed him a spoon and offered to try it. The substance did not look like something edible. He looked at the contents of the spoon with excitement and thought that it was oatmeal from the Demon Kingdom. She smiled and said that this was the first time she cooked something, so she did not know what it tasted like. He became embarrassed and thought about how it was her first time. She held the spoon to his mouth. He ate what she cooked for him. She looked at him with a frown and told him not to hurry. He closed his eyes and said that it was very tasty. He started to shudder. Mick turned pale. He covered his mouth with his hand and started coughing and she asked him if everything was okay. She looked at him puzzled and asked if it was terrible after all. They sniffed the food and said that she didn't understand what it smelled like, so she would try it. Xiang took her hand and said that it wasn't terrible at all. He took her hand away and said that he had just choked. The hero brought the spoon to himself and ate it himself. He took the plate and started drinking the contents, and the girl asked him to do it more slowly. The guy started to shudder again and he said that it was delicious, and she told him that he shouldn't force himself. The protagonist looked at her and said that he was not forcing her and that he really thought it was delicious, and asked if he could ask her to cook for him every day starting from today. They looked at him awkwardly. She looked away and said of course, but came up to her and said that he was serious and that he only wanted to eat her porridge. He looked at her lips and fell silent. He opened his eyes wide and thought that this was his chance. He pursed his lips, about to kiss her. She looked at him emotionlessly. The girl raised one eyebrow and asked him what he was doing. The guy blushed from awkwardness. He crawled under the blanket and started repeating to himself that he was ashamed. She looked at him and said that she was there to discuss a couple of things. The white-haired girl looked at the guy bashfully hiding under the blanket. She hit him and asked him to sit down and discuss what they were going to do next. The guy thought about it and said that he won the tournament and received the rank of officer, and now he can go beyond the kingdom. He sat down on the pillows and said that she was right and that he also thought that they should come up with a plan. Zhang looked at her and said that she had already received a place in the kingdom and asked what she wanted to do next. Bei said without emotion that she wanted to return to the demon kingdom. They were alone in the room and the hero said that if you think about it, it has been 4 months since they came here. The blonde looked at him, saying that the demon tribe was waiting for her return, and she could not stay here any longer. The protagonist looked away and said that her people did not recognize her in this form, and, moreover, the two of them had everything they needed to resist the rebel forces. The girl looked away and said that in her current state it would not be enough, so their goal now was to return her form. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that in order to return her form, they need to remember how she lost it. Ma concentrated and thought about how he remembered seeing her form when he was just transported to this world when they met for the first time. He looked at Isabella and asked her if her power had been restored, to which she replied that only part of her power had been restored. He remembered her appearance and said that although he did not have the borderline power, he could feel it and felt it when she was in this form. He remembered how she held the sword and said that when she fought Talls, he felt it again. Zhang looked at her and said that if that was true, then she should know a technique to return the power. The girl turned her head and said that she had recovered some of her strength, but it was nothing compared to the strength she had, and said that it took a long time to recover. She remembered how she had practiced under a waterfall during fencing lessons and it gave her strength. Bei sat and said that she knew she could achieve this if her demonic core was activated. The guy asked again. He smiled and asked her what it was. The swordswoman lowered her head and said that in the lands, every living organism produces borderline power, including even those from the blacksmith class. Even if they have a small amount, they are still a source. The guy rubbed his cheek and asked what a source was, to which she replied that she forgot, he was not taught such things. She introduced the source and said that it is a cold point of borderline power, he can see it like a spark. The man had a core in his stomach and she said that it was a spark that gave birth to a flame, and the boundary power of each creature existed according to this principle. Zhang looked to the side and said that he now understood. They created a flame in her hand and said that the demon core was a separate element and she was not the only one who had it. 2 people stood with cores inside them, and she said that, for example, some people have dragon powers and they are all members of the royal family. However, this power is divided between individual people, while the demonic core rules a part of the ruler of the demon tribe, and if you compare these 2 features, the demonic power created by the demonic core is much more powerful than dragon abilities. The hero imagined how it flows from the fighter and said that it is not surprising that she completely smashed him despite the transformation. Isabella closed her eyes and said that all this is thanks to that sword from useless wood that he made for her, and noted that it is a worthy product. She opened her eyes and said that the ruler of the demon tribe has a super speed demonic core, while humans can share the blood of a dragon and gain its abilities. In the end, a certain balance was established between these 2 forces. The white-haired girl imagined herself in demonic form in the hands of a man and said that, however, legends say that the blood of the creator god flows in the veins of the rulers of the demon tribe. She imagined herself commanding demons and said that the demon tribe was created by her ancestors who subjugated other clans. Zhang lowered his chin to his chest and said that he realized that she was stronger than people with dragon blood and her recovery should also happen quickly enough. The swordswoman closed her eyes and said that problems arise when her demonic core turned off and she discovered that there was someone else in her. Opening her eyes, she said that this part of her is terribly scary and evil and that it was her that he saw during the tournament. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. He remembered how they almost kissed. The hero was embarrassed. Bei looked at him and also became embarrassed, but she didn't show it. Silence reigned in the room. They sat in front of each other. The protagonist rubbed his head and suggested returning to the dialogue that had been before. He looked at her and said that she was different and suggested that she had a split personality. The swordswoman looked back and asked again. The guy's face changed and he said that a split personality is when two creatures with different characters are in one body, and asked her if she had had this before. The white-haired girl thought about it and said that she had never had this as far as she remembered. She remembered how Lillian used a spell to only have that form and said that it happened because of that. They turned to the surprised interlocutor and said that she was her most trusted servant, so she did not expect such a blow in the back from her. To which he asked about what she used to absorb her powers when she was in demonic form and said that this was the key to the solution. The girl looked at him and said that she did not know what it was. The swordswoman sat next to the bed and said that all she could remember was its outline, to which she received the answer that this would be enough. Nick put a piece of paper and a pen on the table and said that she could draw it, and based on the outline, he would try to determine the original appearance. The white-haired girl leaned over the sheet and mockingly repeated the word outline. The guy looked at the drawing with excitement and asked her if this was exactly the shape. He held a piece of paper in his hands and said that she should simply describe the object and he would draw it. There were a lot of clouds above the city. The teacher held one of the students by the shoulders and pointed his finger at him, telling him to be careful with the perspective and asking him to correct it here. Suddenly, he cast a courageous glance to the side when he was called out. The mustachioed man saw the hero with his wife and was glad that they had come. The red-eyed woman looked at her husband while he was scratching his head and said that he was popular. The action moved to a separate room. Martin touched the treasure with his hand, which was burning with a bright light. He closed the box and said that their blacksmith class had become very popular thanks to him. Afterwards, the man approached the table and said that time flies and mentioned that he was already an officer, to which Xiang said that this was precisely the purpose of their visit. He picked up a piece of paper and said that he was the best master blacksmith, who had visited countless places on this earth and seen a lot, and asked if he recognized this dagger. The mustachioed man picked up the sheet and looked at the weapon with two teeth. He put the picture on the table and said that he was not sure, and maybe he saw it, but did not remember exactly when, and mentioned the unique design and asked if it was his invention, to which he said with a smile that it was not. The guy took the glass in his hand and said that he accidentally stumbled upon it when he was in the demon tribe, so he would like to study it. Starting to drink, he said that when he does this, it will contribute to the progress of humanity. How suddenly he was made wildly surprised when Isabella calmly said that the ruler of the demons was killed by this dagger. Shaggy immediately began to wipe himself with a handkerchief and anxiously thought that she could not know this being a slave, and was glad that the teacher was not suspicious. To which the bald man said that it was surprising that there was an object that allows you to kill the ruler of demons, and said that this is unusual. How suddenly he put the glass down and asked to wait. A book was thrown abruptly onto the table. Pink-eyed looked at him in surprise and asked what it was, to which he said that these were the records that had been copied 5 years ago from the wall paintings of the remains of an ancient temple. He began to turn the pages and said that although the paintings were in an ancient language, he understood them a little, and everything written here should be information about various weapons and objects that the gods once used. And there are also stories about the gods when they still lived with them on this earth, and if you manage to understand, you will be able to find information. The hero looked into the book and asked if they meant legends. Martin stopped at a certain page and said that although these were legends, the locals firmly believed in them, and these records were authentic. They looked at another page. The guy immediately noticed something important after they were going to find a similar drawing. Looking at the drawn bird, he immediately noticed that it looked like an airship. The mustachioed man pointed his finger at the place with a smile and mockingly asked how there could be a ship flying through the air, and said that he thought it was just a huge bird, while the hero thought that there were not only planes, but also cars. The queen also came up to take a look. They all started looking together, and Martin noticed that he had found something surprisingly similar. There was a dagger depicted there that was glowing. The red-eyed girl looked at the guys and asked where this ancient temple was. The bald man scratched his chin and said that he thought it was on a mountain ridge. The pink-eyed man looked at them with confusion and asked what the connection could be. Suddenly the bald man looked at him and immediately said that he remembered everything. In his imagination there were mountains with a river, and he said that he remembered that 5 years ago the kingdom received a request for help from the mountain ridge. Then they were attacked by a huge monster that was destroying houses. Then there was an explosion and a rumble somewhere in the bushes. Air jumped out from there, holding a log over his head and insulting the enemy. The giant mountain lizard got hit in the head with a log and was surprised when they shouted at it to stay away from his house. The fighter covered his neighbors with his hand and menacingly looked in front of him, asking them not to be afraid because Big Brother would stop it. The monster immediately attacked him, opening its mouth. It was very close, but fortunately he and Yasuo arrived in time and he defeated the giant mountain lizard with one blow. Then, while Yasuo destroyed the lizard's lair, he helped the locals repair their houses. Air was deeply impressed by Yasuo's first fighting technique and immediately asked to become his student to protect his family. Yasuo saw decent potential in Air and took him. When they finished their mission, the locals showed them the ruins. According to the elder, these ruins were more than 1,000 years old. Moreover, he said that they did not know from their ancestors that this temple was built by gods. There were endless inscriptions in an ancient language and fantastic drawings on the rock. He was intrigued, so he copied everything and took the notes with him to study. The bald man looked at the book and said to look at the amazing drawings, when the brunette looked at them and thought, such a long preserved ruins, if this tribe really existed. Then he looked into the distance and wondered if there could be other people like him, transported to this world. The man leafed through the book when the protagonist nodded. The next day it was clear outside. The hero was packing his bag. The blonde left the room when the guy threw the briefcase over his shoulder. The young man turned around and said to Hurry Xiang, Captain Sophices is waiting for them. The horses stood still. The four walked towards the commander. The blonde closed his eyes and coughed. The blue-haired man looked at the protagonist and said let him reward him, to which he replied, okay. The violet-eyed man sat down, put his hand on his chest and thought that he was no longer accustomed to the customs of this world. Fortunately, Moto taught him etiquette last night. The knight pulled out his sword. Then he raised it up and said that he must remember that he is a soldier of this kingdom. Ensuring its safety and protecting the king at any time are his main duties. The man put the sword on the hero's head and added, by the king's order and on behalf of the captain of the White Dragon Squad, he, Sophices, confers on him the rank of officer of the kingdom, to which he replied, thank you very much, it is an honor for him. The blonde man hid the weapon and said that now he can get up. After which he took out the medal and said that it was his, now he could leave the kingdom and return to it whenever he wanted. He hung it on the brunette's collar and added that from now on, they were alike, both of them were the shield and sword of the kingdom. The yellow-eyed man looked at the boy and said, although he was strong, there were many unknown dangers in the lands of Xiuliu, much more than inside the kingdom, so he should be careful and if he needed anything, he should not forget that he was ready to help him. The young man smiled and answered, okay, after which he thanked the captain. The bald man approached him and asked, he said that he was going to explore the ruins left by the gods. He was sure that he did not want to take the pale moonstone with him. The young man laughed, scratched the back of his head and told the teacher that he needed the pale moonstone to rebuild the kingdom, and it was also a sign of his friendly relations with the kingdom of the dwarves. After which he became embarrassed and asked how he could take it for himself. The green-haired man put his hand on the brunette's shoulder and told him to leave this overconfident one. He had created so many incomprehensible things that he would definitely be fine when the bald man thought that he was worried about Moto. The teacher closed his eyes and said that in any case, he wished them good luck on their journey and to return as soon as they could. The blonde looked at the heroes and told them to go if they were ready. The silhouette lit up. Looking at it, the blue-haired man asked Xiang if it was that thing again. The yellow-eyed man looked at it and thought, so this is the means of transport that, as Xiang says, is better than a carriage with 3 horses. Standing near the car, Ali told the protagonist that he thinks he will throw up at the end of the trip, to which he replied not to worry, he improved the shock absorption, now the car is more stable than before. The door of the transport closed. The heroes got into the car when the green-haired man told the teacher that they were leaving so that he would not forget to tell his mother that he would be gone for a while. Watching them go, the captain told the teacher Martin that he was really grateful to him, seeing how quickly Xiang had grown, it must have been difficult, to which he replied that he had not done much, but he should have been grateful to him, since he had brought him to the blacksmith class, otherwise he would not have gained such fame. The bald man put his hand on his chest and told the captain, since that was all, he would go. The knight called the captain when he asked what was going on. The green-eyed man looked at him and said that the region had won a crushing victory in his campaign. He had returned and was now meeting with His Majesty. His Majesty asked him to return to the palace now. Without turning around, the man replied, okay, he understood. The hero walked to the royal palace. He was climbing a high staircase. Suddenly, traces of magic appeared in front of him. The man used his power and walked down to meet the blonde. There was a red power around Torst. The yellow-eyed man looked at him silently. They were close to each other. The captain closed his eyes, turned his head and greeted the Lord Regent. The man simply ignored him. Turning away, Sophices said that he had a question that he had wanted to ask him for a long time, and it was still tormenting him. Without turning his head, he added that his father was a loyal servant of the kingdom. He tried his best and was ready to sacrifice everything. He does not understand. They stood with their backs to each other when the hero said why he killed himself after meeting him. The red-haired man replied that he simply showed Gero the whole truth of this world. The blonde man simply remained silent. Suddenly the man said that he too would understand sooner or later, but now is not the time. Besides, he knows better than anyone what a chasm separates them. Opening his mouth wide, he added that these useless sons of his were really boring. Maybe he should learn from his father and take him. Sophices stood and thought, the regent's power is beyond imagination. The time has not come yet, he must endure. Suddenly, blood flowed from his mouth. Frowning, the yellow-eyed man thought, but one day he will kill him with his own sword, he will avenge his father Torst. The sun was shining on the mountains. The old man was walking along the valley. Suddenly, he raised his head. In some loud helicopter flew by. The man fell to his knees and began to pray to the gods. The heroes were flying in this helicopter. The protagonist covered his mouth with a rag and turned green when the girl asked if everything was okay. The blue-haired man looked at Moto, who was in the same state, and said that he mocked him because of the car. Let him see who is laughing now. Screams were coming from the helicopter. After landing, the boys started to feel sick when the lady asked what was wrong with him, and Air added, their constitution must be weak and they are not adapted to their climate. Covering his mouth, the young man thought, damn, this is altitude sickness. The environment in this area is strange. Everything was fine in other mountains of the kingdom. Why is this happening here? Suddenly, the brunette turned around, hearing strange sounds. People were bowing before them. The red-eyed man opened his mouth wide and shouted, the head of the village. The man looked ahead in surprise and shouted, Eli. He began to fall and said, is it really him? What made him come here at such an early time of the year? The hero then looked at the guy and asked, did he miss them so much? Standing near the helicopter, their dialogue continued. The man asked, so these are his classmates, and what kind of divine relic? To which someone answered, the head of the village, it is not some kind of relic. Looking at his teammates, the blue-haired boy asked to be introduced. These are his classmates, and this thing is called a helicopter. It was Xiang who created it. The girl's name is Ibe, and the guy with glasses is Moto. People began to ask in surprise, did he create this? Is he a god, or is he his messenger? The brunette laughed, closed his eyes and said, everyone here is so passionate. The hero tensed his arms. Standing in front of the students, they shouted, for guests from afar, their fiery nature is not enough. They must use all the strength of their muscles to greet the guests. To which Air replied, what a wonderful atmosphere. He wants to join. The guys covered their mouths when the brunette said, in addition to the strange environment, there is also this. People asked in surprise why they felt sick. Maybe it was because they were not fiery enough, to which the blue-haired boy answered, no, they were just not used to the climate, after which the population called them to go to the village. The man extended his hand and said, here they come to their village. The heroes opened their mouths when the green-haired one said, this is what the place where Lee grew up looks like. The boy raised his hand when the villager said that he was early this year. The two looked away in surprise. The girl held the pillows, smiled, and asked, are they Eli's friends? Welcome to their village. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, smiled, said hello and thought, even girls are so strong. In fact, seeing girls doing manual labor in the villages has become commonplace. Suddenly, someone put a finger in front of his face and told him to look. The people were arm wrestling. The yellow-eyed one looked at Xiao Ming and asked, did he not have breakfast or something? The lady wrestled him when someone shouted that he was so weak. Good job, Xiao Hong. And the brunette said, he finally understood why Li was so strong. He must be grateful to the climate in which he existed. After which he looked away as shouts were heard, Big Brother Ali. The children were running and shouting, Big Brother was back, Big Brother Ali. The blue-haired man crouched down and hugged the girls and said that Big Brother had missed the two of them too. They had grown taller again. The heroes looked forward as the yellow-eyed man said that he had been taking care of them too. The green-eyed man looked at him sideways and told him to take care of himself first, and the woman held the baby in her arms and said, welcome back. The boy walked up to the family and said, they were all here instead of being in class. They better watch out for the nun. To which the brunette replied, because they were all very eager to see him when they heard he was back. The protagonist turned to Air and said, and he was quite popular. To which the blue-haired man laughed and replied, they were still his family after all, and how it had been a while since they had taken a break. The sun was shining brightly on the mountains. The young man drank something from a plate. Then he smiled and said that he felt full of energy. What kind of soup was it? Sitting at the table, the guy replied, this soup is made from the local mushrooms of this mountain, which is called the mountain range straw mushroom. It is a standard ingredient in these parts, and once foreigners try it, they immediately include it in their diet. To which the green-haired man replied, wow, it tastes great. The man narrowed his eyes and said, they were all in such a hurry and confusion that he did not even have time to introduce himself. He is the head of this orphanage, and also the head of this village, Gran. Then he looked at Xiang and asked, he is the one who built what is called a helicopter. Incredible, as if it is a divine relic that they can see on their ruins. To which the guy replied, thank him for the praise. In fact, this is the purpose of their visit. They would like to study these ruins and the documents belonging to them. Then the violet-eyed man smiled and added, 5 years ago, his teacher Martin came here on a mission from the kingdom. He told him everything he knew about these ruins. The brunette opened his eyes wide and said, Martin, he is his teacher. He is the one who rebuilt everything here. The man scratched his head and added that what a pleasant surprise, despite the fact that he wants to learn a lot of things. It is already getting late and they had a long way all day and they need to rest. Let them tell him if they need anything. Going out the door, the blue-haired man called Xiang and Ibe to rest. They are going to the temple tomorrow. The door closed. The protagonist watched as the blonde made the bed. Standing behind her, He said that she does not need to give him a second blanket. Then he took out the fabric from the briefcase and added, he brought his own, from his world, he will sleep in it. After which he opened his eyes wide when the lady asked what he said and laughed. The red-eyed girl turned around and said that he had barely recovered completely and they would need his knowledge tomorrow. Tonight he should do himself a favor and get a good rest. The young man became embarrassed and thought, eBay, only she and he together. The blanket made sounds. The protagonist lay down on the bed. Looking at the girl, he asked if it was okay if the almighty demon queen slept on the floor. Closing her eyes, she replied that taking care of her subordinates was part of her duties, wasn't it? The protagonist became embarrassed and looked away when she told him to just shut up and sleep. The sun was visible between the mountains. The heroes stood silently when someone said, "It is here." The girl walked ahead and narrated that in the time of their ancestors, gods lived here, and now this is the place where the coming-of-age ceremony is held. The two opened their mouths wide when one of them said that the design of this structure is radically different from the one in their village. The guy was looking at the wall and saying, "This must have been what Teacher Martin wrote down," to which the lady told him to look here. The brunette was standing behind the red-eyed girl when she asked if he could find any clues, to which he replied that he could try. Basically everything here is written in an ancient dialect. Something lit up on the heroine's chest. She looked down in surprise. Then the blonde turned around when the young man called her and said that his ring was glowing. The young man with glasses approached him, put his finger forward and said that not only his ring, the writing on the wall was also glowing. The people silently looked at the wall. One of the writings lit up blue. The protagonist came closer. A blue line appeared on the wall. Suddenly it turned into a portal, after which an entrance with a ladder appeared in the wall. The blue-haired man opened his eyes wide and asked what the hell. He had never heard of a secret entrance existing here. The protagonist got angry when the guy turned around and told him, "The remains of the gods, what's inside?" The purple-eyed man took out a thing from his briefcase and said, "They can't go into the passage that was sealed for who knows how long." He doubts that there is enough oxygen inside. There may also be poisonous gas. When someone asked to let him do a couple of tests. Looking at the sparkling spiders, he added, "To create them you need a moonstone," so he made a couple of parts before giving it to the teacher. The sensor spiders made sounds. Suddenly, the young man pointed his finger at the entrance and shouted, "Forward." The spiders ran inside. Taking the tablet in his hands, the brunette said, "Activate vision mode." The animals ran forward. Looking down, someone asked, "This is a tunnel leading underground, it looks quite long." Watching the spiders, the guy said that they are still going down. How deep is this basement? Then he activated the lanterns. They were lighting up the dungeon when he added, "They finally reached the bottom and went inside and began to analyze the air condition." Looking at the tablet, the protagonist said that the temperature inside was 20 and the oxygen condition was the same as here. No poisonous gases were detected. After which he raised his head and added that everything should be fine and they have spiders scanning the area. Go ahead. The heroes approached the entrance when the young man said to wait a little and let him make something to light the way. Suddenly, a torch lit up. Looking at the lighting, Moto said that all the torches on the wall lit up. How is that possible? Going down the stairs, the young man answered, "Magic." The violet-eyed man looked ahead and thought, so this hidden passage opened thanks to their rings. Could there be clues here? How and why he was teleported here? The green-haired man opened his mouth in fear and asked the guys, do they feel it? Since the moment he came here, his body is full of energy. But why? The blue-haired man opened his eyes wide and said, he thinks he feels it too, and the protagonist answered, but he does not. Walking up to Ibe, he asked what about her. The red-eyed woman opened her eyes and answered, it's all because these ruins are full of border power. The brunette frowned. Then he looked at the tablet and said that the spiders recorded something, ahead of a giant inscription. Looking at it, he added, there is a hero engraved on the wall. Walking up the stairs, one of the heroes said that they will be there soon. These drawings should contain more records of the gods. Suddenly, Moto pointed his finger forward in surprise. In front of them was a huge and intact drawing. How exciting. The heroes looked up when Xiang said that it was still written in the ancient language. They had no choice but to understand what was drawn again. Looking at the painting, the protagonist told Air to look. These drawings show the tribes that lived here, to which he replied, it looks like there is a race of beasts. The dwarves in them, the humans. The protagonist turned his attention to the drawing and said, the demon tribe. The blonde stared at him silently. The two opened their mouths when one of them said that their ancestors depicted gods with unusual horns, so the first row from the top must be them. Moto looked at the drawing and told Xiang to look. The thing they are holding must be the artifact he is looking for. The protagonist brought his hand to his beard and said he hoped that these drawings mean that the gods created the different races, to which the blue-haired man asked, so the gods exist and they created them. The purple-eyed man frowned and replied that these were just guesses at the moment. Until they read what was written, they would not know the truth. Suddenly, he looked at the tablet in surprise. Looking at it, he said, looking at what the spiders were transmitting, there was a whole dungeon inside. It felt like there was nothing at the beginning and the main secrets were hidden inside this place. Holding the packages in his hand, he added that he was going to increase the number of sensors. He launched a few more spiders and suggested continuing. The heroes were walking through the dungeon when the guy said that this place looked like a whole underground city. Suddenly, Moto fell and screamed so high he can't move, let them wait for him, to which Air replied, isn't this path wide enough? The hero's dialogue continued. The blue-haired man sarcastically said that if he didn't hurry, monsters might appear, to which the green-haired man replied, don't scare him. There was darkness around. Red beams scattered around the room. The magic spear lay on the floor and emitted beams. In the darkness, someone's scales were visible. A dragon lay motionless on the floor. Suddenly, torches lit up near it. The animal's eyes were closed. The dragon abruptly opened its eyes. Walking through a large dungeon, Moto said that they had already passed 10 floors and still had not found anything worthwhile. The red-eyed man looked to the side and said that there were no more drawings on the walls. This room looked more like a warehouse. The guy with glasses said fearfully that it seemed to him that this path was becoming more and more sinister. It seemed to him that they were worth it. The young man clung to Moto and asked why he was so scared. Hadn't he learned enough blacksmith diagrams? When the protagonist looked at the tablet in horror, watching the spiders, he said, as he expected, the spiders had fixed something alive just below. A drop fell on the hero's hand. Looking at the liquid, he asked what it was. Smoke came out of his hand when he screamed, it burns. The glove fell to the floor when the brunette said that this substance corrodes the skin. The green-haired guy approached the protagonist and asked why it resembled the slime they studied in class, to which he replied, he was right. The heroes looked around. There were bright spots on the ceiling when the guy said that there were a lot of them here. The slime was dripping. Suddenly, it began to fall. Moto opened his mouth wide and shouted, they are falling. The blue-haired guy pulled him back and told him to just not stand in their way. Then he opened an anti-chemical protective umbrella. Someone pulled the heroine. After covering the girl with the umbrella, the protagonist told her to be careful. They looked at each other when Xiang said, isn't her husband amazing? Slimes were lying on the floor, morphic insectoids of threat level E. Air clenched his fist and said to let him clear the way. Suddenly, he swung. The guy fired the first shot. At first, the slime flew apart in different directions, and then began to merge together again. Peeking out from behind someone else's back, Moto said, it looks like these slimes have a very high resistance to damage. The substance began to merge together and surround the company. The girl took out a burning sword. Putting it in front of her, she said that the only possible reason for such resistance is the specific boundary force enveloping this place. But low-level bridges will always be there, they just need to deal damage faster than the slimes regenerate. Then she struck. Ali clenched his fist and said, great, we need to give it our all. Everything around caught fire. Moto, with a flamethrower in his hands, shouted for the slime not to approach him. The guy grinned and said that he was not that weak, to which the guy, looking at the fire, replied that Xiang taught him everything. Everyone looked around. There was a burnt slime on the floor. This time they were completely burned and should die. Standing behind the room, Ali said that this tool that spits fire is very effective. The guy with trembling lips said that since the slimes here are so hard to defeat, doesn't that mean that if they continue, they will face even more terrible opponents? The girl turned her head and said that there is no need to move on now, this fight has already attracted new monsters here. Everyone turned to the side and saw huge piles of slimes. They got eyes and increased in size. Someone noted that there are too many of them. The guy opened his mouth and said that this must be the coolest slime he has ever seen in his life, to which the protagonist asked in what place it looks cool. They need to run. He opened his mouth and said that there are too many slimes here, they will not be able to hold them off forever, they need to go down to the floor below. He began to run towards the open door saying that the information from the mechanical spiders allows them to go this way. Leaving the room and turning around, he asked Moto to hurry. When the boy came out, the protagonist pulled his hand back and said that he would seal this tunnel. Then he swung his hand, and the passage to the tunnel closed completely. Moto sank to the floor and said that it was terrible because the monsters almost caught him. Opening his mouth, he shouted that they should go and take more people before returning here again. The young man made a serious face and said that it was impossible, that if the ruins allowed them to enter and exit only once, then everything they had done before would be meaningless. Lily looked straight and said that Xiang was right. They needed to continue on their way. If something happened, they were nearby, so he did not need to be afraid. All four of them stood in the arch. Looking at the screen, the young man said that the mechanical spiders had been destroyed. The last biological mechanism was ahead. He turned in the same direction as the girl who asked if this was what he was talking about. Many glowing eyes appeared in front of them. These were Crimson Widows with a D level of danger. Moto opened his mouth and shouted that they were huge and real, and the young man noted that it was the first time he saw a spider monster. They were a little repulsive. The guy smiled and, warming up his fists, began to say that it was laziness cool and they should provide him with all this. Walking forward and warming his shoulders, he said that the web of the Crimson Widow can be used to create protective clothing for his brothers and sisters. If he defeats them, he will kill 2 hares with 1 shot. The spiders were approaching the arch. They were getting closer, but suddenly something green appeared from behind. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that it was another garden monster. A huge dragon appeared. Seeing him, the spiders were scared. The dragon roared so much that the spiders flew in different directions. Isabella opened her mouth and said that she had seen real dragons before, but this one was emitting a different energy. The protagonist said that if the dragon was here to protect this territory, then the fresco contained a song about him too. Looking at the people, the dragon was surprised by their presence. His eyes lit up and he said that vile people had no place here. Moto screamed that he was already scared, and the dragon could also talk. Ali said that this aura seemed to be a real familiar. He did not like it at all. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that the ability to talk made everything easier. They had no bad intentions. They came to find a special fragment. The dragon crawled towards them and said that everything here belonged to him. Opening his mouth, he said that he hated people the most and they should get out of here. Then he hit the column with his tail. It shattered into small pieces. The girl struck several blows in the air. Clint was cut into smaller pieces. Ali jumped up, hitting one of the stones with his fist, and then landed back to the guys. The young man opened his mouth and said that they did not want to get into a conflict, but if he continued to attack, then they would have to respond. Looking at them, the dragon replied, "People without border power, what a pity." A glowing ball flew out of his mouth and flew at the guys. The young man knelt down. A mask grew in front of them. There was an explosion. Dust rose. The whole company stood unaffected. 2 balls flew out of the dragon's mouth and he said that he would see how they deal with this. The balls flew at the people and exploded. Looking at the rising smoke, the dragon said that they should acknowledge his power. He frowned. He saw scattered stones. Something was flying at his head. Having reached his head, it exploded. The battered dragon growled that stupid people laugh at him. The protagonist frowned and said that it was a warning, he should not get in their way. The reptile opened its mouth again and a glowing ball flew out of it again, and she said that they really pissed her off now. The girl rose into the air. She cut the dragon's mouth. At that moment, a hand fell on his tail. Ali grinned and said that they would now see who was stronger. The guy grabbed the tail more tightly. Smiling, he said to look how he threw it. The tail, together with the guy, began to move sharply. Ali, holding the tail, hung in the air. Then he flew up. He landed and dust rose around him. The guy turned his heads when they saw a blue glow. The girl grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and together they rose into the air. After landing, she headed towards the dragon, ordering everyone to stay put. She would figure it out herself. An aura appeared after her body. She jumped into the air and said that this pathetic creature has no right to be called a dragon. Opening his mouth, the dragon released balls in her direction. The girl put out her hand and used the magic sword skill reflection. Then she reflected all the attacks. The dragon frowned and said how dare she accuse him of cheating, he will smash her to pieces. The girl flew up to the muzzle. She frowned and said that then she should check him. Raising the sword above her head, she used his aura of splitting. Isabella cut the air with her sword. The dragon frowned and thought about death. He tried to dodge the blow. The girl flew around the columns. The ceiling began to crack. Moto opened his mouth and screamed. It seemed that everything was about to collapse. Ali clenched his fists, boiled and began to scream that this worm considered him an insufficient opponent and simply threw him aside. It was unfair. This time he should attack properly. The poacher, breathing heavily, said that he was not going to waste any more time on any of them. 3 glowing balls came out of his mouth and he said that he would collapse the ceiling to crush them all. One of the balls broke through the ceiling. Another fell into the base of the column. Marino, looking at the flying stones, was told that if he continued in the same spirit, then everything here would really collapse. Moto screamed in fear when he saw cracks in the floor. The protagonist turned his head to Ibe, who had just landed, and asked if she was okay. Looking around, he asked the guys to come over because he had an idea. He was very surprised when everything around him began to shake. The mouth under their feet began to diverge. Moto began to scream that they were out of time. The guys began to fall down. A suit began to appear on the protagonist. Exhausts fell out of it. On a jetpack, he flew up. Taking the girl, who was unconscious, in his arms, he smashed stones along the way. Flying up to Moto, he told him not to be afraid, because he was already coming. But then a huge boulder appeared. After examining it, the guy realized that it was a ceiling. He put his hand on it and tried to push it away. He clenched his teeth, but quickly realized that the area was too small. He would not be able to push the fragment aside. He tried to climb up with it while asking Isabella to hold on tighter. The ceiling gradually began to disappear. A black screen appeared. Stones were falling down. A protective dome appeared from underneath. All the stones fell from it. The young man raised his hand up. Turning his head to the side, he asked the girl if she was okay, to which he received the answer that she was okay and that they needed to look there. They both raised their heads and saw a huge hole. The guy lowered his head and said not to worry, now he will look at the report of the spider drones, it should already be ready. He said that fearing the information received from the spiders and the information that they will receive in the future, they can create a map of the ruins. The young man said that the size of this building was really impressive, its style, in general, was also very strange. He added that after analyzing it, it can be said that the base of this building occupies about 2,000 square meters, and it goes down 480 meters. Each room has its own secret, they all serve different purposes. This building is simply a masterpiece of architecture. Pointing to the place on the map, he said that they should be here. Isabella opened her mouth and said that the situation is not in their favor, they need to act quickly. The magical aura here is much stronger than what she felt before. This means that they are getting closer to what emits magic. The protagonist, looking at her, said that who knows, maybe they can unravel the mystery of this place. Scratching the back of his head, he said, ruins, dragons, sources of magic, it sounds like they are playing a video game. The girl looked at him condemningly. Moving down the corridor, the young man said it didn't matter, they would just go to the source of the magic, following her sense. The boys looked back and asked where they were. Moto opened his mouth and said that a second ago he was sure that his life would end. Ali, clapping him on the shoulder, said that in the end, it was he who created the barrier and then the cushioning pillow for them. They walked deeper into the corridor, arguing that it was so long and they had already walked for so long, but still had not come anywhere. From such walking they were hungry. Moto took out a bag and said that there was some food in it. The bag was snatched from his hand. The boy ran after the bat that stole their food. The boy gritted his teeth and said that this was incomprehensible. He took out a gun and was about to shoot the bat. He began to aim. Billy put his hand on his gun and said not to act impulsively. Looking at the guy, he said that if they created another earthquake, there is a chance that they will be buried on both sides of the tunnel. Looking deep into the corridor, he said that now their main task is to find Xiang, they can afford to lose a snack. The guy, surprised, almost sang forward. Red eyes lit up in the distance of the corridor. These were just a few bats that had already flown here recently. Looking closely, the guys realized that there were not a few, but a whole flock. The mammals flew at them with grinning teeth. Their threat level is in Group C, and individually Ely, looking at the creatures, said that he previously thought that it had lost its snack. But here is a whole flock of creatures that seem to present themselves to him on a platter. It's time to start training. Moto asked what kind of training, they just need to run. The blow cut the air. The monster was cut in half. The snake was hit by bullets. The two stood surrounded by monsters. The girl lowered her head and said that the closer they get to the source of magic, the more monsters appear. The guy looked around and assumed that it was probably because the magic created better living conditions for monsters here. All the monsters began to attack at the same time. The guy blocked their attack. He frowned and said that although they were low level, there were a lot of them here, but if they used weapons with greater striking power, there was a chance that everything here would collapse. The girl struck again. She turned her head to the side and thought, why don't they talk to them for a while? She looked to the side and said, come out. She moved to the side. What approached them? The snake hung over the protagonist. She began to approach, but then a stalk climbed into her mouth and pulled her back. She crashed into a pole. The stalk swayed in the air. They parted. From there, the Queen of Thorns appeared. Her threat level was S. She asked why they wanted to stop them so badly. The monsters began to answer her. The girl rolled her eyes and said that they were not going to kill them without a reason. Standing in the middle of the monsters, she said that they could come to an agreement if they did not want to be killed. Looking at her, the young man said that she was the queen of the deprived forest. It turns out they carried her with them all the time. Isabella opened her mouth and said that he was right. She promised the queen that she would stay with her. She closed her eyes and asked to get a drawing of the weapon they were looking for and show all these creatures. Approaching the monsters, the young man took out a piece of paper and said that they came here to find this. They had no intention of harming any of them. Seeing the drawing, the monsters began to laugh loudly. He changed the drawing, apologized and said to look at it carefully. The girl approached them, apologized and said that they still refused to cooperate. The monsters began to make different sounds. The queen exhaled and betrayed that the monsters said that their king uses the magical aura of this item to survive, so they will never give it up. She turned her head sharply. The girl handed over the sword in her hands. The two looked at her in surprise. Isabella's eyes lit up red and she repeated, they will never give it up. It's because they have lived here for too long and have forgotten what real horror is. With her transformation aura, she dispelled everyone around. After finishing the transformation, she said that if they dispute the queen's decision, she will personally finish off each of them. The monsters backed away in horror. Xiang opened his mouth in surprise and thought that compared to the last time she went berserk, it seems she can control it now. The girl frowned and said that she has been here long enough and has absorbed a large amount of energy that is in the air here. Her boundary power has been restored to a stable state. The brunette looked at her and thought that in the end it was her mistress, not the status of the queen, that made her devote herself to her. The protagonist turned around and saw how the monsters began to run away. Looking around, he said that she had scared away all the monsters. The girl closed her eyes and said that she no longer needed to be here, she should go back for a while. Isabella waved her hand and allowed her to return. The girl bowed to her, then she disappeared, and turned into a bracelet. He hoped for the blonde's hand. Looking at the hand, the guy said that the problem was solved and they could move on. The protagonist closed his eyes and imagined how their lips would reach out to each other and thought that now they were being helped by a level S monster, which meant that all problems could be solved with her help, and then he and Isabella. He opened his eyes sharply and thought that this meant that they were being watched all the time they were together. Looking at her clothes, the heroine said that she was splashed with the blood of these creatures and now she stunk. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine. He had made a lot of clothes for her in advance to use in a situation like this. The girl, holding the things in her hands, said that they had clothes, but there was no place to wash. Footsteps were heard in the dungeon. Two partners were walking along a stone corridor. One of the guys bit off a piece of meat leg in his hand. The bespectacled man looked at him and asked if he was sure that there was no poison in bat meat. The interlocutor turned, holding out the second leg to his companion, and replied that it was just a little tough, and in the AI Valley there was nothing that could not be eaten, but the second guy refused the treat. Suddenly they reached the end of the tunnel and stopped. The guys raised their heads at the sight of a large structure in front of them, and Air assumed that it was some kind of gate. The friends approached the huge doors. Moto opened his mouth and exclaimed that this gate was probably bigger than the king's, so they would have to go back. His companion silently threw away the rest of the meat, continuing to chew. He moved forward, declaring that if this was a gate, it could be opened. The boy placed his hands on the stone and pressed. Air frowned, and his eyes flared with tension. Gusts of wind appeared around the young man due to his efforts. Moto looked at his friend, noting that the gate did not give in, and suggested that they just abandon this idea because the doors were very heavy. The blue-haired man frowned and objected, reminding them that the teacher clearly taught them a valuable lesson about how, by overcoming their own barriers, they can grow as people and become stronger. His muscles increased, and veins appeared. The boy pressed on the stone gate with renewed vigor. He squinted with tension, glaring at the doors. His body was radiating energy, lifting small stones into the air. Air currents and mana were coming from the boy. Moto covered his face with his hands when he was pushed back by a powerful force. Air continued to push against the gate, heating the air to the limit. Unable to withstand the energy, the floor around him cracked. The boy clenched his teeth and muttered that he had already reached his limit, but they still did not open. The boy grinned and muttered that this was interesting. Pulsations emanated from his hands, turning into stone gates. Air opened his mouth and growled from the tension, using 200% of his strength. Suddenly, a gap formed between the doors, through which air was drawn. The bespectacled man stretched out his finger in shock and exclaimed that they were opening. The door slowly opened. Moto, sitting on the floor, looked at his partner and did not believe that he had succeeded. Air continued to press on the gate. A beam of light from the dungeon stretched across the dark room on the other side of the doors. Moto approached his sweaty companion and asked how strong he was, but the blue-haired man waved him off with a grin. He immediately went inside, while the interlocutor tried to stop him, reminding him that they did not know what was inside. Air turned to him and noted that the guy would not be able to continue on his way if he was afraid of everything. The tile under his foot began to glow. The stripes on the floor below them began to glow, while the warrior advised to follow him and everything would be fine. Yellow circles lit up in the darkness on both sides of the bridge. These were small platforms from which light emanated. The recesses in the stone were filled with a golden glow. The guys turned their heads, noticing that the walls were lighting up. The entire hall was enveloped in the light of symbols and lines, and the partners were amazed that there was such a cool place under the village of Air. The bespectacled man turned and called loudly to his friend to look here. There was a large fresco on the wall, as Moto guessed. There were golden diagrams drawn on the stone, and the boy noted that it was different from the ones before, so perhaps there could be new information here. A thin beam of light appeared in the darkness. The doorway stood out, letting in a glow. The protagonist and Isabella looked inside, and the boy said that the Spider Scouts found this secret room with water. The two of them entered, and the boy stumbled while saying that he did not know if he could make a bathroom for his companion. The entire ceiling was glowing with symbols, and Xiang exclaimed that there was another room here. He smiled and noted that it looked like a huge bathroom, so they had come to the right place. The boy jumped on the chair and cheerfully said that everything here was large in size, and perhaps a giant used to live here. The boy looked in the mirror, noticing its enormous size. Then the brown-haired man jumped on the bed, admiring that it was gigantic, soft, and very comfortable. The girl looked around calmly, while the companion asked if they needed a bed of this size in the dorm. The blonde silently moved towards the large partition. She looked ahead with interest. Isabella was standing in front of a round depression in the stone. The girl turned to the large keys on the wall and assumed that this was a bathhouse. She pressed one of the glowing symbols. Isabella slightly furrowed her eyebrows and shuddered. Water poured out of the faucet in the shape of a dragon's head. The girl squinted and thought that she would be able to change her clothes here after bathing. At that moment, the main character jumped out from behind her, shouting that the bathroom was simply huge. The guy threw his backpack aside, noting that it was big enough for both of them, and that was good because he was dirty and sweaty. At the moment when the young man had already begun to quickly undress, the girl cleared her throat behind his back. The blonde frowned and, pointing to the exit, said that the queen did not want to bathe with him, so he should get out of here right now. The brown-haired man sadly wandered off in the other direction, muttering that the interlocutor pretended to be a queen when it suited her. Isabella blushed and frowned, asking him to make sure she was finished before washing himself. Zhang waved his hand and replied that he knew it himself. The guy went out the door and thought that these tiny cracks here were sent by heaven. The young man turned around and froze. The girl could be seen through the doorway, and the hero mentally noted that the partitions here were also large, so it was very easy to see everything through the crack. The blonde took off her jacket and unbuttoned her skirt. The purple fabric fell to the floor near her feet. The guy blushed, stealthily glancing there. Isabella crossed her arms, taking off her t-shirt. Then the bra flew to the floor. The girl was sitting on a bench, slowly pulling off her tights, and the steam barely covered her body. She bent down to her feet, almost finished with undressing. The main character turned away abruptly, and blood was already flowing from his nose. He blushed and thought that he was hardly allowed to look for so long, even though he saw her naked the moment he came to this world. The brown-haired man hurried away, muttering that he wanted Isabella to open up to him of her own free will. The girl carefully touched the water with her foot. She climbed into the bath, covering her chest with her hand, as if she knew that she might have an audience. The blonde lowered herself into the water, from which steam emanated. She sat alone, listening to the sound of the water. Isabella threw her head back, feeling that this was a moment of calm before the coming storm. Zhang stood in front of the door. He wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief, muttering that no one could handle this. His cheeks turned red as he recalled the image of his partner. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and reminded himself that he shouldn't fill his head with fantasies like this. The boy looked up and noted that this was truly an incredible place. Zhang touched his chin and said that everything indicated that there was an ancient tribe of the plains here that Isabella had never heard of or visited. He remembered how they stood in front of the writings on the wall and assumed, based on the frescoes, that the tribe's power was beyond the imagination of humans and demons. The boy remembered the cave paintings and wondered if this tribe was the main one among the others or if they were the creators of the world. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, not understanding why they suddenly disappeared if they had powers many times greater than his. Zhang put his hand in the inside pocket of his jacket. The ring that brought him to this world, perhaps sent to him by the tribe of gods, flashed on his hand. The young man clenched the object in his fist and thought that if they could transport him to this world, why couldn't they themselves enter his? The hero stood near the door, realizing that there was something to think about. Suddenly, he noticed something flashing behind the pillar. Zhang frowned and asked who was there. A dark silhouette pushed off the floor. The man in the cloak rushed around the corner. His face was covered with cloth, leaving his eyes open. Suddenly, he noticed a mechanical beetle next to his face. The insect landed on the wall in front of him. It moved upward, leaving a glowing line behind it. The man shuddered, realizing that the beetle had drawn an arch above him. Suddenly, the space beyond the hair distorted. The stone tile shifted as if it was soft. A wall appeared in front of the man. He turned around, noticing the protagonist approaching from behind. The young man looked at the stranger and said that he would not be able to escape. Zhang frowned and asked who was in front of him and why he was trying to hide his identity. The man silently closed his eyes. He touched the fabric of the cloak. Then he abruptly pulled off the disguise. Penny was standing in front of the hero. Zhang sweated and exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her. The young man opened his eyes and wondered when she began to pursue them. He remembered another image of Isabella and wondered if Penny had seen this royal form. The brown-haired man looked at his interlocutor with disbelief, thinking that she had already seen the demoness at the tournament. But the director said that he had erased her memories of the duel, so it was necessary to find out how much she knew, after which the guy asked if the regent had sent his daughter to follow them. Penny closed her eyes and confirmed his guess. The young man clenched his fist and asked what she had managed to find out. The interlocutor smirked, but remained silent. The hero frowned and asked what she wanted. The guy narrowed his eyes and reminded her that he was the winner of the royal tournament, so it was better not to attack him thoughtlessly, otherwise he would respond. Penny opened her mouth and said that he had misunderstood everything. The brown-haired man looked at her in bewilderment. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The girl put a blade to his throat and advised him to cooperate with her. Penny narrowed her eyes and warned that otherwise his head would roll on the ground, even though he was the winner of the royal tournament. The main character stood half-turned while a sword was put to his neck. The young man sweated, thinking about the fact that if he understood Sophis correctly, then she was not the regent's daughter, but one of the assassins he hired. The boy glanced sideways at the mercenary, realizing that she would have killed him already if that was her goal, so he asked why she was here if she already knew so much. Penny closed her eyes and replied that she had been watching his every move since he left the kingdom. The girl opened her mouth and asked if Isabella was the ruler of the demon tribe. The brown-haired man's eyes widened and he thought that the worst-case scenario was developing, since the interlocutor knew about the blonde's true identity. The hero frowned and asked what she wanted from him, since she wouldn't talk if she wanted to kill him. He quietly put his hand in his pants pocket. From there he took out a small scroll. Penny looked at it intently and said that she wanted them to help her kill the regent. The interlocutor's eyes widened and he asked loudly. The girl calmly looked at him and repeated. Zhang sweated and thought that she didn't look like she was telling the truth with that face, and perhaps this way she would find out what he thought of the regent, so the young man clarified whether the regent was her father. The mercenary grabbed her head and laughed, muttering that she should have seen the expression on his face just now. Penny fixed her hair and said with a grin that he understood correctly, and she wanted help to kill her father, Regent Torst Angus. The hero hurried to put the item back in his cloak. The blade abruptly closed the distance to his neck. The girl frowned and warned him not to try to throw anything. Zhang smiled awkwardly, watching the lowered sword, while the interlocutor said that the regent did send to spy on them, but she did not think that she would find other people capable of overthrowing her father from his position. The guy turned and asked why then the girl still obeyed his orders and worked for him. Penny put away the weapon and replied that in his eyes, family love could not exist within the royal walls. The only way for her to get close to him was to do his dirty work for him. The young man frowned and asked what information about the regent made her want to kill him. The interlocutor frowned and said that it was none of his business. She narrowed her eyes and added that she was not here to beg him, because if he refused, then Isabella's true identity would become known to everyone in this kingdom. The girl frowned and said that as soon as they heard about it, both humans and demons would want her blood, then they would have nowhere to hide. The hero turned pale, remembering the image of Penny at the championship and mentally surprised when she learned to control her emotions and thoughts. The girl stepped forward and said that the regent was waiting for something and when it happened, he would act accordingly. The mercenary passed the guy and added that she was waiting and at the first opportunity she would kill him with her own hands. Zhang followed her with his gaze as the interlocutor said that she could not do everything herself, so she needed help, and in the future she would contact him, after which the guy clarified if this meant that the girl was on their side and against the regent. Brown-haired turned around and asked if she was also on the side of His Majesty and Sophis. Penny closed her eyes and noted that the queen was their ace in the hole, and she was not going to expose her anytime soon. The young man watched her tensely while the girl said that her father was waiting for a signal to act, and when he received it, a war would break out on all the plains of Hullo, after which it would be very difficult to regain control of the demon tribe. After these words, the mercenary left, wishing the main character good luck. Brown-haired looked in that direction in confusion, not understanding what to do with all this information and what signal to expect. The guy ran through the dungeon, where his footsteps were heard. Moto breathed heavily, moving along the glowing sides. He quickly turned the corner and froze. The bespectacled man cautiously looked out, thinking that Air had already dealt with the second one. The young man jumped back in fear when something stuck its head out from behind the wall. A large hand grabbed his hood, and the guy waved his arms, calling for help. The golem held him while the bespectacled man shouted his partner's name. Something flashed from behind. Air was rapidly approaching, engulfed in flames. He quickly flew into the enemy's head. The creature swayed and began to fall down together with the bespectacled man. The golem fell to the floor with a crash. Moto hurried to run away. His partner landed in front of him, and the young man clarified whether he had finished with the second one too. Air turned and answered that he had not had time because he was in a hurry to save his interlocutor. A metal hand appeared from under the stones. The guys looked in that direction, and the bespectacled one screamed in fear that the second one was here too. Another enemy appeared in the hole in the wall. The blue-haired one frowned and noted that these golems had nothing in common with those they fought in the Valley of the Winds, because these were harder to break and the guy could see their life auras. He clenched his fist, concentrating his energy. The young man furrowed his eyebrows, which glowed like his hair, and said that he wanted to use a powerful skill that would allow him to lay them both down with one blow. The bespectacled one looked at him in confusion and advised him not to act rashly, because this technique could harm him. Air stood, engulfed in flames, and said that by constantly training, one can improve, and thanks to this, show the qualities of a first-class fighter, thereby proving to himself that he is capable of surpassing himself. After these words, he quickly pushed off the ground. A beam appeared above the golem's head. Bear gritted his teeth and swung his fist. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the protagonist was walking down the corridor. The brown-haired man looked at his feet, thinking that if Penny was really on the regent's side, she would not have given him so many details so he could trust her for a while. The guy continued to walk forward. The young man did not pay attention to the two dim lights to the side, thinking about how he would now explain this situation to Isabella. Red eyes were visible on the dark silhouette. The green scaly tail was moving slightly. Suddenly, it quickly rushed towards Xiang. The tail grabbed the young man. He asked in surprise what it was. The blonde was in the bathhouse at that time. She frowned, feeling the aura of a demon. The protagonist gritted his teeth, regretting that he was so immersed in his thoughts. The young man looked ahead and asked if it was really him again. The green dragon flashed his eyes and called Xiang human trash. The lizard looked at the guy and assumed that he was looking for his gem since he came all the way here. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of gem it was, mentally noting that he couldn't create anything. The dragon opened his mouth and was indignant that the interlocutor was trying to deceive him and was treating him like an idiot. The hero reached for the feather under his cloak, while the enemy screamed that he couldn't take the gem from him. The lizard rushed at the guy, declaring that he would eat him. Suddenly, the enemy received a blow right in the face and screamed. Then another attack hit his tail. Xiang looked down, feeling that his grip had weakened. The young man looked away in surprise when the girl picked him up. Her half-naked chest touched his shoulder. Isabella held her partner, standing in just a towel, and the guy immediately started bleeding from his nose. The blonde looked at him with displeasure and asked how he could run away like that. The interlocutor looked away in embarrassment and whispered that he would not have been so lucky then. The dragon with a wound on his eye roared and shouted that they had angered him. A powerful tail quickly cut through the air. The girl threw the hero aside, declaring that she would deal with this, and held out her sword in front of her. The blade blocked the enemy's attack. The blonde jumped back, parrying the blow. Xiang frowned and thought that his companion could not move as usual when dressed like that. The guy unrolled a scroll with a drawing of armor. He waved his pen and explained to his partner that this was equipment that he had created especially for her. Plates appeared in the air. The blonde looked in surprise at the approaching parts of the armor. Her chest was immediately fixed. Several more elements of armor were attached to her buttocks. Shoulder pads joined the almost finished image. A steel mask with slits for the eyes covered her face. Isabella was dressed in purple armor, holding a sword in her hand. The blonde turned to the hero and indignantly asked why he dressed her in such armor. The guy looked at her enthusiastically and exclaimed that it looked cool, and besides, the equipment was not quite ordinary. He opened a virtual diagram and said that this armor was an advanced technological weapon, and besides, it had no weak points. Crystals glowed on the glove, and the hero said that he had built stones of 3 different elements into the armor, which would enhance the girl's magical attacks, increasing their lethality. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and muttered that this outfit showed how he felt her. The girl blushed, turning away, and asked him to shut up because constant chatter was preventing her from making a decision. But she thought that she had seen him working on interesting projects before, and now the young man let her try out his creation. The dragon struck with his paw, but the blonde deftly jumped. She clutched the sword in her hand, which began to sparkle with the help of the crystal. Isabella grabbed the weapon that emitted lightning. A powerful blow fell on the lizard's neck, and he screamed. The red eye looked back at the enemy. The tail wrapped around the girl's leg. The blonde looked down, noticing that she was grabbed. The enemy swung his tail to throw her. At that moment, a man in different armor struck him, and Isabella freed herself from the grip. He looked at the girl who had landed next to him and noted that her reaction speed had become faster than before. The interlocutor looked at him and replied that this thing did indeed give her additional protection, but she had already developed her own fighting style and was not used to armor. And then the protagonist realized that he had been guided by his own fighting style when creating the armor. The partners shuddered when they noticed how the lizard turned the corner to escape again. The hero pulled the mechanism from his palm and said that if they followed these lizards, he might find the one emitting the aura that the girl had felt earlier. They looked ahead, and the guy suggested leaving here. Isabella turned to him with displeasure and asked to make the suit more mobile. Red sparks were visible in the center of the dark room. The glowing object lay on a small platform. A dragon was sliding down the wall towards it from above. The lizard came closer, exposing its wounded eye, and muttered that it would recover and finish off these damn humans. It leaned over the artifact and asked the red magic stone to lend it power. The crystal glowed with scarlet light. The gloomy dungeon remained in semi-darkness. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the corridor. The dragon's eye was glowing, and red lines appeared on its body. The protagonist emerged from the smoke and noted that the mechanical spider had led them here. The partners went inside. This time the girl's armor was more open, and Xiang concluded that the source of magic must also be here. The monster turned to the intruders. The blonde frowned and said that the lizard had absorbed the aura of this place, which led to evolution. The young man frowned and realized that this was why all the creatures they had met earlier tried to stop them. The monster spread its sparkling wings. The lizard rose and roared. Xiang opened his mouth and exclaimed that the enemy had become a full-fledged dragon, but the interlocutor asked him to focus on the target, the object on the pedestal. The artifact lay behind the enemy and sparkled. It was a special weapon, an object from the frescoes before, and the girl confirmed that it was also the dagger Lillian had attacked her with. The dragon swung its paw and shouted for these human scum to die. The partners looked at each other decisively, making a lightning-fast decision. They jumped in different directions, dodging the attack. The girl ran around the lizard from the side, holding a sword. The enemy opened his mouth, concentrating energy in the form of a ball. It was a false dragon sphere. A bright beam rushed towards the blonde. Isabella quickly dodged, crouching. She jumped up and raised her sword above her head to strike. Her eyes flashed scarlet. The girl delivered a slash to the enemy's wing. The lizard jerked and threw her back. The protagonist frowned, analyzing how the enemy managed to parry his partner's blow with a sword made of useless wood. The dragon opened its mouth again, preparing to attack with a sphere. At that moment, a beam of light hit its face. Xiang was approaching from the side, aiming with a plasma cannon. The young man flew around, shooting at the enemy from different sides. The lizard's tail approached him from the front. The brown-haired man grinned and muttered that he had a special gift for his opponent. The guy created hydraulic dragon nippers and stopped the attack. The lizard sweated and shouted that it hurt. The protagonist pinned the dragon's tail to the floor and shouted to his partner that he immobilized it. The girl flew back to the column with symbols. She turned around and pushed off with her foot. The blonde squeezed the handle of the sword, accumulating energy in it. The dragon turned his head, noticing the powerful force from her side. The girl furrowed her brows and narrowed her eyes. She pushed off and flew forward, using the magic sword skill, Instant Curtain. The lizard covered itself with a false barrier of dragon wings to protect itself. The enemy smirked and declared that his barrier was impenetrable. The blonde narrowed her eyes, continuing the attack. A bright blue beam hit the red wings. The dragon frowned and asked in surprise what it was. Xiang smiled and thought that Isabella's strength level had increased dramatically since the Royal Championship. After all, the Demon Queen is no joke. The strike of the magic sword pierced the lizard's flesh. The block was broken, and the monster roared, coughing up blood. The girl flew through, still holding the blade in front of her. She landed next to her partner, and he praised her for her good work. The blonde looked ahead and advised the young man to quickly go and get the dagger. Xiang touched the handle of the artifact. He looked at the interlocutor and asked if she was sure that Lillian had used this when she attacked her, to which she received an affirmative answer. The crystal on the object sparkled, and the young man thought that if this dagger really had the ability to suck magic from a magical creature, it meant that the energy received should accumulate inside this red stone in the center. Brown-haired took out his ring and noted that the crystals were very similar to each other. The dragon, trembling, turned around and asked not to take his stone, while the two of them were surprised that it was still alive. The lizard lowered his head and muttered that people only care about building their own kingdoms, and even took the forest in which he once lived. The enemy shed a tear, adding that at first they simply beat him and threw him away, and now they even want to take away the stone that allowed him to evolve. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he learned something new. He pointed his finger at the enemy and suggested that this was the same lizard that attacked the village of Air many years ago, to which the interlocutor was indignant and called himself a dragon. The monster lowered his head and said that he did not intend to harm them at all, so why were they hunting him? Xiang picked up the dagger and thought that the development of society and the protection of nature were a big problem both in his world and in this one. The brown-haired man frowned and asked if this stone had cured him when he was hunted earlier. The lizard narrowed his eyes and confirmed this guess. The blonde looked at her grinning partner and said that she had figured out how to test this dagger, and the guy replied that they were thinking about the same thing. The guys turned their gaze to the defeated enemy. The dragon sweated and asked in fear if they understood what they were doing. In the depths of the dungeon, a red glow was visible, after which a scream was heard. A small yellow lizard was lying on the floor. The protagonist glanced sideways at her while she whined that she had lost her magnificent dragon form and the ability to speak. The guy looked at the artifact and said that this proved that this dagger could actually absorb the boundary power. Xiang looked at his interlocutor happily and offered to try inserting it somewhere, to which he received a sharp refusal. The girl blushed and said that although this was the same weapon, the boundary power in it was not hers, so she should not think about putting this strange energy of different creatures into her body. The ceiling above them cracked. They turned around, not understanding what was happening. Two golems were falling on them from above. The creatures fell onto the stones. A fiery beam appeared from an opening in the wall. The protagonist smiled, recognizing air in it. The guy jumped down, engulfed in energy. He grinned and was happy to see Xiang and Isabella. The blonde turned away and answered the hero's question by saying that she had suddenly felt a strange aura surrounding the place. Moto waved his hand, attracting Xiang's attention. The new arrivals approached them, and the bespectacled man exclaimed that they had finally been found. The brown-haired man looked at Air and asked why he was using an ability that could deal 100% damage while returning 80%. The interlocutor frowned and replied that they had encountered opponents that were very difficult to deal with. 20 minutes earlier, the guy had rushed forward, swinging his fist to use the first ancient ability. His fist had hit steel. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he felt himself getting heavier every time he struck. He jumped down from the golem. Then the warrior extended his hand upward and decided that he would use another skill since direct blows did not work against him. A bright light appeared on Air's hand and tongues of flame rose from the ground. The golem was hot and liquid metal was dripping off it. The boy looked at the melted enemy and muttered that everything should be decided now. The outer layer cracked with a crack. Underneath was a frozen golem. Gradually, the ice melted away and the eyes glowed red again. Air stared at it in shock, thinking that this was not just a feeling, because this monster was calculating all the skills he used against him. The boy frowned and clenched his teeth. He pushed off and rose into the air in a bright flash. The boy swung his leg and said that he needed to overcome his limits if this was the case. An image of a fiery monster with an open mouth appeared in front of the golem. The boy quickly approached, using Lion Comet. A powerful beam fell on the golem. Air narrowed his eyes and said that after that, he landed here. The golem rose sharply and his eyes flashed. All the boys turned around and took fighting stances, and Moto cowered and asked if they would be okay since that was Air's strongest ability. The creatures loomed over the warriors, their eyes glittering. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was amazed that his friend was at his limit, but he was not taking any damage at all. They turned around and started running away together as Sang noted that they had already gotten what they needed. A dagger was glittering on his belt. The golem's eyes were watching him. The monster aimed its sight. The artifact was in the center of its gaze. The creatures began to glow red. They vibrated, bending. Holes appeared on their backs in which light glittered. The golems moved forward sharply, driven by a jet engine. Moto smiled, glad that they did not need to fight if they could escape. Suddenly, the young man's cheeks swelled from a sharp gust of wind. One of the golems hit the wall, blocking the escapee's path. Large boulders blocked the arch to the exit. The protagonist frowned, noticing that the escape routes were blocked. The bespectacled man froze when a shadow fell on them. A huge hand loomed over the boys. They all jumped in different directions, and the blow hit the floor. Zhang frowned and shouted at his friends to scatter. Air gritted his teeth and replied that he understood. The blonde narrowed her eyes and said that she would deal with this and let them deal with the second. Someone pushed off the ground sharply. Air was approaching the enemy. He raised his fiery fist and screamed from the tension. A powerful beam hit the golem. The guy narrowed his eyes and offered the enemy to try this technique. The surface of the creature cracked after using the power of the shadow, an explosion. The young man continued to shower the enemy with blows all over the body. The golem cracked and holes opened on its back. He fired 2 beams at the wall. Suddenly, Air's fist began to cover with ice. The guy watched in shock as his hand succumbed to freezing. He opened his eyes, looking at the enemy. A fist of fire was in front of him. The golem leaned over and swung. The powerful blow pushed the boy back. Air sat up and frowned, realizing that this thing not only adjusted to any attack, but also nullified the power of the shadow. He narrowed his eyes, and blood flowed from his mouth while the boy thought about the enemy copying his ability. They started shooting from behind the golem. Moto sat on the robot, attacking with shells and shouting that he would help his partner. The enemy sharply turned his metal head. The bespectacled man began to move quickly, exclaiming that he would not be able to keep up with his jumps. The golem began to spin, following the movements. He aimed at the boy. One of the creature's arms detached and headed towards him. Moto looked at the approaching attack and shouted that he could not dodge. The main character was already flying to help, shooting out hardening foam. A white wall appeared on the floor. The golem's hand crashed into her, not reaching the bespectacled boy. The monster jerked back, but could not pull it out. Xiang flew over Moto and advised him to get out of there. The brown-haired man turned around and began to pour foam on the enemy. The golem tried to get out, but the young man poured it on him vigorously. The creature was shaking, its eyes sparkling. Jet boosters appeared on the boot from the girl's armor. Isabella grabbed the sword and quickly flew forward. She ran over the golem, delivering slashing blows. The girl turned around to assess the damage done. The enemy turned, and his eyes glowed. The blonde quickly jumped up, dodging the attack. She frowned, noticing that the enemy's arm bent. Isabella put out her sword, blocking the blow. The girl dug her feet in, and the golem tried to squeeze her. She narrowed her eyes and thought that she was not mistaken, and the strange aura was coming from these 2 creatures because they were not like the monsters they had encountered before. Her eyes flashed scarlet. The blonde swung her blade. After that, she pushed off and jumped before they could reach her. Isabella narrowed her eyes ominously and swung. She hung over the enemy, preparing to use the demonic sword skill, Eclipse. A dark cosmic beam fell on the golem. The blow threw it back, leaving marks on the floor. The enemy hit his back against the wall. A deep sparkling cut was visible at the place of the attack. Isabella landed next to her friends. The protagonist frowned and said that he did not know if the girl felt it. But the two golems did not have the characteristics of ordinary monsters and were more like mechanical creatures created by people. The blonde glanced sideways and agreed that the enemies were not alive, but the strangest thing was that she could feel a living aura emanating from them. Isabella narrowed her eyes and added that the worst thing was that they had not taken any damage. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise when he heard her words. The golem's red eyes flashed. The monster began to move, but Xiang calmed everyone down, saying that after the foam hardened, the golems would be trapped forever. The enemy tensed, creating a vibration. Suddenly, the foam shattered into small pieces, freeing him. The enemy straightened up, and his body was covered in something slippery. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth, indignant that his opponent had simply used vibration and a little oil to get out of the foam form. The split golem behind the guys also moved, and Moto asked in fear if this one was not dead yet. The deep cut began to smoke. Gradually, the metal came together, minimizing the gap. Isabella frowned and noted that they would not hold out if things continued like this. The enemy separated from the wall and moved forward. Zhang frowned and thought that creating an exit would take time, but it seemed that the enemies were not going to give up anytime soon. Brown-haired looked to the side, remembering what his partner had said about these golems not being like living beings. Xiang clenched his fist and asked to buy him time and not let them move. Air looked at him and immediately agreed. Isabella looked closely at the hero, wondering what idea had come to his mind this time. Brown-haired unrolled the scroll with the plans. He thrust the staff into the parchment, from which mechanical mice crawled out. Xiang frowned and turned on special glasses. The boy frowned and handed over the capture of target number 1 to Group of the mechanical mice. He then looked in the other direction and ordered Group B to capture target number 2. The mice scattered in different directions. The protagonist, sitting near the parchment, was in the sights of the golem. The enemy clenched his fist, preparing to attack. He struck sharply, but air intercepted it. The boy gritted his teeth and muttered that this was their worst opponent. The veins appeared on his hand, and the young man shouted that the enemy was not the only one who could adapt to the opponent. The golem trembled. Air squeezed the creature's hand and screamed from the tension. The boy lunged and threw the enemy back, using the ejection style, a heat fist. The enemy fell backwards onto the floor. At that moment, a mouse climbed onto him. It began to scratch the metal with its sharp tail. Isabella narrowed her eyes, noticing a shadow above her. The girl jumped to the side, dodging the blow. She pushed off the ground and quickly ran up the golem's arm. The blonde rose into the air and raised her sword above her head. Isabella looked down resolutely. Magic circles appeared in front of her blade. Liquid formed under the enemy's feet as she used the magic sword skill, Water Element Trap. Purple blades appeared from the second circle. They fell down, quickly sliding near the golem. The enemy was trapped between the swords stuck in the floor. Another mouse jumped onto the enemy's body. It began to quickly draw symbols with its tail. Both golems were captured by small mechanisms. Isabella, Xiang, and Air watched them closely, and the girl advised the hero to hurry because it would not be possible to hold off the enemies for long. The brown-haired man grinned, removing his glasses, and replied that everything was ready. The purple swords near one of the golems split, and its body was painted with cells. The second one also rose from the ground. They stood in front of the boys. Air frowned and asked to be allowed to continue fighting, since it seemed like the protagonist's methods weren't helping. The boy turned to the brown-haired man in surprise when he advised him to wait a second. The warrior looked at Xiang and asked if he was really going to create something again. The protagonist chuckled and replied that he was simply using the basic skills taught in the blacksmith class. The golem raised its leg right above the boy. Moto grabbed his head and shouted at him to be careful, and the blonde watched silently. She clenched the hilt of the sword in her hand. Xiang raised the weapon above himself and used the blacksmith skill, Division. The creature ran forward. The glowing cube stood looking at him. Then it turned its head. The protagonist frowned and shouted, Division. He raised the burning staff up when the monster flew into pieces. The hero looked at this in surprise and asked how this was possible. The blonde opened her eyes wide and thought, I see. Xiang used both undead golems as forging material and disassembled them. The girl put away her weapon. The brunette looked up thoughtfully. Tubes were flying in the air. Something caught fire behind the guy. Suddenly he made a dash and stretched out his hand. He caught the crystal. Then he looked at it and said, if he was right, then these golems drew their power from this red stone. Hovering above, he thought, there is another one. It looks like this stone is the same as in the first golem. Someone grabbed the diamond when the young man looked up. The lizard grabbed the stone with its tongue, then swallowed it. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, pointed his finger at the mammal and shouted, and he said that he was still not a lizard, let him give up the stone, to which the caller hissed in response. Suddenly the lizard spat out green liquid. She flew through a hole in the wall. Moto stood behind the burning hero and shouted that he stole one stone, to which he replied that he would catch up with him now and return the stone. The red-eyed one looked at him and said that she did not think they needed to return this stone. Let it stay with the lizard and restore the balance of life in this area. The young man, descending to the ground, shouted that Ibe was right, they had already gotten what they wanted anyway. The purple-eyed one looked at the heroine and added that their next task was to get out of here, and then their red stone. The green-haired man ran up to the bald heir and shouted that he had reached his limit. The guy closed his eye and replied, "Yes, it looks like he needs to go to the hospital again for a while." The purple-eyed man looked at him and said, "I didn't think they would meet monsters of this level." He held up well. Then he took out a red stone and said, "Now everything is fine because they have this stone." The heroes were standing on the territory when the protagonist added, "If he can transform the lizard into another life form, then he can restore air." Looking at the bald man, he said that his spider scouts figured out how this red stone works when they watched the lizard use it. Then he frowned and asked why don't they try it too. Holding out the magic stone, he asked to heal the man in front of him. The stone sparkled. The brunette was surprised and shouted, "It really works." Air was surrounded by a red light. His burnt head began to recover. Hair began to appear on it. Suddenly, it grew. Moto was happy and shouted that the hair was recovering. It was growing. Looking forward, the blonde said, "Judging from what she saw, it seemed like there was hope that she could regain her former abilities." The hero's arms also began to recover. The young man became very hairy, looked at his arms and told Xiang that he felt better than ever. The young man looked at the magic stone and thought that not only did it have power, it was also easy to use. His eyes sparkled as he thought, if the pale moonstone emitted borderline power, then this red stone emitted life force. He would need to talk to the director to clarify everything when they returned to the question of the origin of these stones. Looking at the rainbow stone, he wondered, so if he used this stone with the pale moonstone during forging, does it mean that he can create life? The girl stood behind the protagonist. Looking at him, she thought, when the problem gets serious, he always steps forward and takes full responsibility. Red Eyes stood there and thought, maybe he is the person who, as the high priest predicted, will save their clan from the inevitable disaster. Purple Eyes was happy and thought, the thought of creating life excites him a little, but despite everything, it brings them closer to their goal. Then he turned his head, called Ibe and said that they can go now. The heroine became embarrassed. Then she looked away mysteriously. The heroes stood next to each other when Moto happily shouted, "Yes, they are still alive, and they have completed their mission." The next day was sunny. People followed the protagonist and asked why the eyes called them all here. Someone heard that this youth was going to build a new school for them, so this is the blacksmith's craft. The man approached Air and said that his friend had a completely different approach to blacksmithing compared to Master Martin, to which he replied, "That's right, Zhang is the pride and joy of the Royal Academy." Holding a stick in his hands, the guy said that he was almost done and asked everyone to take a step back, it might be loud. Then he swung. He used the forging skill, after which the area lit up. Then a magical construction occurred. Zhang used a pale moonstone to store all his plans inside the handle. If he does not have a moonstone, to compensate, he can take a large number of magic stones and create simple materials for construction. The blonde glanced sideways at the people who were shouting enthusiastically. The building was brand new. It looked very beautiful. The academy was tall and massive. The heroes shouted very loudly, "This school is so good, it looks even better than the Royal Academy." The man told Air that his friend was one of the best. The doors opened as the young man said that they would not just stand there, but would look inside. Entering the school, the protagonist narrated that since there were few residents in the village, he made it so that everyone could use the school grounds. Walking around the grounds, he continued to say that the lighting was powered by magic stones. He said that someone should change them regularly. Opening the door, the guy said that there was a student dorm on the second floor. Air could move in here with all of his siblings. Seeing the pool, someone shouted to quickly come here and look at it. The brunette explained that there was a pool and a gym. Everyone in the village, including Air, loved to exercise, and now they would be able to do so here. The young man smiled widely and told Air that he asked him to build a new orphanage for helping him complete his mission. He built it, and a school at the same time. Not bad, huh? The hero shook hands as one of them replied, of course, his teacher built them a house, and he also built a beautiful school for the children. The man cried and said, as the head of the village, he thanks him on behalf of all the villagers. The blue-haired man called Xiang and said that his brothers and sisters have something for him. The children held a bouquet in their hands and said that it was for him. The protagonist smiled, squinted and replied, "Wow, these flowers are beautiful. How can he accept such a gift from them?" The guy smiled back and said that their village is poor in resources. They made these paper flowers especially for him. Let him accept them as a sign of gratitude. The blonde looked at them from the side. She just stood there silently. The brunette took the flowers, blushed and said that in his life he had never received a bouquet of flowers as a gift. He did not think that he would receive it in this world. Suddenly, a child called Xiang, tugging at his clothes. The purple-eyed man crouched down and the girl began to whisper something in his ear. Someone called Ibe. Approaching her, the protagonist became embarrassed and said that he wanted to give these flowers. The red-eyed woman looked at him and asked for her. The young man closed his eyes and replied, "Right, he thinks such gifts are more suitable for girls." The lady pressed the bouquet to her chest. Then she opened her mouth and said, "Flowers can't be eaten or used in battle, then what use are they?" The guy was confused and replied that girls like them. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around and told Air to let him help with the house when the heroine stood behind and said that even if she uses the flowers for a fire, they still won't be enough. Hearing this, the children shouted loudly that she wants to use their flowers to light a fire. The blonde was upset and thought what she was doing wrong. That same night, Xiang was sleeping in his bed. In his sleep, he turned over. The protagonist opened his eyes. Turning his head, he wondered where she was. The girl threw her head back and looked at the stars. She turned around when she heard a familiar voice. The protagonist looked at the stars and said that the stars were at arm's length. The view of the night sky in the village of Air was simply beautiful, so peaceful. The blonde smiled that it was the first time she saw such a wonderful sky. Searching nearby, the young man said that she must be joking. Probably the kingdom was overexposed. Hadn't she seen a clear sky when she was in the demon kingdom? Looking at the stars, Isabella replied that the demon kingdom was different from the states here. Looking at the sky, she said that everything was covered in fog and the stars were not visible. Turning his head, the young man said that she had said before that demons only recognize strength and therefore there was an atmosphere of hostility in the kingdom. Why was she so worried about them? She looked up and said that the high priest, the royal guards and her beloved servants were killed by the regent and Lillian. She lowered her head and added that there were many people left there. She had to go back there. The throne had not passed to her by inheritance. For her own sake, she would not let the dynasty end. Xiang closed his eyes, sighed and said, all these circumstances, if there were no people depending on him, he would not have stayed, he would have gone where he could be happy. Turning his head, he added that in any case, she was one step closer to returning to her kingdom. The companion replied that of course, if he could help her return to the kingdom, then he would have fulfilled his destiny, then he could probably return to where he came from. The protagonist thought that he now understood that it had been quite a long time to be away from home. Perhaps only a few days had passed in his world while he was here. Or, on the contrary, much more time. Even though he was quite independent as a child, his parents would still go crazy when they realized that he was missing. The stars were shining brightly. Leaning on his hands, Porsche said that sometimes he really missed the world he came from. He began to drool when he thought that a lot of time had passed since he drank Coca-Cola, went to KFC, played video games. He opened his eyes sharply when he heard the question about this world. He looked closely at the girl. The girl looked at him and asked when he would return if the people who depended on him would stay here. The protagonist blushed a little, and then thoughtfully said that of course, Teacher Martin, Sophices, they were all very kind to him, he would definitely miss him. Scratching his cheek, he added that there was also someone special to him. He turned to Isabella and said that he loved her. But at this moment, a guy appeared from behind and called him. He scratched his head and said that this overgrown hair was really becoming a hindrance. He could not sleep and thought that he needed to find him. The young man turned around abruptly and shouted that if he had problems with his hair, he should go and find a barber. Why did he come looking for him? Go away. He was ruining the romantic atmosphere. In response, he heard that it was already quite late and he just wanted to see if he was sleeping and asked him to help forge scissors. The young man shouted that even if he could forge scissors, he still did not know how to cut hair. Who came up with this idea? It was like a light bulb went off in his head. The stars were shining. This is how Xiang's first confession failed. The dome that covered the sky began to rise. An entrance to the room appeared. Frozen figures stood in the corridor. Gordon's monsters growled. Then they were covered with a crust of ice. The dragon looked around the corner and wondered who it was this time. Among the frozen figures stood a man. Stepping aside, the reptile thought that he went further, and fortunately, they did not find him. He should run away quickly. The guy grinned and said that he had already noticed him. Where was he going? The dragon's eyes widened and he wondered when he had time. His body was pierced by a block of ice. Blood flowed from his mouth. A red crystal appeared. The guy brought his hand to it. Smiling, the young man said that it seemed that Princess Penny's report was true. Now it would be possible to resurrect life. Blood dripped from the dragon's mouth and he wheezed for the stone to be returned to him. But his body was immediately covered with a crust of ice. A man came up from behind and said that the remaining components were destroyed during the battle. They searched the entire territory up and down. The guy asked if they found what he needed. The hooded guy approached and answered no, and asked if it was possible that Princess Penny had taken the artifact for herself. The young man turned his head and asked him to calm down, because she wouldn't dare do that. Their mission here was accomplished and they could go. Smiling, he added that the Lord was waiting for good news. The sun was shining on the castle. Cornetto was riding down the street. Passers-by were shouting that the prince was coming. The guys were sitting opposite each other. Closing one eye, the guy said that his brother had been holding his hand up all morning and he was already tired of watching it. Clenching his fist, the young man told him to shut up. It was all because of that deaf woman. If dragon blood didn't flow in his veins, he would have completely lost his hand. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "Damn peasants. The second brother is still in the hospital. It's all because of them." The boy bent his finger and said that he wanted to take revenge on Isabella and Lee for what they did to them. Next time they would not be able to get away with it. Putting his head on his hands, the third brother replied that he should not forget about such a misunderstanding as Jiang. Now he is the star child of the Royal Academy. Oda turned their heads towards the sound. The man opened his mouth in surprise. Raising his hand, the young man got angry and asked what they were doing and why they stopped. But the mustachioed man said that everything was wrong and asked him to take a look for himself. The road was completely blocked from now on. They would not be able to go. The crowd stood and shouted, "Welcome." The boy gritted his teeth and said that it was just a crowd of peasants blocking the passage of the princes. Pom-poms rose into the air. The girls danced a welcoming dance. The young man warmed his arms and guessed that they must be welcoming them because they felt blessed in their presence. Kaiser rushed to the girls and shouted for them to stop dancing. Approaching the girl's face, he pointed at the guys and said that these two are not the ones they should meet. They came out too early. The red-haired one gritted his teeth and asked who else besides him could be greeted like that. The guards raised their heads and shouted from behind. The brothers raised their heads. They saw a truck approaching them. It collided with the carriage. The third brother gritted his teeth and said that the protagonist was doing strange things again. It was driving him crazy. Moto grinned and asked if they could really do that, to which he heard the protagonist answer that there was no need to worry because he had already bought the road. They were currently on his property. Levers appeared from the dashboard. The guy grabbed them and said that in that case, he should say goodbye to the princes. A mechanical hand appeared from the truck, and then a second one. When the client's hand was grabbed, the princes began to shout and ask what these peasants were doing. One of the hands cut off the reins and the horses ran away, and then the hand threw the carriage out. Screaming people flew out of it. The young man opened the door of the cabin. When he got down, he heard applause from the people meeting him. The man bowed and said that the kingdom's trade union was glad to see him after his journey. The protagonist scratched his head and said that it was not worth it, because they had just taken a short walk and that was all. The blonde, looking at him, thought when this guy suddenly became so friendly. There was a huge signboard of the kingdom's trade union. A huge statue of Xiang was shining in the sun. Looking at it, the guy's mouth opened in surprise and he said that the guys were too hardworking. They managed to cast an excellent copy of him out of bronze. While he was gone, they answered that it was just a symbol of devotion for everything he had done. The man pointed with his hand and said that a festival in his honor was taking place there. Everyone had been waiting for quite a long time. Moto thought that he also wanted his bronze sculpture. The man said that thanks to Xiang, all of the merchants received large profits. Mr. Chuofu controls the sales of daily use items and cosmetics. Teacher Lao Mumu controls the sales of food products, and Chief Kaimeng controls the entertainment industry of the kingdom. He added that their small group received enough income to further develop and find ways to make money. Teacher Han Lion is responsible for research in the field of medical technology. Craftsman Mohan is responsible for the development of weapons from the Xiang collection. Craftsman Hans is responsible for the design line of the Xiang collection and logistics. After looking around, the man greeted everyone and said that a lot of time had passed since their neighboring conversation and offered to sit down and chat. The protagonist turned his head to the girl and said that they would have a meeting, then asked her to wait for him here. The girl replied that she understood. Isabella sat with her eyes closed. Then she looked away. She recalled the footage of her interaction with Xiang, thinking that if she thought about it, he had been in this world for almost half a year. At first, she thought that his only skill was getting out of awkward situations with small talk, and that was all he could do. Kaiser waved his hand, telling the hero that they had developed a lot since he helped him produce goods. Xiang opened his mouth to answer, while the girl thought that she didn't know when it started, but he was gradually changing. Looking at the guy, she thought that she should be happy for him, but why was she sad? The blonde reached out to the graph and asked her to pay attention to the sales report of their product lines for this month. There were red and green pictures on the screen, and words were heard that the best-selling product categories at the moment were the Xiang walking line and fast food. The mustache man opened his mouth when he heard that it was to be expected because the taste was excellent. It was all thanks to the flavor line from Teacher Mumu, a mixture of first-class products with the essence of monsters, and replied that he was simply doing the job assigned to him. Xiang's inventions had opened up a whole new way of cooking for him and reignited his passion for developing new recipes. Lion looked straight ahead. Hearing that the relaunch of the cough syrup was met with hostility, there was a large amount left in the warehouse. She replied that she had warned him about this. Even if this syrup is more effective than the mixture, people are skeptical of change. Xiang closed his eyes thoughtfully denying and said that he thought the only reason for the poor sales was the lack of advertising. Fu asked with his eyes closed. Moving his hand, the hero asked Meng, of all the figurines that they made by hand, which one sold the best. The man with a cigar in his mouth replied that the best-selling figurines at the moment were the figurines from the blind box collection that he created, and of the entire collection, the Fiona model had the highest turnover. Pointing with a pencil at the drawing, the hero suggested using the Fiona teacher in the syrup advertisement as a mascot. She has a very memorable face, and at first glance, you get the feeling that the person is surrounded by an aura of care. This should entice more people to buy their syrup. Lion beamed upon hearing this and said that she could already feel the jingle of gold coins that would fill their pockets. Looking at Moto, the hero asked to make copies of the poster he created and distribute it throughout the kingdom. Mohan smiled when he heard how the development of weapons for the White Dragon group was going, and replied that he had followed his instructions and designed a whole production line in the factory to his specifications. He would show it to them after assembly. Hans looked to the side and added that regarding the design of the residential buildings, the design of the new houses designed by Xiang was met with praise. The design of the new apartment buildings allowed more people to live comfortably in a smaller area. The guy sitting at the head of the table waved his hand and said that thanks to their contributions, their first months were very successful. He was grateful to them all. Looking forward determinedly, Xiang said that this was just the first step and asked Kaiser what their new plans were. The blonde winked, saying that it would be done. A blue logo appeared on the stand. All the heroes stared at it in surprise, asking what was this. Looking forward, Kaiser guessed that they had a lot of questions and asked to let him explain what was going on in order. Looking at the blue logo, he said that this project would be called Xiang Electricity. If it was successful, they would not limit themselves to one kingdom and would go further, perhaps trade with other clans. He presented 3 colored spheres. Introducing a diagram with a building and little people, he suggested looking at the existing factories. Even if 20 mid-level artisans work day and night to create new products, they would still not be able to meet the demand for these goods in the current market. The man with the cigarette confirmed, saying that this problem was their headache. Can't the Royal Academy and Teacher Martin teach more people to craft? At the beginning, there were very few people willing to learn blacksmithing at the academy. Of course, this resulted in a shortage of artisans and a high demand for their services. Xiang closed his eyes, thinking that despite the increase in the number of people learning blacksmithing, it was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Because of this, they need workers, as many as possible, to help with production. Then he asked Moto to bring out the machine. The guy put a silver model on the table. Words were heard that this is his new invention, a forging machine. This is a small sample for demonstration. Meng glanced sideways at the model of the forging machine with interest. Moto put a rectangular box with a logo on the table. Words were heard that this is an electrical box. He inserted a cord into the model. Words were heard that all they need to do is connect the electrical box to the forging machine. He substituted a base, saying that they need to prepare the material they want to forge. A finger pressed a button. The device with a pen trembled. The pen drew a line on the material. Dropping his cigarette in surprise, Meng asked, "Does it draw itself?" A diagram was drawn on the material. A spark shone on the body of the forging machine. Words were heard that it is worth programming it and the machine will start working itself. The diagram on the material lit up. Mumu opened his mouth, exclaiming that he couldn't believe it worked. A small model of a tank appeared on the machine. Mohan opened his mouth, thinking how could this be possible. He had painstakingly organized the work of an entire production line, and in the end, everything was useless because of this machine. The man with the mustache thought, does this mean that they no longer need chefs to make instant noodles? Meng slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that this was great, it would solve their production problem in an instant. Fu closed his eyes and said that he had a question. As far as he knew, blacksmithing requires the craftsman to have imagination to create the items they need. Does this mean that the machine can think for itself? Looking at him, Xiang replied that he was right, the machine can't think for itself, but magic can be held and reproduced. Hans shifted his gaze and asked, does this mean that the machine can use boundary power? The heroes folded their arms and replied that it was not that difficult. Not long before the tournament, Martin the Master had taught him how to use magic using the power of glyphs. He imagined colorful symbols and said that magic glyphs could create millions of combinations. Each glyph was different from the other, as were their magical properties. Imagining a tank, he said that on the ordinary scrolls they used every day, the master had drawn a teleportation glyph. If magic was applied to it, it would activate and allow objects to be transferred through this scroll. He imagined footage of himself casting a spell and said that they, the artisans, had little or no boundary power, so in order to activate the glyphs, they had to combine them with alloys. He imagined a wizard and a magic seal and explained that in this way, the magic glyph served as a conductor that, under normal conditions, connected the wizard's brain and his magic. Drawing a line on the paper, he continued that this is why he asked Isabella, a mage, to help him turn his idea from wanting to build a small model tank into a drawn magical glyph. Xiang showed off the drawing and said that they spent a lot of time trying to get it perfect, but in the end they got it. The girl thoughtfully realized that this was where he wanted to use it. The guy presented a diagram of a device that had a magical seal. A pen drew on the paper. He continued that so all this machine does is connect the glyph they want to use with an alloy. In front of him was a model tank. Zhang continued that as long as they give it the power to work, it can create the items it wants on its own. Mumu opened his mouth and said that sounded very convincing. Does that mean all their cooks will become unnecessary because of this machine? Interlacing his fingers, Xiang replied that there was no need to worry. If they wanted to grow, they would need the help of machines, but machines cannot think and be creative. Sitting at the table, Xiang said that the chefs, teacher Mumu and his students can start to come up with new dishes for their current line. The man said that he was right. Magic glyphs can only create one item. They, the chefs, need to create new dishes and recipes. The guy introduced the characters, saying that the talented students of the cooking, blacksmithing and druid classes cannot be replaced. There are more important changes he needs to discuss with them, but it is not the time for that yet. Meng touched the machine with a smile and said that he likes this thing. Will you let him take it home so he can lie comfortably with it in his bed? Kaiser smiled and told him to keep a handle on himself. Zhang has already instructed them to increase the production of their goods. Sitting at the table, Hans clarified, mass production. Looking forward, he said that this machine requires electricity and alloys to produce. In the long run, it requires more production costs than using ordinary people. Fu closed his eyes and said that it was reasonable. He didn't want to spend money on alloys to create medieval items. That was probably too much. Zhang slammed his palm on the table and said that they were all absolutely right, so he would introduce them to their new source of power generation. The boys gaped in shock. Looking forward seriously, the hero replied that alloy stones were an integral part of many of their products. He introduced chandeliers, fans, machines, and robots and said that they powered lamps, electric fans, and other commonly used machinery, and they also used them in their tractors and construction equipment. So they all powered his lucky collection of mechanical battle suits. These alloys had always been the main source of power for their safety inventions. But their supply was not endless. The faster they eliminated their dependence on them, the faster they would all develop. Zhang introduced training with his comrades and said that was why Moto, and he had already started looking for methods of power generation. The guys stood in front of the dark panels. The hero said that despite the finiteness of these alloys, his vision of the world back then was completely different. But they can confidently say that using other methods they get the same energy as using alloys. He remembered the air power plants. People were standing nearby. The guy said that through experiments and mistakes with the help of the blacksmith class, they finally created their first power plant. The heroes looked ahead. Xiang said that their first generation power plant is ready. Creating low-level electric boxes should not be a problem. He waved his hand at the structure below and said that he and Moto will leave the kingdom for a while. He leaves everything else to Kaiser. Introducing the black box, the guy said that they managed to put degenerated energy in the box for easier transportation. He introduced the device and the spheres and said that they were using this machine for a demonstration. Initially it required 2 electric alloys for power, but now it will only need 1 alloy crystal to activate the glyph. Putting his hand on the table, Hans said that if she had more of these devices, they would be able to significantly increase their output. Moen exclaimed that he had never heard of such a way of powering items before. Slamming his hand on the table, Zhang said that increasing output was one of the goals, but there was a much larger plan for the entire kingdom. Leaning on the table, he continued that he wanted to supply electricity to all the households in the kingdom, so they could destroy the monopoly of the regent's magicians. The hero imagined magicians flying on brooms, thinking that despite living in a world full of boundary power, most magicians in the kingdom obeyed the regent. They only provided their services to the rich. The witch put her hands in front of the crystal. Ordinary citizens who did not have extra money could not use magic. A beetle crawled on the tree. The boy was lying on a pillow under a fan. Imagine a hot day in the middle of summer. With electricity, even the poorest child could sleep in the cool during his afternoon nap. The lamp was shining a warm light. The evenings would no longer be shrouded in darkness, and the fear of the unknown had completely disappeared. There were electrical appliances in the kitchen. Electricity could also be used instead of firewood to boil water and cook food. The guy with glasses was standing under the shower. Boiled water meant that you can take a warm shower whenever you want. Zhang clenched his fist and said that many changes have yet to happen. This change will not only affect the kingdom or humanity, he wants to push the planes into a new era of innovation. He presented several lamps, saying that this box is only the first step in their development. Gradually, they will be able to supply electricity to the entire kingdom, to every household. The windows of the house were lit. Of course, at first they will only be able to supply electricity to 1 or 2 households. The windows of all the houses were lit up, and he continued that they would then grow to several hundred houses. In the evening, the lights were on in all the windows of the city. He said that finally, when there was electricity in every house, they would light up the skies beneath the kingdom. Spreading his arms, Xiang said that if life could be improved with a spark of flame, let him imagine how far they would go with electrical energy. Looking ahead, Xiang continued that this was why he needed their help. They would quickly spread the electrical grid and bring electricity to everyone. The boys silently looked ahead. The heroes were smiling. There were smiles on the lips of Mumu and Meg. The boy froze with his arms spread out because there was silence. A puzzled expression appeared on his face, and he wondered why it was so quiet. Usually at this moment people would applaud. Looking at the girl who closed her eyes, the boy mentally asked her to help him get out of this awkward situation. The man in the long suit said that if this became reality, Xiang turned around when he heard that they wouldn't be able to control the light in the kingdom. Vasily appeared behind him, asking what he should be called now, the big boss. Xiang awkwardly scratched his head and said that the director had a great sense of humor. The director replied that his business had grown so fast that he was even scared. Looking to the side, Xiang thought that no one was reacting to the director's appearance. What was going on? He turned around, and Vasily said that there was no need to call them, they were already in another timeline. Staring ahead in shock, the guy asked, did he just freeze time? Was it this entire world? With a smile and closing his eyes, the director replied that it wasn't quite. He transferred it to his personal pocket on the timeline. In other words, it didn't affect them, but him. Xiang stared ahead in dismay and thought that this seemed to be an extremely strong skill. If the director entered a war between humans and the demon tribe, he would destroy the enemy in an instant. The blonde placed his hand on the brown-haired man's shoulder and told him not to waste time on useless ideas. His ability had its limits. The guy's mouth dropped open in shock, thinking that he was very annoying. He wouldn't have any personal secrets if he continued to read his thoughts. Sitting down on a chair, Vasily said that he couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes he accidentally overheard things, and it also irritated him. Coming closer, Xiang asked what he wanted to discuss. He wanted to find him to talk. The blonde smiled, saying that he had received reliable information that the demons were preparing to attack the dwarf tribe. Opening his mouth, the brown-haired man asked what about their truce agreement, why attack the dwarves? Sitting opposite, the man replied that the dwarves were loyal allies of the human tribe, and the truce agreement they were going to sign with the demon tribe did not mean that the dwarves would have protection. The girl sat at the table. The guy thought that in any case, with Lillian's help, a new style of leadership had been formed in the demon tribe. Everything worked differently now. Isabella sat with her eyes closed. The man said that Lillian was constantly sending scouts to find out Isabella's location. He thought that with this attack on the dwarf tribe, they wanted to find her. Smiling, the director asked, did he want to talk about something? Looking at him, Xiang confirmed and said that he had found a strange anomaly in the Ali village. The man asked again in surprise. Xiang looked ahead, imagining pictures of the past. He told the director about what happened in the valley, about monsters, frescoes, robotic golems, and red gems. The guy was surprised when the man asked, did he and Isabella go to the sacred place and interact with the item of power? Approaching, Vasily asked to give him the red gem and the item. The guy thought why the director suddenly became like this, and then remembered that he would hear his thoughts. Xiang took out a rectangular box from his bag. Holding the artifact, Vasily asked to keep it for a while. Scratching his head, Xiang said that this stone looked very powerful. Combining it with the dagger, he could heal critical wounds. Spreading his arms, he added that it could even change the physical form of life. Looking forward, the brown-haired man asked, does this mean that this gem can create life? Opening his mouth, the blonde said that he thought he was complicating things, did not know that he would come to such a conclusion so quickly. The guy looked at the man who asked, must be Martin who taught him this. Vasily's eye glowed green. He said that no matter what, let them not use blacksmithing to create life, or he forgot the forbidden rule. This is a forbidden line that he must not cross. Worriedly stretching out his hand, Xiang replied that he did not forget. Suddenly, striped figures seemed to fall on him. The guy sweated, thinking about how powerful the aura of the boundary force was. The director took a step, frighteningly saying that life in its essence is life, because nothing can compare or compensate for its spirit or the emotions it possesses. Looking at the figures, the guy heard that no gold or jewelry can compare to life. Compared to it, they are nothing. The striped figures hovered in the air. Then they seemed to open their toothy mouths. The guy took a step back. The man took a step closer. His eye glowed green. Xiang was scared when he heard the question. Lon wants to create life according to the drawing. Let him answer him, a man from another world. The striped monsters rushed towards the hero. Vasily, with glowing eyes, asked, does he think that life in this world is worth nothing? Xiang looked at him in fear and wondered why the director was acting so strangely. Of course he didn't think so. He didn't think life here was incomplete. He was just curious. He said something wrong. How could he explain it? Sweat was running down the guy's face. He was desperately trying to explain his thoughts to the director, but he was choking with fear, confused in his thoughts, and couldn't say anything. The boy's pupil seemed to tremble. The fear generated by the director was justified. The wrong words could cost him his life. The man snapped his fingers. Xiang was sitting on the floor of the rich hall when everything suddenly returned to normal. He smiled again with his eyes closed, saying that everything was fine. He knew his true intentions. There was no need to worry. His fingers squeezed the cloth on his chest. Xiang was breathing heavily, his head lowered. The man in the cloak standing next to him said that in order to test his heart's desires, he emitted a large amount of boundary force, which may make him feel uncomfortable. Turning slightly, he continued that he was thinking about the events that had happened and had overdone it a little, for which he apologized and suggested that they stop here today. The hero stood up and stopped him, saying that he wanted to know. With a determined frown, Xiang said that he wanted to know the true reason for his anger and the story behind the rule that forbids creating life. The blonde man turned away. Turning slightly, he said that the people of this world should not know about that event, but since he came from another, he thought it was safe to tell him. The image of the heroes blurred. Vasily asked why he didn't take a look at the origin of that red gem himself. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, as if drawn with chalk. His eyes looked straight ahead. Then, recovering, he frowned slightly. The heroes were standing in front of a black and white building. Opening his mouth, the guy said that this place looked the same as the one they blew up near the village of Ali. Looking ahead, Vasily said that similar altars were scattered all over the plain. The one he was looking at now was just one from his memory of the very distant past. Frowning, the guy wondered if these were projections, the director's memories. A beam was shining in the center of the circle. The hero realized that there was some kind of sound there. Figures were visible on the open platform. The ragged men looked ahead in surprise, asking, "Are they the chosen ones? Where is God? Where are they?" Watching carefully, Xiang asked, "Are they ordinary people? Do they all know about the existence of these ruins?" Looking ahead, Vasily replied that he would understand everything when he saw it for himself. On a circular disc stood a man in a cloak. 6 of them surrounded the area with people in the center. Horned figures in cloaks glowed. Xiang remembered the image and asked, "Are these the gods depicted on the wall paintings?" The gray-haired man joyfully exclaimed that these were magnificent gods. The people pressed their faces to the ground when a cry was heard to bow to them quickly. Raising his hands, the man thanked them for honoring them with their presence. For their magic and knowledge, they gave them life and hope. The horned creatures listened as he exclaimed that they appreciated the favor of powerful overlords and their mercy. They cannot return the grace that was given to them. They can only dedicate their lives to serving the rulers forever. Clenching his fists, Xiang asked, "Didn't the ruler of the main kingdom say that magic and knowledge were brought to people by a magical dragon?" The director standing next to him replied that this was the worst place imaginable. The foundation of human knowledge was built on cunning and deception. A blonde boy appeared on the carpet in front of the throne and said that Vasily heard the master's call. Bowing in a bow, young Vasily asked to let him know his desires. He looked forward, closing his eyes. Looking at the man, Xiang clarified, "Was this man him?" Looking at the young boy, he confirmed, saying that he was a slave of the gods back then. In front was a gray altar. The deities looked with white eyes. The people rose, in confusion, asking who Master Vasily was talking to. Was it him? On the throne was the king of the gods, his face covered in dazzling light. Xiang, who was watching, asked, "This big god sitting between all the other gods, is he the main one? Why can no one see him except him?" The deity with a shining face asked, "Why is the sacrificial offering this time made up of the old and feeble?" The boy who bowed his head heard the question, "Aren't there others, more robust and powerful?" Closing his eyes, Vasily from the past answered that it was because of the current conflict between the tribes, so he could only provide these. The deities standing on the discs exclaimed, "How dare he neglect them?" But only the director heard it. They said that a lower life form like this does not seem to resist so much. Joyfully clenching his fist, the man asked the gods to choose them and let their greatness personally take them to Elysium. It would be an honor for him to serve him. The second one confirmed, saying that they will be entrusted, they will try their best. The horned deity laughed, saying how delusional this was. Looking ahead, Xiang asked, "These so-called gods, what are they doing?" The king of gods commanded them to proceed. A glow appeared above the palm of the deity. They pointed weapons like clock hands at the people. Red beams shot out from them. They formed a ball, hovering above the area with the people. The people looked around in admiration, saying that this must be the gate to Elysium. Xiang opened his mouth in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Lightning spread from the ball. They approached the people. Disintegrating into sparks, the people screamed hysterically. They fell, dissolving in a blinding radiance. Xiang winced in shock, realizing that they did not even spare infants. He stretched out his hand, shouting for them to stop. Gods of creation, or killers of life, the curtain of dark fog was lifted to reveal the truth. Vasily, who was standing behind him, told the hero to calm down. Looking at him with green eyes, he said that this was just an illusion he had created, albeit a realistic one. A fragment of memories from the past. Back then, all these people who were sacrificed were accidental witnesses. Staring ahead in amazement, the hero mentally repeated. Looking at what was happening, Xiang asked, "Is this the method behind the creation of precious stones?" The ball hovering above absorbed the sparks that the victims disintegrated into. In its center, a bright star was shining. The red glow was forming into a precious stone. The guy frowned. Then he put his hand to his mouth. Looking at him, Vasily asked, "Is he still happy about the power of these precious stones?" Xiang reached his hand for his clothes. Looking at the ring in his hand, he asked, "Does this mean that both the stones in his ring and Isabella's ring were made through the extraction of living beings?" Taking a look, the director confirmed and said that he was right. The stones on their rings were not ordinary. The purity of the substance that formed them was also incredibly high. The purer it was, the more lives were used to create the gems. Xiang turned around worriedly and asked again, "Purity?" The deity with a shining face said that recently the purity of the bodies had significantly decreased. If this continued, he would personally conduct a purification ritual. Young Vasily bowed and apologized, saying that he would do his best to find lives of the highest purity for the next sacrificial ritual. The king of the gods agreed and said that he could take this inferior stone. Excitedly raising his head, the blonde asked again. He could take it, possess the precious stone of the gods. The deities stood around the king sitting on the throne. One of them opened his mouth and asked what he was playing at. He thought they would use this trash created with these worthless lives. The second added that they needed to be given time to reproduce in order to have a better version next time. Arching his eyebrows, Xiang said that these self-proclaimed gods, to them they were cattle that they used for their rituals. One of the horn gods smiled widely and told Vasily not to forget that both the hollow plane and the life there were created by the hand of the king of the gods, and all they do is restore the life that was created by him. A shadow fell on Vasily's face. He said that his lord was absolutely right. Glancing sideways at the man, Xiang asked, "In the past, did he help these gods find victims?" Confusedly looking down, the guy continued, "He just said that all life in this world was created." Vasily looked down and said he was right. He was one of the first batch of people created by the king of the gods and had always served under him since then. He looked away and said that besides being from the same bloodline with Isabella. Looking ahead in shock, the boy heard that these gods had created all intelligent life on the hollow plane. The hero imagined the silhouettes of the fighting gods and heard that the tribe of these gods had powers far beyond their comprehension, and they also had an immense amount of boundary power. There were colored spheres around the figure. They were the first to achieve full mastery of elemental magic, thus they became the creators of the planes. The deity was reaching out to the disc. Blacksmithing was also created by them from the forging technique and surpassed the techniques of the dwarf and human tribes combined. They could forge objects with the power of thought alone. Presenting the red crystal, he continued that they were powerful in everything. There was no enemy that could stand against them, but yet they faced an insoluble problem, the problem of limited resources. The deity held the stone above his palm. Originally, the divine stone was the source of life and natural resources on the planet. But with the growth of the god clan, which had no end in sight, after many thousands of years, the divine stone was close to being completely exhausted. The god clan is different from all living organisms. They do not digest organic compounds for energy. Instead, they absorb the life substance inside the divine stone to survive. Most likely, this is why they have all their strength. While presenting the embryo and the stone, he heard that the king of gods had discovered that it was possible to use the divine stone to create life. That life could independently develop and become stronger on the plains, and that this life could then be recycled again to create new divine stones. With this, the king of gods used the remaining stones to create 3 tribes: the human tribe, the beast tribe, and the dwarf tribe. The deity looked at the creatures bowing before him. Introducing 3 different tribe representatives, the hero heard that in addition to these beings originally doomed to become victims of the gods, these 3 life forms also helped the god tribe in creation. The beast tribe was responsible for collecting resources from the plains. The dwarf tribe helped in the creation of tools and devices. The deity seemed to be flying apart into fragments. The remaining human tribe was weak and vulnerable to wounds and diseases, so as the main life form, they carefully listened to every command of the god tribe. The deity with a shining face sat on the throne. This continued until a certain point, until one day the divine stone reached its limit. It was time to recycle the life that existed on the plains. The radiance covered the face of the supreme deity. Words were heard that the energy of life is not comparable to resources. The latter can be exchanged equally, and the price of the former does not stand still, but increases every day regardless of time or type. All creatures are capable of reproduction. As long as individuals continue their race, the tribe of gods will always have food. Presenting the silhouettes of the creatures, he continued that as the years passed, the human tribe, listening to the order of the gods, evolved into a stronger species. This led to humanity being the best in mastering the boundary force. The average life expectancy of humans also increased, and eventually they became the largest community on the hollow plains. The hero presented an embryo and heard that for the deities, the appearance of new organisms on the plains meant a constant replenishment of the means that maintains their own existence. Looking forward, Vasily said that this is the reality of their world, in which there are gods in the experiments they conduct. The guy looked at him in shock, hearing that he was the first creation of the gods. He was forced to become their slave and do dirty work. Looking forward, the man finished that he provides the deities with sacrifices. Xiang gaped in surprise, asking, so humans only exist as a source of energy, then why would the god tribe bestow knowledge and magic upon them, and what does the royal bloodline and dragon blood have to do with it? Standing next to him, the director replied that knowledge and magic allowed the tribes to increase their chances of survival and also increase the purity of everyone's being. Introducing the black dragon in chains, the man said that the first representative of the dynasty was created by the king of the gods along with him as a pilot batch of humans. They were considered the most trustworthy slaves. The royal family has not died out to this day because they understand how to harness the power of life, but unlike them, they do not have immortality. In order to ensure the safety of the royal blood, the deities summoned an ancient dragon full of boundary power. Staring ahead in shock, Zhang said that he thought he was starting to understand what was happening here. He imagined a gravestone and thought of Elder Guro's suicide. Thinking of the men on horseback, he thought of the raid on Sophos's village and the kidnapping of its inhabitants. Thinking of the guards pointing their swords at the people, he thought of the regent's impulsive attacks on other communities. Looking at the blonde man, Zhang asked if this meant that these sacrifices still existed. His eyes widened and he asked in a trembling voice if this meant that he had known all along and had helped the regent through it. The man closed his eyes and replied that he had managed to find out half the information he could from guessing, but there were still many things he could not tell. Standing next to him, he asked him to continue watching. The king of the gods, his face shining, said that the divine stones would soon be emptied and suggested that they go into hibernation. The gods with horns on their heads agreed, understanding him. They closed their eyes and lowered their heads. Metal plates began to appear around their figures. They rose higher and higher, hiding them like a shell. In the end, there were 6 capsules next to the deity. Towering over Vasily, the deity addressed him. The blonde looked at the owner and asked what he was going to do. The king of the gods sitting opposite him confirmed that he would soon go into hibernation. Waving his hand, he said that all the sacrifices had been received. When the time came, he would wake up again. Small red crystals appeared on the palm of his hand. The god said that Vasily must ensure that his human cattle were always healthy, well-fed and fertile, and also provide the king with enough sacrifices every year. In other words, they would receive sacrifices during sleep. Zhang frowned, thinking that this meant he wanted. The deity threw several stones, saying that as a reward for his efforts, they were his. The stones flew towards the guy. His body was pierced by many lightning bolts. Red light gushed from his eyes and mouth. Standing next to the man, Zhang asked, "Is this the secret of his longevity?" He looked at the director, who answered in the affirmative, saying that for many, this is an unattainable dream. Looking ahead, Vasily said that every day of his life is torture. The young Vasily from the past hovered next to the deity. He clapped his palm. The face was hidden by the glow. The king said that if people want to cross the line, let him take the initiative to show the wrath of the gods instead of him. The blonde's eyes lit up red. He answered in agreement. Looking at the memories from the past, Vasily suggested that they stop there for now. The image of the supreme deity began to distort, and then disappeared, leaving a square with a monument. Zhang bent over in surprise. The blonde standing in front said that leaving the illusion was a little unpleasant, but the feeling of discomfort will soon pass. He did not turn around when he heard the request to answer. Resolutely looking at him, Zhang asked, "Is he working with the regents to sacrifice human lives?" Opening his mouth, he exclaimed that if that was the case, then he founded the school just to harvest human lives. Without looking at him, the director replied that every generation of the royal family had successfully completed the mission, so there was no need for him to remind them. Still without looking, he continued that besides, he did not have the power to prevent such things. Opening his mouth, the man asked if he knew why the regents and the demon tribe had made a peace treaty. Looking at him excitedly, the boy heard that it was because Lillian and the regents had made a top-level deal. Looking down, Vasily said that Lillian had offered 5 demon years of life to the humans. Zhang frowned, thinking what if Isabella found out about this. Vasily, who was standing in front, said that in his eyes he thought that Angus was unreasonable, but he did it to protect his own community. Looking down, the man continued that he said that they were the same, but if that was the case, then there wouldn't be one minor difference between them. Standing in front, the director asked if he still remembered what he once said. Closing his eyes, he continued that all lives on the continent were equal to him. Frowning, the guy asked if he could give a comprehensive answer. Isabella appeared from behind and asked why he ran away alone. Zhang pointed when he heard them looking for him and replied that he needed to talk to the director about something. Isabella looked ahead in surprise and asked again. The place where the man stood was empty. Furrowing his brows, the guy continued in his mind that he had mysteriously disappeared again, and in the end, he still didn't understand what he was up to. Turning away, the blonde told him to stop standing there like a fool, let him go back, everyone was waiting for him. Looking ahead with concentration, the hero decided that he couldn't tell anyone about this, especially Isabella. Under the clear sky stood a bright castle. Meanwhile, in the castle, people lined up in 2 rows in front of the throne. The king held documents and said that it would not be easy. He sat on the throne and attracted attention by saying that the army of devils had set up their base 50 miles from the kingdom of the dwarves, and it seemed that a battle would take place between them. Looking forward determinedly, he said that the dwarves had asked for support and reinforcements. He would like to hear what they thought about it. Torst closed his eyes, hearing the others whispering. Sophists looked forward. Then he touched his chest and said that he believed that the attack made by the demons on the Dwarven kingdom was an unprincipled act of war. The dwarves had always loved peace and had good relations with them. He hoped that His Majesty could send them help and reinforcements. The king looked at him with his mouth open. The boy standing by the steps continued that he wished he could send them reinforcements. Looking forward thoughtfully, the king asked if what he had said sounded reasonable. What did Torst think about it? The man stood behind. Putting his hand to his chest, he replied that in his opinion they should not aid them. Looking forward, the man continued that the humans had just started fighting with other communities. At the moment they needed to rebuild, not fight. The white-haired boy looked down, hearing that besides, they had already signed a peace treaty with the demon tribe. Torst said with a determined look that he thought it was better for His Majesty not to interfere in this skirmish. The man with a mustache looked back slightly and said that he agreed with the regent. He said everything correctly. The old man standing behind agreed, saying that for such actions they would not even receive words of gratitude. The brunette standing behind said that since the 2 nations had a diplomatic conflict, let them sort it out themselves until they were satisfied. Another man confirmed, saying that they could just watch from the sidelines and not take any action. In this case, the government would not offend either side. Looking forward, the king said that the parliament had received a detailed answer from the regent. Sophists looked resolutely at the king, asking him to think carefully about this matter. The one sitting on the throne put out his palm and said that there was no need to waste unnecessary time. He closed his eyes and said that he had decided that their country would not participate in the strife. The people standing in the ranks said that this was a very wise decision. Sophists closed his eyes, turning away. The boy was sitting at the easel. A cry was heard that this was ridiculous. Martin pulled up his sleeve, saying that they should immediately send help to their friends. Zhang and Moto tried to calm him down, saying that there was a war going on and it was very dangerous. Sophists, standing in front of him, said that he understood his grief. Looking at him, the white-haired man said that if they went to the kingdom of the dwarves, they would not be able to help much. Besides, it was very risky. The knight added that His Majesty ordered not to help anyone. If he went against the king's order, he would only cause trouble. Martin closed his eyes and said that he did not blame them for not understanding his relationship with the dwarf brothers. He firmly gripped the pen, saying that even if he had to sacrifice his own life and die on the battlefield, he would still do his best to help his brothers. Zhang waved his hand, telling the teacher that if he insisted, then let them join, but they really needed to think about it. He heard Isabella say that she had already packed his things. Holding the backpack, the girl said that they were heading out immediately. The boy caught the backpack that was thrown to him. With his mouth wide open in shock, the boy whispered that if she took all the initiative, it would arouse suspicion. Looking at him, Isabella replied that the demon tribe and the dwarfs had never had any disagreements. She wanted to know what Lillian was planning. Resolutely looking back, the hero said that he understood how she felt, but she should remember who they were. Next time, let her warn him in advance about any plans. With an indifferent look, the girl replied that she understood. The teacher approached and thanked them for their dedication. Martin smiled and said that this was the teacher's personal problem and he could not take the students with him, much less expose them to danger. Patting the guy on the shoulder, he said that he was the brightest star of the nation, and if he did not return. Looking at the hero, the mustachioed man continued that he would take his place and become the new blacksmith teacher. The students cried and begged him not to leave. Zhang touched the man's palm. With a determined look, he asked, did he forget? Holding his hand, he said that he lent him the White Moon Gem, which is a symbol of friendship with the dwarves, so that he could become a national champion. Looking forward, Zhang continued that, moreover, if we talk about friendship, that their friendship is no less strong than the friendship with the dwarves, so he will definitely go with him. The man's eyes were filled with tears, and Moto hugged his comrade and told him not to cry. He and Zhang would protect the teacher, he could be sure of that. The guy with the round glasses asked, were they the teacher's honorary students? Right. The heroes looked at Moto, taken aback, and Martin asked, did he want to go with them? Sophists closed his eyes and told them to stop. The king ordered them not to intercede. Did they all want to lose their heads here? Without looking at him, Zhang replied that he had the military rank of major and could freely move outside the country and return as if nothing had happened. The guy standing opposite him replied that military privileges should not be taken for granted. They should not be abused. If he dared to oppose the king's order, he would strip him of his rank. Martin, standing next to him, said that it was his business alone, he did not represent the kingdom. Turning away, Sophus replied that no meant no, he was following the king's orders, and if anyone violated the order, he would take appropriate measures. The knight added that they should not cause trouble for everyone. Sophus headed away, and the teacher tried to stop him. Zhang frowned at them and said that the matter promised to be difficult. Clouds floated above the light building. The heroes walked along the veranda with columns. Zhang irritably hit his fist against his fist, saying that he was angry. He did not expect that there would be an army of white dragon near the castle. The culprit of this situation was Sophus, he was sure. Isabella closed her eyes and said that nothing could be done about it, because their eternally serious albino was very worried about him. Looking at the girl with displeasure, the hero asked what she meant. The Queen of Demons became as expressive as people. Forward, and the girl replied that if Martin went to the Dwarf Kingdom alone, Sophus would not stop him. The White Dragon Maker is not a fool. She closed her eyes and said that he treated him as if he was his long-lost brother. Zhang looked at the girl in surprise, who said that the Knight Commander's feelings were similar to those he had for his own brother, despite the fact that they were not blood relatives, so he did not want him to risk his life. Looking down, the hero thought that if the blonde found out that his family was all ready, but his thoughts were interrupted by a shout calling for him to beat him. So this is what a battle of royals looks like. A crowd gathered in front. Zhang asked what was going on there. The gathered people were discussing. Someone said that he could not stand him from the beginning. Someone added that the current situation was a rare sight. Looking carefully ahead, the brown-haired man realized that it was them. The blow made the man bleed, and he asked if he ever thought he would end up like this. The boy fell to the ground. Blood was flowing from Ren's mouth. Talz looked at him with a satisfied smile and said that despite being beaten, his brother's bad behavior remained the same. He continued with a mocking smile, "Didn't Ren's always like using the power of lightning to scare others? Why not show his old power once again?" The boy sat on the ground, hearing that he always looked down on them, his brothers, and today he would teach him a lesson. His hair hid the boy's face, who said he still remembered. Some were kneeling and begging for mercy. The red-haired man angrily clenched his teeth and cursed. Kicking the boy, Talz exclaimed that he still dared to be impudent. He kicked again, and Bush asked him not to kill him. It was too easy, he needed to prolong this pleasure. Zhang watched this tensely. Isabella, who was standing next to him, said that it seemed that it didn't matter whether it was a human or a demon, there was basically no difference. Looking ahead, she continued that when a once strong person falls into the ranks of the weak, those he had wronged in the past would repay the evil they had done. Without turning around, the hero said that for such a case, in his world, there was an expression, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He turned to the girl, who called him to leave. There was nothing to see here. Talz grabbed the guy by the clothes and said that he had been beaten to this state and was still showing off. Let him come to his senses and show him the true state of affairs. With a furious face, he continued that 10 years ago, he should have died with his mother. Renz had blood on his face. He heard that if he didn't have royal blood in his veins, his father would not have allowed a brat like him to live until today. Suddenly, Renz spat blood at the offender. The red-haired man grabbed his face and screamed that he was disgusting. His brother didn't care about his royal status. Lowering his head, Renz asked what royal status. In his eyes, they were all street beggars. A knife appeared above the angry Bush's palm. He said that this was a rash act. What a pity, it looks like he'll have to teach him a lesson. Looking forward, the brunette told him to try to approach and kill the king. The red-haired man swung the weapon, saying that he had no plans to kill him. Instead, he would cut off his remaining hand and see how arrogant he would be after that. The knife hit the hero's hand guard. Zhang shielded the guy sitting on the ground. Angrily gritting his teeth, Bush exclaimed, "Is it him again?" The bloody brunette mentally repeated his name. Jumping back, the enemy exclaimed that with the power he had, he could help anyone, but why was he helping him? Pointing his finger, he exclaimed that he had tried to kill him. The guy adjusted his glove and said that he couldn't stand it when others were bullied. The guys looked at him with smiles and said that they were such bastards, but pretending to be saints, and that they thought scum liked to gather together. The hero looked at them with a smile and said that he had already beaten one of them and almost brought him to death, and another one had his arm cut off by his wife, so he was curious who the scum really was. Talz grimaced in anger and offered to check it out. The brother asked if he was serious. Suddenly, the brothers looked around, hearing someone say that the magic teacher had heard that they were causing a lot of trouble, so they were already on their way. One of the brothers pointed at the hero and said that the next time they met, he would regret what happened. Looking away, the boy thought that he had finally gotten rid of those two, but he did not understand why he had to save that man in the first place. Turning over his shoulder, he wondered if he felt sorry for him when he saw his miserable face. Frowning, he called out to the victim and said that everything was fine. Renz lowered his head and smirked and said that if the boy wanted to hit him, he could do it, but once the teacher arrived, he would not be able to do anything. The hero looked at him with annoyance and noted that he was not a scumbag like those two. The boy looked at the floor with a lost look, saying that it did not matter because they all just wanted to see him humiliated. The hero turned around, frowned, and thought that in the past this guy was normal, but became cynical, and although he did not expect gratitude from him, this attitude was wildly irritating, after which he asked him to pull himself together and said that he should be above this because he is the second son. Suddenly, the woman called out to Renz. The teacher flew up to the guy on her ball from the side. The beaten young man looked back at her. The hero looked in surprise at the teacher, who said that he drove those bastards away, and yet her student had enough impudence to talk to him like that, showing no respect. Ren silently lowered his head while she scolded him and said that she knew that he was still angry. The girl flew closer to him and calmly asked if he once wanted to kill this guy, and said that it was very shameless. The young man's gaze was still clouded as she said that since he had lost, he should accept his defeat with dignity, and his behavior was not putting himself in the best light. Xiang stood up waving his hands, ashamed that the teacher was demanding gratitude from his student. The hero asked her not to do this. The brunette, without raising his head, agreed with the teacher's words. He took a step forward and noted that this was true because the duel was not for life, but for death, and he himself had initially set the rules, so in view of the above, he had no right to hold a grudge. Looking back over his right shoulder, he also added that he was too weak and stupid. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at him. Bitter tears flowed down the brunette's cheeks as he uttered words of gratitude. The teacher and Xiang silently watched the guy walking away. He said that if the woman was finished, then he would go back. Suddenly, the hero jerked in surprise when he heard the teacher address him, and wondered if she would say that the blame for the boy being like this was on his shoulders. Aishi smiled slightly and said that she should apologize because she spoiled the children too much, which is why her student was so spoiled. The boy looked into her eyes and noted that this was a rather serious statement, after which he asked if the director could use time magic to return to the beginning. The woman frowned and replied that the master had done more than enough because he was not omnipotent. She closed her eyes and noted that this was a test for her student, and without failures, he would never grow up. Suddenly, she darkened, putting her hand on his shoulder, and frightened him with words about how at first she was angry at him for making her dolls, but now she realized that he was a pretty good guy, so she would close her eyes to it and pretend that nothing happened. The boy turned pale with fear, uttering words of gratitude. The girl hit him in the face with the brim of her hat and said that he should confess which doll sold better, hers or Dorona's, to which the hero replied that her doll sold better. Smiling evilly, she folded her hands and agreed, after which she asked him to remember that he should make her rival's doll more terrible. A little while later, midnight descended over the academy. Xiang and Isabella were sneaking along a dark corridor. Suddenly, the boy noticed guards ahead, who were laughing loudly and discussing something. The guys quickly jumped over the fence before they were seen. One of the guards said that he always wanted to go to Xiang Street and buy something, especially light bulbs for the house. The nights passed by serenely. The second soldier said that they should go there again sometime because he also wanted to buy a magic box. The interlocutor agreed and said that they should curb their appetite because he still remembers how all his previous salary went on your things. The guys looked out from behind the pillars to scout the situation. There were 3 people standing by the stage. Martin suddenly noticed something from the side. The guys quickly ran to them. Then they came closer. The teacher said that they would move out. The hero smiled and replied that they did not need to hurry because he had found a reliable person who was obliged to become a member of their group. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared above their heads, while Moto was wondering if he really found someone better than him and Issa. The heroes looked at him and said that they did not need to guess because the guest had already arrived. A moment later, Nanai landed between them. Rising to his feet, the boy grabbed his head and apologized for being late, explaining that the harvest had been delayed. Martin looked at him in surprise and, calling the guest by name, asked if he was sure he wanted to go with them, since it was a dangerous journey, to which the hero replied that the cooking teacher himself had told him to take him along. Nanai bowed and said that the master had said that the academy was too small, so he wanted his student to see the outside world, and also apologized for the inconvenience caused to Martin's teacher. The man chuckled and said that he could not even mention what had happened, since he wanted to help them, and in this situation he needed to thank the boy. Frowning, the boy looked up and thanked him in return for giving him a chance. The man with a kind expression noted that he did not know how he would justify himself to his teacher if something happened to him, so he should be careful. Air touched the guest with his fist and said that he was ready to bet his head on it, that his muscular body was the fruit of long and hard training, so he was not as simple as he seemed. Grinning, he frowned and noted that as soon as he had a convenient opportunity, he would like to challenge this guy. Nanai looked away and said that he would not be in such a hurry. Xiang unrolled the scroll and turning to them, said that it was time to go. Being at the fortress wall, they loudly said that the guy definitely had courage. Suddenly, the hero looked back in surprise, hearing a familiar sound. Sophists and his men came out of the gate to them. The captain of the squad asked how the hero had plucked up the courage to disobey the order of his majesty. Frowning menacingly, the guy also asked if he really thought that he would not be beheaded on behalf of the king simply because they knew each other. Along with him, teachers from different classes came out to the boys. Fei Li was happy to meet Xiang. The hero looked at this whole group in surprise and asked why they came. Aisha interrupted him, calmly saying that it was she who gathered them. The girls looked at the boy's face with slight smiles. The man leaned towards the hero and whispered whether the boy had invited them. The young man replied that he did not know, because if we assume that they want to catch them, there are still too many teachers. Suddenly, someone hit him on the top of the head. The hero turned around and his companion said that he was the one who asked the teachers for help. Fiona came closer to him, after saying that if they were not going to go with the wandering to the kingdom of the gnomes as support, it would be a great idea to take someone experienced like her. The woman replied that the young man confused her, and her fortune smiled because she could be useful to him. Sophists looked into the eyes of the hero, hearing from him the question of whether they had come to capture them. He smiled nervously and added that it seemed to him that their actions were going against the emperor's orders, despite the favor of so many teachers. Sophists remembered how he walked next to the king and said that he was worried about the question from the very beginning, so that this evening, when he accompanied the sovereign in the gardens, he did something. The young man, hearing the king address him, responded immediately. The boy looked back at him and asked if he was worried about the war with the dwarves. The soldier touched his heart and replied that he did not dare to anger his majesty and spoil his majesty's good mood. The boy replied that they were alone now, so there was no need to be too polite. He smiled softly and noted that in fact, he had called him into the garden for precisely this reason. The hero looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if he had understood correctly that his majesty had allowed him to secretly hook up with them, after which he inquired whether his majesty would be left alone with the reagent if the boy left. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that there was no need to worry about this, because the teacher of Dorona and Yaso would take care of the safety and security of the king while he was not around. The girl blushed, smiled, and noted that someone wanted to have fun with him. The hero asked her why she came if she was not going to join them. Suddenly, she threw his companion some kind of pendant. The girl caught a small blue seal. Looking up at the teacher, she asked if this restraining seal was for her. The teacher confirmed her guess and said that it was a good thing. She frowned and said that in the past she could not curb her dark power. Because of this she fainted and this thing will help until she learns to control herself. Looking into the eyes of her student, the woman also noted that if she felt that she was losing consciousness, she should place the seal on the hilt so that it would help. Isabella smiled softly and thanked her. Aishi looked at them with a smile while Aisha played with the animal. The woman said that she could not go with them either, but Aisha, Fei Li, and the general would be happy to help him. The hero smiled and gave her a thumbs up and said that this was great news because strong mages were on their side. Suddenly, she took Martin's hand. Looking worriedly into his eyes, she asked him to be careful because she would be waiting for his return. The man with a confident expression replied that she could not worry because for her he would return safe and sound. The woman happily blushed and said that he finally understood how she felt about him. Suddenly, her hopes were dashed when she heard him say that she was his best friend and he would always value their friendship. Emery leaned towards her comrade and said that she could not believe that they could travel the world together. The guy irritably replied that they were going to war, and she was bad at fighting. Moto watched these couples in love from the side and listened to them. The hero began to cheer him up. Seeing his sadness, the guy wondered why these unromantic people had spring, and he was the only one who looked like a fierce cold winter against their background. Suddenly, they opened a scroll on which a helicopter was depicted. A few moments later, an aircraft appeared in front of the guys and they decided to move out. Moto stepped forward while the teacher said that he was proud of everything that his student created. Aishi looked around in surprise, hearing the guy turn to her. The hero handed her a folded piece of paper and asked her to find his 3 brothers. A slight smile appeared on his face, and he said that they would find a way to help her student. The woman took the letter and said that she did not expect him to be so kind, and that she dreamed that her student would be the same. The guy smiled broadly and replied that he didn't want the kingdom to be lost to the magician, and she to lose her face. The woman smirked, looking into his eyes, and said that now she had paid her debt. The helicopter blades quickly spun. The women followed the ship with their eyes. Dorona said that she was already starting to miss the general. They headed for the gate. Aishi asked if her friend really thought she was his girlfriend. The interlocutor answered that she did not need to be sarcastic because she should look at herself, who fell in love with Martin. Suddenly she looked back, feeling something behind her. A large bird was flying quickly towards the helicopter. A man was riding the bird. The woman turned around, took a closer look, and tried to guess the rider. The helicopter continued to fly through the air. The young man poked his fingers at the interface. The entire crew was in their places, while the hero controlled the machine. Suddenly, Air's cry was heard in the cabin, saying that the general had something on his neck. The teacher asked him what was the matter. The general looked back at the boy and asked him to relax, because he was scaring the others. The boys sat next to each other, looking into each other's faces. Suddenly, a tiny hand appeared from behind the general's collar. Miniature Alina climbed out with an awkward look. She stood on the boy's shoulder and looked at the people around her. Suddenly, with a quick movement, she jumped down. After a few seconds, the girl returned to her normal size and said that she was glad to welcome them all, and that she was the Lord's maid, so they could feel free to ask her anything. Moto and Fei blushed with admiration for her and said with a loving look that their leader had thought out a plan carefully, and on top of everything else, he brought a servant with him to help, and that she was very beautiful and cute. Air said upset that he thought that one with muscles. The girl approached the general and he said that, in fact, they would need her magic badly. He frowned slightly and noted that after they rescued the dwarves, they should not rush into battle with the demon tribe, because instead it would be better for them to hide and then help. He imagined how his maid and blade were shrinking, after which he said that his maid's magical abilities allow her to create any objects, large and small, as long as she interacts with them, and she is also able to shrink or grow in size, which will help them during reconnaissance. Emery looked at them in surprise and asked why she hid at first and then joined them. The teacher replied that the girl still does not understand women, because there was a reason for this, of course. She looked up and said that if Dorona knew that the general took a close female companion with him, she would definitely want to go with him. At this time, the hero was flying the helicopter with a smile. Without looking back, he said that everything was ready because the map had been loaded into the system. He touched the interface and turned on the autopilot mode. The helicopter blades continued to spin at an incredible speed, keeping it at altitude. At this time, the sun was still slightly illuminating the mountain range near the Dwarf Kingdom. In the depths of the forest, it was dark as night. Someone was running through it, shouting that there were reserve troops behind this valley. A group of dwarves, along with the prince of the kingdom, rushed forward. Behind the forest, between the lands, there was a high cliff. The dwarves ran up to it, after which they said that they could not go further. The prince put his hand to the side and said that this was not a problem, after which he asked the others to step back. With a quick movement, he raised the hammer above his head. The prince dealt a powerful blow to the ground and used the skill of a blacksmith. A smooth earthen bridge stretched from one edge of the cliff to the other. Well, with a wave of his hand, the prince ordered everyone to leave. One of the dwarves said that his highness should go with them. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the forest. The prince quickly looked back, thinking that the opponents had caught up with them very quickly. The man, looking back at his prince, asked him to hurry. The guy bowed his head and asked the old man to tell his father something upon his return. He looked back and said that he had saved his honor and did not lose face. The old man frowned tensely, guessing the prince's intentions. Suddenly, the hammer hit the ground. The bridge began to collapse and crumble down. The principal turned to the forest, not listening to the cries of his subjects, and said that they would be caught again if no one tried to stop them, so they should leave faster, and that's an order. A few seconds later, he ran deeper into the forest, while his subjects tried to stop him. The gnomes watched him go. One of the men turned to the general and said that they must find spare troops as quickly as possible to help the master, to which the old man replied that he did not know how to justify himself to his majesty. He turned his back to the cliff and said that he understood their situation, then asked the master to be careful and ordered the others to find spare troops. The hero's helicopter flew to the edge of a high mountain. Martin and Moto looked out of the window. The man said that it brought back memories for him, and the boy asked him to look at this mountain range with admiration. The man looked down and said that they would soon be there and he was interested in how their friends were doing. Air smiled widely, approached them and noted that in the kingdom of the gnomes there were also mountains that were very similar to the mountains of his home. Suddenly the man turned away and said that it would be great if they were exactly like that. The general looked at them and said that after passing these mountains, the territory of the kingdom located on the plain would begin. After which he asked if it was really impossible to guess that the flat terrain makes it easier for the enemy to win, and therefore it would be good to think of a way to somehow defend themselves, for example, build a mountain fortress. The teacher came closer to him and answered that for their own safety they needed to build a citadel, and that this was obvious, so he could not understand why the dwarves did nothing, because no matter how you look at it, a battle in the wasteland is not at all advantageous for them. The hero came up to them, smiled and said that they could not worry, because perhaps this terrain, on the contrary, would play into their hands. But he frowned slightly and noted that we had 3 famous masters of blacksmithing with us, which meant that they would be sufficiently provided with tools, so they did not dare to mock them for being unprepared. Aisha and Fei looked at him in surprise. The girl asked why the guy had moved away from the control cabin, and the man asked if he needed to control this huge bird. The young man spread his arms, grinned and replied that thanks to his autopilot he could relax and not think about controlling this mechanism because he just needed to enter the coordinates of the destination and that's it. Suddenly, the helicopter shook violently, which surprised the guys. The cat looked away, hearing an alarm signal. Fiona, with a slight smile, said that the guy should control the flight manually for everyone's safety. The young man grinned awkwardly and suggested that everything was simply because the autopilot was not yet calibrated. His companion replied that this was not true, because they were under attack. The general frowned and agreed with her, after which he said that he felt something nearby. Suddenly, a dent appeared in the helicopter's skin. The cat jumped up from his seat and said that it was a tribe of demons, because he recognized their sinister aura. Smoke was coming from the tail of the aircraft. The pursuers were flying quickly after the helicopter. The warrior standing on one of the hovering rays said that it was a giant thick iron bird. He frowned with displeasure and said that they would destroy them no matter the method. Accelerating, they caught up with the helicopter. The man pointed his finger at the helicopter and ordered the ray to attack. The guys noticed danger in the window. Air said that these were demon soldiers, and Moto exclaimed in fear, asking what to do now. Suddenly, machine guns opened at the bottom of the helicopter. The guns immediately turned towards the danger. A moment later, a rain of bullets fell on the demons. The demon narrowed his eyes in surprise, thinking that these were Dwarven firearms. Bullets began to tear apart the flesh of the guest and the rider. The other attackers flew away from danger. Looking at the helicopter attack, they were surprised by this weapon. Suddenly, the machine guns turned in their direction. One of the demons created 3 magic circles using the Armored Stone Skin spell. His ray was immediately covered with armor. The first bullet hits were successfully blocked by the new protection. A few seconds later, the shells began to leave cracks on the armor of the ray. The demon warrior looked down and noted that even the protective coating could not block this attack. Turning around, the demons decided to retreat. The guys watched what was happening through the window. Air said in surprise that the hero's device was very powerful. Moto noted that their comrade was the main champion of their class. The women also came to the window. Fiona said that, apparently, this place was conquered by a tribe of demons. The guy looked at his companion and began to whisper something. She frowned and replied that he was an idiot, because they had no choice. Either they would be attacked first, or they would be attacked first. The young man scratched his head and said with a smile that it was good. The girl looked away and noted that he was rejoicing too early, because if there were air forces in this place, it meant that there were still a lot of demons nearby. The general looked at her and ordered everyone to get ready, because a huge wave of evil spirits was approaching. A 6-barreled machine gun extended from the body of the helicopter. It exploded. A problem notification appeared on the control panel and an audible warning turned on. The blonde man looked ahead and told Zhang to open the cargo hatch, to which he asked again and asked if he had heard correctly. The hero looked at him nervously and said that they were at a high altitude. The man looked at him over his shoulder and told him to relax and not to worry about him because he would go first. The team looked at the general, who said that everyone should prepare for battle, to which the cat, with an angry look, said that the flames of demons. The helicopter flew over a hilly massif. Something was approaching them from behind. Above them was a flock of hovering air-type stingrays with a high threat level. On the stingray stood a creature with a blade instead of a hand. It was a general of the demon army with rank 15. The master came out onto the open cargo hatch. He looked at the flock, and the commander of the monsters said that he did not believe that Sophisis was standing in front of him. The monster looked at the helicopter and said that if he was not from the human tribe and asked what he was doing on the border of the dwarf kingdom. The blonde man stood on the retractable platforms and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The general looked at him and he said that he was representing His Majesty to discuss trade issues with the King of the Gnomes and that they had a chance to come to an agreement. The master looked ahead and said that he knew about the war between the gnomes and demons and asked him not to make a mistake by attacking them. A creature from the demon tribe stood on the slope with its ingrown feet and said that they would not fight and that humans and demons were allies. The demon general extended his hand forward and said that he would not harm them. Sophisis looked at him attentively and he said that the queen wanted them to defeat the gnomes in 3 days, and when the kingdom of the gnomes ceased to exist, they would trade with them. Papate, with a smirk on his face, said that they did not need to continue on their way. It was better to let his soldiers escort them back. His army began to laugh. They watched what was happening and said that there was an arrogant guy in front of them. Martin was standing behind him, thinking about how she and Xiang had to live with the demon tribe. The blonde man stood motionless and said that even if it was true, he shouldn't care and should follow the orders of his kingdom. The creature with a blade instead of a hand stood in front of him and said that it would be difficult, but he liked to hear this answer. He turned to the guys and said that they were interfering with his work and the generals would not be able to disperse without a clash. Papate pointed the blade forward. There was no emotion on his face, and he said that he heard a sad rumor about Sophists, and he asked him about how before the battle between the demon tribe and humans, he killed the 3 main pillars. The blonde man closed his eyes and said that people, of course, like to act like heroes during battle just to prove their worth to others. He squeezed the sword handle and said that then it would be better to fight to the end. He extended the blade of the sword to the side. Papate grinned and thought that he would be more than happy. At his command, a huge stingray rushed forward. The girl watched the master and watched as he said that Xiang would lead the guys away from here. The man jumped out of the helicopter. He pushed off the air. Sophists prepared his sword for battle, pushing off the air. The hero was shocked and asked about the moonwalk. A fighter approached the stingray. They collided weapons and a flash appeared. The helicopter shook from the shock wave. The protagonist controlled it and told them to hold on and said that they would get out of here. The flying machine began to tilt to the side and Mick asked the guys to hold on. The cargo transport moved away from the monsters. One of the fighters stood in front of Papate, who ordered him to follow him, to which he said that he forgot that the firepower of the people was quite large. On the main slope, a battle was taking place. Blades approached Sophists and the general laughed, asking if this was all he could do. The monster aimed a blow at the man and said that he was different from the other pillars he had met. The blonde man braced himself for the blow and cast a spell. The tentacles flew away from him, hitting his sword. A shock wave spread from the point of contact. The monster was tense. The drill on his hand was scratched. He smiled widely and thought that he could stop his attack. No wonder demons do not want to face people in battle. Sophists flew away from the battle. He looked to the side and called out to Xiang. In the sky there was only him and the army of stingrays. While he was distracted, Papate rushed at him, asking how he dared to take his eyes off him, the air pillar. His minions looked at him and listened to what the general said about not being afraid and that they had a lot of military force. The stingrays began to attack him and the wards said that they would see what he would do if they attacked him at once. The helicopter began to take damage. The hero looked at the dashboard and said that if this continues, they will crash and that the plane is damaged, to which Bei asked him if he wants her to deal with the demons. The guy's face changed and said that there is no need for this and he has something planned. The lower hatch of the helicopter opened and air-to-air missiles began to fly out. Flying out of the compartment, they immediately detected the target and activated. The ammunition flew at the creatures, adjusting the trajectory. An explosion occurred behind the flying machine. The cargo transport tilted to the side and everyone inside staggered. Moto noticed damage to the wiring, reported it and asked what they should do. A sword entered the iron case. Bei approached Xiang and asked him if he was okay. He looked at the control panel and said that the helicopter was badly damaged and they needed to land. Dark smoke was pouring out of the turbines of the flying machine and the guy asked to prepare for landing. A projectile flew into the hull of the transport again. The guy in glasses looked at the approaching flock of stingrays and said that they were still being pursued. The blade made a large cut. Papate stretched his hand forward and asked the enemy about where he was looking. He tried to hit Sophists, who parried the blows and offered to fight until they dropped. Dodging the blows, he thought that he could no longer waste time and that he had to help Xiang. The sword began to gain mana. The strongest blow hit the demon's weapon and a flash appeared. The general's face changed. In front of him stood the Knight of the Air, whom the blonde man had summoned. He hit the stingray and it flew away. The master raised his hand up and gave an order. The knight's hand approached the pillar. Papate held the sword. His legs trembled from the pressure. He bared his teeth and asked what kind of technique this was. While the air fighter held the monster, Sophists flew to help his team. The general looked at him and told him not to run away because their battle was not over yet. The drill was cut under pressure. The demon tensed up. With great speed, the blade cut the stingray and its owner in half. Monsters were approaching the helicopter, anticipating rewards for killing people. They did not notice the approaching light figure with a sword. The blonde swung his sword. The head flew off the shoulders of one of the soldiers. They saw the commander of the White Dragons and wondered where their general was. There was a man behind one of the fighters. He dealt many blows. The guys watched what was happening and said that they had never seen the teacher in battle before and admired his strength. The teacher frowned and prepared a blow. With great speed, he rushed through the entire army of stingrays, cutting each one. One of the fighters looked at the others and said that they were not strong enough to be opponents of Sophists. He was approaching the damaged helicopter. Something alerted the man and the enemy addressed him, saying that he was strong, but he had not played enough yet. The cargo transport shook and there was a misunderstanding of what was happening inside. Xiang crashed into Bei and she told him to hold on. Papate's weapons began to grow and he said that he needed it in order to defeat him. He grew wings and said that he became an air pillar not only because he could control flying monsters. The demon rushed at the man with huge claws and said that he was too lazy to move, but if they competed in speed, he would be faster than anyone. Sophists looked at him with furrowed brows and said that this was the last warning. His opponent looked at him slyly and thought that he was worried about his friends and could not concentrate on his battle. The man's face changed and he asked the pillar what he wanted. Pape rushed to the helicopter and said that he wanted to get rid of everyone who was distracting him from the battle. They looked away and called out to the guys. The general's claws pierced the helicopter. He smiled widely and said sarcastically that there were now 2 of them. The white-haired man rushed at the killer of his friends, threatening to kill him. The man ran into the monster's huge fingers. He was depressed. The demon, narrowing his eyes, said that he was seething with anger and, it seemed, killing his guys was worth it. The cargo transport, divided into parts, fell down and smoked. The girl in the pink dress fell along with the debris. Someone's hand caught her. Ali held her in his arms and asked if everything was okay with her. The black-haired girl looked at him with tired eyes and said that everything was fine. The guy looked at her and said that it was great. She looked ahead and asked how he could fly in the sky. The warrior looked ahead and said that the guys had come up with a special device for him that worked well with his abilities. He slowed down and began to descend. He fell, holding the victim in his arms, and said that it seemed that he still had trouble controlling it. Emery and her savior fell on the feathers. They were perplexed. They stood next to the red-haired girl, who, turning to the boys, asked them if everything was okay. They were standing on a huge predatory and dangerous bird, and Ali said that it was a monster summoned by the teacher. The man stretched the dough. Nanai flew on the dough like a parachute. He tied it to his belt, and descended past the flying man. He stretched a piece of mass and began to spin it. He aimed with a cry that it was noodles. Moto was enveloped in a substance of flour like a lasso. The bald man hugged the boy and asked him if everything was okay, to which he replied that he was saved and thanked him. Moss was flying with the cat on his back. He asked the furry one why he was hugging him and that he didn't remain unharmed even after falling, and asked him to save him. The woolly predator looked down in fear. A huge paw grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. The green-haired man closed his eyes with relief and said that it was Teacher Fiona. The bird flew and made sounds. She frowned and made a sound again. The owl began to flap its wings more vigorously and make sounds more and more often. Pape was approaching them from behind. A bright beam of fire hit his slope from below. Martin flew up to the young men and asked them if everything was okay and asked them to beware of demon attacks. He looked at those present and asked about Zhang not being with them and thought about the fact that he only had a crystal pen left because he had his backpack. The hero was falling among the rebel. He held the pen tightly in his hands and said that he did not expect this and that now he only had a pen. He looked at what cast a shadow on him. A huge ray from the demon tribe was flying above them. The monster's tentacles rushed towards him. The limbs approached the protagonist and he was scared. He imagined how they would pierce him. The tendrils grabbed him. Bay was standing on the ray with one enemy fighter. She hugged the guy and asked him if everything was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine and he was just surprised. The warrior swung and shouted that this was his chance to kill them. At that moment, 2 tentacles pierced him. The guys watched him fall. The girl closed her eyes and apologized to the master, and he told her that he understood and that there was no other choice. Zhang turned to the swordswoman and asked about the other students and the teacher. She looked at the guy and told him not to worry and that they would be able to land safely on the ground. Scat let go of the dead demon's legs while she was talking about how they needed to find a way to land. The flying creature's eye opened wide. Something scared it. It flew to the side with its mouth wide open, and the couple did not understand what was happening. The girl looked at the creature and said that it had acquired its own consciousness due to the fact that it had lost its rider. The binoculars showed the maneuvers of the creature on which the hero and his partner were sitting. Martin watched through the binoculars and said that they were in trouble. He frowned and said that he would help the protagonist. A beam hit his flying device. He spoke to the people on an owl and said that someone was following them and asked them to be careful. Another ray appeared behind them, with cuts visible on it. In an instant, it was cut into pieces. Baldy was in shock and did not know who did it. A girl flew by on a huge eagle and told the teacher that he should worry about himself. Tross turned to the professor and told him not to worry about his ward, because that same woman was with him, to which he asked her what she was doing here and that she was Regent's daughter. The eagle flew after the owl and the archer said that the army of demons was advancing and that they needed to land safely first. Martin looked to the side and said that they would first descend to the ground. Demons were above the guys. Clouds ran across the sky. Sand hills receded into the distance. An exhausted Ray lay on the ground. Zhang walked next to the lady and said that his head was spinning after such a spin. He looked at her with embarrassment and asked her if he could lean on her shoulder. She closed his mouth. They stood in front of a cliff and Bay said that it was strange here and they should go another way. On the sand lay a monster, torn to pieces and died very sadly. The hero looked at him and said that he looked like he had been run over by a car. The girl thought about it and said that that person was here too. The fencer pulled the guy by the hand and said that they would go another way. She looked at her partner and asked him what to do next, to which he said that the kingdom of the gnomes was always on the move. He imagined a city on legs and said that this season the gnomes were heading to the southwest and that he was eager to see the mobile city. They walked through the desert and he suggested going to the southwest. The piles of sand began to move. They were behind the boys. Bei looked back, sensing something was wrong. Arrows were flying in their direction. The girl managed to react and parried the attack. Creatures flew out of the piles. They shot darts at them. The fencer easily parried all the projectiles. She looked ahead, called out to the hero and asked him to keep him behind. The protagonist did not see how arrows were flying at him from the other side. The swordswoman managed to react and protected her partner. The sand made a strange sound. The guys watched what was happening. The sand began to move to the side. Zhang looked to the side and did not see how someone was digging a path under the sand. The sand began to swirl. Two buried creatures began to form a circle, pitting the couple. Two creatures suddenly jumped out of the sand. They watched as the woman swung at them. The girl looked at them intently and her sword spun. She hit the little monsters with all her might. They hit the ground. The girl landed gracefully with them. She looked in their direction and heard groans of pain. The hero ran from the enemy and shouted that he was really bad because he was attacking an unarmed person. The protagonist turned around and did not understand where he went. The creature buried itself in the sand. Bei stood behind him and asked him if everything was okay, to which he replied that yes, and it seemed that he understood who attacked them. She put her hand on his shoulder while he was talking about them going into the sand to use fire arrows again later. Zhang looked away and said that he thought that they could not breathe under the sand, so they would come again soon, and asked her to cover him. He sat down on the sand and began to draw something in the sand. The girl asked him what he was doing, because he only had a pencil with ink, to which she received an answer that she would know when she saw it. Bei looked away and said that he should hurry up and that they could call their friends. Creatures jumped out of the sand. Another one crawled out from the other side. They surrounded the couple. The little fighters started throwing darts at them. The arrows flew straight at the guys. The girl pulled the sword aside and shouted a spell. A fiery whirlwind formed around them. The little fighters looked forward and said that people have a strong woman, but this man is weak, and the other fighter suggested killing the weak one first. Zhang got angry at the insults. He concentrated and continued what he started. A mechanism flew in front of him. The guy looked ahead and ordered it to attack. A platform flew at the gnome. He hit it hard. 3 massive squares hit the bandits. The girl swung her sword at them. Several blows occurred. The trio was beaten and the partners left the scene of the collision. The hero wiped his hands and asked if they would dare to call him weak. He pointed to his face and said that there was not a scratch and asked the girl if she would praise him. She looked ahead and said that now was not the time for jokes. There was an army of demons nearby, which meant there could be pillars, and said that he now only had a simple forging feather, and given her current state, it would be hard for them to escape if they met a pillar. He looked at her and asked her about her condition again and asked what she meant by not being able to defeat a pillar. She introduced the demons and said that the 12 pillars were the elite among all the generals of the demon tribe and that they had several times more power than Ren's, and now she managed to get back some of her power. But still less than 20%, it would be hard to defeat even one of them. Bei closed her eyes and said that if she had the same strength as before, they would not be able to match her. The sand began to move again. The dead little creature lay motionless. The 3 stood up and panicked because they felt the pillars. They hid in the sand. Zhang looked away in fear and thought that it was an earthquake. The girl hugged him. They jumped away from the huge advancing pile. Dust rose up. The hero fell to the ground. He stood up and asked what happened. His gaze fell on something frightening. The swordswoman stood with a bloody hand and he asked her about her hand, to which she replied that she thought so. In front of her was a sand curtain. A monster's limb appeared from the dust. In front of them stood a rank 3 diamond pillar. It roared loudly. Something puzzled him. He looked around and asked what he was doing here. The companions were watching the creature in the crater, and the protagonist said that it apparently did not want to attack them. The girl came forward and told him to leave it to her and asked him to get out of here. She watched the demon and said that it was one of the 3 strongest pillars. He turned his attention to the people. The diamond monster looked at them and said that he had a feeling that there was life here. He turned his body and said that everything here was killed by him, except for the demons. He lowered his hand down and saw his torn ward and asked if this was one of his people. He looked down in bewilderment. The creature turned to the people and asked them how they dared to kill his warriors. Zhang looked at him and told him not to talk nonsense and that he himself killed them as soon as he appeared here. He put his hand to his face and asked again, to which the hero confirmed what he had said. Tears appeared in the monster's eyes and he said that he had killed his warriors and now he would definitely be punished. The couple watched what was happening and the protagonist said that he was not very smart. He looked at her and said that they needed to get out of here. Nick looked at the monster and shouted at him that it was his fault. The diamond golem's face changed and he said that if those had not appeared, he would not have to come here and kill his warriors. He got angry and said that now he would not calm down until he killed them and cast a spell. His iron parts opened and showed muscle fibers. His leg muscles increased. Bei looked at him tensely. She pushed Zhang to the side. The monster was preparing to attack. He jumped towards them. The girl held a sword in her hands. A column of dust rose at the sight of the collision. The guy fell on the sand. He watched what was happening. The hero saw the girl defending herself and called out to her. The swordswoman was holding the creature's hand. The golem looked at her and asked what she had managed to hold back. Her hand was bloody. She frowned and thought about using her demonic aura to fight him. She changed and said that she needed to keep everything under control. The keychain on her sword twitched. It began to shine. She returned to her previous form. The stone on her sword absorbed all the energy. The creature was pressing on the girl and telling her not to be distracted and to stop holding back. He struck upward and the swordswoman flew back. The guy tensed up from what he saw. Mick swung his hand. He drew a circle around himself. He held a feather in his hands and saw the girl rise up. A huge sandy palm caught the girl. She landed safely on the ground and did not understand what happened. Zhang looked forward in confusion. He looked to the side and heard a cracking sound. The golem's legs were cracking under the pressure. The hero called out to the pillar and it turned its attention to him. He looked at the guy who was talking about how there could be something cool about bullying a woman. The protagonist gave him the middle finger and said that he was the one he should fight. The monster stood with his back to the guy and said that he didn't understand where people came from in the dwarf kingdom and that he didn't care because he would crush them anyway. A huge column of dust hit the man. Mick closed one eye and said how dare he ignore him. A huge figure was moving towards Bei. He had his fist ready and was running at her at high speeds. The fencer got ready. An object appeared in front of her. A sand fence covered her. The monster ran forward. He waved his arms. Then he moved one to the side. He was thrown up by the emerging slide. Balian shook his legs. Surprise appeared on his face. Having flown away, he flashed brightly. The guy waved his hand, thinking that, fortunately, he made it in time. He ran to the side. Having reached the girl, he asked if she was okay. Looking at him, the demoness wondered if he had made that ramp out of sand. The brown-haired man grabbed her injured arm and shouted that it urgently needed to be treated. Isabella frowned, indignantly saying that now was not the time for this and asked why he had not run away while she was distracting him. The main character frowned in response and began to mutter. The girl looked at him angrily, calling him an idiot. When Balian appeared behind her, she noted that she had not yet shown her full strength. She turned around abruptly, flashing his red eye. The monster said that she thought she was the smartest, but her trick did not work. He swung his fist. The demoness grabbed the sword. She raised it. A powerful fist was heading towards her. He approached the weapon. A large cut remained on his hand. The white-haired quickly turned the weapon away. She and the guy flew back. Zhang stretched his hand towards her, shouting her name. He scratched the ground with a feather. The sand began to rise sharply. It wriggled chaotically around the guy and the girl. Leaning on the sword, the latter stopped. Rousing to the bridge of her nose, she said that she would try to distract the enemy and he should try to escape. The protagonist touched her shoulder. Confidently looking forward, he said that she was wounded and needed to rest, so he could leave the rest to him. Isabella watched him go, indignantly asking if he had gone crazy, noting that all he had was a blacksmith's feather. Without turning to look at her, Xiang replied that it was enough for him and asked her to trust him. He frowned, asking how the enemy dared to harm his wife. The monster looked at the wound on his fist, wondering if this sword was stronger than him, since it could injure him. He forged his own wound. Balian's eyes flashed with anger, shouting that this was unforgivable. Meanwhile, the guy was moving the feather along the sand. He drew his eyebrows together. Yellow tongues of lightning went ahead along the song. From underground, many stone gates appeared in a row. The monster rushed through them. Approaching the next stone enemy, he shouted that there was nothing he could not destroy. Balian pierced a gate. Looking at him with angry eyes, he indignantly asked how dare they use such pathetic tricks. He struck sharply. The protagonist's stone head flew off to the side. The monster looked at the broken sculpture. He frowned and asked why his opponent suddenly turned to stone, noting that perhaps this was his special ability. The guy frowned. He rushed through the clumps of dust that had risen. He and the girl were sitting on a huge slab. She looked back and asked if he could really control the sand. Xiang, sitting on the slab, moved his pen, saying that he did not control it, but reforged it. Schematically representing all his actions, he began to tell that through a forged slate board, he directs energy from the alloy of stones to the sand, and while he constantly changes the outline of the sand, he can create a push in a certain place. Balian saw how they moved away. The boy and girl were startled when he screamed loudly, asking why they weren't dead and what tricks they used this time. The protagonist gritted his teeth, mentally noting that they were exposed, and that it was losing in speed now, and forging ordinary stone walls was simply useless against it. When the monster was next to him, he asked the girl to hold on tight. Zhang moved his hand sharply. The plate under them moved to the side. Gritting his teeth tightly, the boy thought about what they almost hit. Moving further away from the battle, he suggested taking the opportunity to break the distance. Hearing the explosion, he turned around, and Isabella noted that it was useless because they were moving too slowly on the sand, and he answered her that he had an idea. The plate avoided the blow again. The protagonist looked back and noted that when he dashed towards the target, he could not change the direction of movement, and all they needed was to simply get out of his way in time. The demoness drew her eyebrows together, shouting that if they did so, he would become even angrier, and his speed and strength increased with his anger. And even if it grown to dodge now, when his speed reached a certain limit, they would no longer be able to do anything. Zhang looked with an angry look, answering that he was more sure that this was exactly what they needed. The angrier he was, the more chances they had. The plate turned to the side. Then again, Balian turned sharply. Ahead, he saw many vertical plates. The monster bared his teeth and asked loudly if he really created them when he dodged his attacks. The sounds of impacts were heard among the high dunes. Balian tore all the plates apart. Opening his mouth, he screamed loudly, saying that they could not escape from him. Suddenly, a stone flew at his forehead. Not far from him stood the guy Yu, asking who he was yelling at and whether he was the one who looked down on this same man earlier. Tossing the stone in his hand, he noted that all he knew was how to smash everything around the fool's canvas. The monster began to glow red, muttering that he dared to mock him. His eyes lit up brightly. Clenching his fists, he said that a weak man decided to look down on him, so he decided that he would not leave a wet spot of him, and the protagonist meanwhile mentally noted that such a distance should be enough for him to be able to react in time. Balian will rush at him. Zhang held his pen tightly, saying that when he smashed the slabs, he was already ready. He touched the ground with the weapon, saying that he was waiting for this moment. Something began to appear from under the sand. A pointed structure headed towards the enemy. His chest was next to the tip. The guy frowned and said that the speed he was so proud of was actually his biggest weakness. The tip pierced Balian's chest. His face darkened. He froze. Then he clenched his fist sharply. His chest was overgrown and the structure broke. Stones flew to the sides. They all headed forward. The brown-haired man covered his body with his hands, thinking that his opponent was running straight at the stone tip at such a speed, and he did not care. Then wondered if it was possible to give such a thing that other forged items would not penetrate his defense, except for the sword of useless wood, which is now in Isabella's hands. Balian swung his fist at him. The protagonist began to sharply move the feather on the ground. The monster stepped into his trap. Then he hit past. His fist ended up under the sand. Zhang clenched his teeth tightly, asking how he could go face to face with him without prior preparation. White sparks began to approach them from the side. Quicksand appeared all around. The guy grinned, mentally noting that he had previously installed magnetized forging points connected to each other on this sandy patch of land. All he needed to do was activate them, and then loose quicksand would immediately form on this patch of sand and stone. The monster's eyes bulged, saying that he could not lift his legs. The protagonist ran a feather along the stone slab, answering that judging by his weight, it seemed that he was not very capable of walking on the sand, so he was moving out first. He rushed past the enemy. Balian stood knee-deep in the sand, indignantly asking where he was going and saying that he was not finished with him. He frowned and had to stop running. The sands pulled him in up to his waist. Zhang watched him fall. Then the monster went completely underground. The guy frowned, thinking that it wouldn't kill him, but it would delay him for a while, so he needed to take advantage of it and escape from here with Isabella. His eyes widened as he heard a loud sound. The ground around him was shaking. The protagonist looked at him with shocked eyes, asking what it was. His slab began to roll down. Zhang looked at the rising sand behind him. He saw a whirlwind ahead. It caused the sand to fly apart. Balian transformed into a grinder. His red eyes flashing, he mentally noted that he would chop everything around him. The guy clenched his teeth, wondering if he was pulling the quicksands around him, thereby attracting even more sand. He touched the ground with his feather. The brown-haired man on the slab began to rise up. We understand that if he is caught, then this will be the end, so it is better for him to move away. When he rolled back, he thought that the speed of quicksand was already higher than reforging. He was drawn to the epicenter of events. Cold sweat was running down his face, while the protagonist was confused about what to do. He began to forge the slab. Like a springboard, it threw him up. Zhang looked at the center of the vortex. In a few moments, he ground the slab. Grinning with anger, he thought that he would never do this. The guy raised the pen above his head. When it touched the ground, yellow sparks flew. They crawled all over the sand around. Metal began to appear under his feet. He was heading towards the grinder. Then he approached Balian. The bound monster stopped. He smirked and asked why the sand merged into one. A ladder appeared in front of him. The protagonist grinned on it. Looking at the remaining crystal in his pen, he mentally noted that as expected, forging on a large scale consumes a lot of energy. Only a third of it remained in this stone. Zhang looked down. He remembered the alchemy class. Yalu smiled, asking if he really wanted him to turn 100 ordinary alloy stones into high-purity stones, and noted that he must be joking, because even if His Majesty had to help his class, he had no right to demand something like that. He turned away and said that since he had previously tarnished his good name and injured the students, he must have gone crazy to think that he would help him, but he would continue to help their class anyway, and if that was all he had, he should stop distracting him from his work. The guy smiled and asked how this task could be beyond his capabilities, given the professor's skills, and then replied that he knew that they had some disagreements before, however. The man stopped when he heard that the refining and blacksmithing class should cooperate, and he thought that there were no unsolvable disagreements. The man brought chests of gold and opened them. Yalu did not even turn around and asked if he had really decided to use money to bribe him. He was still standing, that he, Professor Yalu. The man smiled with a joyful smile and added that he was always ready to cooperate. The iron plates slammed together. Balian jumped up. He landed on the ground. Looking at the fleeing guy with a smile, the monster asked if he wanted to fight and noted that now they would find out if he had any tactics left to resist him. The protagonist quickly moved on the plate, mentally noting that piercing, crystallization, and quicksand were useless. The main component of sand is silicon, and now he can only change its structural form, and this is his last hope. Balian chased after him, shouting that he should just die, and Xiang thought that this should work. A stone gate appeared from under the ground. The monster smiled and asked if he was really an idiot, because this gate had a hole in it. Then he crashed. The guy smiled and replied that everything worked. Balian jumped back. Looking at the brown-haired guy in front of him, he asked if this was a protective magic shield, to which he answered that it was tempered glass, another form of sand, and asked if he could break it. The monster swung his fist. It hit the glass. It froze without breaking through. The protagonist furrowed his brows, mentally noting that the toughness of the thick tempered glass could apparently hold back his onslaught, but it was not enough to defeat him. Balian perked up when he started laughing loudly, asking if he hadn't said that there was nothing he couldn't break, and wondered if that meant he had lost to a man who didn't have any borderline strength at all. Zhang waved his hand, saying that it was very funny that he dared to claim to be the third-ranked general. The monster glared at him and told him to repeat himself. He threw up his hands and shouted that he was furious. Balian swung his fist. He began to hit the glass. Many blows rained down on him. At first, the glass remained intact. Then a crack appeared on it. It grew larger and larger. A moment later, the general broke through the glass. His eyes darkened. He fell to his knees in the ashes of many such gates, and he was told that it was closed slowly. The boy was surprised, noting that his destructive power could not keep up with his speed. He spread his arms to the sides and said that if he was truly capable of this, he must resolve all the defenses he had forged, otherwise he would have to invite defeat. The monster trembled. The crystals on his back glowed red and grew larger. A horn appeared on his forehead. Filled with anger, Balian clenched his fists and shouted that he would now show his true strength. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that everything should be fine, but this frightening color. The monster took a few steps back. Then he ran. With a fist, he ran into the gate. Balian hit it. The sand under his feet scattered upward. The glass was covered with cracks. Then it broke. Watching what was happening, Xiang mentally noted that he was able to destroy them one by one in such a short amount of time. The monster bared his teeth. He jumped back. His hand began to grow. Balian swung and froze. Then he jumped up with lightning speed. His body turned into a huge sting. It appeared in front of the glass. Thus, several gates were broken. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A slight smile appeared on his face when he thought that he just needed to wait for the right moment. There was almost no strength left in the stone on his pen. Zhang looked at the approaching enemy. Opening his mouth, the monster shouted that he caught him. The guy swung. A bright light appeared. He headed towards Balian. He responded to the right with his horn. He collided with the glass. Frowning, the brown-haired man screamed loudly. There was a bright flash. Glass shards fell to the side. The general's eyes widened, and he wondered how this was possible. He grinned and struck again with his horn. The protagonist with a gloomy face said that it was probably a dead end, and although it was not as hard as his diamond, it stood a few leagues higher. He with a plump face shouted loudly. His power created a drop of Prince Rupert. A crater formed under Balian's feet. The crystals on his back began to break off. A blade hit his neck. Isabella rushed and cut off his head. When she fell on the sand, the monster asked if he had lost. His whole face began to cover with stone while he tried to understand when this had happened last. The demoness looked at the severed body part. Balian saw her blonde hair. He looked at the girl. She closed her eyes. As his eyelids closed, the monster wondered if this was the queen. Closing his eyes, he thought he remembered everything. Balian was completely covered in stone, finally thinking that the last time he fell was at the hands of the queen. The guy ran up to the white-haired girl. Looking at her head, he said that he didn't think he was that strong, to which she replied that they should stop wasting time because they needed to meet in Martin. The protagonist abruptly turned his gaze to her. When she fell right into his arms, he began to loudly ask what happened. Zhang looked at her with a worried face and called her name. The girl opened one eye and replied that she had received wounds in 2 razors in a row, but she did not know why she could not use the border force. The guy gritted his teeth and said that they did not need to meet them right now because the nation's highest priority was a safe place where they could treat her wounds. While it was raining, a faint light could be seen from the cave. The protagonist wrung out the water from the towel. He began to wipe Isabella's wounded arm with it. She was lying on a makeshift bed in the cave. The protagonist bared his teeth, saying that it was just inflammation caused by the fracture, but he had nothing at all to treat it. The girl was breathing heavily with her eyes closed. A dark spot appeared on her arm. Xiang clutched his pen in his hand, saying that after the battle with the Diamond General, they rushed here and he used up some of the Pla stones. They were almost exhausted. And as for Isabella's injuries, with such a small amount of resources available, he was not sure if they could hold out until Master Martin and the others arrived. Frowning, he bared his teeth, thinking that his weakness was obvious. He had no stones, and he could not do anything without them, so he needed to find a way. After all, he could not let anything happen to the girl. He shifted his gaze after hearing the voice. A voice came from the bracelet on the girl's hand, saying that his magic power, like his mistress, was being suppressed very quickly, so help was needed, after which the guy asked why he hadn't helped earlier. While Isabella's sword with a blue stone attached was lying next to her, the voice from the bracelet said that this suppression rune talisman suppressions is my mistress's boundary power, and that if he could destroy it, the mistress will be able to use the boundary power again and will be healthy. The protagonist took the sword. Looking at the blue stone, he asked if the fencing teacher had given it to her. With a nervous smile on his face, he said that this time, the teacher Dorona had caused a lot of trouble. The voice from the bracelet began to ask him to destroy it quickly. Xiang grabbed the hilt of the sword. He swung it and exclaimed that with a sword made of useless wood it would be no problem. The boy struck. The rune broke into several pieces. Without seeing the girl, he held the fragment and asked if it was true that everything should be fine now. The demoness flashed her red eyes while the brown-haired man asked how this amulet works, and what if it can suppress even both of them. He looked back. The girl was standing right behind him. One horn was sticking out of her body. The protagonist smiled nervously and said that she scared him, but he was glad that she came to her senses. Suddenly, Isabella grabbed him by the neck. When she raised him up, Xiang began to mumble, asking what Ibe was trying to do. He looked at her with a dull look, and she asked what kind of name was that. The white-haired girl grinned slyly, saying that her royal name was Isabella. Covering one eye, the guy agreed with her with a nervous smile and noted that he was not her enemy, after which he asked if she had forgotten who he was. The girl looked at him intently. She remembered their kiss. A smile appeared on her lips. The demoness let go of his neck. The protagonist fell to the ground and started coughing. His eyes widened as the white hair touched his face. She approached him and told him to listen to him. With a smirk on her face, Isabella said that from now on, she was his queen, so he should listen to everything she said. Xiang looked at her with dumbfounded eyes, mentally noting that her personality had apparently changed to the demon queen. The girl touched the spot on his hand. It began to disappear. She raised an eyebrow and said that he was really useless since he had the courage to leave her body like that. The guy rubbed his neck with an irritated face, thinking that she almost muffled him just now, but fortunately, she could use the boundary power to help Ibe recover, and he didn't need to worry about her injuries at the moment. He smiled falsely and asked what her first order would be, thinking that for now he would follow her commands, and near the whole way to control Ibe. The girl touched her bangs and said that she was very tired, and this body was dirty, so he should prepare a bath so that she could bathe. When she turned around, the protagonist told her that he had almost no energy left. The demoness threw an angry look at him and asked if he dared to go against her will. Xiang jumped up in fear, after which he replied that everything would be done now. A bright yellow light was heard. A drain appeared under the ceiling of the cave exit. Rainwater flowed through it into the bath. A fire was burning in the structure itself. The guy touched the surface of the water. He turned to his girlfriend and said that the water temperature should be acceptable now. Isabella began to pull off her jacket. The brown-haired girl with a red face turned away and asked permission to leave. The white-haired girl was putting it in the water. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat by the fire, thinking that no matter what her personality was now, she always enjoyed taking a bath. He found her with a stupid dick. Xiang perked up when a female voice ordered him to maintain the water temperature. The girl lifted her foot from under the water. She stroked it with her hand. The demoness hugged herself with her arms and noted that a bath is the best way to relieve stress. She leaned her head back on the edge. Running her hand through her hair, she said that it was not bad. Isabella looked away with a smirk, noting that she was very pleased with this bath. At this moment, the guy threw in firewood, thanking for the praise, and then wondered why she couldn't take a bath like a normal person and not splash around. His cheeks turned red again when the white-haired one told him to get up. The protagonist began to get up. He turned his back to the bath and asked what further wishes there would be. A female foot fell on his back. Xiang looked to the side in shock. He saw all the legs on his shoulder. He jumped up, flashing red. The girl looked at the red guy with a smirk, ordering him not to move. The girl with a sly look said that she was doing what she wanted. Did he have any objections? The guy, bright red from embarrassment, answered with a trembling voice that he did not. Isabella removed her leg from his shoulder. Zhang, blushing, exhaled, thinking that she had finally removed her legs. If everything continued like this, he would not have been able to stand it. He spat out blood from his mouth, hearing the order to turn around. Slightly turning his head, the hero asked what she wanted. He blushed deeply from embarrassment again. Turning her back, the girl ordered to give her a massage. Shocked, Zhang looked at the demon queen. With a trembling hand, he took the cloth. The hero was shaking when he thought that he had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time, but he did not understand how to feel about this situation at all. Drops of water were running down the girl's body. The guy's crimson face was all eyes. He exclaimed in fear when she told him to get started and not hesitate. Looking with a red eye, Isabella told him to do what he had to, but if he dared to peek, she would tear out his eyes. Zhang quickly turned away, saying that he did not peek. Through the fabric, he touched the blonde's back. The guy diligently turned away. Blushing, he thought with his eyes closed that this person of the demon queen always does everything in her own way. The evening is not at all as he imagined. Isabella glanced at him furtively. Later, Zhang pedaled the carriage, saying that he did not have the pale moonstone, so he could only create this wooden three-wheeled carriage, which is quite difficult to ride. The heroes were riding along a path in the forest. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew up from behind the trees. Zhang asked what was going on ahead. Isabella looked intently in that direction. A quick jump left a mark on a branch. The dwarf landed on one knee. He looked away solemnly. Black shadows were approaching him, screaming that he could not escape. The opponents with red eyes were catching up, screaming that they would avenge the Pillar of Torment. Sharp thorns flew forward. The dwarf barely managed to dodge. With a few jumps, he jumped to the side. A black shadow appeared. The opponent swung his weapon, screaming death wishes. Red eyes glowed in the slit of the mask. A huge metal fist appeared next to the dwarf from the use of his forging skill. The guy looked at several more attackers. His fingers clenched the handle. Many bright lightning bolts appeared around the dwarf. The weapon parts stopped in their places. The disc spun quickly and flew at the opponents. With quick movements, they cut their bodies in half. The man leaned on one knee, breathing heavily. He closed one eye, thinking that he had used too much mental power, but he had to report this to the king. Suddenly, he spat out blood. A blade was sticking out of his back. Many more flew down. Turning around, the dwarf built a barrier around himself. The blades crashed into it. They bounced off and fell to the ground. With a movement of his hand, the man pulled the blade out of his back. Demons in cloaks ran from behind the trees, saying that he would not be able to escape. One of the crowd said that although he managed to kill the pillar, they were still here, even if he did not think of staying alive. Parts began to move out of the fence. They formed two cannons. The dwarf raised his shining hammer back. From the impact, huge streams of flame burst out of the device. Bright flashes appeared in the forest. The monster with horns said that this gnome still has destructive power. The second one told him to calm down. A whole day has passed. His strength should be running out. The gnome was breathing heavily, trying to lift the hammer. One of his eyes was closed. He thought that his strength was running out. The figures in front of him were blurry, but he decided that he had to fight for his father and country. Feathers were flying next to the trembling gnome. Two black feathers were falling down. The man chuckled and looked at him. Then he frowned and cursed. Feathers fell to the ground. Many bright beams appeared in the darkness. The cannons on his device were cut into several pieces. Many wounds also appeared on the gnome's body. His barrier exploded, throwing him back. The gnome hit his back against a tree. Blood was running down his face. He thought that he did not expect that even he came here. One of the opponents standing opposite asked, "Is it really him?" The second added, "Did he come too?" The feather fell down. It landed on the ground. And then, someone's foot appeared in that place. It was a man in a hat with a scythe, the 12th pillar, rank 1, shadow, Draculo. The demon in the hat had a piercing under his lip. Behind his back was a scythe. The hero watched this, hiding in the bushes. Resolutely looking forward, he asked the demon queen to save this dwarf. With a serious expression, Zhang thought that although their styles were different, but what this dwarf did a moment ago said that the stone in his hand should be the same. Inside the hammer was a pale moonstone. Turning to the girl, Zhang asked if she was really powerful. Could she help him? As long as they had the hammer, they would immediately find the others. Crossing her arms over her chest, Isabella refused. She closed her eyes and replied that at the moment she had only slightly recovered her magic power and did not want to waste it on meaningless things. Opening a red eye with a vertical pupil, she continued that it was even more difficult to deal with this man because he had once been a faithful student of her father. The boy exclaimed with his mouth open in surprise. She wanted to say that he was the Demon King's disciple. She should believe in him. They should not be afraid as long as they had the gem. Isabella said with a sly look that he could go alone then, and she would wait for him here. The hero thought that she was extremely heartless. The black-robed demon took a step. The fingers with claws touched the handle of the scythe. With a quick movement, Draculo took out the scythe. The bloody dwarf said, "What a meeting, it seems he should accept his fate." The hero in the hat remained silent. He swung the scythe as a pile of dust appeared around. Whirlwinds surrounded the demon. A black hand rushed towards the dwarf. It grabbed a part of his design, and then the dwarf and the part were dropped onto the cart. Standing by the tree, Zhang thought that the first step was to create confusion and save the target. The foot touched the cart. The tip of the pen was shining. Blue lightning appeared around the carriage. Looking ahead, the boy thought that the second step was to retreat at full speed and leave together with Isabella without wasting time. A rapid movement seemed to appear. A light beam flew through the rows. All the trees in the forest were cut in half. Pieces of trees flew to the side. Frowning in concentration, Zhang told himself not to worry and increased the speed. The wheel quickly spun, and then it stopped. There were sparks around the gray part from the fact that it was dissipating. Zhang froze in shock, wondering why his energy ran out at this particular moment. Draculo's shadow appeared in the sky behind him. The demon adjusted his hat. The blade of the scythe moved quickly. A bright trace remained from its movement. With a loud thud, the crowns of the trees fell to the ground. At that moment, an explosion threw up dust. Zhang looked forward in shock. A cut appeared on his cheek. Dust rose up. The enemy moved forward like a black beam. Zhang froze, standing on the cart. He said with a nervous chuckle that he was sure he would die. The boy turned his head sharply. The scythe crossed with the blade of the sword. Isabella held back the demon's blow. Draculo adjusted his hat. The demon queen looked at him with red eyes. The opponents flew apart. Zhang looked at the girl in shock, telling her to help him get it so they could. Isabella turned angrily, interrupting him, saying that he was a troublesome servant. He did it so that he had to save him. Fight together. The hero replied that it was easy and simple, you need to break her own. The pores of blood on his cheek said that they had nothing to fear as long as the moonstone was with him. A drop of blood flowed down. Isabella turned around in a rage, while the boy thought that he had angered her again. The demon stood on a cut-down tree. The blonde rushed forward. The guy stretched out his hand and hysterically asked for help to get the stone first. The pillar stood calmly. It blocked the oblique blow of the sword. Isabella furrowed her brows angrily. Draculo's eye lit up green. Bright sparks of attacks appeared. The heroine swung her sword. The hat hid the enemy's eyes. Many bright flashes and colored rays from the blows appeared. The man watching this asked who it was. She alone could fight the pillar. The demon with horns said that they completely disappeared from sight. The second one called out to the captain, saying that there was a man there, they would kill him first. Isabella looked at them with a red glowing eye. The blades collided in the air, and a moment later the demons were cut into pieces. The demon queen flew back, escaping from the blow of the scythe. Her eyes were glowing. The girl thought that she should finish this faster to save Zhang. Around her, a crescent moon outline appeared from the use of fencing magic, a lunar sickle. Next to Draculo, a multi-eyed bird from the art of the Reaper, an ominous raven, appeared. Isabella threw a pink sickle. A beam flew forward from Draculo. A bright glow appeared from their collision. Energy swept away the screaming demons from their feet. Zhang looked at the dust that rose up. He covered his face with his hand. Rays of dust flew up. Gray clouds fell to the ground. The guy sitting on the ground saw the girl appear in front of him. Isabella shielded him, using fencing magic, reverse control. The demon landed. The blade of his scythe glittered. The green eye looked forward. The curved blade was lowered down. Light played on its blade. The blade of the scythe shimmered. Small serrations appeared on its tip. The demon in the hat spoke to Isabella, saying that he remembered. She learned some tricks from the sword god, but then abandoned them. He did not expect that she was so brilliant with a sword. The girl with the red eye replied that she also remembered him. He used to be an arrogant commander. Looking forward, the demon queen said that she did not expect that he would stoop to becoming a pillar general, much less that he would become Lillian's dog. The demon's face was shadowed by the hat. Some of the demons stood up. The man said that he was talking to this girl. Could this really be Her Majesty? The sweat-covered demon said that he should not talk nonsense. It was impossible. It could not be. Her appearance was similar to that of a human. Suddenly, one of them noticed approaching beams. Red swirls of power were spreading from Isabella, who was standing by the carriage. The demon frowned forward, saying that this was a frightening border force. How could this be? The comrade added that Her Majesty Isabella was alive. Then whose side were they on? The blonde demon swung his fist, shouting that they were fools. What were they looking at? Let them listen to him. He opened his fanged mouth, shouting that now their queen was Lillian, and Isabella was just a traitor to the demon tribe. That's all. Their tribe only recognizes the strongest. Lillian said that she would grant the wish of whoever captured Isabella. The demon in the bandage turned around, saying that it was not for nothing that he was their captain. He quickly and clearly resolved the situation, calming everyone down. The captain raised his hand and shouted that moreover, the pillar was also on their side. Let everyone close ranks and stand up. Draculo pulled out the hilt from behind his back. The feathers on his cloak vibrated. Black feathers began to cover the demon's face. The shocked hero heard Isabella's order to stand behind her and hug her as tightly as possible. His cheeks turned red from embarrassment. The girl urged him on, looking forward with determination. Xiang grabbed her waist, and Isabella said that this guy was too strong, he should hold on tightly and not let go. He would attack from all sides. Xiang looked out from behind the girl's back in embarrassment, thinking that she had mixed up the roles. She was only supposed to help him get the moonstone, and then he would protect her, but now he was enjoying this feeling. 2 huge black wings flew up. The eyes of the feathered demon glowed green from the ability to defeat a large area. The black feathers towered, rising upward, and then they waved, directing the wind and feathers in all directions. The demons tried to stay on their feet from this energy. Words were heard that he was very serious. They needed to help and gain his trust. With him they had nothing to fear. The demons rushed forward, shouting that they must capture Isabella. The girl's eyes glowed red. Dracula's eyes glowed green. The cloaked demons approached, swinging their weapons. Feathers fell to the ground. One of the opponents swung his blade, saying that he would take responsibility, and then he crumbled into a pile of red stones. All the other attacking demons also dissolved. The debris fell to the ground as red drops. Isabella looked ahead sullenly. The demon, spreading his wings, sucked in energy. Fingers with black claws touched his hat. Xiang, standing behind the girl, asked him what this meant. Turning away, the demon touched his hat and said that he would wait for Isabella to return. And turning into many birds, he flew away. Looking forward seriously, the girl thought that he probably did not swear allegiance to Lillian. Standing behind Xiang said that his abilities were frightening. Fortunately, he was on their side. She had a serious look, called out to the hero. The guy invited her to hug her around the waist, and she asked how long he was going to hold her. Immediately jumping back, Xiang raised his hands and said that without an order from Her Majesty, he simply did not dare to let go. He looked down, remembering the moonstone. The broken part lay next to him. Taking out a small round stone, Xiang said that with this they would soon be able to reunite with Martin and the others. Suddenly, he looked at the girl anxiously. She looked at him, asking what was wrong, and the hero asked her if she returned like this, everyone would know. Reaching her fingers for the horn, Isabella replied that it was problematic. From the movement of her palms, the demonic part began to disappear. The fingers held a round stone. It began to be attracted to the hole on the staff, and it glowed brightly, standing in place. Bright lightning spread from the round stone. Squeezing the handle, Xiang said that everything was ready. With a deft movement, he spun it in the air. Then he confidently extended his palm and said that now it was his turn to protect Isabella. The girl standing on the cart asked if they were taking the dwarf with them, and the guy thought with disappointment that she ignored his daring. A bright explosion appeared. A demon with leathery wings flew out of it. Another flash appeared in the air and a cry was heard, "Attack, they must break through their defense." The demon froze in the air, and then crashed into a huge golden metal fist. With a powerful movement, he slammed the attacker into the ground. Columns of fire flew out of the guns, a scream was heard, "Move forward," they figured out how the barrier mechanism works, attack. At long distances, you need to be wary of cannons, and at close range, pay attention to Iron Fist. The dwarf tribe has no more trump cards. The dwarves raised their hammers. Bright sparks appeared from the impact. Golden rays quickly flew down. Explosions crushed the approaching opponents. Then the dwarves swung again. A bright blue flash appeared. Blue rays flew in the sky and explosions appeared. A cry was heard that the air army of demons was arriving. This battle has become large-scale and endless. Is the demon tribe really determined to destroy them? The blonde dwarf, with his mouth open, asked the investigation department how the repair of the wall is going. The second adjusted the eyepiece and replied that it was at the moment. The dwarf hung on the ropes, holding the eyepiece, and replied that the energy levels of their defensive forgeries were critically low, their efficiency had dropped to 30%, and the prince had not returned yet. A cry was heard from the huge wall to fire. The big cannons needed 10 of the best forgeries. The northeastern unit would be their reinforcements. The western side was also asking for reinforcements. The repair of the defensive wall could not keep up with the assault. Flames burst out from the cannon. Among the mountains, there was a defending mobile national fortress of the dwarf tribe. 2 insects flew to the cannon. Then a swarm surrounded it. The dwarf was surprised to see it fly away from the bright flash and exclaimed that the big cannon exploded. How was this possible? He noticed a figure in the air and shouted that there were enemies at a high altitude. Let them be careful. Veins bulged on the purple skin. A purple lump in green slime appeared from the open mouth. The demon spat it out into his palm. The demon army general, a pillar of insects, was hovering in the air. He threw the purple lump forward. Many insects began to crawl out. In a green flash, flying insects appeared, exploding mayflies. Having a group danger rank of the gnomes were holding hammers. One of them noticed a shining insect. Powerful explosions were heard and a scream was heard. The blonde gnome raised his hand and spoke into the radio for headquarters to inform everyone to beware of exploding insects. They were under heavy attack and asking the citadel to change direction. A response was heard from the device on his hand that the message was received. Something was wrong with the fortress caterpillars. They could not move. The caterpillars were covered in thick green glue, not allowing them to move. Green slime crawled along the ground. The green jelly creature said that he had returned. Words were heard that she did not expect that the disgusting ability of the insect pillar could have other functions. There were stitched wounds on the body. The fingers pulled the needle and thread. Mucus told Sister Soso that the battlefield was dangerous. If she had additional orders, he would carry them out. The girl replied that she loved the battlefield the most. Because the energy received was endless, you can create many interesting dolls. The green monster is a slimy pillar, General Mucus Slime, who said that if bodies were needed, he would bring them to her. The demoness with a blindfold on her eyes replied that it was not necessary. She did not want him to touch the bodies. Let him stay away from her. This is a general of the 6th rank, the Needle Pillar General Soso. The blue-skinned man stood in front of the slime and said that he was still bothering his sister and that he advised him not to do so because the corpse pillar would teach him a lesson. And Soso looked at the doll and admired it. The general looked back and said that he had taken care of the fortifications here and asked to come in. His sister stood next to him and said that he should not forget to leave a couple of survivors so that she could make more dolls. The army ran forward with the desire to kill. One of the fighters watched as they lost the wall and monsters climbed it. They broke in and killed him. Someone was in a hurry and running. There were fighters in the building, directed by the commander, and doctors were carrying the wounded. A man ran into the building and said that he was reporting. He was excited and shouted about the demon tribe. The boy stood in front of the throne and said that the demon tribe had broken through their defenses and that they would not be able to hold them back for long. The king stamped his foot and said that in times of crisis they must maintain order and not sow chaos among themselves. The king of the gnomes stood up from the throne and said that his country still had him. The prince extended his hand to the ruler and told him not to even think about using what he had planned and told him to think about his health. The chief stood with his back to him and said that compared to saving the nation, his health was a small price to pay. In front of his feet, the observation stone sparkled. A projection from the streets of the city appeared in front of him. He carefully watched what was happening. He frowned and thought that his brother had probably died at the hands of demons. His father's mental powers were weakening. Next to him was a mechanical hole. A metal rod jumped out of it. The king held the staff in his hands and thought that although he did not know how long he could hold out, but for the sake of the country he was ready to do everything to drive out the demons, and a blueprint began to be drawn around him. The building shook. Demons jumped on the building and the hatches closed. A cut appeared with the suite. The creatures were divided in half in a second. 2 more cuts occurred. The crowd of demons instantly became sawn. The slime watched what was happening and said that it was problematic and that they were using the trick with saws again, and Soso said that they were only waging a desperate war. They came here prepared. The structure on wheels waved its huge hands. Large caliber cannons fired from the sides. Shots were fired. The saw holders cut the demons into pieces. The mechanical hand drove along the ground and fired back. The red-hot saw approached the pillars, destroying everything in its path. The sister and brother jumped back, leaving the slime alone. He was sawed in half. He was spreading on the floor and talking about how their brothers were fighting on the front lines and they needed to join. The dwarves were working in the technical building and were talking about how they were almost done with the task and had forged the armor. The welders were welding metal, and one of them was talking about how they should finish faster to ease the burden of the king, to which another replied that the strength of the entire nation should unite against the enemies. Many workers were sitting on the module of the mobile city and working. The blue-skinned one was standing next to the slug, which was recovering, and was talking about how they found out that the eldest prince was not in the fortress and asked about how it could be that the king was using force. To which Soso replied that they had lost enough strength since the beginning of the battle and said that they needed to take the tech. The king was tense and was thinking about how, given that he was no longer the same as before, and without the support of his brother, his royal forging was working at less than 30%. He turned his attention to the mechanical arm and wondered why it was not receiving commands. The arm could not move. Soso controlled the threads like a puppeteer and asked if this was the same royal forging that the dwarves called powerful, and said that if so, she was very sorry for them. Many insects crawled on the stones. They enveloped the arm. The blue skin snapped his fingers, uttering an order. The spreading bomb began to explode and fragments of the arm flew in different directions. Slime swallowed. Green substance flew out of his country. It enveloped another arm of the structure. Something clicked inside the module. A weapon modification for the house rolled out of the hole. It rolled out of the opening door. The door slammed shut. The dwarf shouted on the radio that the arms were reinstalled and they can be launched at any time. The king was tense and said that even if he risked his life, it would be good. He squeezed the staff tightly in his hands and said that he would protect his people to the end. The old man raised it up and screamed. A huge mechanical hand flew out. The hand was reinforced and the system notified about the hand replacement. The dwarf frowned and said that demons were ordinary traitors and now he would avenge his brother. The hand began to knock down and destroy opponents. It hit the body, smearing monsters. Everyone ran in all directions from the attack. The mechanism continued to throw the fighters in different directions. The ruler frowned and increased support. The staff began to shine brighter. One of the dwarves asked about how he could use full force if his body was weakened, to which the old man answered, saying that they could not help him in any way and said that the only ones who could use the stone were his majesty and his eldest son. The house on tracks moved forward. The old man looked at his interlocutor and said that usually 3 moonstones are distributed among the main used places of the fortress, that is, movement, defense, and production. The moonstone was near the hull and he continued to talk about how the parts of the stone were built into the corresponding modules and said that when the prince left the fortress, the moonstone was used for production and now they are in the king's staff. The ruler was shaking with tension and said that the fortress had already stopped moving, which speaks of the defense of individual fortresses, and now they lack the main forger who could fully reveal the royal forging along with his majesty. The hand hit the floor. The prince kept his fist on the floor and asked himself why he was still here. He frowned and said that he was talented, but could not help in any way. The fortress fought off the enemies. The king began to cough up blood. The mechanical hand stopped. Blood flowed from the ruler's mouth and he thought that he could not just take and fall and thought that he should do it. The mechanism began to rotate. The combat module continued to annihilate enemies. The threads began to sew it together. Soso held a needle in her hands and said that it didn't matter how many times he did it, she would simply tie the hand to the ground. The dwarf got angry and said that he would tear it to shreds. The second huge mechanism moved to the side. A huge swarm of insects stood in front of the hand. They flew up to the hand. The hand began to explode and its pieces fell to the ground. Another model was reaching forward. A green substance flew into it. With a slap, it stuck to the iron. The slug continued to spit towards the hand. A lot of slime flew towards the fortress. It, like glue, nailed the hand to the hull. The hand tried to move, but nothing came out. The king was exhausted and coughing up blood. He held a staff in his hands. He knelt down on one knee and under him was a pool of blood into which it continued to flow. The stone in his staff gradually grew dull. A dwarf ran up to him and asked him if everything was okay. One of the fighters looked ahead and said that his hands had stopped moving and this made the whole army happy. There were a lot of monsters near the fortress and one of them turned to the generals and said that they would go forward. The flying monsters fired projectiles. The fortress was damaged. Monsters got inside and began to destroy the creatures. The king's assistants watched what was happening. One of the dwarves screamed in pain. His shoulder began to glow. There were no wounds on it and he said that it was healing magic. Demons were flying in the sky and the fortress announced this, telling the team captains to be careful. Rockets were flying in the sky. An explosion was heard in the crowd of monsters. The king held onto his staff and was asked about someone coming to their aid. He had no strength and was shaking from exhaustion. A 4-eyed monster climbed on board, saying that he hated and would destroy the dwarves. The monster fell sharply. One of the dwarven fighters looked ahead and asked why all of their air force was frozen. A winged demon covered in ice fell in front of the crowd. The blue-skinned man bared his teeth and wondered who it could be this time. An old man turned to the king and asked if the eldest prince could return. The dwarf frowned and someone turned to him from behind and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The ruler froze and recognized the voice. Feathers fell from the sky and the demons saw the griffin and were surprised. He landed among a crowd of bloodthirsty monsters. The griffin stomped the ground with his feet. The guys who came down from it entered the battle and Martin looked ahead and said that first of all, he must say that all of this was arranged by him personally, the human empire has nothing to do with it. He looked at the fortress and said that he could not watch how the dwarf tribe was destroyed. They were looking at him through the observation crystal. The king of the dwarves looked at the camera and wondered what the bald guy was. He looked ahead and said that they should give the order that these were friends and let them pass unharmed. The teacher looked at Ali and said that he would enter the fortress first and that he would leave everything to him, to which he replied that no problem and asked to leave it to them. Martin soared up in front of the crowd of monsters. The slug released mucus. It flew at the professor's back. The saliva began to freeze in flight. It turned into a block of ice. The ice fell to the ground. Aisha held a magic circle in her hands and used high-level magic. A swarm of insects flew behind the green monster. The creatures flew at the girl. Fire rushed through the cloud of insects. All of them instantly burned to ashes. They fell to the ground. The slug looked at the burned insects and said that all of his insects had turned to ashes. The pillar looked at him and asked him to shut up. The burning hand flared up. Ali stood up and said that it seemed that after the last breakthrough, he could control the direction and that he had advanced in practicing the ancient abilities of the fist. Soso held a needle in her hands and said that there were so many materials from which she would make dolls. Her threads began to spread around the area. She pointed the needles towards the team and cast a spell. A huge cut divided the threads in half. She was at a loss. The girl held a sword in her hands. Trost looked towards the offender. The archer walked forward and asked if the demon tribe pillars were really that weak and said that it was no wonder the Empire defeated them. The slime looked at the sister of one of the pillars and said that they were people from the human empire and asked if she hadn't said that they wouldn't interfere, to which he received the answer that according to intelligence, they couldn't send a team here and there were only a few of them. The green one frowned and said that it was a small problem and that they had to defeat them all. The blue one looked forward and asked if this couldn't affect the relationship between humans and demons, to which the sister told them not to worry and said that they interfered with it themselves and that Lillian couldn't blame them. Another person appeared in the sky and the demons noticed him, saying that another person had arrived. The pillar looked at him. He saw Papate's flying head. She hit the ground a couple of times towards the monsters. Her head landed right at the feet of the pillars. Soso, the slime and the blue-skinned one looked at her with surprise and fear. The human figure was falling to the ground. Sophisis landed on the ground. He looked forward. The man pulled out his sword and said that if anyone wanted to harm the students, the human empire, they would have to go through him first. Brother Papate held his head in his hands and repeated his name. He looked at him and asked him about what he had forgotten, what he had told him, that even he would want to die. He frowned and said that he could only die at his hands. The slime covered his mouth with his hand and thought that it was good that he died because now his rank had increased. Soso held needles in her hands and said that it was enough talking and suggested that they start fighting. The monsters began a disorderly attack. One of the demons looked at the team and asked another about whether it was the captain of the White Dragons and said that if they could capture him, then they would receive a reward, but he heard that he had killed several generals, to which he replied that they were not only 3 pillars, but an entire army and only a few of them, and said that the first to serve was the first. If they were late, then the trust would be his. The army of demons rushed at them with the desire to kill. The team stood in a circle and prepared for battle. Nanai held a frying pan in his hand and said that he was ready for battle. Sophisis looked forward and asked Alina to use it. She closed her eyes and agreed. The blonde placed the sword in front of him and cast a spell. His hand reached for the cloak with a magic amplification spell. The cloak stirred from the energy. The master was focused. A huge magic ball began to increase. The magic knight began to grow. He appeared in full height and looked towards the guys. All the demons were stupefied. The teacher cast a spell and the knight raised his sword. The magical creature swung. The professor looked away. The knight repeated the master's movement. The blow cut the demons around in half. The man cast a spell and the blade began to pass in a circle, cutting the demons into pieces. The monsters screamed in pain. The area was illuminated by an impossibly bright light. A column of dust rose. The beetle opened the shield behind which stood his accomplices and himself. His armor began to crack. The knight, who was conjured by Sophisis, began to dissipate behind the master. Killian stood with his back to the team and Soso said that the exoskeleton of his insect was very strong, but the professor was also quite strong. The slug looked forward and said that he was able to kill Papate and asked the beetle to calm down, otherwise he would follow his brother to the grave. The pillar got angry and looked ahead from under his brows. He started to take a breath to say something. Having acquired a demonic form, he asked them to shut their mouths. The cut guy stood and told them to stop and suggested that they retreat. Killian looked at the slime. A wounded fighter stood in front of them and said that they would stop here today with all their troops. Soso looked at him and agreed with him. The demonic bug looked at him with fury and said that he refused, because they were so close, and said that he was sure that they could defeat the dwarves together with the people. The fighter, bleeding, asked about him not obeying his order. The green man scratched his head and said someone better not to anger the difficult pillar. The monster bared his teeth. He clenched his fist. Then he loosened his hand. Then he made a dash when someone shouted for all the troops to retreat. All the heroes began to run away, retreating. The blonde was calm and collected. Alina smiled and said that she could only use such strong magic once a day. Fortunately, this scared them off. Moto was scared and thought, if the demon tribe continued to attack, would it not be? The sun was shining on the city. The hero entered the hall where the royal forging was shining. The man made a dash. The muscular man frowned, holding a staff in his hands. There was a repair going on in the area. People were standing near a tank when one of them was waving a red flag. Smoke was coming out of the pipes. The blonde man raised his head and said that the fortress had finally restored movement. Teacher Martin exhaled and said that this should be enough. The troll approached him and thanked him for his difficult work. The king sat on the throne and said that he deserved the title of the first forger of the human empire. He could even untie the royal forging. The bald man frowned and replied that he was flattered, but he spent too much energy. He felt that his strength was running out. It was hard to believe that he constantly controlled the fortress and fought with the demon tribe during these months. The old man looked at him and said they had not seen each other for so many years, and he was still so modest. In fact, he was not the only one who managed the fortress in the battle. Their dialogue continued with the man adding, all this time Bart was next to him, who helped him fully reveal the power of royal forging. The teacher was surprised and answered, oh, Bart, he remembers that the last time he visited the Dwarf Empire, he was still a child. Where is he? The old man silently closed his eyes. Suddenly, a dwarf appeared in front of the bald man, who said, he. The hero clenched his fist. The brunette gritted his teeth, frowned and added, he was killed by the demon tribe. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked how this happened. The guy began to tell that at first there were father and Bart, the demon tribe simply could not defeat their empire, the attack was ineffective, so they called them to make peace. He continued to narrate, although they were not afraid of them, the father could not bear to see ordinary people sacrifice their lives because of the war. So he agreed to talk peacefully. Bart was hesitant and thought they were bluffing, so he went instead of his father. The dwarf was telling, they did not expect the demon tribe to break their promises and suddenly attack Bart's squad during peace talks. The talks were unsuccessful, none of the squad members returned alive. Martin frowned and said, the demon tribe is really vile, let them be sure, he will definitely help the Dwarf Empire. The king sighed heavily and said, well, they haven't seen each other for so long, and they met in such a situation, such an outrage. Suddenly Sophists approached them and apologized for interfering. The man turned around when he asked if they could tell him if they had found another person. The old man looked at him and replied that they had been fighting demons all this time, so they hadn't seen any other people besides them. Yellow-eyed frowned and asked your majesty to think about it a little later. He is their partner and is very important in action. Gray-haired began to cough. Blood poured from his mouth when the guy ran to his father and asked if he was okay. The heroine looked forward and asked if they would allow a humble lady to see your majesty's condition. The dwarf turned around, frowned angrily and answered, no, let him not dare to touch his father. Bald looked at the girl and told the second prince not to give in to emotions. Fiona is the most powerful healer in the kingdom, she can heal Khan's wounds. Then he looked forward and added that he understands his concern, but let him believe them, they sincerely want to help the dwarves. The dwarf wiped his father's blood and said, thank you for understanding Uncle Martin. After which he turned his head and said that father is very tired. They will heal him tomorrow. The stars were shining in the sky. Someone's hand opened the curtain. The dwarf came out of the chamber. There was something bubbling on the table. Looking at the flask, he said that it was safe here, they could come in. The strange creature slowly came out and made sounds. It began to move around the table. Looking at it, the brunette asked why something happened today. The strange substance began to flow upward. The hero in glasses looked at it and said that he managed to lure Bart out of the kingdom, use his father's energy and compromise the dwarf's defense. The creature smiled and replied that they did not even expect that people would appear. The young man opened his mouth wide and frowned. The substance laughed and told the prince to be patient. His brother was already dead. The king's situation was no worse than his. He continued to say that now the people had sent their most restless ones, especially that forging teacher, now they had improved the situation of the kingdom. He asked the prince to calm down. Sophists was very strong, but he was only a man, and there was a whole army of them. The man lay unconscious. The flask was blazing with fire as the boy said he was tired of hearing this. He had fulfilled his part of the deal, it was time to secure the throne for him. The dwarf approached the creature and shouted at him to stop talking nonsense, give him a specific date and stop wasting time. He smiled and said okay, in 2 days he would finish with the corpses, then he would order the pillars and their army to take control of the dwarf tribe and let him become king. The hero picked up the vase. Pouring the liquid onto the substance, he said he hoped so. The creature began to hiss. Suddenly there was nothing left of it. It was the dead of night outside. The heroine stroked the man and asked if he really dared to yell at him. Did he want her to turn him into a doll? Her touches went all over his body. The hero's eyes lit up as he asked if she really thought he cared about the wrath of the weak. Raymond Sasso sat on the throne and told her to let him finish absorbing the corpses and then they would begin the plan. The girl licked him and said, the more corpses he absorbed, the stronger he became. No wonder he did it without fear of Lalan's accusations. The man suddenly pressed the lady to himself, looking at her and grinned and said, this is a rare chance to get so many corpses. He even managed to get the corpse of a pillar. He likes to control everything before showing himself. Then he narrowed his eyes and added, and once he shows himself, he must finish everything in one fell swoop. The brunette looked at him and said, as expected from someone she is in love with. The next day was clear. The red-haired woman stood silently. She brought her palms together and concentrated her power. The heroine used a diagnostic prayer. The people watched as she healed the king. The three looked ahead, holding their breath. Fiona stood with her eyes closed. Suddenly she opened her eyes and said that she had finished diagnosing His Majesty. Turning her head, she added, the strangest thing was that his body had not suffered any external influence. The prince opened his eyes wide and asked if excessive use of mental power could lead to such a state, to which the teacher replied, it could not be. He had forged the walls of the fortress in the same way and was exhausted, but he was able to regain his strength by sleeping for a night, and the next day he could still remain conscious. The girl approached the dwarf and asked him to ask him a question. How long ago His Majesty had these symptoms? The brunette drew his eyebrows together and answered, for several months his father continued to use royal forging to drive away the demon tribe. Since then he began to feel severe exhaustion. The yellow-eyed man looked at him and said, maybe this is really so. He thinks it is time to look for Xiang. The red-haired woman lowered her gaze and said, this is not so. She thinks His Majesty was poisoned. The brown-eyed man winced and thought, poisoned. Teacher Martin was surprised. Sophists looked away. The old man closed his eyes and said, it's impossible. How could this happen? The prince frowned and said, impossible. All of his father's dishes are checked. There is no chance of poisoning at all. And in his head he thought, a problem woman. The poison he created is colorless and tasteless. It is impossible to detect. Then he looked at the captain, who said that he heard that His Majesty takes Prince Lalan's medicine every day. Could Fiona take a look at it? The brunette frowned with displeasure and replied, what rudeness, they suspect him of poisoning his own father. The red-haired girl closed her eyes and said, she found out through a diagnostic prayer. In fact, she is not an expert in medical research, so even if he gives him medicine, she cannot help him. The bald man got angry and asked, then, is there any healing magic that could help calm? The heroine looked at the sick man and replied that His Majesty's current situation is stable except that his mental strength is being eaten away by an unknown medicine. It is urgent to remove the poison, but she is not sure what kind. It would be better if Teacher Hong Lion was here. The blonde man looked at her and said that they will not have time if they ask Teacher for help, but Xiang and Teacher communicated well with each other, so perhaps if they find Xiang, they can find a solution that will help His Majesty. Someone from the crowd said that there is no need for that if it is about medicine. The mustachioed dwarf squinted and asked, isn't Prince Lalan the most outstanding in the field of pharmaceuticals? The teacher looked at the prince and replied, that's right, he must have found a way to remove the poison by now. The brunette frowned angrily and said, no doubt he can try his best, but his pharmaceutical ability is not comparable to the human empire. He is afraid it is impossible now. The old man looked ahead and said, awakening His Majesty is indeed important, but at this moment, the most critical moment, the dwarf kingdom cannot be left without a leader. Let Prince Lalan take the throne. Standing in the room, the heroes began to shout, that's right, the eldest prince is already here. He is the one who can take the position of king. The guy cried and shouted, enough. Falling to his knees, he added that now is not the time to say such things. They can leave. He wants to leave everything to his father. The bald man looked at him and said, after they leave, let him allow them to help them, for Khan's sake. The door slammed shut. The brunette was kneeling with his head down. Then he grinned and said that he was just a step away from the throne. A flock of crows circled on the plain. One of them was eating something. Suddenly, a device appeared in the sky and began to cut the birds. The crows flew away. Sounds came from the tablet. The hero put his foot on the floor. Descending the stairs, Xiang said, it seems that the dwarf tribe and the demon tribe fought not long ago. Looking at the plain, he asked a question, but why are there only footprints and blood stains, no corpses? The girl followed him, her eyes closed, and said she thought it would be better for them to gather in the dwarf kingdom. The longer the current situation of the battle drags on, the more they will be at a disadvantage. The brunette turned around and replied, that's not it. The dwarf kingdom has a moving fortress, so they can win this protracted war. The demon tribe has come a long way in difficult conditions, so won't they be at a disadvantage if this drags on? Looking into the distance, eBay said, there are no corpses in sight. Lillian must have sent a corpse pillar here. For others it might be a problem, but if this is a tug of war, then the corpse pillar is perfect. It can turn bodies into its puppets and absorb them to gain more power. Even if in the past it was at the very bottom of the pillar hierarchy, thanks to this ability, it rose to the top positions. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought, he can absorb bodies to gain more power. Then didn't he become super strong during the war with so many dead people? Besides, there are the puppets. His subordinates are probably all zombies. Isabella lowered her head and assumed that the corpses were absorbed by them. Turning his head towards her, the protagonist asked if he would be stronger than the pillar they saw last time. The blonde raised her hand and said that probably not, but she did not even know to what extent his powers could grow. The young man was surprised and said that she looked very relaxed. Should she not be afraid of him becoming stronger? The girl's eyes lit up and she said that this power was granted by her father. While she was a queen, she could easily suppress it. The protagonist waved his hand and asked what now, does she have any way to deal with him, or maybe she knows some of his weaknesses. The heroine sharply feasted on him saying no. The guy was embarrassed and asked, is that so simple? The blonde closed her eyes and asked him to stop chatting and remember his place because he is just a servant. Turning around, she suggested hurrying to the Dwarf Kingdom. The sooner they got there, the better their chances of survival. Then she looked straight ahead and wondered why she had to tell him so much. A man appeared from the door. Closing one eye, he asked if they had saved him. Climbing the ramp, the brunette said that it was a long story and suggested going inside first. They still needed to get to the Dwarf Kingdom. People were standing on the red carpet. The dwarves were discussing what to do. Their king had not yet woken up and they could only rely on Prince Lawlin. The men were standing behind. Sophisis opened his mouth and said that continuing to wait was not a good idea. Internal affairs were beyond their control and suggested going to look for Xiang. Air clenched his fist and said that if so, he asked to take himself with him. He also wanted to help. Frowning, he added that Xiang was a great friend of his. Since he had helped him rebuild his village, this small danger was nothing. The girl raised her hand and said that if Air left, then she. At this Montaigne, a dwarf rushed into the room, interrupting her. Running in, he began to shout that the reconnaissance team reported that the demon tribe army had regrouped and was attacking in this direction. Opening his mouth, he shouted that in addition, an unknown object was flying towards them at high speed. They thought it was another pillar general. Another dwarf opened his mouth and was surprised how they caught up with them, because now the castle was moving at maximum speed. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that it was unpleasant. They still had not found Xiang, but the demon tribe had already arrived. What should they do? Penny looked at her carefully. Afterwards, she frowned. Martin asked Moto to bring the blueprints of Xiang. They must prepare for battle. Turning his head, he told the second prince that there was not much time left. What would be the orders? The man opened his mouth and said that they still don't know where his brother is, and his father is still in a coma. He wants to hear the minister's suggestions. He waved his hand and asked who has suggestions for Katia. Grandfather opened his mouth and said that in times like these they shouldn't act like a headless chicken. They need someone to lead the Dwarf Kingdom. Another dwarf suggested that Prince Lawlin take the king's place. He raised his hand and said that he has no talent for forging. Martin, holding a staff in his hands, said not to worry, because he is here to help. He is ready to do anything. He handed the staff to the prince. His eyes lit up. People surrounded him and began to ask him to lead their kingdom. Lawlin raised his head and listened to everything that was said to him. The bald man opened his mouth and told the prince not to worry and sit on the throne. Og said that he agreed to be part of the delegation of teacher Martin and Xiang. He can also help in the battle. Nanai opened his mouth and said that he was also a member of the delegation, so he could be counted on. Even though he was only a cook, he would stay until the end. The prince sat on the throne, putting his hand on the armrest. He said that they all trusted him so much. The dwarves opened their mouths and said that Prince Lawlin was really smart. He knew everything about pharmacology. People stood around him and said that he was really a pillar for the future of the dwarf kingdoms, and the kingdom finally had its own pharmacological genius. A man appeared from behind and said that he was well-mannered and diligent. He was really a very good child. The future of the dwarf kingdom would depend on him. In the future, he would definitely help his brother govern the country. The dwarf raised his hammer over his head. Lawlin watched his brother. Looking at him, he thought, why did he not have a hostile talent for forging? He was doing his best. Frowning, he thought, in the end, is all this just to get the position of assistant? He pressed his lips together, thinking that he would not give up. Clouds lit by the rightful sun floated across the sky. The camera analyzed the men in front of it. They turned out to be the troops of the eldest prince. The crowd stood in front of the caterpillars. The prince came closer. The man ran up to him and asked him to hurry up and tell his majesty that the demon tribe had broken the agreement, and troops must be sent there immediately to help the prince's brother. Lawlin smiled and said that of course he would do it. They had all worked hard, so they could rest a little, and tomorrow they would talk about everything else again. The man was confused and said that this could not wait, because the situation was critical. The dwarves took out their weapons and pointed them at the army of the eldest prince. Many shots were fired. Corpses lay on the ground. The prince opened the pot, pouring the liquid out of it. He thought that everything had come to this and no one could stop him. Taking the staff, he thought that all this time he pretended to be an obedient son to get what he wanted, and now he finally got it. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them, and then raised the staff up and shouted, thanking everyone for their trust. He takes office as the new king. They only need to believe in him. He will definitely lead the dwarf kingdom out of crisis. His father will certainly be proud of such outstanding sons. Martin listened carefully to his words. The prince frowned and said that in order to save the dwarf kingdom, he decided to surrender to the demon tribe. Martin opened his mouth and shouted what he said. Lawlin lowered his head and said that, needless to say, he had already reached an agreement with the demon tribe. They only need to transfer them. That lives every month, so everything is fine. The bald man frowned and asked how he could. If Khan was here, he would never agree to this. Sophists frowned and said that he had simply succeeded and reached an agreement. Didn't Martin understand that? It was useless to continue the conversation. It seemed that everyone had been deceived. Lawlin frowned and said that they were in the kingdom of the dwarves. Now he was the king here, and everything would be as he said. The man shouted that his decision was tantamount to selling the kingdom of the dwarves. He was categorically against it. Lawlin extended his hand and asked if they were going to make remarks to him and ordered him to come and grab them. At that moment, the door opened. The group was surrounded by guards. Og gritted his teeth and wondered how this could happen. After all, many years ago they were allies, but now they had become enemies. Feili looked around and said that wherever this delegation was going, it was dangerous. Moto cowered in fear and asked what they should do next. It would be much better if Xiang were here. Sophists frowned and said that even the demon tribe was unable to resist them. Were they really thinking of capturing them? The man asked him not to act impulsively under any circumstances. The ceiling above them began to break. Looking up, the prince thought that these were members of the demon tribe. Shouldn't they have been waiting for his message? A flying machine began to descend from the broken ceiling. The door opened. Descending from the ramp, the protagonist said that as expected, they missed something. The old man opened his mouth and said that the eldest prince had returned. Martin said that it was good that Xiang was okay. Sophists ran up to the protagonist, asking if he was okay. If he was injured, he would be taken back to the human kingdom immediately. The blonde looked at their embrace with hatred. The young man held his hands out in front of him and said that he was okay and thanked him for his concern. Everyone else was also happy about his return. The younger prince ran to his brother, asking if he was okay. As he approached, he said that so much had happened since he disappeared, and they would tell him everything later. The elder prince stood there furious. Lawlin asked if he was okay and thought to himself that something was wrong. Maybe he knew the truth. The brothers stood opposite each other. A fist came towards the younger brother's face, and then he ripped his body from the blow. The elder brother told him to stop pretending. He really was trying to kill him. Lawlin's body lay on the floor. The elder opened his mouth and shouted, how dare he conspire with the demon tribe to give them the kingdom? Was he crazy? Everyone stood there in confusion and did not understand what they meant by saying that the prince conspired with the demon tribe. The younger brother lowered his head and said that he must have been misunderstood, and he did not know what he was talking about. He just did not understand him. Then he adjusted his glasses. The subjects raised their heads. They opened their mouths and said that the prince must be overexcited to say such things. They should help him get to his room. Another said that Prince Lawlin did not want the strength to lead his kingdom. Everyone saw it. The man frowned and said, do not believe Lawlin. It was he who betrayed them all. He personally learned this from the demon tribe. Clenching his fists, he added that his brother conspired with the demon tribe and not only lured him out of the fortress, but also poisoned their father. He thought that by destroying their defenses, the demons would capture them and they would allow him to become the new king. The younger one adjusted his glasses and said that he understood that the tribe must have brainwashed his brother, who here would believe his words. The old man opened his mouth and said that the prince was truly an obedient child when he was growing up. He really could not betray the dwarf kingdom. The man opened his mouth and shouted that he now understood that the human tribe was collaborating with the demon tribe. These guys came here to help them. They deliberately brainwashed his brother to turn against each other. No wonder everything coincided like this. As soon as they arrived, the demons withdrew their troops and ordered the guards to capture them. The subjects lowered their heads and said that they agreed with him. They must be agents of the demon tribe. The man gritted his teeth. The man clenched his fist and said that they had deceived them all. Martin hammed forward and said that there must have been some misunderstanding. The demon tribe is already at the door. They must maintain order. Sophists straightened up and told the teacher that his words were meaningless at the moment. Xiang was right. The blonde turned her head to the side. The protagonist hit his chest and said that he was grateful for the trust placed in him and asked to let him handle this. After all, it was not a problem. Lawlin opened his mouth and shouted, what were those two staring at so blankly? Don't they know who the king is? They should listen to his commands. He opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist moved towards him, asking why he was in such a hurry. Could it be that he was hiding something from them, since they had brought back the old prince? He should at least thank them, and yet without listening to them, he claimed that they had brainwashed him. Wasn't that too much? The youth closed his eyes and added that their purpose for coming here was very simple. They came to help the dwarves. Since his teacher was an old friend of His Majesty, the prince hadn't even been born when they first met, so how could he suddenly become an agent of the demon tribe? The young man closed his eyes and said that of course, if they wanted proof, he could just let them meet the previous king and they would clear everything up. Lawlin frowned and said that his father was still in a coma after being poisoned, so they couldn't meet him, and they shouldn't even think about playing a prank. The redhead gritted his teeth and said that it was his brother who put poison in his medicine. The girl said that she wasn't very knowledgeable about poison-related things. Unfortunately, there was no one from the druid class in the group they brought. Zhang chuckled and said that it was simple. When he was doing business in the human kingdom, teacher Honglian was one of his important partners. The dwarf stood in front of the human and said that there was no need for that. He knew that they were confident in their strength, but if they resisted, it would be a problem between the kingdoms. The fair-haired man adjusted his glasses and said that his peace talks with the demon tribe. This is what the region of the human empire turned over and asked about. If something happened, it would be difficult for them to report it. Sophists remembered the prince and thought that his influence had already spread to the dwarf kingdom to cause a battle between them and the demons. One of the dwarf nation looked forward with displeasure and said that peace talks could still happen if humans decided for them and accused the other of betrayal. The dwarf looked back and asked what could be controlling the demon tribe. Zhang looked forward and said that it was no wonder the prince was so confident, because in fact he had planned everything in advance and said that they had just taken the throne and immediately dared to throw off their masks, revealing their true colors because they had no choice but to restrain themselves. The old men lowered their heads and said that now the eldest prince was here and that his majesty could not approve of sacrificing the lives of his people. The elders looked at the hero as he spoke about how now that their brother had returned, he believed that the minister's opinions had changed. The second prince looked angrily as he was asked about how he really thought he could seize power and sit on the throne that he had illegally taken. He stood in front of the protagonist and told him to shut up and that he could see his father. The prince frowned and said that if he had no way to help, they would obediently return to the human empire and not interfere in their internal affairs anymore. A recipe appeared from the scroll. Xiang held a potion in his hands. A bag landed on the table behind him. He stood in front of the teacher and said that this was the share of the monthly profit that belonged to her. He looked at Hong and said that he liked the way the teacher worked and asked if his sincerity was visible. He closed his eyes and said that he insisted on him joining him because he had great talent and held an insignificant position on the regent's side. In his eyes, only magicians and swordsmen had value. He raised his hand and said that he was only appointed to help him brew the necessary medicines, because as time went on, the druid class was in a bad position. Moreover, he had never been in the public eye and said that now their brewed medicines had cured many patients. In addition, his position had greatly increased. It could be said that this was a double victory, having both glory and wealth. Zhang stood in front of the physician and said that the prince needed combat power and he needed her talent, and he asked him to believe that he could show his true value next to him, to which he replied that he understood since he showed sincerity. He reached out his hand to the potion and said that he was presenting him with the fruit of his life's labor. Hong smiled and said that he had spent half his life searching for the Sloth King's absolutely rare drug, formed by his saliva mixed with a universal antidote, and said that he only had 3 bottles and hoped that he would be able to continue to monitor them. The hero poured the Gnome King some medicine and thought that, according to the teacher, this potion removes any poison. Drops of the tincture flowed into the ruler's mouth. His eye suddenly opened. The protagonist looked at the awakened dwarf with horror. He began to spit out the liquid. The whole team was in shock. The king's son looked at what was happening and called out to his father. Martin looked anxiously at the gnome and asked Mick if everything would be okay. The guy looked at the patient with anxiety and said that everything should be fine. The purple substance fell on the floor. It spread more and more. Moto looked at what was happening with disgust and asked what kind of thing he had torn out. One of the dwarves got angry and said that they wanted to provoke a war between humans and them. He looked at the sick man and ordered the guards to drive the guys out of the kingdom. The king's beard was covered in blood and he told them to stop. Everyone was surprised. The ruler stood up and said that while he was here, they both had to behave decently. Martin looked at him and asked if he had recovered. His hand was shaking and he said that he had, but he had a feeling as if his insides had been taken out. Xiang stood in front of the lying dwarf and said that his body had not yet fully recovered and that he should have a good rest to witness what would happen in the future. One of the servants held a bottle of medicine in his hands and said that what he spat out was similar to the medicine the prince gave. The second prince was grabbed by the collar and asked why he did it. The servant held him above himself. The prince was tense. The king frowned and asked what happened when he was unconscious and ordered him to be released. He looked at them and asked what they were doing, to which he received the answer that after he was ambushed, Bart pretended to be trapped and the pillar told him everything and said that the second prince had conspired with demons to harm their father. He was furious. The ruler turned to the prince and asked if it was true. The dwarf in glasses looked ahead and said that he did not want to kill his father. Without emotion, he looked at his brother and said that he was too lazy to argue with them. His interlocutor grinned and thought about where he got such strength from and asked about when he became like that. He hit his brother. The dwarf landed on the floor. He was holding a staff in his hands and said that no matter what, this staff is now in his hand. Therefore, he is the king of this country and will lead it to the best future. Bart looked at him and said that for the sake of the throne, he is ready to pay a monthly tribute to the demon tribe. The father was disappointed in his son. The ruler took his hand aside and said that he should immediately give up the staff and say that he will come up with a punishment as soon as this battle is over. The dwarf in glasses was angry and shouted that he was not going to play games and said that it was always like this, no matter how much effort he puts in. He will never have a chance to be kind and said that Bart was born with the talent for forging and therefore it was always easier for him. He moved his hand to the side and asked if they knew how much effort he had put into achieving this. The braided dwarf looked at his brother in bewilderment. He adjusted his glasses and said that the only reason his father cared about him was because he would help him survive. The king looked ahead and said that he had never thought of it that way and asked them to understand him correctly. The dwarf stood in front of the elders and said that he pitied him and said that in the kingdom of the dwarves, people like him, who had no talent for forging, were considered scum and had no say in anything. He looked ahead and said that even if he had succeeded in other things, it would all have been meaningless and said that they never recognized him. The elders tried to calm him down, saying that his skill in medicine had reached a high level. The gnome's mouth dropped open when he was told that when he helps his brother and father, the kingdom will prosper. He stood and enjoyed the compliments directed at him. Something caught his interest. The ruler said that he had high hopes. It was high time for the gnome kingdom to develop in areas that could not be forged. The gnome grinned after the words that he should help his brother. He stretched out his staff in front of him and said that he no longer wanted to be second and that the throne belonged to him. Bart looked at him angrily and said that no matter who became king, they would serve the people and, if his father, and he was not there, who would control the machines to protect their kingdom. The gnome in glasses smiled and said that he knew he would say so and said that he was putting in more effort to achieve his goals than they could imagine. The staff began to shine strongly. The gnome held a shining staff in his hands. Martin looked ahead and asked about the forging. The team stood in the hall. Bart was furious and said that he should stop and said that he should stop spreading the disorder and said that he would not withstand the exhaustion of mental forces. The guy with glasses looked ahead and said that he was putting in more effort than they could imagine. Sophists looked ahead and said that if they tried to attack them, he could immediately kill them. Blue lines passed across the floor. Blue lines on the floor resembled microcircuits. The floor began to move. Space appeared behind the gnome. Air ran towards him and said that he would not let him leave. The gnome was already behind him. The guy did not have time to follow him. The blue-haired man stood in front of the figure and asked what he was doing and asked to pass and asked that they did not understand who good people are. The figure under the cloak was silent and the door closed behind it. A monster appeared from under the hood. The demon burst out of the cape. Gas began to come out of its mouth. Fiona watched the gas spread and told them not to breathe because it was poison. The gas spread throughout the room. The team stood in front of a cloud of poison. Sang looked to the side and shouted for Moto to use something. He looked at the hero and said that of course. A flash lit up the room. The guy was holding a high-power collection bag. The guy in glasses started using it and all the smoke poured into the bag. The vacuum cleaner was filled with a large amount of poison. Moto watched the cloud and said that this was the forging of the outcome of the battery installation. Emery watched what was happening and asked if the guy had really become that cool. The dwarf kingdom was under an azure sky. The second prince stood on the platform and spoke about how, although he did not have the gift of forging, in order to secure himself as king, he would need to overcome this problem. He held a staff in his hands and spoke about how he had researched so much all these years. After personally trying out medicine countless times, he obtained a medicine that constantly gives him mental strength. A magical line appeared on his face and he said that moreover, there is a medicine that can transform people's mental powers into his own. Moss stood in the room with the cat and asked about what was happening in it. Thorns came out of the wall. All the walls were covered with needles. The sharp growths began to move towards the team. Moto watched the approaching threat. He became scared and the needles stopped very close to him. Martin held a feather and forged. He looked ahead and spoke about how he would use forging to fight them and that it was better to get out of here quickly. The king looked at the teacher and asked how he would get out, to which the teacher replied that he should not worry about him and ordered him to leave quickly. Moto watched the threat. The dwarf with glasses looked ahead. He concentrated and said that this time he would use the power equal to 100 people. There were needles in the room. They began to move rapidly. Martin was shaking with tension and said that the mental power was getting stronger and stronger. He sighed from the weight. He was hit and flew back. The bald man's back was approaching the stakes. Zhang watched what was happening and called out to the teacher. He took out a staff. The hero swung it. He pointed the staff towards the teacher. Everyone was tense. Two magical forces collided with each other. The dwarf with glasses was tense and thought about what was going on and about the sudden surge of power. Martin hit a soft wall. He leaned on his back and asked what it was. The bald man looked at the wall and said that it was a field. Moto looked at him and asked what kind of field it was. Moss looked at the guys and said that the rooms had returned to normal. The hero turned to the guy with glasses and asked about the teacher's condition. The bald man ran up to the protagonist and asked him how he did it. He looked at him with surprise and said that he used a forging field. Mick looked at him and told him not to worry and said that he did not quite understand. The king of the gnomes looked at the teacher and said that he had a very good student. The teacher turned to Khan and said what he saw and that he was not mistaken, it was field forging. Zhang looked at him and asked what kind of field forging it was. A powerful cut occurred. Sophus made several cuts. He stood with his back to the protagonist and said that everything would be explained another time and that this building was under control and said that he would leave it to him. Nick looked back and said that there were no problems and asked to leave it to him and said that first he would lead everyone out of this room and turned to Bei with a question of whether everything was okay. She closed her eyes and told him to call her queen. He looked at her with surprise and whispered to her what she was doing and that she wanted to hide her identity. She looked at him and asked him what he was afraid of. The hero was perplexed and asked her not to cause trouble. Moto looked at them and said that their relationship had become even stronger, like between a husband and wife. She looked away. Blood was dripping onto the floor. The gnome in glasses was choking on the red liquid. He looked away and did not understand what was happening and thought that it was Martin because his brother and father did not have such power. He imagined the room they were in and said that the strangest thing was that in the room where they were now, his forging did not work. The room was edged with blue stripes and he said that it was as if the field of the room was abstracted. The edge became white. The dwarf looked away and asked about the forging starting to work. The force was moving towards him and he thought about such a strong impact that even 100 people could not resist it. He grinned and said that it was outrageous. His torso became naked. He stood in a stance and shouted that the mental power of 400 people. He frowned and said that this was almost the limit, but now no one would stop him. The figure from above watched the dwarf. Zhang stood with a pen in his hands and said that a layman always remains a layman, and when he looks back, he will see that it is the second prince. The hero looked forward and said that if it is not so, then he will catch him and kill him. The dwarf in glasses looked at him and said that it will end badly. The pen in the hands of the protagonist began to shine and he said that he will be the last of those who now argue with him. The staff in the hands of the dwarf shone. Magic went towards the offender and the dwarf said that who would have thought that it would be an unknown fellow of the human empire and said that it seems that he was just not careful with him. Electricity passed through the building. Huge mechanical hands with drills were approaching MC. The drill was spinning and flying to the side. The guy was twisting the pen and machines were heading towards him. Zhang hit the floor with a stick. The mechanisms were very close to him. The drills stopped working and stopped. The prince was furious and asked about the one who had taken over control and said that it was the mental strength of 300 people. He slammed the staff on the floor and said that it was impossible. The mechanical arms started working again. The hero closed his eyes and was scared. The dwarf looked ahead. The protagonist scratched his back and said that he had to work as a messer for several days in a row and that was why his back hurt. His opponent was furious. He looked at the guy and asked what was going on and that he had also taken drugs to increase his strength. Zhang put his hand to his neck and said that it was more convenient to rub and that he did not understand what he was talking about. The hero looked at him with a grin and asked about what illegal drugs and said that forging was a true talent. The protagonist looked away and said that he would allow him to open his eyes. Yellow lightning flashed around MC. The hand on top of the house activated. The guy looked down and said that forging was more than just creativity and knowledge. The hand started falling down. The dwarf looked at what was happening and was unhappy. The citizens of the kingdom looked at the explosions and thought that the demon tribe was back with them. The team stood outside the building and Martin said that everyone should come here and that their king would take them to the combat command room and that Bart would go and inform the army in the city to evacuate the citizens. The hand crushed the voice. The platform rose up. On it stood a dwarf with a staff and said that this was just a giant hand, no different from the forging of the kingdom. Zhang looked at the dwarf and said that he was also pretty good since he could forge planes. The opponent frowned and said that it was better than a fake and that he was not afraid of anyone and they would see the results of research for all the years. He turned around and flew away in the opposite direction from the building. The hero looked after him and asked if he wanted to escape and said that he should not even think about it. A mechanical hand was approaching the plane. He landed on the roof and noticed the threat. He concentrated and shouted that this was the limit of his strength. His staff began to glow and he cast a spell. The clamp grabbed the mechanism. The protagonist was surprised. The mechanism's hand began to move. It was a combat module that went down. The robot's cabin began to move. The glass covered the control module. Smoke was pouring out of the engines. The steam giant held a mechanical hand. The exhausted dwarf held a staff in his hands and said that this was a project that the human empire had never even thought about. Zhang looked at the giant in surprise. He admired and said that it would be nice to make a figurine out of this robot and that it was classic and cute. The mechanical arm broke under the pressure of the robot. He cut it in half. Second Prince smiled broadly and told him to be surprised and insult him. The robot pointed the gun forward. The gun looked straight at the guy. The hero was scared. Bullets flew out of the barrel. 2 shells were approaching the guy and he began to forge. The blow hit the roof and there was an explosion. Moto looked at the burning roof of the building. The robot came out of the dust and its pilot said that this was a consequence of curiosity. The wall collapsed in front of him. The mechanical arm appeared from the hole. It went down. The leg broke the bottom of the house. A glow was visible in the windows. It was approaching the windows. A robot came out of the building. It was many times larger than the steam giant that stood in front of him. The dwarf looked ahead and did not know what it was. Martin watched what was happening and asked if it was possible to leave it to Mick alone. Bay looked away and said that they should not worry about him, because if he could not handle it, he was not worthy of serving her. Sophists looked forward and said that Zhang said that he was the champion of the Empire Cup. This was a rare opportunity for practice, and that he would be there if necessary. The apprentice was puzzled and she said that if Regent found out that the master's strength had reached such a level, he would be in danger. The robot was approaching the small steam giant. The pilot of the orange mechanism was in shock and did not believe his eyes. The battle robot walked through a column of dust. Its pilot looked forward and said that since he wanted to play, he would play with him, but he would give him a chance to surrender. The battle machine moved among the houses and the team was watching it. An alarm sounded in the city asking for an evacuation and the dwarves fell into a panic. The pilot of the small robot looked forward with anger and asked if he really thought he could imitate his steam giant. The robot stood up and began to smoke. It jumped towards the enemy. From its back appeared arms with saws. It was approaching Zhang. The dwarf looked ahead and shouted that he would kill him. The hero looked ahead and said that this ancient device could not harm him and suggested that he surrender. The pilot of the steam giant looked away and said that something was happening and that his creation was helping him. The robot activated a strong magnetic field. The debris of the building flew off from the field. The protagonist approached him. He stood in front of the dwarf and said that with his level of forging it was impossible to win and that he should not be naive. Thinking that the demon tribe would support him when the kingdom was captured, he did not want to hurt him and asked him not to put up unnecessary resistance and humbly surrender. The dwarf was furious. He was furious and said that he was wrong to try to stop him. The robot opened the combat module. An alarm about strong energy sounded in the Zhang cabin. The orange robot fired a beam to the side. The projectile hit the useless wooden shield. The shield held the blow. The beam continued to hit. The hero smiled and said that luck number 4 was too huge. There was no time to use useless lumber, but the shield was enough to deal with them. The dwarf's combat module failed. The protagonist's robot deflected the beam to the side. He looked away. People were shown on the interface. The guy thought that the battle was too active. There were still many residents in the city and they could be easily injured if he was careless. The dwarf in glasses frowned and thought about why he stopped and said that one more shot and he would completely turn into scrap metal. The weapon began to gain strength. A huge hand hit the robot. The enemy was stunned. The engine and the mechanism started working. The white robot looked forward from under his brows. Mick frowned and said that if he wanted a fight, he would take him outside. The hand that grabbed the robot was taking him outside the kingdom. He tried to detach it. The gnome was furious and asked to let him go and said that it was infuriating. They flew outside the city. The second hand was approaching the mechanism. It accelerated even more. Its engine produced a blue flame and it was preparing to strike. The opponent noticed it and was surprised by another module. The projectile hit the enemy with all its force and he flew even further. There was a huge and powerful explosion. The mechanical hands flew back on jet propulsion. The next moment they joined the mechanical armor. Everyone watched this in surprise, and the mushroom-headed one at the same time said that it was amazing and could contain an entire army due to its size. Sophists frowned at him and thought that his progress had always surprised him, and if he could build a few more of these giants for their future regiment, then there would be no need to worry about a power gap with the regent. Zhang's suit opened the cooling valves. Flames burst out of his feet and lifted him up. He rose into the sky and said that they could discuss the issues of fighting the demon tribe until he returned. The guy immediately flew away from them. His blow left a ditch in the ground. The mechanical suit was damaged and his leg was torn off. The wiring sparked and stuck out from under the armor. Wallen tried with difficulty to rise and, clearing his throat, wondered how a blacksmith could be so strong. He opened his eyes, gritting his teeth, and thought that these people from the Empire were almost coming to disintegration. The man frowned and thought that his trump cards were about to run out, and assuming that he could retreat, he thought that now he would go to meet his corpse pillar and doubted more and more. Suddenly, he was wildly surprised by the hero's words that the second prince had already used one chance to surrender, and the last one remained. The protagonist was high in the sky against the background of the sun and said that he had nowhere to go and in this situation they were of no value to the demon tribe. Pink-Eyed looked at him with a proud posture and said that this could be considered the last warning and asked him not to blame him if it really hurt. Long-Eared went crazy and used the forging skill. Ismech's hand rose, pointing the cannon. The flask with flesh began to heat up and become covered with electricity. Suddenly, the material was sucked in and sent through the pipes. Threads of organic material began to burst out of the nozzle. A huge prickly column of sarcoma injection flew out. The projectile tip began to split into pieces. The tree enveloped the hero, about to grab him. The suit was entangled and tightly squeezed. The metal began to melt due to the acid. The second prince began to laugh heartily and rejoice at this, asking about whether he really thought that he would use forging only to deal with him. Because this is the strongest control developed with the flesh of the corpse pillar and its changing water, and they will rule the bloody empire. But then the reincarnated one smiled slyly and called him a fool. A catarrh burst out of the suit. A huge cross-shaped cut occurred. The fetters immediately flew apart, with a burnt place of the cut. The hero looked at him through the lenses and asked if he was really so stupid that he would use these disgusting sarcomas to weaken his luck. Suddenly, the sprouts began to recover and reconnect. The trunks were able to completely regenerate and create a chain. The second prince was overjoyed as never before and said that this was a fool, because even if he blew them to pieces, it would be useless, because while there was a small fragment, these sarcomas would continue to regenerate until the target completely melted. The hero's mech was immediately squeezed by the shackles. Guns crawled out of the robotic dreadnought. A barrage of fire immediately began from the cannons. A powerful explosion occurred at the end of the sprout. The dwarf looked angrily at the lights and said that he really thought that his skill would be better than his, and suggested that he just die. But then Zhang calmly said that he was losing his last chance to surrender. A bright flash lit up in the haze. The iron armor was able to release a powerful incinerating volley. The beam tore the bonds that had covered him into pieces. The big-eared one looked at this with wild horror and wondered what the hell that was. A volley of bullets shot straight from the sky towards the enemy. A very powerful and destructive explosion occurred. A hole appeared on the chest of the iron armor. Suddenly the suit began to tremble. The lenses immediately began to burn brightly. He began to emit incinerating heat and use thermal explication. The protagonist was able to break free from the grip by emitting flames. The sarcoma fragments burned out and flew to the sides. He looked down with wild anxiety and thought that he had used too much force and accidentally killed the second prince. The guy quickly flew to the place of the explosion. After landing, fragments of the mech lay in front of him. Lalin was behind a large number of magical barriers, although his creation was melted. The big-eared one angrily clenched his teeth, bleeding, and said that he becomes what he forges. The pink-eyed one calmly looked at him and said that especially for him, this is technology and fantasy from another world. The suit was above the defeated enemy and a robotic voice was heard from there, saying that the amateur farce of the fight for the throne was over and it was time to arrest him and punish him. The huge hand released the small one, but the prince put his staff in front of him and said that he was a good boy, but one should not think that all this was over. His hand began to swell, and he said that when the army of demons attacked them, no one would be able to escape. Suddenly, purple feathers began to fly out of the blue limb. He immediately began to be enveloped in tendrils. The hero tried to grab the cocoon, but as it turned out, there was nothing under his hand. Zhang was wildly surprised to see this. The shreds flew to the floor. After that, the material began to soak into the ground and evaporate. Only fragments of the machine remained and nothing more. The protagonist looked at this with slight surprise and said that he did not expect that he would be able to use his hands, and the prince escaped. After some time, the townspeople looked at the suit standing in the square with interest and praised the forging of the empire. Many people gathered in the square to look at the creation. Sophists patted the hero on the cheeks and made his wife jealous when he asked if he was okay, and said that he really deserved to be a newcomer to the empire he dreamed of, and would tell his majesty to reward him. But suddenly the pink-eyed man noticed something interesting. There the king rode up to him and thanked him for his difficult work. The wheelchair user, looking upset, asked about his worthless son and asked if everything was okay with him. Then Zhang said with a little regret that he almost caught him, but in the end he escaped with the help of magic that is unknown to him, and if he understood correctly, then it is connected with the corpse pillar. Then the brown-eyed man looked down with wild despair and said that he heard him. There was a deathly silence between everyone. Martin put his hand on his back and told him not to blame himself and to cheer up, because they would definitely help him. He looked ahead with a menacing look and thanked him, saying that everything was correct and now there was another, more important topic for the Dwarf Kingdom, and suggested discussing how to fight the army of the demon tribe. Some time later, the door to the huge hall swung open. Important people were sitting at a long table with tea. The young dwarf frowned and said that after so many years, everything about Roland became known and now the army of the demon tribe should be gathered to begin the final offensive. Then the king looked away and said that now that his brother had returned, with the help of Martin and Xiang they would be able to use the full power of the kingdom's cows, and they did not need to be afraid of the demon tribe. Then the beauty surprised her husband by insulting them and asking if they knew where they were now. Then the guy, with a wild laugh to distract them, pointed at her with his hand and said that she saw that everyone was tense and just wanted to make the conversation more relaxed, and they got some information. He became more serious and said that in the enemy army there is a pillar general, a corpse pillar, and his ability to manipulate corpses and absorb them. And now that the war has been going on for some time, then no matter the loss of soldiers, there will be a lot of corpses on both sides, and the more they fought, the more their strength increased. Sophists looked at him from behind, asking about the corpse pillar, and said that he had already met him on the battlefield between the Empire and the Demon Tribe, and his ability is really very unpleasant, and he cannot be killed even if you cut off his head, to which he said that continuing to play tug of war with him like this is not the most suitable way to wage war. Then the white-haired one folded her arms and said that it was true, and while he was there, the fallen soldier had absolutely no effect. The shaggy one became even more serious and said that in addition to the remaining demon army, it was estimated that they already had a huge army of the dead. The king looked down in despair and said that their soldiers were also part of this army. Then the bald one looked at the protagonist and asked what he thought about the firepower to save the city, to which he said that it was true and thought that as long as the firepower was great, it would be enough to catch everyone. The mushroom-headed one anxiously clenched his teeth and said that now it was not 100 or dozens of people, but an army of demons numbering over 100,000. Then Xiang took out a scroll and said not to worry, mentioning his design drawings that would finally come in handy. The bespectacled one looked at him from behind and asked again. The pink-eyed man looked at him with slight confidence and said that he was afraid that such destructive power would be a little difficult to control. The horde of demons was already standing ready to attack with full confidence. The Legion had a huge number of combat units. The hordes covered huge expanses and hills. A purple foot stepped onto the rock. The three leaders stood watching this with wild pleasure. The big man moved his hand to the side and addressed his dear comrades. He rose to his full height and said that today was the time to capture the kingdom of the gnomes, and everyone could go and kill as many as they wanted. The army let out a wild cry of pleasure, raising their hands up. The fat slug looked at this with pleasure and said that they were finally attacking, and asked if they had seen it. The winged one folded his arms on his chest and said with a smile that this guy had little brains, and that was okay. The Egyptian giant, without turning to them, said that the two of them should not worry so much about others and just take care of themselves. The green-eyed one looked at them with regret and said that they were killed in the same way as that brother. Killian was puzzled and asked what he was saying and that someone could kill Balian. Soso looked away and said that no one is unkillable. Beetle frowned and was upset about the loss of 3 pillars and said that Anju had disappeared. Mucus looked away sarcastically and said that if he died, he would gain 3 rank levels. Raymond got angry and asked what he wanted to say, that he could not compare with the Dark Pillar, and said that he had enough. He stood with his back to them and offered to watch carefully. He looked forward seriously and asked if the warriors wanted to become stronger. All the demons screamed with joy. The Egyptian giant placed his hands on the ground and said that since everyone wanted to become stronger, there was no need to wait, and said that the corpse pillar would grant their wishes. A magic circle appeared around him and he cast a spell. A magic beam shot into the sky. A dead hand appeared from the ground. Living dead creatures were crawling out of the ground. One of the creatures began to scream. It bit the demon in the neck and everyone panicked. The bitten one attacked his own and chaos reigned in the crowd. Everyone began to turn into zombies and bite healthy ones. The zombie clung to the monster's neck. The dead man's eyes glowed red. Soon the entire army became infected. The pharaoh looked at the enslaved army. Killian looked at them puzzled. He looked towards Raymond and asked him what he was doing. The beetle fell to his knees and said that he had attacked his subordinates to make them puppets. Soso stood behind the general and said that the last attack, of course, the deserters did not allow, and it turned into an army. To which he asked her about what she was talking about and said that how could there be deserters in his trained subordinates. The Egyptian giant stood with his back to his companions and said that enough was enough and offered to make a decision, because in this way they could win the number of dwarves. He turned to the pillars and said that Queen Lillian allows him to apply all decisions, and if they are dissatisfied, they can return and report everything to the ruler. His eyes shone and the hills began to crack, and he offered to challenge him. Creatures began to crawl out of the ground. Behind him stood the living corpses of the pillars. Headless stood Damon, a pillar of the 3rd rank, who was killed. Next to him stood Ju of the 8th rank, who was killed. Kylian looked at him with displeasure. The pharaoh extended his hand and said that it was a pity that Kong's corpse was incomplete. Otherwise the bug's brother would gather together again and ask about his subordinates, since he did not want them to be his puppets. The angry infected stood and waited for the order. Magic vines engulfed each warrior after Raymond cast a spell. All the zombies were wrapped in a cocoon. The vines turned into a solid substance, sealing the subordinates. The Egyptian giant closed his eyes and said that he should not worry about this anymore and asked him if he had any comments. Kylian was angry and said that everything depended on him. The pharaoh raised his hands up and said that then they would unite and launch the final attack and that he would triumphantly take everyone back to the devil world and receive rewards. He looked forward from under his brows and said that they would continue to be stepping stones on his path. The kingdom's caterpillars moved the city to the side. The huge city was passing by the plateau. Moto looked up and asked if this was really Xiang's strategy. Bart looked away and said that the area was what the team needed and that their kingdom had arrived there before when the winter was very cold. Martin closed his eyes and said that he should not worry and that his disciples could not make mistakes. Xiang looked ahead and said that now the enemy could be an entire army of corpses that did not need to eat or drink and that they had an advantage in moving and forging. But the biggest problem of the dwarf kingdom was food and said that they could not leave the empire for a long time, so they needed to find a way to kill them all. He imagined a city on tracks and said that, however, it was harder for them to resist the enemy on the front and back fronts. On the back front there was a mountain that would not allow the kingdom to leave and said that they needed to concentrate all their power on the front. Sophists stood next to him and said that the hero was right and that if they left the human empire for a long time, they did not know how Regent would behave. He could create problems for them and said that they needed to make a decision as soon as possible and return. The kingdom was approaching a plateau. The team was standing on the surface. Moto was excited and said that it was really scary to look at this mountain and asked that if they did not win, then they really would have nowhere to run. The mountain, with a hole at its foot, rose up and, cutting through the clouds, touched the azure sky. Bae stood leaning over and said that she just needed to listen to what he was saying. If he could understand everything, it would save her from having to act. Bart stood behind his father and said that he felt a little risky and asked his opinion on this matter. He turned to his son and told him to just trust the guys as he trusted Martin. They shook hands. They looked at each other and turned to their interlocutors. Xiang looked at the teacher and said that without further ado, and he, turning to the elders, asked for help in gathering all the blacksmiths in the kingdom of the gnomes and said that they would gather as soon as they sat down in the castle. The teacher looked ahead and asked about those the guy needed. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and said that he was going to do a large-scale forging and play a tower defense game with them. Zombified demons walked along the sands. There was a huge army of them. They walked forward and they were accompanied by flying demons. The army moved under the blue sky. A huge creature that flew over the demons captured their attention. A huge and vile monster carried pillars on itself. Raymond sat and held Soso in his hands. The beetle looked at them. He began to land and said that he patrolled all the mountains located near them, but did not find any traces of the dwarf kingdom and assumed that they specifically avoided them. Sister Killian looked at her brother and said that in any case their living dead do not get tired and said that let them run a little. The leader of the insects looked away and asked about where Lalin was there really no information. There was a cocoon behind the pharaoh and he said that it was here. A hand broke out of the substance. The second prince got out of the shackles. He watched as the Egyptian giant said that all the methods of saving life given to him were used, which means that he failed. The gnome with glasses started wiping the remains of the substance from the body and said that he almost succeeded and said that it was necessary to blame the empire, which stood in his way. Soso looked at him and said that useless guys always like to make excuses. Sun Quan stood up and shouted at her to shut up and said that if he did not detain her earlier. Raymond, without turning his head, said that they should pay attention to their attitude and not bark. Lalin was unhappy and tried to show his importance, saying that if he were not with them. Pharaoh turned his head at him and magical power began to emanate from him. The second prince grinned. The Egyptian giant pressed the gnome with force and said that he was no longer a prince and could not be arrogant. Mucus watched with pleasure what was happening and said that he should accept his position and asked why he could not admit his mistake to the corpse pillar. The gnome in glasses winced in pain and asked to stop, apologizing to the pillar and thinking that the demons were traitors and if this continued, he would be killed. They stopped torturing him and he calmed down. Lalin was exhausted by the creature's fur. Lying in one position, he thought about how he had initially treated him with respect and now he couldn't even return to the king. Raymond stood in front of him and said that he would never forget the promise and if he was obedient, they would conquer the kingdom and he would support the new king. He looked down at the gnome, mentioned the moonstone and asked him if he could use it. The staff began to manifest from the corpse substance. The gnome trembled in front of the pillar. He looked at him and said that if he gave him a potion of freshness, he would be able to restore his exhausted strength. The pharaoh smirked and said that his corpse dolls were still very fresh and said that he would give him as much material as he needed and said that if he cooperated well, he would get everything he wanted. The approaching army was watched through a camera. The plateau was cut by the clouds. The faces of the ferocious monsters were visible on the tablet and Xiang said that they had finally found them and that this battle was more powerful than what he had seen in the movies. He sat with Bae and told her to look at this and it seemed that the entire army had turned into living corpses. The girl became wary and said that Raymond really dared to turn the army into his puppet. The protagonist looked at her sarcastically and told her to be careful and not to let out her anger. The queen bared her teeth and said that although the demons respected the strong, the rules were strict and they were never allowed to kill their own, and Lillian really let the rules get that black. Mick put his fingers to his chin and said in a puzzled tone that judging by the drone's placement, if they were to target us, they would arrive in 2 hours. The swordswoman narrowed her eyes and said that the queen should get rid of all these pillars. The tablet contained surveillance footage of the dwarf's work, and Xiang said that the general forging blanks were completed in an orderly manner according to the drawings and plans, and he could definitely help them. The hero heard footsteps, became wary and told her not to show anger so that they would not be exposed. In front of him stood Martin, who said that Sophists told him that he was here and he found him, to which he asked if there was any problem. The guy with glasses enviously thought about the couple happily enjoying love in this world. The bald guy looked at the student and said that basically, the parts were laid out according to the drawings. He did not expect that Moto's power would improve so much after practicing with him. The teacher turned his gaze and said that the protagonist's forging this time is something that only he knows, beyond their imagination, and he said that he is pleased to teach a student like him. Zhang stood in front of Martin and he said that he is afraid that he cannot help with the drawing and it is hard for him to imagine the finished product. The hero picked up a pen and asked them not to worry and asked if there is no moonstone here. The teacher opened his eyes wide and said that such a large-scale project required incalculable mental strength and asked if he could maintain it alone. Moto chimed in and said that when he tried to make a robot, his strength was exhausted, and he used the moonstone for a lot of forging battles, and now he had to forge a huge project and asked if he was afraid of using up all his strength. Martin looked at him and said that he had never suffered from a lack of mental strength, to which Xiang rubbed his cheek with his finger and said that he had never felt a lack of energy. The hero looked at the teacher with a puzzled look and said that if he really consumed too much mental energy, he would pay for it. The teacher's face changed and asked what he had forgotten. They looked away with a thoughtful look. The guys looked at him and said that if he spent a lot of mental health, he would go bald. They looked at them and asked about the forging techniques having such side effects. She imagined her bald husband and asked about what he would become like if he continued like this. She closed her eyes and imagined him talking to her. Xiang ran up to her and said that she shouldn't even imagine it. Bart stood behind the team and said that he was confused. The hero looked at him and asked about the prince. The kingdom was under a mountain. They entered a gap at the foot of the mountain. It was a huge tunnel that fit an entire city. The dwarf looked ahead and said that he trusted the protagonist's blacksmiths, but now the castle looked like a captured animal and asked about the tower defense game he was talking about. Mick looked at him and said that he could rest assured. In fact, this was done in case of retreat. He had made a batch of shield machines in advance that could quickly evacuate the castle. Xiang opened his eyes wide and said that the tower's defense could make the most of their forging and asked him to believe him and said that he would be surprised. The sky was clear. The kingdom was not visible in the mountain crevice. The zombies were approaching the plateau. They walked slowly but surely. There was a whole kingdom hidden in the cave and demons were approaching it. A monster with pillars on its back was flying above the army of monsters. Soso looked ahead and said that they had led themselves into a trap and that she thought this was a trap for them. Killian folded his arms and said that he would go first. Raymond frowned and said that there was no need for that and asked to let him go and see what they were doing. A substance began to form from his hand. The created creature jumped off his hand. On wings, it flew into a hole in the cave. The substance was approaching its target. A barrage of shells cut it into pieces. Charred pieces flew down. Pharaoh was puzzled by what had happened. In front of the entrance stood large caliber 6-barreled machine guns. There were a lot of them and next to one of the guns was a surveillance stone. They were sticking out everywhere. The stones projected a screen in front of the army. On the projection stood the king, who was telling them to leave his country. A creature with pillars flew up to the screen and the ruler said that if they did not obey, they would deal them a severe blow. Raymond looked ahead and asked if they should not beg him for mercy while sacrificing their lives and said that he obeyed Lillian's order and promised not to harm the kingdom and to immediately withdraw the troops. He looked down and said that as far as he knew, the region had no orders to send troops to help the dwarves. The pharaoh addressed the guys through the screen and asked about their openly opposing their leader. Sophists looked at the demon and said that his loyalty was only related to the empire, and what was concerning him had nothing to do with him. The king frowned and said that exchanging life for peace was wishful thinking. The fair-haired man was serious and said that if they wanted to fight, then let them fight and not talk nonsense, and said that they were a gang of regent and that they would be removed today. To which the ruler of the gnomes said that this was true and their kingdom would never succumb to such evil forces. The Egyptian giant looked at the screen and said that he did not want to listen to this nonsense of empires. His gaze fell on Lalan and he asked about why not listen to what the king's favorite son thinks. The gnome in glasses grinned and asked his father not to listen to nonsense about empires. He looked at the screen and said that the gnomes need to unite with Regrentum for the prosperity of the nation. Raymond narrowed his eyes and said that smart people know how to choose and asked about who can stop the United Nations of demons and people. Xiang was wary and asked him about being a follower of the leaders of these races. He was horrified. The hero was in a stupor and the pharaoh said that if they were so good, then let them just hit him and not talk nonsense. Lawlin was annoyed and threatened his father that he would regret it if he chose this team. The king of the gnomes frowned and said that he regretted loving such a son. Lawlin frowned and said, in that case, there is no need to blame Roland. The pharaoh stretched out his hand and shouted, attack completely. The army of monsters looked in one direction. Suddenly they began to run. The creatures were aggressive and ran towards their opponents. It was an attack of corpses. The map showed the location of the armies. Looking ahead, the teacher said that the enemy has already begun to attack. Let them leave the first line of defense to the teacher. Zhang should save his strength. It may be needed later. The brunette frowned, his mouth slightly open, and said to the teacher, but that's too much work. Grabbing the staff, the man used the preset blacksmithing. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, launch. The cannon was aimed at the corpses. Suddenly, the cannons began to shoot. The shots injured the monsters. Flashes flew around. They shot at the army of corpses. Glare pierced the bodies. The hero opened his red eyes and used high magic, metal skin. Purple silhouettes surrounded the army. The skin of the corpses turned into metal. The shots bounced off them. The boys looked at the screen when Moto told Xiang that the Gatling gun is useless, while the first line of defense collapsed. The protagonist held a tablet in his hands and spoke, as expected, the mage in their army can still use magic even if he becomes a zombie. It's a bit like the enemy they encountered on the helicopter. He leaves it to Mr. Martin. Baldy was tense and answered, no problem. The fire cannons stopped attacking. Then their body glowed blue. A transformation was taking place. The weapons were improving. The new cannons began to shoot at the opponents. The explosion was huge. The glare from it passed through the entire army of monsters. One shot defeated most of the opponents. The hero looked ahead and said that the level of forging of these gnomes was improving not by the day, but by the hour. How is this possible? They used to hide their strength. You need to forget about it. He will not do anything for now. In any case, these are just Raymond's puppets. The cannons continued to shoot. The tanks were advancing towards the army of corpses. Glare flew over them. Some of the shots pierced the bodies of the monsters through and through. The pharaoh looked at this, telling the second prince, it seems that their kingdom's forging technology is much more powerful than what he told him. To which he replied, the dwarf kingdom's fire cannon does not have such power. These are the people of the empire. Corpses cannot enter. Raymond sneered, squinted and asked, his dolls cannot enter. That level of defense is much weaker than his strength. The shot rushed forward. It turned into a volumetric bullet. The flashes collided with the monster's body. The bullets were stuck in it. There was a commotion around as the giant held his head in his hand. The protagonist got angry and asked if this was not the pillar that he and eBay defeated. The protagonist grabbed the head. Then he threw it up. The head rushed forward. The body ran after it. The people opened their mouths wide, looking at what was happening. The monster's head was approaching the cannons. Suddenly, there was an explosion and they flew apart. The artillery was damaged by the impact. The pillar body moved forward. The diamond grinder made a whirlwind. A notification appeared on the screen that the first line of defense had a tower damage ratio of 15%. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought, even though this guy was dead and a corpse, he was still causing trouble. The girl turned her head and said, even though he was already a corpse, the demon's destructive power was still very useful. The pharaoh frowned and said, moreover, it was his turn now. The ninja without an arm stood in the crowd of corpses. He put out his arm and used ninja magic. The hero flew up and there was a flash. The teacher frowned, looking at what was happening, and thought they were afraid that the first pillar, which was their support, would be killed first. The cannons were at the ready. The sight was aimed at the ninja. He was the target. The guy raised 2 fingers, using ninja magic. The shots were aimed at the cannons. Blick flew past the hero when he used absolute dodge. The monster gritted his teeth and said that after becoming a corpse puppet, he could still use such complex ninja magic. The pharaoh looked ahead and said that he would be surprised to see it. Magic lights were burning around the guy when he used Upanishad ninja magic. The green symbol was the devil fire shuriken. Mucus frowned and asked, isn't this the supreme power? It is said that the devil fire is a terrifying power that will not go out until the target is completely burned. Raymond narrowed his eyes, laughed and replied, more than just usable, but also unlimited. Let them destroy these ignorant and fearless dwarfs. The magic ninja flew above the army of corpses. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the sky. The devices were malfunctioning. Burning fabric was floating in the air. The monster flew over the pharaoh and asked what happened. Was it inevitable? To which he replied, if you are careless, the same fate awaits other ninjas when their secret skills are used. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said that he was shocked. This power is different from what he saw. It is simpler than he thought. When the dwarf frowned and replied, yes, he is also upset about this, he said that he should let him see and know, but he did not think to use the gap and kill him. The teacher narrowed his eyes and said, such a strong forging consumes too much energy, especially this missile turret. He is afraid that he will not last long. The heroes turned around. When the brunette asked the teacher to let him do this, he should rest at least once, and the king added, not now, let Zhang save his strength for later, he will help Martin. The tired man looked at Khan and answered, but his body has just recovered. The old man frowned and said not to talk about it, and asked if he remembered the days when they studied together. The hero gripped the staff tightly. The bald man frowned and replied, of course he remembers, it is the best memory of his life. The hero grabbed the staff together and used the joint forging. The men shouted angrily, let those demons see their strength. The cannons began to fire. A whirlwind was approaching the army of corpses. They raised their heads as burning bullets flew in the sky. Suddenly, they began to attack them. Explosions occurred one after another. The headless pillar ran forward. Fighters flew above its head. A huge explosion occurred. Smoke was all around. A monster stood in its midst. The hero crouched, standing on the mountain. The pharaoh narrowed his eyes and said, he deserves to take the third rank. Even if Renju disappears, the army is enough to get the kingdom, let them destroy everything for him. There was a big explosion on the plain. The corpse ran forward, leaving a trail behind it. Rockets flew in the sky. The monster moved towards the devices. Diamond torches glowed on the mountains. They emitted bright reflections. The magic lanterns were blue. Suddenly, one of them began to spin. She sent a glare down. The pillar ran forward. Suddenly, the glare cut its body in half. The remains of the monster's body lay on the ground. The man, holding a lady in his arms, said that these nozzles had changed. They could really cut through the bodies of demons. The dwarf opened his mouth and said, what kind of forging was this? It was great. The brunette, standing among the team, replied, there you go. At the moment the demon army was destroyed by more than half. The blonde closed her eyes and said not to rush to rejoice. The pillars had not yet taken any action. If these bodies were not completely destroyed, then their actions were useless. The violet-eyed man turned his head and asked, she wanted to say that the corpses would be restored. Then he looked at the screen on which the monster was. The body parts of the pillar began to reunite. The girl's hands glowed red. Suddenly she waved them. The brunette frowned and said, it is indeed troublesome, but he thinks that the repair will only be used for valuable corpses, otherwise other corpses will be stitched later. Looking to the side, he added, as long as the bodies are not completely destroyed, they can't do anything. Suddenly, he asked Master Martin and King Khan if they can hold out until the next forging. The man was tense and shouted, no problem, forward. The headless pillar ran forward again, after which it suddenly jumped up. A large-scale explosion occurred. The flash was very bright. The hero was holding a fighter in his hand. Suddenly, he launched it forward. Another large explosion occurred. They occurred one after another. Looking at this, Moto shouted, the missile towers are being destroyed one by one. Xiang must think of something. The guy pressed the blue button. The monster continued to run. Something crawled out of the ground in front of him. It was an ice fort. They continued to appear on the way. The pillar covered itself with hands with spikes. Then he dashed. The water from the cannon began to pour onto the corpse. The icy water completely covered him. The hero dashed again. Then he struck the ice fort. His body made sounds. Pieces of ice fell down. The pink-haired girl looked ahead with wide eyes and thought, the ice power of this thing that Zhang forged is almost equal to ultra-high ice magic. Suo sat on the pharaoh's arms and said that she could not do anything about her broken rib. Then the man frowned and replied, anyway, it does not matter anymore. The effect of the body he used to destroy the formation has been achieved. Missiles flew out from the launchers. They were approaching the heroes. Mucus flew up and released a mucus bubble. It began to burst in the air. The people on the screen watched this. They received a notification about the destruction of the first line of defense. It became full screen. Looking at him, Moto said that the first line of defense had disappeared and asked if it really didn't matter. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that although it had been destroyed, the demons had already lost almost a third of their troops. The back line of defense would be harder to break. It depended on the skills these pillars had. As long as they could repel the blow, this battle could be considered won. Water was pouring out of the devices. It was pouring onto the opponents. A laser was added to the water. A second laser device appeared. They began to burn the demons. 4 lasers and 3 jets of water were trying to destroy the enemy. A leg of a huge monster appeared. It, along with the others, was moving forward. It was a pillar of 50,000 bodies. It sank down and hit the ground with its fists. Several bodies fell from the mountain. Then it lifted a huge boulder. Moto, shaking with fear, began to scream that it was too huge and something had to be done. The protagonist watched everything carefully and said not to worry, no matter how big his body was, it was just a living target for his new technology. Missiles were emitted from the device and they flew towards the monster, and they hit the target right on target. The body and the stone fragments began to fall down. They crushed the other demons. Black smoke came out of the body. Mucus watched this from the air. He laughed and thought that the corpse pillar would be so strong with all these puppets. Raymond Sasso watched all this. The girl turned her head and said, "It seems like they are not doing their best to help him if this continues." The pharaoh frowned. Killian was flying in the air. He chuckled and said that the corpses of Renju and Zuaju were disappearing. Did he really think he could sit here and watch him come after him? Raymond Sasso's eyes lit up and he said, "Don't blame them. The kingdom of the dwarves really exceeded all his expectations. Demons always respect the strong, so let everyone here see his true strength." The monster's head was missing. A new one began to form in its place. Red tendrils began to approach the other demons and suck on them. The monster's body began to rise up. It opened its mouth. It began to make sounds. And then the magic of the corpse, the breath of the undead, burst out of its mouth. It collided with the water. Martin leaned over to Khan and said, "Come on," he understood. The device with the water turned. The second device also turned. 3 streams merged into one and resisted the breath of the undead. He stuck one limb into the monster's mouth, and the other into the other. The flow intensified. Its eyes glowed red. The flow burned through one of the devices with water. Then it began to turn its head, and hit the rest of the devices. The men's eyes widened. They both grabbed the lever and pulled. The stream flew up. An explosion occurred. Mucus, Killian, Raymond Sasso grinned at them. Lawlin frowned and thought that of course it was his choice, the most important one for him. He should listen to it to stay on the side of the demons. The eldest prince turned his head and asked if everything was okay with his father and Uncle Martin. The protagonist turned his head and thought that it seemed that the powers of Mr. Martin and King Khan had reached their limit. Smokey, leaning on the object, said that uranium had destroyed all the results of forging. He could no longer forge. The king said that forging these unknown things takes too much energy. They had reached the limit, and then he must cope on his own. The protagonist put his hand behind his back. He opened his mouth and said, "No problem." Moto came up from behind and said, "Wait." Taking another step forward, he said that everyone had been supporting this situation since they decided to do this with him. In fact, he had been practicing and improving, and he couldn't hide forever. The man looked at him in surprise. The boy raised his hand and shouted that his mental strength had improved greatly. He placed his hand on his teammates' hands and asked them to witness his new strength. Then he opened his mouth and started shouting. But then his body turned to stone, and he fell at the men's feet. The young man took out an object from behind his back, and then he frowned and thanked everyone for their hard work and asked them to give it to him next time. He slammed his staff on the floor and started forging. The blonde grinned and thought, "Not bad, this is what her husband should be like." The pharaoh grinned and asked if there were any dissatisfied people left. The devices were on a steep cliff. One of them pushed off and pierced the monster's body with lasers. It was cut into pieces. Raymond Sasso frowned and told the needle pillar to go and destroy these shiny baubles. A spark appeared, and the device exploded. The young man frowned and thought why it exploded. The battery should not have reached its limit. Maybe it was a short circuit. The top of the device tilted. It swung in the air, and inside, creatures were crawling. The danger level of these monsters was a holding in the air. Killian said, "There is no need to disturb Sister Suo. While the corpse troops attack, he hatched a batch of iron core insects hiding in the soil." He frowned and added that first they will use them to destroy the dwarf kingdom, and after that, all their forged weapons will be captured and destroyed by his bugs. Many sparks appeared. The protagonist began to examine the area through a special device. Having brought the image closer, he saw insects. The protagonist frowned and thought that it turned out that these bugs had eaten him away. They all focused on the zombies or Hythmia, but ignored this question. Fortunately, he launched the tower ahead of time, but another forged weapon still failed. Is it really going to be like this? The device tore off. Ob quickly ran in zigzags. The monsters paid attention to him when he approached them. The device rushed into the crowd of zombies. It began to maneuver between them. The zombies with glowing eyes opened their mouths and said goodbye to the device. A laser appeared. It cut the zombies. The laser moved in a circle. Then the diameter of the lesion increased. Raymond Sasso frowned. The device became taller. Ash from the zombies' bodies lay around it. A discharge passed through the device, and one of the parts fell off. Small sparks appeared there. Pharaoh frowned and said that now was the time to attack immediately. The girl smiled and said, "Okay, dear." Killian frowned and asked to give it to him. He moved abruptly. The girl's body began to dissolve in space. The girl next to Raymond began to disappear. Her mist began to appear on the ground next to the other people. The mist grew. Soso appeared among it. Killian landed next to her. Mucus waved his hands, saying that they were also here, which meant that this should be their last battle. Gritting his teeth, Killian told the others to be calm. because his bugs gnawed through everything they forged. Lowering her head, the girl added that the war was indeed more difficult than it seemed, but the enemies would stop here. A bright mass gathered behind them. Thus, a monster with many faces was formed. They all headed forward. Smoke was visible on the mountain. The guy with green hair opened his mouth in confusion, saying that the demon tribe had begun to act, and asked why his comrade had stopped forging. He opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that the preset forging had been destroyed, and he was redoing it. The monster looked up. There was a smile on Soso's face. The green monster was also smiling. Killian was also smiling. There was a bright line under the girl's feet. She crossed it with her foot. Air frowned and said that there was no other way out and asked him to fight. Zhang frowned and told him to wait a minute because everything was going according to plan. Many people had gathered on the street. They looked ahead in shock. Someone raised their hands in supplication. Aisha stood behind Fiona and said that the enemies were getting closer and asked if they would do nothing, but the teacher said that she did not know. A large foot slammed onto the ground. A glow appeared around the hero. Martin, who was standing behind him, asked him what he wanted to do. Looking up, the boy asked him to wait. The enemy army was approaching the entrance. Soso smiled. The blonde frowned and said that they had no way out, and if he wanted to fight, they could not let the enemies get closer. Xiang clenched his fist and asked to trust him and wait for a minute, then everything would be fine. Air's face showed tension. The boy clenched his teeth. The girl with glasses looked forward. The cat and Fei frowned. Penny also frowned. The teachers were clearly nervous. The blonde looked at the hero seriously. Standing next to the teacher, Yaso was also nervous. Moto opened his mouth in surprise, but Isabella had a smile on her face. She looked at Zhang attentively. Sweat was running down Martin's face. A drop fell to the ground. The hero frowned. The demons were getting closer. A drop fell to the ground. Zhang opened his mouth wide and shouted that the time had come. He raised his weapon above his head, so he thrust it into the ground using instant forging. Part of the rock began to glow when using a bomb from a distance. Without understanding, the demons looked around. Killian's eye became smaller. He picked up Mucus and Soso, who asked if he had said that the bugs had eliminated all the traps. They had managed to get out of the barrier. Killian said as he landed on the ground that it couldn't be and that it had happened suddenly. The dome covered the giant. He extended his hand to the side. The rising barrier cut off his hand. The giant opened his mouth wide and screamed. The dome had almost completely closed. The barrier was much higher than it seemed. Zhang frowned and announced the second step, telling them to continue. A bright light appeared on the hill. The lid began to open. A rocket appeared from it. It rose higher and higher. Then, with a bright flame, it rushed upward. You could see how it left a trail behind it. The rocket changed direction. Now it was heading for the ground. The hero moved his hand behind his back and screamed for it to be given to him and used forging. A beam of light appeared on his weapon. The rocket rushed even faster towards the ground. A barrier was visible underneath her. A similar barrier appeared next to her, so she managed to get through the defense. The demons looked at her in surprise. Some parts of the rocket flew off to the sides. A smile was visible on its body. A moment later, it changed to an ominous one. The bomb landed on the detonator. The demons looked at the object in front of them. Then a bright light spread in all directions. Rays of light broke through the crowd of demons. The three escapees watched what was happening. Against the background of a bright flash, the silhouette of a winged demon was visible. Killian frowned. Light burst out from under the dome, so it became even brighter. The wave spread throughout the area. The light illuminated everything for many kilometers. It reached the entrance to the city. The roofs of the houses were also illuminated by it. People watched the bright flash. They had to cover their faces with their hands. The explosion rushed to the sky. Fire burst out from behind the barrier. The rest watched it. Everyone looked shocked. The teachers frowned. Watching the scene closely, the blonde thought that Zhang's talent was terrifying, and even the regent would never be able to withstand such a powerful destruction. Alina silently opened her mouth. Frowning, Penny thought that as long as she had a joker like Zhang, Odont would be controlled by his power, and Tal's Angus 50 would kill her father first. Fei opened his mouth wide and said that it was strong. Looking at this, Khan told Martin that it was enough to destroy an entire country, and asked how his student did it, to which he replied that he did not know. Smiling nervously, the hero thought that he was too focused and did not expect the power to be so destructive. The blonde walked up to him, said that it was a good job, but the enemy had not been completely destroyed yet, so it was time for them to act. Isabella put her hand on the hilt of her sword as the hero told her to leave it to the leader and the other people here, as it was better not to go anywhere. Closing her eyes, the girl told him not to worry, as she would not be found. Then she pointed the sword forward, saying that she had to decide this herself. Not understanding, the guy lowered his eyebrows, asking what he meant by not being found. Zhang replied that they were simply taken into slavery by the demons. Fire was visible inside the dome. Some sound was heard in the area. 3 footprints were visible on the ground. Like the others, Killian was lying on the ground, not understanding what kind of magic this was and where the enemy got such power from. The demons were getting back up. Soso was healing her wounds, saying that they were almost there for the general. Mucus looked confused, wondering if perhaps the old monster had come to take part, and asked the others if they were retreating. A bright glow was visible over the horizon. The corpse of the monster was lying in the crater. Lava had gathered in the center. Killian and the others lowered their heads. Looking at the crater, Raymond said that it was impossible. It had been many years since he retired. And even when the demon tribe and the empire were at war, he had not appeared, so it was even more impossible that he had appeared now. Smiling ominously, the enemy said that 2 million in an instant was indeed powerful, but it was probably the enemy's last trump card, and from his side, it was only the beginning. The blonde walked out of the cave. The others stood behind him. The girl stood next to Nanai. Gritting his teeth, Killian said that he didn't care about the others, but sophices had to be handed over to him. Dark clots appeared around his hand. Many limbs emerged from Raymond's body, and he suggested that they play for about 10 minutes first, and after his absorption was complete, all people would become prey. Sharp fangs appeared on his hand. The same hands burst out of his body. The demon's body began to change shape when using the transformation ability. Green veins were spreading along these arms. An evil smile appeared on his face. A green aura appeared around him. Tendrils were reaching out from the ground towards him. Sophices frowned and said that the enemy was the main pillar of the demon tribe and they should act in groups when attacking. Air flared up when Nanai said that he would act with him and replied that this was indeed a rare opportunity to practice. He was very excited. Penny closed her eyes. The arm was covered with armor when forging was applied. The body was also covered with armor. A helmet appeared on Xiang's head. His eyes were now glowing brightly. He stood next to Isabella. Red lines rushed forward. They almost caught up with the group. Nanai threw a frying pan in front of them, but they broke through it and approached the man. The swings also left bright marks. Penny raised her hand up. The girl looked forward. The blonde man frowned. The man rushed forward. Killian was approaching him, shouting that he was his opponent. The blade touched the enemy's weapon. A crack appeared on it. Looking at this, Killian noted that at the moment of contact, the opponent found the weakest point of his armor to strike, saying that this was a magnificent art of fencing. Then the demon rushed into the sky. Sophices looked at the bright bugs. Looking down, the enemy said that this was his return gift. A powerful explosion sounded. Someone called out to him. A faint glow was visible among the dust cloud, but something powerful was heading towards Killian. Sophices was rising on the wind stream. He pointed his sword at the enemy. A huge hand appeared in front of him while using 6 wind shields. The demon opened his mouth in surprise. Limbs appeared from his back. He covered himself with them from the attack. Sophices continued to head upward. Looking down, the man told Alina that she would stay here to help Xiang, and he would return after he dealt with the enemy. Raising her head, she agreed. Something green flashed across the sky. Everyone jumped back, dodging the slime. The hero, holding Isabella in his arms, said that he had developed a new armor, offering to put it on now. More slime burst out of Mucus. There was a smile on his unpleasant face. The slime flew out of him when he said to glue everything there. Air took his fire hand behind his back. Then he directed the stream of fire forward. The green liquid and fire reached each other. Then they touched. Smiling, Air said that it was just slime and he could use his blood to dissolve it. Nanai, who was watching this, told his comrade to be careful because his fire was strong, but it seemed to be useless here. The pieces of slime went to them. The girl ran past, quickly created a magic circle while using Frost of High Magic. The slime began to freeze. Holding the magic circle, she said that the rest of the slime was on the guys, so they broke the blocks of slime. Looking at the green liquid, Isabella asked Xiang why he didn't help the others, and he replied that everything was fine, and if necessary, he would definitely let her join the fight. Frowning, Isabella said that she would kill the needle pillar with her own hands. Something quickly flashed in front of her. It was Penny rushing forward. The blade cut some connections. A bright circle appeared in front of the hero's eye. He was surprised by Penny's clear vision since she could see so many threads. Several more were visible nearby. Isabella turned to the hero in surprise, asking when he managed to get used to that girl. But she asked them to stop flirting on the battlefield and be careful. Frowning, the blonde looked at her, surprised that she wanted to teach her something. Turning her head in her direction, Penny said that there was no difference between winning and losing, and if she fought seriously, Isabella might lose. Xiang's eyes were shining brightly in his armor. He called both of them ridiculous, noting that now was not the time to quarrel. Alina winked at him, saying that he was right, and if he needed anything, let him know. Isabella looked displeased when Alina said that the master asked her to stay here and help the hero, noting that he was popular with the opposite sex. A red beam hit the ground. Everyone looked at it. Then Soso appeared. She noted that they were too noisy, but their enemy was already here. The lines headed towards them. The hero and his comrades looked up. The demon controlled these beams. Alina shrank in size. She managed to dodge the enemy's attacks. Zhang covered himself with a shield. Penny's blade swings left marks. Avoiding the attacks, Isabella rushed forward. Soso was surrounded by red threads. Seeing them gather around Soso's hand, Penny noted that she was using his energy to connect the thin threads scattered around them, spinning and cutting. There was a red aura around her. She wondered who Isabella was. Soso noted that she had heard of her before, back in the war with the Human Empire. A barrier appeared in front of her. Sparks flew off from the blade's touch. She failed to break through the barrier. The blade's tip stopped in front of the demon's face. But Soso also stood calmly, and Isabella thought that maybe she knew her weakness just by looking at her eyes. Frowning, she also thought that it was no wonder that her power was stronger than before. Although she used to be weaker, and maybe her demonic power was gradually decreasing, but did Lillian break down and give it to everyone? Isabella's eyes began to glow brighter, and she decided that if this was really the case, then the situation would get even worse, and she needed to quickly return to the demon tribe and regain her power. Several red beams appeared ahead. Surrounded by protection, Soso said that she even found hidden needles and threads, and that was good. Something flew past Isabella, so the missiles headed towards the demon, and one of them touched the barrier. The second one was also flying towards it. A powerful explosion was heard. The three looked at the cloud of dust. Looking out from behind the cover, Soso told them that too many people mocked her, but it was useless. Isabella looked at the hero, reminding him that she said that she would kill the demon herself, demanding that he stop throwing bombs. Penny was also standing behind her, and the blonde said that she was coming with her. Alina put her hand behind her back and said that she was coming with them. Then she threw something, inviting the others to look. Seeing the stone in the air, Zhang was surprised by it. Soso also looked at it silently. Opening her mouth slightly, Alina said something. The stone above the demon's head became larger. With a crash, it fell to the ground. With an ominous smile on her face, Alina said that one should not underestimate crazy people. Meanwhile, Mucus was collecting mucus in his mouth. Air, Nanai and Aisha stood in front of him, and the cook said to be careful, because the enemy will soon spit. Raising his head, the bald man also said that the demon was constantly hovering above them in the air. It would be difficult to attack, and noting that they could rely on the girl's ice magic, it would stop the demon. Smiling widely, Air said that he would do it too. Then he headed upwards. The fire was approaching the demon. Mucus turned his attention to it. Taking his hand behind his back, Air told him to get out of here. The demon's eye was shining brightly. Air's fist left a bright mark. The hand got stuck in the demon's body. Frowning, he was surprised that it didn't work at all. He tried to get his stuck hand out. Mucus smiled ominously, saying that he got himself caught. Slime was gathering from the demon's body. He sent this bubble at Air. Frowning, the guy realized that he had nowhere to dodge. Ice appeared under his foot. Looking down, he noted that it was very cold. This is how he managed to escape from the demon. Nanai moved his hand to the side, calling Air. Opening his mouth wide, he said that he was ready to attack. The man scattered flour in front of him. Air turned around. This way he avoided getting flour on himself. Then he set it on fire. The flames rushed towards Mucus. An explosion was heard in the sky. The girl glared at Air, who thanked his comrades and told him not to be so impulsive because long-range magic consumes too much energy. The demon was visible among the smoke. He was thinking that fire does not work on him at all. In front of Aisha was a magic circle. Nanai said that she was right, and it was better for them to work as a team, to which Air apologized and agreed to work together. Mucus frowned, surprised that the human tribe can wield ice magic and can hold his slime there, which irritated him. The girl looked away. A smile appeared on the demon's face when he thought that all this looked cute, although it did not matter. Lowering his hand, Mucus used slime magic. Its drops began to rise from the ground. Nanai noticed them and attracted the attention of the others. Aisha turned around, asking if the demon was trying to grab them with this slime. The drops headed towards them. A huge frying pan appeared in the cook's hands. Its swing left a bright trace, but some of the slime stuck to it. Air raised his hands above his head, so fiery whirlwinds appeared in front of him. The girl protected herself with an ice barrier. Meanwhile, Mucus crawled along the ground. The demon looked under the girl's clothes. Finding himself inside the protective barrier, he said that he would love her. Opening his mouth wide, Aisha screamed. Nanai and Air paid attention to this. Mucus grabbed the girl, telling her not to be afraid, and they would not defeat him. The guys looked at this, demanding to let her go. Opening his mouth wide, the guy screamed that if the enemy has strength, then let him go to him, because there is no point in secretly attacking the girl. The demon's eyes became smaller when he answered that they attacked 3-on-1, and why is he now saying that he attacked the girl like that? Because she did not say a word about Air when he used martial arts and called them disgusting. Smiling ominously, he also noted that he did not say that he would not attack him and that he should first take care of himself before he started taking care of others. A drop of slime landed on Air. Other drops landed on his leg. This slime began to wriggle on him. Looking at it, Air said that compared to the big slime, this was even stranger. He tried to brush it off. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was not burning again, and it was useless to use force because it stuck too much. The same slime crawled from the frying pan onto Nanai. He looked at it in surprise. Air's face was covered in slime. The guy tried to free himself from the slime, thinking that his abilities were completely useless. Nanai's face was also covered in it. Their heads were completely covered in slime. The demon held the girl captive. Her face showed concern, and she asked her comrades if they were okay. Turning to Mucus, Aisha asked what he wanted. The monster licked her, replied that of course he wanted to do shameful things. The girl's hand began to glow brightly. Her eyes also began to glow. She said that it was impossible because she wanted to finish him off. Mucus had a smile on his face when he said that such anger excited him even more. Suddenly, the demon received a blow. This threw him back. Nanai extended his hand to her, asking if she was okay. Aisha looked at him, replied that she was, and asked how they were able to free themselves. Looking at his hand, the bald man replied that he found a way to attack him with flour. He remembered how the flour fell out of his hand, and noted that it was the one that made the flames of air explode. His face was covered in mucus and he was able to use it. Then he remembered working with dough and how in chef training they use flour to prevent stickiness. So he was able to remove the mucus from his face. Then he was able to help Air. Everyone looked at the demon in the distance, and Nanai suggested using this method to knock him down. Mucus lay on the ground, saying that this was too strong, even stronger than a slap. The rock was surrounded by fog on the mountain peak. Bright flashes were visible on it. Several beetles rose into the air. Their bodies split into two. Explosions sounded behind Sophices. Killian gritted his teeth. Frowning, he told the man that he could grow and release insect eggs in any quantity, and did he really think he could handle them? Many beetles appeared in the sky when the demon said he was releasing them. Sophices looked at their huge number, and the beetles headed towards him. His leg began to glow brightly. The blonde opened his mouth slightly inside. A blue circle appeared around him. Sophices brought the blade to his face. The swarm of beetles was approaching. The swing left a bright trace. Then there was a flash. A shock wave spread around. This wave passed through the swarm. The stream of beetles divided into two. Still, the beetles ended up behind him, so he was completely surrounded by them. After which they headed towards Sophices. An aura appeared around the man. Energy waves spread around. A glow appeared among the swarm of beetles. The waves cut the swarm into several parts. Killian dodged one of them. Looking towards his enemy, the demon said that he would see how long he could hold out. Then he released a huge number of beetles. They headed towards Sophices. Like clouds, they approached him. The beetles almost covered him. Smiling sinisterly, Killian said that the enemy was no match for him, and his bugs would bite anyone to death. Some kind of crevice was visible among the swarm. The demon looked at the insects. His eyes became smaller when he realized that the bugs could not fly in the places where he was injured. Raising his head, Sophices said that these bugs were too noisy and he could finally clean his ears. The demon pointed at him, deciding that just in case something went wrong, he should blow him up and finish him off completely. His swings left traces. A glow appeared in front of Sophices. The edge of his blade also began to glow, and he sent them away. Light appeared among the swarm. Then a bright flash. Looking at it, Killian was surprised that it did not work. The light of his eyes left a bright trace. The demon fell to the ground. He caught his breath. He didn't understand when Sophices had managed to fill the air with his energy. Gritting his teeth, he also thought about the fact that the man was using this to destroy all the insects, and did he really think that this would stop the demon? The sword was shining brightly. Sophices was walking towards him. Killian tried to say something. He clenched his teeth again, realized that there were no words, and replied that the man was still too naive because some bugs could live for more than 10 days. Not to mention him. Sophices, holding the sword to his face, said that after using this technique, he had to recover for a whole month, but he had to come back to help Xiang. The demon frowned again, unable to say anything, and also did not understand what his enemy was talking about. Energy surrounded the man. Opening his mouth slightly, he used the field launch. Bright rays spread around. Sophices angrily looked at Killian, said that he was dead. Looking around, the demon realized that the enemy had used the sword not only to kill his insects, but also to cast a magical spell on the ground. The insects fell down. Their bodies began to swell. Then they burst. Green clouds were visible everywhere. Green liquid spilled onto the ground. It spilled around Sophices. Killian stood up. Gritting his teeth, he decided that even if the enemy took all the air, his skin and bones would withstand it, and it would be better if the bugs gnawed him, but now he would do it, and he would die even worse. Acid burned through the ground. Crossing his arms, the demon wished for Sophices to go to hell. The acid rushed forward. but it flew off the blonde's barrier. He said that it was useless because the vacuum was completely controlled by him and he could create an indestructible shield from air pressure. He imagined a sphere with a vacuum inside and an air shield surrounding it. Sophisis, holding a sword in his hands, said that every word the demon hears is transmitted by the air, which he directs the power to nourish the last tricks when he fought the demons. A glow was visible on the sword. He listed the ranks of the demons, among them the 8th, 10th, 11th, 12th, noting that he met 4 demons on the battlefield at the same time. Looking at the enemy, Sophisis said that in the vacuum, 3 demons were killed at once, and one of them was seriously injured and fled from the battlefield, and today it was Killian's turn. Frowning, the demon thought that he knew that his comrades were killed by him, and now Sophisis will pay for it. He clenched his teeth tightly. Veins appeared on his body. The limbs on his legs became larger. The demon was surrounded by a red aura. And, opening his mouth wide, Killian offered to compare strength with the others, and let them not think that only he has trump cards, so now he will show what true strength is. Smoke was coming from the ground, among which colorless gas was visible. Sophisis rushed forward. He divided the monster's body in half. The sword also glowed brightly. Without turning around, Sophisis told him that this was nonsense, and in his opinion they were all the same. Meanwhile, bright lines were visible. Isabella dodged the attacks. Jumping up, she raised the sword above her head. The swing left bright marks. The girl slid back. Soso hid as if in a cocoon. A cut was visible on it. Surrounded by a red aura, she said that no matter how many threads she used to create a shield, she could not constantly stop her blows, and asked what Isabella's sword was made of. But then something caught her attention. A blow was heard nearby. Penny held a sword whip in her hand. She looked forward silently. A sword pierced her. Looking towards Penny, she noted that she had approached her stealthily underground, wondering how she had managed to avoid detection and escape from the ambush. Smiling, she also noted that it was a cruel but beautiful blow.